Hey, what's up? Welcome to Maybe We'll Talk. It is summertime. It is like 10 in the morning. The sun is beating down. The air conditioning is on. The cats are indoors taking naps. Everyone's laying around the house. Did I say welcome to Maybe We'll Talk, a podcast where I talk to my friends on the phone? Let's talk to Locke and Weebs. Let's me and Locke and Weebs react sort of. Well, I was definitely half dead at the time, but I think we were all a little bit flabbergasted with not a whole bunch of things to say after watching episodes 8 and 9. 8, of course, is the very strange one. If you're familiar with Twin Peaks: The Return, which is what we're talking about, which is what we're reacting to. Yeah. And then let's talk about The Stand with Pete after that. So, and then after that, I'll see if I can do a good job of summarizing what we're going to be covering next, what's coming up next, and what else we're doing, and what, what the shape of things to come might be. Maybe if you hear me digging through papers and things on my desk, I'm getting out a little piece of scrap paper so that I can maybe jot down notes about what I'm going to say about what's coming up. So, thank you for being here. Yeah. Let's see how we felt about Twin Peaks. Episode 8, I think, in particular. Maybe we'll see what we say. It's very possible 9 didn't make an impression on us because we were so flabbergasted by episode 8. We'll see I don't remember. This was a few weeks ago now. But yeah, we're starting to catch up. We're going to be done with Peaks soon. This is all that's what I'm going to say at the end, is what's coming next. Because a bunch of things, which I mention every episode. But anyway, I'm trying to keep the housekeeping to the end. Is that most people do housekeeping at the top. I sat down and I was like, well, let's just say something about how hot it, because we're having a June heat wave right now. I went to the farmer's market to sell, and it was very hot, but it was kind of okay. And I'm really excited that I'm going to be doing that this summer. But what I wanted to say was, let's talk about Twin Peaks and then The Stand. And now I've said it, so let's go. And I'll talk more about what's coming next at the end of everything I have to present today. Thank you. I feel like I had a question that maybe I was going to ask you before watching this particular episode. But I don't know what it is.
It'll come to you.
How do you like season 3 so far? This is the first time you've seen like this much of it?
Yeah. I think we're actually finally at the point where I haven't seen these.
Oh, wow. Because if you stopped right here...
Yeah.
That's funny...
I said at some point I'd only seen like 3 or 4 episodes, but it was apparently a lot more than that.
Cool.
And I don't remember, but we're getting into uncharted waters.
I know somebody, when this TV show came out, I was talking about Twin Peaks a lot. I said, you gotta watch Twin Peaks, you gotta watch Twin Peaks. This person watched season 1 of Twin Peaks, in a week. He watched season 2 of Twin Peaks in 2 weeks. He watched season 3 of Twin Peaks. He got to this episode. He watched this episode. He never watched Twin Peaks again.
I'm looking forward to this one.
This is
I've been looking forward to this one for a while.
Yeah, so here it is. So this is like the one.
The lady who went to see her boss is the cop from The Crow.
The lady... You mean Ernie Hudson from Ghostbusters? Is that Ernie Hudson?
Is it?
The cop from The Crow is definitely the guy from Ghostbusters.
It is? Okay, well,
Yeah.
then it's the same person.
Are you like?
I don't know names.
Are you? But like, did you not watch Ghostbusters 100 times as a child?
You might have been there when I watched Ghostbusters 100 times on. I just sat
okay.
I sat in front of that TV. I played it. I rewound it. It was VHS. So I played it again. I rewound it. I played it again. I think I watched it 5 times in a row.
Wow.
It was the first time I'd seen it.
Wow.
I was really
Okay.
taken with it.
Yeah, that guy in my head is definitely not the cop from The Crow.
Oh.
Like, that's not how I identify that guy.
Nice.
Why are the eyes?
So that's the flashback origin story. That explains everything that happens in the series is because of this.
Yep. Now we get it.
Yeah, now it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the water, and this is the well.
Well,
Drink full
and descend.
and descend. Yeah. The horse is the white of the eyes, and dark within.
I gotta change my
Makes
word
sense.
voicemail to that.
Yeah. I
Which is my
believe.
only voicemail. So,
I believe it is theorized that this girl could be Sarah Palmer.
Hmm.
She's got some Machen emic to her like facial structure.
Some amic to her Madgen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really actually from this particular what we're looking at right now. Yeah.
I
Strongly.
was noticing it as they were walking around.
So that's an interesting thought for sure.
That's a strong emic.
You need to send a message.
Cool show.
Yeah.
The soundtrack on the show is
Killer.
fucking killer. Yes.
It approaches the quality of Transformers, the movie 1986.
That's a pretty good soundtrack.
I know. It's the best.
That's Stan Bush guy.
Yeah, Stan Bush, Lion. You got your Inspector, or right? No, they're your Spectre General. Weird Al.
And Weird Al, that's right, yeah.
It's funny that Laura Palmer was credited in that episode. Did I forget where she showed up?
Who was credited?
Laura Palmer was credited in that episode, that last one.
Hmm.
Like whatever the actor's name is who plays Laura Palmer.
Yeah.
But she had a place in the credits, and I don't remember. I remember seeing her in the bubble in the previous one. I don't remember seeing her in.
I don't feel like, yeah. Her face appears in the opening credits of every episode. I don't know if she gets credited for that every episode.
It's her likeness. She might.
It's possible. She came out of a golden rune tree that came out of Mr. Hom's head while he floated. I like...
And she went into a saxophone analog
Yes.
to come to Earth.
I like...
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut it.
Well, I like that, and Eraserhead makes me think about this a lot. I like that maybe on the layer below this one has a bunch of machinery on it that is tending to various things happening in this reality. And, like, there's a bunch of weird... Like, when you look up in the ceiling above the saxophone, there's all these
there's,
gears
like,
and
stuff going
things
on.
turning and machines. Yeah, I like the idea that there's an industrial layer building reality and occasionally
Yeah.
sending a Laura Palmer.
And it's like there's from that side of the mirror, some of the mechanics of the universe are like visible.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Like I think of that, like I'm not saying that I think this is correct, but to me the like that part of the show, like the other dimensional stuff,
Yes.
is very like this isn't what it is. This is like if you were looking at it, this is the closest your brain might be able to get to what you're actually seeing.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like parsing the data very poorly, but like giving you
Your
impressions
kind
of
would not understand.
yeah, and like so you're just getting an impression of the meaning of the thing, but you're not seeing the thing, and so like it's like all of this stuff. It's like why is the thing through which Laura Palmer bubble goes like it certainly has finger holes like a flute. It doesn't have like clappers or whatever those things are called, like
Yeah.
a saxophone. It's shaped like saxophone. It's like it's clearly musical instrument adjacent, but and that's intentional because it's David Lynch.
Yeah.
But is it like a song, like art? Is the connection between these two realms? Like what is like, or is it that it's like the sound, the vibration? Because he's big into vibrations.
He is
and-
really big into sounds and vibrations.
Yeah, that seems more likely to me. But all of that stuff, like the woman listening to the record player and the clanking alarm thing, whatever the f that is,
Well, it's
it's warning them that nukes are going off.
maybe I guess so. I guess that is probably what's happening.
Well, or that not that nukes are going off, but like it seems to be like I think it's representative of like something big has happened.
something is happening on
Something
the
is
other in the other realm.
Yeah. Or either in the other realm, or that it could be in their realm because there is like an incursion of another realm into their realm.
Hmm.
Which is I got the sense that like all of the art school stuff was like because it's like they show the White Sands test bomb, but then they also show like all of these other explosions, which I wondered if that might be representative of all the other nuclear tests.
Yeah,
were done.
that because this technology is available and is going to continue to
impact against the membrane
right,
separating
right,
our
right.
world and theirs, which allows breaches, and therefore you get things like the Woodsman, and you get Bob, and
I've heard that thing.
holes
And what?
and holes.
Holes.
basically.
Yeah.
You've heard
I've-
that thing.
I've heard the thing that barfs up Bob referred to as Judy.
Judy.
You know, Philip Jeffries comes into the room and he says, "We're not going to talk about Judy." You know? And there's definitely more talk about somebody named Judy in the show
Interesting.
in further episodes. But
Yeah, that figure was a total cipher. I had no idea what that was.
I don't think I don't think anyone explicitly calls that thing Judy. But I think that people theorize that that's it. We definitely hear more about that, and it's hard for me to not talk about what's going to happen.
Yeah. So we've got the Laura Palmer bubble that goes to Earth, and I mentioned
Washington.
do
We imagine
it goes to Washington, right?
Yeah.
Like you do see it go down onto the map of the United States, sort of that southwest or
Oh, do we?
northwestern.
Yeah, it kind of. Yeah, I almost
region,
didn't see. I
think.
remember looking at the map of the states and being like, "Is that really what the Caribbean looks like?"
Well, so the reason I wonder is because I'm trying to determine if there's any connection between like so you're saying like, hey, this woman might be Sarah Palmer,
Oh, right. Yeah.
the mansion looking lady.
I'm not sure. I mean, I feel like that's something I heard.
Speculation.
So that's not. Yeah.
I mean, it's all it's all speculation.
She could
right?
be
But, like,
anybody or nobody. She could
Yeah.
not have that whole episode obviously thematically has stuff going on, but it could really have very little actual connection.
I really wanted to know. So, like the Woodsman, who's speaking into the radio and knocking people out.
Oh, that's such a like that. I love it.
So
I
good.
love that. I love that sequence. I love the whole thing.
Yeah, you are a worm through time. But he's knocking people out. He does it until the bug gets into one of the sleepers, and then he
Yes.
stops. He crushes the guy's head.
Yeah.
You know, maybe he's using the pain to like get. You know, he's doing something. I don't know.
Amplify his
Yeah.
pirate
his words.
broadcast. Yeah.
But then he's done with it, and then he leaves, right? And it's like he's accomplished whatever he was trying to accomplish. If he can be said to have motives like that,
And then he goes and lives in a convenience store for 60 years
and just waits.
with the guy who moves different.
I'm moving different.
The guy with the white mask with the pointy nose. You know who I mean?
That fuck yeah.
That guy. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to see more of the convenience store also. Like, I think Coop makes his way back there to see those guys again. The Woodsman might be the coolest part of this whole thing. Just the vibe, just the scary,
Yeah.
the same kind of thing. It's you look at it and your brain has to see something.
Yeah.
You know,
And
and
that's-
it's a weird guy covered in grease that you can tell something's wrong, but it's either like something that must be like the vibe is that like either I must be mistaken. That's not a man covered in grease. It can't be. It's either just like it's either something that's probably not a big deal, because the alternative is that something has gone so wrong.
Yeah.
There's something so incorrect about a man smiling covered in grease asking me for a light while my wife is like in slow motion agony.
Roaring.
Yeah, roaring in slow motion. Like the flow of time has changed. Like the vibration has fundamentally fucked up everything around us.
There's a line that you're reminding me of that's people who say I'm sure it was nothing are universally sure it was something.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Don't say that unless you know. It's like holding up a hand in the face of, you know, the howling void. I'm sure it was nothing. Yeah, those woodsmen, man, communicating that successfully, the basilisk, by which I mean
The guy, that one basilisk, the dude in the future.
no, not that one.
Oh,
So like the thing about like Lovecraft stories where it's like he says indescribable a lot.
yeah, right. Okay, yeah.
But like if you think about like a basilisk is a terrifying thing. I'm pulling this straight from a podcast with from Penny Arcade. Tycho says this, but like
Okay.
if you hear about a basilisk, it's like it's a chicken lizard, and that does not sound scary.
Right.
Like it, you know, it's just fucking chicken lizard. Okay. But like, actually it turns you to something that's terrifying. It's just like, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I ran the fuck away. It's like a bird and a lizard. It's like, it's just the best you could grab a hold of. And that description of the woodsman is so apt, I think. Like this dude in this weird hat, like you said, covered in grease,
Mhm.
that is just not right.
Yeah, just something's really wrong here.
And the what's his name? The dude who gets out of prison with Coop,
Right.
Dark Coop Bob, where he's like, this stuff starts happening, and he's seeing these guys swarming the guy he just shot. And for a minute, he's kind of like, what the fuck is happening? And then he's just like screaming, and like he has to sit down on the ground because he can't handle it. And there's this, I was like thinking about it in that moment, like would I stay to see what was happening and try
Yeah.
to understand it, or would I leave? And I think it's entirely dependent on what it felt like. If it was like, if I got that vibe of just like terrible danger and ugly wrongness, I would
Yeah.
go. What
Just
about
like
you?
there's some. Yeah.
Would you stay or would you go?
Go. I'm
That's a good
not into
choice.
the world being incorrect. I'm done with that shit. Like I'm done with LSD. Like I'm done with all kinds of things.
Salvia.
Like I had enough of that. I had enough of there's something over there that's gone wrong.
That thing wasn't a mailbox a minute ago.
Right, places where, the veil is thin. I've had
Yeah.
enough of that. You tell me if this is something that I made up. It's a cockatrice if a lizard sits on a hen's egg, but it's a basilisk if a hen sits on a lizard egg. And does one of them wear a crown sometimes? Does the cockatrice go about with a crown on?
That sounds very truthy,
The crown?
but
Or the eggs?
the eggs swapping, but I don't know the answer.
That's really the part I think I might have made up. I should... that... I think it might be, one of them might be true. Like if a snake lays an egg in the hen house and the hen sits on it, it becomes a cockatrice. Oh boy.
A basilisk, aka a cockatrice.
Oh. I thought a cockatrice was mostly
Yeah.
chicken and a basilisk was mostly a lizard.
Is born from a toad or serpent's egg incubated under a cockerel.
Under a cockerel. It's not a
Yeah.
hen that sits on it.
It's got to be a rooster.
The cockerel sits on it. Weird.
It became synonymous with basilisk around 1260.
Okay, I definitely, yeah. Maybe at one point, basilisk was more the lizard version.
I really,
Or maybe they're all
also,
both.
like,
Both roosters
Yeah,
and
it's-
lizards.
we're only approaching what it actually is, so you're,
Well, you're not allowed to look at it. That's like that's the best part. So,
in 1180, the basilisk was the product of an egg laid by a rooster incubated by a toad. See, you're onto it here.
laid by a rooster, though.
Yep.
What? Does that only happen when toads are around? I mean, it must.
It is thought that a cock egg could hatch out of a cockatrice. I am going to click on cock egg. Despite... Okay, it's an egg with no yolk.
Oh,
Weird.
Yeah.
Do-
I was worried.
do cocks lay them?
No, it's they're laid by hens.
Oh, they're laid by hens, but they're
They are-
defects.
Yeah, they're usually very early on. They're sometimes called cock eggs, fairy eggs, fart eggs, dwarf eggs, and witch eggs.
fart eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what bum nuts are?
Bomb nuts?
Bum nuts.
Oh, bum nuts. As I glued my balls to my ass again. That.
The Australian term for eggs.
Oh, bum nuts.
Bum nuts. Okay. You are correct about the don't look at them.
Yeah.
Although I think it's don't let it look at you.
Well, I always assumed you were not supposed to make eye contact. I mean,
That's
I feel like
often
if
the
it
way.
looks at you, if you're not even looking at it, and it comes up and looks at you and you die, that's not fair.
It's not, but that's apparently what it does. And
Oh,
the
really?
weasel
It just
is
if
the-
it looks
the
at you
weasel
at
is
all?
apparently- The weasel's the only animal that's immune to the glance of a cockatrice.
The weasel.
Yeah, but if they hear a rooster crow, they will die immediately.
This is insane.
If you can get them to look into a mirror,
Good
that's
science.
that's very effective. I wonder if if you're wearing like a sack over your whole body, like can
Yeah.
it kill you?
That must be. That's where we find the cautionary tale. Make
Always wear a
sure,
bag.
yeah, never nude.
Yeah.
Keep your jeans on, and the basilisk. If the basilisk sees your genitals, you'll turn into stone.
Yeah. Not just your junk either.
Right.
Oh, it's Mithrandir got a case of the stone junk.
Mithrandir?
Mithrandir is the elven name for Gandalf. I just pulled it.
Oh, okay. I knew I had heard that word before.
Pretty far afield. I'm sorry, I've taken us far afield from Twin Peaks.
Do you watch the TV show where he falls out of the sky?
With Randir?
Yeah, is that what happens?
I've
Did
only
you-
ever watched the original Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Ralph Bakshi?
Oh, actually, I'm sure I watched the cartoon of The Hobbit when I was little.
They made
Ralph
and
Bobbitt?
what?
And Rings of Power. Yes, you're
Yes.
talking about Rings of Power. Yeah, I have not seen any of that.
I think he falls out of the sky. He appears, like some hobbits find him, and he's all like,
Huh.
I'm a weird old man from the cosmos, and I can talk to animals.
I'm a Maiar. I think he's a Maiar.
Yeah, what's the other kind of thing?
Well, there's Ainu, that's like the god analog, I think, if I remember the name correctly. And there's the Maiar, of which Sauron and Gandalf are, or is it?
Oh, no, I thought those two were different kinds of beings.
I'm pretty sure
Or,
Sauron.
no, wait, no,
and
wait.
It's Melkor.
Okay.
The Sauron predecessor, Melkor, is something else.
He's one of the things. That's the other thing.
He's one of the angels.
Yeah.
And then the Sauron and Gandalf are like sub-angels.
Yeah, I read some of that one
Silmarillion.
time. Yeah. It
Yeah,
was hard
I
to
read it-
read.
I
I
read
was
all
in
of
high
it.
school.
Yeah, I read it in high school, and it was I love that universe, but it was a slog.
Yeah, so Twin Peaks is cool.
Twin Peaks is super good. Excuse me.
It's hard to even say a lot about.
Bobby Briggs is so good.
Bobby Briggs is the main character.
Yeah, he has main character energy. He's got a fucking such a good heart, despite being a murderer.
Despite the time that he shot a guy in the head on cocaine in high school.
Yeah, you know, we all make mistakes in our youth.
Yeah.
One of the great tragedies of our time is that no one's allowed to grow.
Everything
that-
that you do in high school is statute of limitations on that shit is like 4 years past high school.
Yeah.
Once you're like, once you're 25, anything that you did in high
Before
school is
25.
off the. I'm being very facetious.
I understand.
I really
yeah.
don't think that that's the case. I feel like some people probably do some really terrible things in high school that they should probably go to jail for.
They get to have consequences.
Yes. I mean,
Bobby
really,
Briggs does not.
I think just
those consequences.
prophylactically, we should probably just throw all teenagers in jail until they're 25.
No developmental psychological side effects for that.
Yes.
Good solution.
It's better than having them on the street.
You know, but there was that time where we all sang to the people serving coffee. Teenagers did that, you know. Bobby Briggs is great.
Yeah.
Hawk is great. Chad is his name Chad?
His name is fucking Chad. Get out
Yeah.
of the fucking conference room, Chad.
And then
Stop
open a
eating free
window.
lunches. Yeah.
Open a window, Bobby. And then go stand by the window because you can't take the Chad smell.
Smelly Chad.
Oh, he's
Chad is awful.
He's awful.
He's not as bad as Richard Horn, but he's an awful character meant to be awful.
Richard Horn, the hippie lost in the woods.
No, Richard Horn is the man made out of blades in a wind tunnel.
Oh yeah,
That
the son of Audrey.
Jerry Horn has his foot
Yes.
is not his foot.
That's not.
When is a
not your
foot not
yeah.
a foot? That's a really good stunt that he does. That right before the cut when he like throws himself,
Yeah.
into a flip. Yeah, it's Ben and Jerry. I don't
Ben
think
and
it's
Jerry.
discussed enough the fact that the brothers are named Ben and Jerry.
Yeah, I'd never put that together.
I don't know how intentional it is, but it's very funny to me.
Yeah,
They were almost
Yep.
sort of the villains. They were definitely doing some criminal shit and prostitution
Yeah.
and illegal gambling and stuff, but like they weren't like really bad guys. They weren't even
Yeah.
involved in the cocaine trade, or were they?
they weren't They were antagonists,
Yeah.
not villains.
They weren't
Whereas,
killing people.
like, Leland Bob was a villain,
Yeah.
and I think you could safely say that Jacques was.
The whole Renault, yeah. The problem
Whole
was
Renault.
that Ben and Jerry were involved with the Renaults, who were definitely
Yeah.
villains.
Bobby Ledoux. Or is it Bobby Ledoux? Who's the Ledoux? That's a different show.
Ledoux.
Ledoux. It's True Detective.
Oh boy. Okay,
That's
yeah.
the swinging gas mask, tidy whities dude.
That's another thing. So my friend Steve,
Reggie Ledoux.
Reggie
Sorry,
Ledoux, right? So my
Reggie
friend
Ledoux.
Steve
Yeah.
watched Twin Peaks up until episode 8 and stopped watching it. And my brother Kevin one time told me he was watching True Detective, and he got to the episode where you see Reggie in his gas mask and the underwear, and then the credits roll. And Kevin says, "And I don't know what happened, and then I never watched any more of it." Right? It just hadn't grabbed me at that point, and I know the guy in the gas mask's underwear was like supposed to, but I just didn't watch any more of it.
You know, not all art resonates with all people.
I guess that's true.
That's I find that surprising, but there's lots of art that doesn't resonate with me. So
So obviously,
not finding Reggie Ledoux compelling seems like
that's
some
a tough
kind of
one.
superhero power.
That's a cool guy. At least to watch on the television.
Yeah,
That TV show is fucked up.
that's one of my favorite shows.
First season, incredibly good.
Yeah,
You seen all of it?
all of first season.
No. Have you seen all of True Detective?
Well, Kevin hasn't. I don't know. I mean, I stopped right before they went into Carcosa. No, I have seen all of it many times. I have also seen all of season 2 a couple of times, and I have not. And I saw season 3 once. I have not seen season 4.
Oh yeah, there's a season 4.
Yeah, I want to. Some people don't like it, but lots of people don't like things that I like, so I'm gonna give it a shot.
Some people don't like season 2.
Yeah, I like season 2. I think if you want season 1 again, then you're not happy that season 2 isn't that, and I totally get that. But I just thought it was its own thing. I thought it was great. Season 3 tried to be season 1.
Yes.
Very hard. It did an okay job at being season 1 again, and not quite as good.
I think I think I probably saw season 3 one time.
Mm-hmm.
And my biggest take was, this is because people didn't like season 2.
Yeah, that was my take as well. I'd love to watch it again and see, because it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it was in the before times. Everything in the before times was a long time ago.
I definitely had a feeling like they were not going to make any more of it until they made season 4.
Yeah.
Some of
Which
the
has
dudes...
Jodie Foster in it, and she's a badass. So
Yeah? She,
it's one of the leads.
About True Detective.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Season 3. Was that 3 or was it 4?
She's
3 was-
4. Jodie
she's
Foster's
4.
in season 4.
Okay. Yeah, I saw 4. Not bad.
Oh,
Nice.
awesome.
Oh, cool.
I
Yeah.
skipped 2 and 3.
I would, if you got
Yeah,
nothing to
you
do,
like
I
it?
would say check them out. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool shit in 2 that is it's a totally different pulp. Like season 1 is Lovecraftian detective noir, modern-ish. Season 2 is like Eyes Wide Shut. It's like not Lovecraftian. It's like
It's
it's
like
more
secret societies
more like Arthur Machen
or
than
who?
Lovecraft.
Oh.
Arthur Machen.
I
was
assume
like a-
they all involve personal trauma.
Yes.
I would say so. Yeah. I also
That's
seem to
the
recall.
common thread.
I seem to recall the second season having a lot to do with like municipal planning. It's about like the people
Yeah.
running society and making decisions and
Vince.
yeah, The
Vince
guy from,
Vaughn.
probably the guy from Swingers.
Yeah, Vince Vaughn is in that. He's really good in that. It's not not comedic, and he does a great job with it.
Yeah, it's more about like humans running society or running the world, or like in it's I don't think even secret society is the correct term.
Well,
But it's
like
more about human shit than cosmic shit.
yeah, and like the systems of civil society that like squeeze people like a toothpaste tube.
Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, I'm sorry that I'm half asleep tonight.
No worries. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah,
This
thank you
effort.
guys for being here. But yeah, that real episode 8 really is. It's almost like it's a little bit like the movie in the sense that I don't even know what to say, or if I even say anything, if it would matter.
Right. I mean, it's. I think you do need to experience it
Yeah,
to really get a sense of it and to appreciate it.
Steve, if you hear this, and actually also Kevin, you guys are both dorks.
Talking about Twin Peaks episode 8, season 3 is like dancing about architecture.
Yeah, right.
It's like I don't remember where that's from, but I stole the second half of that. But yeah, you can't. I guess you could dance about architecture.
Yeah, and you could talk about Twin Peaks: The Return season 8 episode.
Yeah. All right. And with that.
Yeah, all right, and that is what we had to say about Twin Peaks: The Return, episodes 8 and 9. And it's me again. I'm here back in this lovely June morning I was describing earlier. I've got the cats in now. The windows are closed. The air conditioner is not running, which is good because that means the temperature has evened out. I got it at 68, which is actually a little cool. But it's very nice. Everything is, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. It's hot outside. I'm going to water the plants. I got to go out and buy cat food and a few other things, which is great to be able to do. I guess, yeah, hey, why not? Why not just say a thank you to anyone listening to this that, I'm not, this podcast is not monetized in any way. And, but, if you support me in any kind of way, if you're here because you also buy soap from me or support me on Twitch or anything, yeah, any of my stupid bullshit, thank you so much. Because, like, yeah, I don't want to, count chickens or anything, but things are starting to kind of work. Things are starting to be a little okay around here. So thanks, everyone, for being here. And yeah, I said I was going to do this at the end, but I've got my notes in front of me. So this is what is upcoming on this season. We're going to finish Twin Peaks: The Return. We will talk about The Stand right now. Coming up maybe next week, we'll see. Might be our coverage of David Lynch's Dune. I don't know if he wants me to say that. I don't know if he wants his name on or associated with that movie. But the 1984 Dune, Late Night with the Devil. We're going to talk about Yellow Jackets with Michelle. And I do want to end this season with as many people, a roundtable of a discussion about Synecdoche, New York. So, and also maybe Lost Highway and maybe Renfield. That's for season 2 of Maybe We'll Talk, which is what you're listening to. We're not really wrapping up. That's like going to be the final third of what we're doing here. So I don't even know when What's Next is going to happen. What's Next is going to be called something else, but the topics that we have that I think are, and some of these topics may end up in between these two things. But whatever happens next and whatever ends up being called, we're going to have an Ubisoft episode. We're going to talk about Nightmare on Friday Street, Friday the 13th, parts 6, 7, and 8. The Blob 1988 was brought up, which is an excellent movie, which I love. And we might do another episode about blobs. I think there is a whole ass Thought That Was Weird episode about blobs, which, by the way, Thought That Was Weird is also coming back. We're doing so much. I am running around this summer. This is like, all of the stuff I'm talking about now isn't even part of, like, any of the real stuff. Which is, I'm also very busy because I'm driving around to a lot of different craft fairs and farmers markets and selling soap to people. I'm pretty pleased with myself and my little soap company. I make soap like Tyler Durden in the kitchen out of lye and animal fat. No, my products are vegan. There's no animal fat involved. It's vegetable oils. I don't know why that came out of my mouth. I was thinking about, Tyler Durden and the liposuction fat, and I guess I didn't want to say human fat because that's not what we're doing. I promise. Should I leave this in? So blobs. Yeah. That's one of them. Maybe I'll dig out that Thought That Was Weird episode at some point. I should, but that is coming back, and I've been obviously going through old stuff. If you watch my Twitch channel or turn it on ever, I play a lot of the old podcasts and other shows that I've done throughout the years now. But yeah, Thought That Was Weird is gonna be weird. I gotta go out. I'm supposed to go out and shoot some footage on Saturday. Anyway, Transformers 1984, and maybe Transformers media in general, and maybe even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in comparison to Transformers. Maybe just 1984. Maybe an episode about the Dunwich Horror, which I also kind of want to look at, old, maybe not super classic horror movies, maybe from the 60s and 70s. That might be a topic that the Dunwich Horror ends up getting involved in. Maybe we'll eventually talk about Vampire the Masquerade version 5, and maybe V5 Chicago by Night, maybe other changes maybe we will talk about V5. And maybe we'll even talk about True Detective. Maybe we'll get people to watch season 3, or we'll rewatch season 3 and show it to Weebs, and maybe he'll rewatch 4 while we watch it the first time. Who knows? But so that's like the rest of this season, and what I got kind of on the short list of what I'm interested in doing next season. We'll see how that changes. Also, you may know that I do a podcast called The Least Ready Room with my friend Chris, and also Saint is usually there, and Weebs is usually there, and sometimes all the other people that talk to me here are also there. Some of them, we just started one called Maybe We'll Fire and Blood, where it's just going to be me and Saint's raw reaction on Sunday nights to House of the Dragon, which is not called Fire and Blood. And yeah, we might do some quick little podcast. I might do more quick little podcasts like that. Maybe about Yellow Jackets, maybe about Batman from the 60s. Boy, is that all the plans? That's all the plans. Okay, so that's everything that's coming up. So, yeah, boy, I just said a lot of things. I always have that feeling like, wow, I didn't mean to say all the things I said. Welcome to Maybe We'll Talk. Thank you for listening to all the things I said. Let's talk to Pete about The Stand.
Yeah. Not pronounce that.
I was thinking about something.
That's fake. What's up? How we doing? What we doing? Got about 45 minutes to do something.
Okay. I came back after doing my errands and I got pretty high. So maybe we'll follow up depending on what we end up talking about.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? What do you have there?
I have a Nintendo battery.
Oh, cool. Yes, I've been playing my Nintendo Switch. I'm going to order Assassin's Creed 3. Did you describe The Stand to me as your favorite Stephen King book?
I may have said that once. It is my second favorite Stephen King book.
After The Shining?
After The Shining.
The Shining.
Or maybe third. I really like Dr. Sleep.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Both
the movie and the book. I might be the only person.
You might be. You're the only person that's ever said that to me.
Yeah, I really enjoy how the movie was made. I enjoy have too much up here. Yeah, Doctor Sleep and The Shining are amazing, and then how those then permeate out into everything else Stephen King.
Yeah. Well,
Like
they're
how that's-
doing.
What's that?
I'm almost sad that the connected universe thing is like, the new mainstream thing to do, because
Yeah,
Stephen King
I
stuff has been
understand.
that way forever, and yeah.
Well, I think he's just jumping on the bandwagon, saying, "Well, The Shining is actually what these psychic breakers are using, and this is the like." I think he's just had these ideas, and now he's like, "I can just slightly change it without it seeming like I did."
Do you know what Wind in the Keyhole is?
Yes, I do.
Have you read it?
I have.
I've not read it, but I have a copy of it right here.
I don't have. That's the only Dark Tower book I don't have a copy of. And also, so I'm currently. I wish my camera turned without me moving my whole computer. I'm currently cleaning my bookshelves that are over here.
How's that
You've
going?
seen that.
I've seen them.
They were-
I've seen them pre-cleaned before
Yeah.
the cleaning
So-
has occurred.
Yeah, so I was going through my books, and I am missing currently the Gunslinger book and Casino Royale. I have the whole rest of both of those series. I'm missing the first one of both of those.
I got your copies of 127 Hours
You can keep that.
and Into Thin Air.
I like
I-
that one, but you can keep that one. too.
I don't have
Come on.
either of the ones you mentioned by Stephen King.
I got you. Do you want to borrow The Kid Who Climbed Everest?
Sure. Did a kid climb Everest?
Yeah, it was Bear Grylls.
How old was he?
Like 20?
Yeah,
19?
that's a kid.
He was in the army, and he broke his back, and then he climbed Everest.
Place is covered in trash.
Yeah, trash people.
This is why I meant. All right, so Wind in the Keyhole.
Yeah.
I think this is so funny because, I mean, we can. At some point, maybe we'll talk about the Dark Tower movie and maybe also Doctor Sleep, because I think the Dark Tower.
Watch the Dark Tower movie live and critique it as it happens.
Yeah. Okay. I have it. I have a copy of it. So that's
yeah. I reluctantly bought it because I like it so much.
But so you're familiar with Wind Through the Keyhole. To anyone listening, this book is the 7.5. It's a side story that takes place within the 7 novels that make up the Dark Tower. So it was written after the end of the Dark Tower. It's a missing piece basically, and what
It's filling in while there's a storm.
what it says on this paperback book is this: Wind Through the Keyhole, a major motion picture starring Idris Elba and Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah. None of that happens in there.
Completely false. Could not be more false. That movie is not called A Wind Through the Keyhole. First of all, the words Dark Tower don't appear on this cover at all.
It's right there in the center.
Oh, never mind. I can only see the white when I'm looking at the green screen.
I love that moment that just happened there, so thank you for that.
Do you know about the kid that wrote a novel at 4 years old?
No.
Have you ever seen a movie called Synecdoche, New York?
No?
That's one that we're gonna watch. I want to interview everyone I know about. It was the most Evangelion thing I've seen so far. I think it was deranged, an absolutely deranged film.
You know construction nonsense, right?
Yeah, a little bit framing.
Okay. Oh, because I'm looking to figure out how to measure this.
Ooh, well,
I
you
have
would.
this,
Okay.
but do I measure that?
Oh,
Or do I measure that?
I don't know. Yeah,
You know what? I'm going to go on the Amazon and I'm going to figure out what they sell and then go from there.
sure.
Either way, now that I have this piece here that I know I can connect to a garden hose, I should be all set.
That was the key
But to answer
piece.
your original question, yes, The Stand is one of my favorite Stephen King books.
You know who Mike Flanagan is?
Is that the priest in the Vampire Town?
No, but that's a good. It's that guy's name is something like that. Mike Flanagan directed Doctor Sleep, and
Yeah, okay then.
and he directed Gerald's Game on Netflix. Have you seen that?
I like that a lot.
Yeah. So that's
That
the
was
same
fun.
director. Those two movies.
Degloving.
What an awful. Like, it's honestly what actually happens is pretty bad. But that term, hearing people say that, is very upsetting.
Yes.
So he wrote a book called The Stand, which is definitely about America.
Ugh. Wait, what?
The Stand.
Like another book called The Stand?
No, the book. Well, there's two versions of it, but I'm talking about The Stand. I'm not talking about Mike Flanagan. I'm talking about Steve. I don't know if that was.
okay.
I don't know. I just thought I would mention that Mike Flanagan and he also might be directing a Dark Tower TV show, maybe something that I don't have the news about.
So I hope they come back and they fix it a little bit.
I just like, but it's because there were so many versions of that script and so many plans they announced and so many different things that might have happened and so many revisions. The fact that we ended up with the Dark Tower movie that got made, it really makes me feel like this is the worst of all possibilities. This whole universe, this whole timeline that we're in. It was
I
like,
understand. I'm right there with you.
and I know that like, and you can say like, but there's the thing about the Horn of Eld and like he's on another loop and so maybe it's a different
I
story.
mean, that's
and
how
we
I
can-
justify
we can-
myself.
But it's like, but you still could have made a good movie. Like,
I don't know.
It didn't
What they
have
tried to
to.
do is they tried to cram 5 of the books
Yeah,
into one movie.
and like,
And then
just,
they made it less than 2 hours.
and nothing in this book is in that movie.
One thing is.
Oh,
2 things.
Roland and the kid.
Yeah.
So, okay, fine, maybe. Weird though. So I listened to the unabridged version, and I feel like I probably read the abridged version in high school. I probably read the original version because I feel like it was. I feel like
Got
this one
this.
was different.
Got this one.
Okay, that's the original, right, from the 70s?
This is. Oh, that's a good question.
Because one of the major differences is that one of them takes place in like the 70s and one of them takes place in the 90s. Like he completely changed the time frame of the story. Among some other
This one
things.
is
I think Harold eats a different type of candy bar.
January 19th. So it's copywritten in 78, and this is printed in 1980.
Okay, yep. So
And then this one is the one that I saw all around my house.
yeah, oh
With
yeah,
those two-
that is the classic cover. That's the unabridged. Yeah, so I think when I
This
was
is
in high school.
1990. Yeah.
Yep. When I was in high school, I read I think my library had the abridged version, the shorter version from the 70s.
Either way, there's one copy I have. One of these 2 books has a great illustration of Flag on the Island.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that copy.
Well, I didn't. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder if he goes. I think he goes to the island in both versions. I'm not super positive about all the things that are
One
changed.
copy does not have it.
Oh, one version does not have him going to the island.
Oh, here it is. He stood on the. Oh, there it is, right there. It's just stuck together with some kind of coffee.
With some kind of coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the coffee I was referring to.
Yes, I see.
Like
Cool.
that's pretty.
I love
So I
that.
like this.
I love it when Stephen King books are illustrated.
Do you want the other copy that I have?
Sure.
I mean, if you don't have one, I'll.
I don't have
I've
a
got
copy
one
of The Stand. I want to maybe just clean up these bookshelves or build more because I have a lot of books that I feel like I would like to have on display. Or maybe I need to build a little library.
I've also got the book that was Stephen King's inspiration for The Dark Tower.
Child Roland to the Dark Tower came.
Yeah, it's in the book called Book of Lost Things.
Ooh, who's the author? Browning?
Oh, I'm gonna look it up.
Something-
I can see it right now.
Something Browning. The Book of Lost Things. That's rad as fuck. I think I can recite. Let's see.
There it is.
Oh, John Connolly. Or is that a collection of other? That's not who I thought the poem. I thought the
Child Roland to the Dark Tower came.
All right, let's see how let's see here. Let's see. I used to be able to recite the end of Child Roll Into the Dark Tower Came. It's like ranged along the hillsides, met to see the last of me, a living frame for one more picture. I saw and knew them all, and yet, dauntless the slughorn to my lips I set, and blue Child Roland to the Dark Tower Came.
Close.
Close.
A couple lines.
I knew it. I knew I wasn't gonna get it right, but that's what I was flipping over in my head. Just for the record, the end of Child Roland to the Dark Tower Came by Robert Browning reads as such. And I did have this memorized at one point. Maybe again. Maybe we'll go through. I have a bunch of little. Anyway, this is. There they stood, ranged along the hillsides, met to view the last of me, a living frame for one more picture. In a sheet of flame I saw them and knew them all, and yet, dauntless the slughorn to my lips I set, and blue Child Roland to the Dark Tower Came.
You did.
I did now. So The Stand. Was written in the 70s and revisited in the 90s, and the book takes, both versions of the book take place in those different times, which probably were different. It's funny that I look back and I feel like the 70s and the 90s were probably pretty comparable compared to the goddamn 2020s.
Yeah.
But this book is a lot about ideology. Maybe I'll start with one of these quotes at the bottom because it's about Flag. And I think Flag becomes, a character in the Stephen King universe. But I feel like calling him Flag in this book and making him like the embodiment of ideology is probably pretty intentional. Yeah, this is the quote it's two quotes from two parts in the books of how he's described. A tall man of no age in faded pegged jeans and a denim jacket. His pockets were stuffed with 50 different kinds of conflicting literature. Pamphlets for all seasons, rhetoric for all reasons. He was a clot rhetoric. He was a clot looking for a place to happen, a splinter of bone hunting a soft organ to puncture, a lonely lunatic cell looking for a mate. They would set up housekeeping and raise themselves a cozy little malignant tumor. Obviously, I love Stephen King, and that's very well written, but I think, this man named Flag impregnates a woman named Cross in the United States of America while society is collapsing.
Son, I've never made that connection before.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's intentional, but it
definitely is.
Yeah, the church becoming filled with ideology and becoming potentially poisonous the way that Flag is.
So I've always just thought of Flag as based on what was in his pockets from that, because that was one of the first things I remember from the description. He's just the generic antagonist.
Yes.
He is everything I love about being a person.
You like influencing people through ideology that you do not necessarily believe in? I mean, that's
100%.
That's a strategy, right? Yeah.
I mean, as you said it became obvious.
I think he really represents the idea of a flag as an excuse not to think, as in, like, this is what I believe in. And as a villain, like, he'll believe in anything that the person he wants to manipulate believes in. He has rhetoric for anything he needs. He's going to be much like, you know, any type of political or, you know, whatever kind of demagogue, like someone who tries to control the masses through emotion. Like he just, he has got whoever he wants to manipulate, whatever they're buying, Randall Flagg is selling.
Yeah.
And it's easy to get behind him for that reason. It's interesting to me that they change kind of what Las Vegas is like in the new adaptation, because in the old one, there are not parties or really people fighting each other to death. In the book, Las Vegas is very ordered, and it's almost like a police state. There's a scene that people point out where someone, I think he's caught cooking crack and is executed for it. Like, in the TV show, those people are definitely smoking crack. The recent
you can see, is it Harold?
It's not Harold. It's Lloyd.
Lloyd?
Yeah.
Lloyd,
is he snorting?
definitely.
Yeah.
No, he's got a crack pipe.
Oh wow.
Or a meth pipe, whatever you want to say. He's freebasing something.
So and it's almost easier in that new adaptation to make it just lawlessness is what he represents. Just bad lawlessness, you know? But it's more interesting if he represents fascistic order, you know, a police state.
About the same.
Right. Well, ultimately, it's the same for the civilians living there if they're not free. I also thought Trash Can Man might be interesting. I don't think that that's any kind of intentional symbolism, but if you're going to try to attract everyone like that, you're going to attract a few trash men, a few trash people that may end up fucking your whole thing up.
I like that. I like the two people they picked for that. It was Max Headroom and The Flash.
Yes, it was. Yes. Max Headroom, that actor, who, let's see, I can probably tell you the name of the actor. Matt Frewer was, other than Max Headroom, known for Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but he is in several of the 90s-ish Stephen King adaptations.
Who is... So in my mind, I know it's not the same person, but in my mind, he's Cabin Boy.
Oh, that is Chris Elliott, who's not in any of the Stand movies. I don't
But
think.
he is the guy from Schitt's Creek.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
But in my mind, they're the same person. They're written in the same font in my head.
Almost a similar, I don't know if I want to say acting style, but the way that they kind of portray someone who doesn't quite know what's going on is similar.
Yeah.
Chris Elliott and Matt Frewer. Yeah.
Same face shape. They're both shaped like an almond.
So like I told you yesterday, I read this one time in high school. I listened to it recently, and one of the reasons I wanted to go into the book again, because I've seen both the TV shows, one of the reasons I wanted to look at the book again is that I wanted to see if I still didn't like it. I really didn't like the ending in high school. I like it a lot better now, but I feel like overall, this thing is paced like a piece of shit.
Well, yeah. That's Stephen King writing on cocaine for you, though. You can't really judge that.
Yeah.
He ran out, so he blathered for a while, and then he got more, and it picked up, and then he ran out. And it's Maine. You don't have a steady supply of cocaine up there, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like he had a lot of it for a long time.
He threw off the average intake of it in that state.
Yeah. The average intake of cocaine in Maine spiked during the 70s just because he was getting it imported. That's not canon.
It might be.
It might be.
I'll say it is. I'll go on the record.
A big part of the problem with the pacing is the middle section when they get to Boulder, and it just goes on for a long time in the book.
seemed to go on for a long time in the most recent miniseries too.
In fact, it's most of the miniseries flashback. The miniseries starts in Boulder and flashes back to what happened. I don't know if King specifically says that basically the story is over when they get to Boulder, but like it could be. Other than the fact that they're having dreams about a man, like when it gets to Boulder, that's it. They don't even really have a reason to confront this guy. So the story that King says is that they get to Boulder and he's just writing about them rebuilding civilization. There's pages and pages about them trying to turn on the power plant and like all the various things that go wrong and talking about society, but nothing is happening during that middle part of the book, which is so long. And so King, so as you know, and here's some spoilers, there is a terrorist bombing that occurs, which is one of the reasons, which really to me doesn't even really seem like, well, now we need to go to Las Vegas to get killed. It really doesn't make sense, but Stephen King tells the story where he's got all these characters, they're in Boulder, he's rebuilding society, and he was like, well, nothing's happening. What am I going to do? I guess I got to blow half of them up. And so that's why the terrorist act is basically an act of Stephen King saying this story's doing nothing, which...
We need to push it along because the apocalypse is going to be peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's paced. The pace, it doesn't feel like a novel. It definitely doesn't feel like 3 acts. It doesn't feel like one story, which is, I think a lot of his work is sort of veiled anthology. He's got a lot of books that are really a collection of 4 or 5 different stories that happen to people who know each other. Yeah. And this is the king of that. There's no cohesion in this book. I love this book. I love his work, but I think this one is just a fucking mess. The biggest mess of all the books by him I've read, which include most of his early work.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about the characters and the versions of them, but I mean, do you pretty much agree about the story, or do you find that you can just kind of sink into it and it doesn't matter how it's paced?
Yeah, it's not. It is enjoyable to me. It is not memorable, I'll say.
Okay, yeah.
The media version of it. The movie versions and what they add to it make it better for me, I will say.
Sure.
And the interpretations of the character. But it's a story.
Yeah.
It's not breathtaking. It's a fun piece of the Dark Tower.
I should maybe say that what is significant and is memorable and is important in this book are the characters and their individual arcs. If there's not...
That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is. Because if there's really not a whole story...
But that's all that Dr. Sleep is. That's all that The Shining is, really.
Okay, yeah.
Dr. Sleep, nothing really happened. Like, from the beginning to the end, within the circle of characters of both of those... Okay. Nothing really changes. Like, you kill some bad guys, but no one really knew they were around.
Yep.
You saved one kid, but like in the end, what's the point?
Yeah, the point is that it's Danny Torrance, and we get to see him again.
Yeah, that's it. You get to see his redemption.
Another difference in the new one is that in one of the very first scenes, Randall Flagg like sticks his foot in the doorway at the government facility, which allows Captain Trips to escape.
Oh, is that what happened in the new one?
In the new version, and that's, people pointed that out because in the books, it almost seems like he's not even sure. It's mentioned that he's not sure when he was born or if he was born or when he came into being, but he's just a man or an entity that is just always in the right place at the wrong time and shows up with this, this energy of a willingness to just follow a leader, any leader, Okay. He's a figure that's just like in the very end at the island, how he shows up and he's like, hello, I'm going to bring you civilization, and that's
vacuum. Here I am.
And that's threatening. Yeah. He shows up in a power vacuum.
He's an opportunist.
So, yeah. So for anyone listening that doesn't know, what the story that I have claimed does not exist is that a disease called Captain Trips escapes from a government facility where they are engineering a weaponized virus, and it happens quite by stupid accident in the book. Some blast door that's supposed to slide shut within a split second does not, for unknown reasons, because Stephen King really likes it when shit just happens. If you have a virulent disease that could wipe out America lying around, it's going to get out. Almost in the same kind of way that if you are preaching ideologies like this, you're going to attract a trash can man. There's always Stephen King. It's just evil eventually. He likes to talk about how it defeats itself, but it's almost like, I mean, that is, yeah, you leave this shit lying around and what do you expect to happen? Well, let me ask first what you think about Stuart Redman.
So in the two shows,
Yeah.
I liked who they picked to play him.
Yeah. Well, I love
They were
James
great.
Marsden.
Yeah, he was just a non-superpowered Cyclops there,
He is the
doing what is right. And what's that?
He's the super duper. He's the protagonist, like full on.
He's the
good guy.
lawful good character. He's
Exactly, yeah.
the epitome of good.
Did you say something? What were you saying about Gary Sinise? That you didn't like Gary Sinise? You said I wasn't sure what you were talking about. You said he like built a town and then yelled at everyone. Unless that was what happened in the book you were talking about.
In real life, he builds houses for disabled veterans and then like yells at other people about it when they don't respect him.
It's like, yeah, if someone says something nasty to him, he says, "Well, I build houses for disabled veterans, so you can fuck off."
Yeah, I don't
That
think
kind
it's
of
that
thing?
blunt. Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much. Like, that's my take.
I'm glad he's building houses for disabled veterans, but that is the
always
kind
one.
of thing that people congratulate themselves about quite a bit.
All that CSI Miami money, or wherever he was CSIing.
Yeah, was he on that for like years? Is that what he's
Which-
rich for now?
What was he on? It wasn't CSI, was it?
I think so. And I think it was in Florida if it wasn't CSI Miami.
Just type the word Gary into there because I can't spell Sinise.
Yeah,
There
it's,
he's the-
it's spelled SNEA. Sneeze.
He's the sixth Gary to come up, too.
Gary Busey, Gary Oldman. Who the fuck is Gary Brecka?
I have Gary
Yeah.
Sturgis and Gary Owens and Gary Gutzman.
Gary Sinise,
And-
CSI. Gary Sinise, CSI Wiki.
Is he on the CSI?
It says,
Criminal Minds? One episode.
Criminal Minds.
Yeah, he was on CSI for one episode.
Oh, so that's not the show he was on.
He was in New York. He was on it for 197 episodes.
CSI New York.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
like-
Apollo 13.
Oh, I've never seen that.
Oh, yeah.
Other than The Stand, which probably was before Forrest Gump. I know him from Forrest Gump, Lieutenant Dan.
Forrest Gump is, I just saw it here. When was that? 94. Yeah, it's got to be before that.
The Stand mini-series. I'm looking at Google and there's a picture of him and Molly Ringwald and then it says 2020 next to it. 1994. It came out the same year as Forrest Gump.
Molly Ringworm.
Yeah, so then we have Franny Goldsmith, played by Molly Ringwald and Odessa Young. Everyone in the 90s show was way more famous and the characters were depicted as much older. The characters are all very young in the new one.
I don't know if that's true.
About
I think we are older.
Odessa Young, who plays Franny Goldsmith in the 2020 version, looks like she's gotta be 19. James Marsden, that's an adult man.
Yeah, that's true.
When you
55.
compare, and we'll get to Lloyd.
So if it was out in 94, right?
Yeah.
Gary Sinise was 39 years old.
That's got to be what James Marsden has got to be 50.
James
So,
Marsden. This came out in 2020.
yeah,
He was born in
54.
No, not. He was 54.
No, he was born in 54 is my opinion. No, that would make him 70. That's not what I meant.
Yeah, 73.
He was born in 73. I wanted to say 74. Okay. So he was older than Sneeze. at the
Older than
time.
Gary Sinise was. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So wait, then how? I want to do some quick comparisons here because this is a neat little
It
game.
is. I'll tell you which characters I'm thinking of mainly are Lloyd and... Because Lloyd is played by a very young man, and Miguel Ferrer in the 90s, who... Maybe in the 90s, I just looked at Miguel Ferrer and was like, well, that's an adult. That's an old man.
Miguel Ferrer was the same age as Gary Sinise, 39.
Okay, but that's much older than Nat Wolff, who plays Lloyd Henry in the 2020 version. The other one is
maybe.
Glenn Bateman, who is played in the 90s by Ray Walston, who is that guy on Star Trek who's like the groundskeeper. Not Bigglesby, not Bartleby. Do you know the groundskeeper at Star Trek Academy?
No.
It's the guy who
Hold
played
on.
Glenn Bateman in the 90s. I'll let you do your math, sorry.
94 to 2000. So he was 26. Lloyd was 26 in this show. Yeah. So he's not that far off. He's only, that's 13 years. That's a lot. But yes, you are correct.
Miguel Ferrer, I'm very into his career because he's on Twin Peaks, and he's also great in RoboCop. A lot of Twin Peaks actors were in RoboCop, which is interesting, like 3 of them, maybe more.
I love RoboCops.
I like that. I like it when he shoots all those men right in their dicks.
All right. What's next?
We got Mother Abigail, played by Ruby Dee in the 90s, who
Very old.
I'm not very old, not familiar with her career at all, but in the 2020s, played by Whoopi Goldberg, also from Star Trek. In fact, both of these had all-star casts.
Yes, I agree.
Both of them had casts of people that were either, about to have really impressive careers.
Well, or people who take dumps on other people's beds.
We're about to get to Nadine Cross. I'm not sure if it's Laura Shawn Giacomo in the original, but she was in a few sitcoms and TV shows around that time. And
Who was in there? Why don't I remember her character?
who? Nadine Cross?
Yes.
She is the character who is impregnated by Randall Flagg, and then something I still don't think works in the 90s and in the books is that...
Oh, Franny Goldsmith was Odessa Young.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, I got you now. Go on. So
Okay.
it doesn't work.
Is that there's this whole thing about how Nadine Cross has been chosen maybe from birth to be the bride of Randall Flagg or some dark force. Like she gets on the Ouija board and she gets all half possessed and scared, and she knows that she knows even before Captain Trips that she cannot have sex because she has been promised to this dark creature that will someday arrive.
Susie Deadwood.
And as soon as she gets impregnated by him, it's a little different in each of the versions, but she more or less either kills herself or taunts Flagg enough to get him to throw her out a window. So, like, it's almost... It doesn't seem... In a way, it's kind of the, like, evil's going to destroy itself. He can't keep track of everything. Things are going to slip through the cracks and whatever. And so that's fine. But I just think that, like, you got this character that's built up for her whole life to be the mother of the son of the Antichrist.
I always took that as his focus was to make sure that she was going to be pure or be saved for him so that she could have the Antichrist or whatever the next coming deity is, or the next incarnation.
Right.
Likely it would have just been the next body for Flagg to inhabit, is my
Sure.
take on at it. And then as soon as she is pregnant with him, with the child, Flag turns his attention to other things and his powers wane on her.
Right, yeah.
That's how I take it. Like, his spell is not there because he doesn't think he needs it anymore.
And it's definitely towards the part of the book where he's slipping up, where things are unraveling in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
So it works and it doesn't. I mean, especially in the 90s, there were so many things when I read this book in the 90s that, like, I didn't know that King had been on cocaine the whole time, but, like, I could tell that something was going on, that these scenes weren't really strung together in a traditional way. Because he just sort of, you know, I can totally picture him getting to that point where he's built up this whole thing about how her whole life is supposed to be for this, and then, you know, he's just like, he just has to keep writing. Something has to keep happening, and he's like, well, they're in a high rise, she's yelling at him, she wants him to throw her out the window because that's dramatic, and it works in its way. The whole thing about this story is I'm going to talk about how I think it's because I didn't like it in high school. There's a certain place we keep in our hearts for things that we liked or did not like in high school, right? So in the book, before Larry meets Nadine Cross, when he's leaving New York, he hangs out with a lady named Rita Blakemore.
Yep.
In the 90s, they just keep Nadine. Mm-hmm. We got no Rita Blakemore. We get Rita Blakemore, played by Heather Graham, who is also a Twin Peaks actress. Hooray. In the 2020s. There's another major change is there's a scene where I don't know if they have to go through the Lincoln Tunnel and get separated, Rita and Larry. But they change it into this weird little scene where he, like, goes through the sewers for a couple blocks. And people really did not like the change. I think the Lincoln Tunnels scene in the book is probably, you know, really well known and considered really scary. And they didn't like that it was reduced to them getting separated and him going through the sewers.
Yeah. I didn't mind.
I didn't mind either. In fact, I didn't mind a lot of the new show, the things that people complained about changes.
I was just trying to imagine the smell in New York.
Oh my God. Imagine if everyone died a week ago and you were in New York City.
In the summer?
It smells bad enough with living people being there.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
that place with people with nowhere to go, like, you know, buildings full of apartments full of corpses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is some...
Get used to it?
Sorry?
You think you get used to it after a few days?
No.
I think you level out.
I think you would go, like, nose blind and you might not notice it, but for me, the thought of being in this necropolis just filled with bodies.
So gross. I love it.
Just decomposing everywhere. What do you think about the horrible black neck special effects of the swollen throats in the new one?
So there's a gentleman back in the early 2000s. I was up in Buffalo doing some repairs on some of the houses my grandfather rented out to people.
Okay.
And one of them was a Russian immigrant.
Okay.
And he had a goiter like that.
Ooh.
And as soon as I saw it, I'm like, that is some core memories flashing back that I repressed right there.
Oh, as soon as you saw it on TV?
As soon as I saw it, I'm like, yep, that's good. I get it. I know what's going on here.
It's gory and scary. There's two levels of horror in this, if I were to really overgeneralize, because there's the scary nightmares and the threat of Flag, which I really don't think ever materializes. Because by the time they're going to confront him, his whole reign is already collapsing.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, but the real horror, and I think probably what is probably more intentional and what King is more interested in, is the horror of the disease and of Captain Trips and the end of America. And all of those bodies and all of those swollen necks and all of the horrible things. I think it's a pretty good move to pace the 2020 show the way they do, where it starts in Boulder and then you see everyone's flashback to the horrors that they saw and the piles of bodies. But that, yeah, it's really scary. Having to walk through the Lincoln Tunnel packed with cars full of corpses, and you don't know if some people are half alive. You don't know if you're in the beginning part of this story, our main characters, none of them know whether they are capable of being infected or not. Everyone is dropping dead and you haven't gotten sick yet.
I remember 2020.
How amazing was it that they put this show out in 2020?
Just bold move right there.
Really, really smart.
Like, and not even that long into the pandemic. It was like 2 weeks. It was right when like things weren't opening back up, if I recall correctly.
It was like right when first lockdown was going on.
It was perfect viral marketing. Pun intended.
So we got Larry Underwood, the musician, played by Adam Stork, and in the 2020 version, Jovan Adepo.
I preferred the 2020 version.
Yeah, I think they're both. I think the 2020 version looks more at him as a character because Larry Underwood is the redemption character. Like, he starts out as a shithead. He's got this memory that echoes in his head of the time that a woman like chased him out of apartment screaming at him, telling him that he's not a nice guy and stuff and the people that his mother dies, Rita Blakemore dies of suicide, I believe. Although it might be kind of vague. It might be that it seems like an overdose and he's not sure if it was intentional. But
okay,
he's got a lot of baggage and he feels like he's let a lot of people down. And there's also, even in the 2020 show, it slightly infers that he got famous by stealing the song that made him famous. And that all happened right before the end. So he got away with it. But what did he get for it? And one of the more interesting characters, and I don't know. I don't think either of the TV versions made a huge impression on me. I think they both came out more as just another good guy than the complexity that's in the book.
In my mind, in the older version, him and Gary Sinise were very easily interchanged.
Yeah, that's almost exactly what I'm saying. Like, those two characters in the first version were basically the good guys.
Yeah.
And that's what Stu Redman, Gary Sinise, is. Very, I don't want to say a one-dimensional character, but he's a cowboy. He's a straight-laced cowboy who wants to do good. I think the actor that played Harold Laudner in the 2020 version is incredible. I think it's really interesting that that's the character we start the show with. Because that's the character that travels with Franny, that like has a crush on her, and who ends up doing the terrorism.
Oh yeah. That guy was. Who was he in the old one?
Corin Nemec, aka Parker Lewis Can't Lose.
Yes.
You remember Parker Lewis Can't Lose?
Yep.
It was sort of like, who's that guy that took that famous day off? Ferris?
Yeah.
Ferris Bueller.
Yes.
It was the show was kind of like that, yeah. Like,
I remember. That show was great.
Parker Lewis?
Yeah. It was, I think they were, the Parker Lewis Can't Lose was supposed to be the original Ferris Bueller TV show.
Okay. Like
I think that's like how Columbiana is the sequel to The Professional.
Right.
But they didn't get the rights to it because Luke Besson is a dick.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. He didn't want to give up Natalie Portman's character for a sequel that he wasn't doing.
Okay.
So Columbiana is the sequel, but then they just moved it to South America.
Yeah, that makes, I mean, I've heard most of that before. I didn't know it was because of Luke Besson, but that makes sense.
Yeah. Like something about one of his many divorces.
Oh yeah, he divorced that lady with the blue tentacles that sings in The Fifth Element so that he could marry Mila Jovovich, and then she divorced him to marry the guy that made Mortal Kombat. Is that Paul W.S. Anderson? People are always mentioning movies that guy made that I'm always surprised about. That guy that made Mortal Kombat and married Mila Jovovich, he also made Morpheus goes through a black hole with the guy from Jurassic Park and they end up in hell.
What?
Morpheus from The Matrix goes through a black hole with Sam Neill and they end up in hell. No? Event Horizon. Yeah. Yes.
Hold on. I'm going to pause for a second here, go way off topic, okay?
Please.
I'm on the wrong keyboard. I've been watching a movie in pieces because I don't think I could watch the whole thing straight through without losing my mind.
All right.
It is called, and we've talked about this briefly, H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones.
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
Okay.
It is
When was it made?
like 5 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. All right.
Let me get some details here.
H.P. Lovecraft's, it's a movie called H.P. Lovecraft's The Old Ones that you are going through very slowly. Mm-hmm. I'm writing it down.
Yep. 2024. Just came out.
Wow.
It has no one famous.
Yeah, that sounds correct.
A 1930 sea captain, Russell Marsh, saw the light, and for 93 years his body was not his own. Inhabited by a great old one, he committed unspeakable acts in the name of esoteric Order of the Dragon. Now free,
Dagon.
he is in search... Huh?
The Esoteric Order of Dagon. There's no
I'm sorry.
R. It's okay.
I'm reading it on a screen.
Yeah.
Now free, he is in search of a way to go back in time to reverse the horrors wrought upon the world. But the cult has other plans and will stop at nothing to destroy him. I watch the Langoliers a lot.
Do you?
And Tommy Knockers. I love those.
I have never been able to stay awake through either of those.
So Tommy Knockers, I only liked... The reason I got into it was because my dad wanted to watch it, and it started when I was supposed to go to bed.
Ah, good. Yes, see?
I stayed up and I watched it for that reason.
Yeah, we all have certain things that we got to stay up late and watch that we are going to love forever, whether they're good or bad. So, I mean, those are some of the major characters, other than, I guess, Lloyd Henreid, which I've mentioned. Nat Wolff, I think, also does an incredible job in the 2020s as Lloyd Henreid. That's a great Lloyd. And, yeah, much more on drugs. Oh, and Nick Andros, who was played by Rob Lowe in 1994.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. What a great thing to do, someone take away his voice.
Do you have a special place in your heart for Rob Lowe? I love the guy.
I mean, I think everyone does. He's Rob Lowe.
Is that, yeah, okay. Just making sure. Wayne's
World. He
World.
was the bad guy in all of my formative youth.
Oh, yeah? What else was he bad in other than Wayne's World?
It was Wayne's World. It was Tommy Boy.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I only watched 2 movies.
The real thing. Okay, so I think it was Boothby is the Star Trek character that's the groundskeeper. That actor plays Glenn Bateman in the 90s. He looks about 100, and Greg Kinnear at about 40 plays him in the 2020s. I wonder. I feel like the character is supposed to be like 65. So I think that's a definite younging down. We talked about Trash Can Man, played by Matt Frewer and Ezra Miller.
Yep.
And
Ezra Miller did a much more unhinged version for sure.
Oh my god. Like barely vocal.
Yeah, that's how I like my Ezra Miller.
Do you think the 2020 version had to include the scene of him jerking off while blowing up the oil tanks?
Yep.
Had to. Do you think that's important to the character? I mean, yep. It definitely changes how you think about him.
It showed that he was the reason he went for the nuke.
Yeah.
Was now defined. In the old one, he was more of an anarchist. Someone
Yeah.
who just wanted to cause trouble. In this one, he was mentally unhinged and needed to get all the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something really interesting to me is that Flag in the 2020 show kind of tells him that there's a big bomb in some bunker to go and find it, but
Give me the big fire.
in the book, like, Trash Can is getting into trouble. He's, like I said, like, Las Vegas is very strict. Everyone is very, there's a lot of law and order, like real harsh law and order. And Trash Can gets into a few altercations with some of the people he's working with. He eventually blows up a bunch of helicopters that Flag wanted to use to survey, areas at the edge of his domain. He gets chased away and comes back with an atom bomb to kill everyone. Like, real different. And in both of the cases, it's a failing on the part of Flag as a leader. But in one of them, it's like spectacular. It's like, hey, I want an atom bomb. Go get me an atom bomb. Oops, I'm fucking dead.
Well, he wanted to take it. He didn't. He was subtle about where he wanted it to go.
Oh, in the 2020 show?
Yeah. He just said he needs to get the big fire.
Right.
And Trash Can Man wants to see it.
Yeah.
That's his whole thing. He needs to see it. And Flag wanted to go blow up Colorado.
Right, you get if it's not stated, you get the vibe that Flag wants this bomb to eventually go to Boulder.
Oh, he said it
he
to
does.
someone else.
Oh, okay,
Not
okay.
to Trash Can. That's why Trash Can.
Probably Lloyd.
Yeah.
I want to mention the Rat Man.
Before we go to that, the thing that I don't understand about
Okay.
Lloyd
Yeah.
in the new one, the thing that didn't make sense to me was Lloyd's anxiety about Flag.
Is it sort of like, is he worried that Flag is going to move on from Lloyd, or is he worried that Flag is going too far? He almost, there's a sense of him feeling like he's going to be left behind as Flag becomes powerful.
I don't get that in the
No?
new version.
Okay.
I get that Lloyd is going into it to be his right-hand man,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden he feels like he's being the underappreciated employee.
Okay, yeah, that's in the
all
TV
I
show.
got. Like, it didn't make sense to me. Like, if you're going off of this reputation of being a murderer and all this, and then all of a sudden you're scared that Flag is going to tell you to do something that there will be no consequences for. It doesn't make sense. That left me feeling unsatisfied with the movie. The show.
Yeah. He's much. We get a much more fuller look at all of the characters, but Lloyd, I think, is one character that we get a much more full look at in the book, and he's much more sympathetic, I think. I mean, especially because does it come across in the show that he didn't kill anybody? He was on this.
He did not.
Yeah, he was on this
he was
road trip
brave.
of chaos, but he was the sidekick.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
so there's a lot so part of it is that I think in the TV show, part of it is that he's worried someone's going to find out that he's not this cold-blooded killer. Yeah, do you remember the Rat Man or the Rat Woman or either of them? It's a very minor character. I'm mentioning it
I
only
remember
because
it now that we had this discussion.
oh, we did talk
two-
about this.
Because it was the girl from Dirk Gently's Holistic.
Ah, that's correct. Fiona Dourif, who is the son of the daughter of Chucky. Brad Dourif, her father, is most famous for playing Chucky. He's also in Star Trek. So shouts to Fiona Dourif, who I love.
She did that role very well. I liked that. That role was very satisfying to watch.
There's a character named Teddy Wyzak in Boulder who is friends with Harold and is one of the people killed in Harold's bombing, which is like a tragedy of the whole Harold thing. Teddy Wyzak in the 90s was played by Stephen King.
He was Harold's
Friend.
So he started with Harold,
Like in the first episode.
in the cleanup crew
Yes.
of the bodies, and
Yeah.
then he moved to the Night Watch with Harold.
Yes.
And on the Night Watch, while Harold was off with his schemes, he uncovered that they were trying to get the avalanche bombs
The dynamite or whatever? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, set it up, and so he staged it to look like he had killed himself, looking out over the amphitheater.
Okay.
That's
Yes.
what tipped off. Hold on, I'll get the
Stu
names
and
right.
Company?
It wasn't Stu. It was Franny. That something was wrong
Okay.
of how he was acting, and then that's how it all went down. That was the beginning of the end for Harold.
Yeah. Totally.
I do
yeah.
have to say that I really like how Harold died.
Oh man, really well done in the
Like
Well-
landing on those branches.
yeah, and then like lying there for days and like
Trying to
writing
eat
in his
candy
notebook about it, eating candy bars.
Into his gun.
Yeah, fuck Harold. I think that is a very satisfying character death in all four versions.
Did have the regret of what was going on and did see what was wrong with his path.
Yeah,
Like after he was past the point of no return.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which is,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, which is, especially in the book, these characters are so, there is something other than Randall Flagg in all of these characters. I'm just going to go ahead and say there is something sympathetic. And they are, none of them, other than Stu and Flagg, none of them are one-dimensional. And even Stu is not. It's just easy to call him a cowboy. One of the doctors in the beginning of the 2020 show is played by Hamish Linklater, who is also in Midnight Mass, which is a Mike Flanagan production. So that's awesome, but he's in a lot of stuff that's cool. General William Starkey, this is the true double. Both actors are legends. General William Starkey was played in 1994 by Ed Harris and in 2020 by J.K. Simmons.
Yep. That was very satisfying to me.
J.K. Simmons knocked it out of the park.
Yeah.
One of the most entertaining parts of the new show.
I felt the that whole series of events felt more monotonous. Like I felt Stu Redman's anxiety about being in that bunker.
Oh god,
More
yeah.
than I felt Gary Sinise's.
The early part of Stu's story where he's basically captured is very scary. And like very like, oh boy, that like of all the situations in Stephen King books you hope you are never in, like this is the one. Like there's just, he's in a facility where people are just being executed, the people in charge don't know what's going on, like just there's no, like why would anyone even let you out? We're all killing each other. Just a disaster.
I'm gonna kill you because you're here.
Yeah. You remember Bobby Terry?
I do not.
In the 2020s, there's Flagg screams this guy's name several times. This guy accidentally kills the judge, that's one of the spies, on their way to Vegas. And
Okay.
Flagg wanted them taken alive. And he keeps screaming the guy's full name, Bobby Terry. But in 1994, Bobby Terry was played by Sam Raimi.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. There's a character that might not be in the books at all in the 1994 series called Ray Flowers. She's on the radio and she's doing the I'm going to keep reporting until the soldiers come in here and murder me. And then they do. That was that character was played by Stephen King alum Kathy Bates.
In the old one, right?
In the 1994 one, yeah. I don't think
Yeah.
that character is in any other version.
No, they have. There was someone on the radio.
Oh, there was in 2020
Yeah,
that gets killed by soldiers.
yeah, I
on the
remember
air?
that.
Okay, I mean it may even be in the book, and I might not have just didn't absorb it this time around.
I don't remember. Oh, I did not know this. Do you know who the president was in the 2020 version?
No, I don't have that on my doc.
Bryan Cranston.
Oh yes, I wonder if he only appeared as a voice.
Probably. And do you know where Stephen King's cameo was in the 2020 version?
Oh God, I do know that, and right now I don't.
He was on the poster for the Hemingway.
Yes, it was a picture of him. Was he a lost someone that they were looking for?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, at Hemingford.
It also felt like an Easter egg for The Shining. Because it looked like one of the posters that were, the way it was framed was like the posters in the game room in the Jack Nicholson version, the Kubrick.
The posters in the game room. So not the picture of him at the party? Is that what you mean, or?
No. So there's the game room, and they highlighted two posters, and they're like a source of, like, what's this movie really about?
Right. Yeah.
Like
the Space Lander.
And like people focus in on those posters because it's like,
is one a skier?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one, the other, but like it felt like that.
It's either a skier or a minotaur. Did you watch that movie, right? The Room 234 or whatever?
Yeah.
Nonsense movie.
I love it.
Good. Yeah, there's I'll tell you what, I got a couple of quotes. I got two well, let's see. I got 3 quotes I want to read. The first one I'm going to read. I don't know who says this in The Stand, but obviously Stephen King said it because he said it all.
Yeah.
And I think that this kind of sums up maybe part of the problem I have with The Stand overall. This quote is from the book, I think.
What?
As it happens, I think that in really good stories, the whole is always greater than the sum of the parts. And this really is about the parts.
Just character study. That's really it.
Does it become a whole thing, though, is my question.
Like with everything else Stephen King, the adaptations of it are better. I will say that for the majority, I enjoy the adaptations better than the books. With the exception...
Wow.
With the exception of The Dark Tower.
Okay, that movie doesn't have anything to do with anything, so that's fair. Wow, I think I would have to think about it, but I think that I enjoy the books more than any of his adaptations. Although, I mean, Stand By Me is hard to argue with, so is Shawshank. I mean, he's got a lot of really good... I mean, The Shining is also one of my favorite books. Mm-hmm. That movie and the book, completely different reasons. Like, I think the book is really personal and deep and interesting and upsetting. And as a matter of fact, the Kubrick movie is also that, but completely different, in a completely different way, with a completely different mechanism.
All together.
Yes. These are all happening on different layers of a tower somewhere, as we know.
That's right. Except for the Dark Tower, which is collapsing.
I read you a couple quotes about Flag, so here's one more before my final quote that I have, which is about Society by Glenn. But one more quote about Flag is, he looks like anybody you see on the street, but when he grins, birds fall dead off telephone lines. When he looks at you a certain way, your prostate goes bad and your urine burns. The grass yellows up and dies where he spits. He's always outside. He came out of time. He doesn't know himself.
So that was from before he defined where he came from.
Okay, yeah.
I think it put too much information towards... He gave too much backstory to him. He lost his mystique in my mind.
Okay, yeah, I think so. I mean, it also, yeah, and it may be part of the process of this character, because this is more in the beginning. He doesn't know himself. He doesn't know where he came from. By the end of the book, he's saying stuff like, well, my real name is Richard Flagg. Like, by the end of the book, he's made up a story that he believes in, which is also has a lot to do with ideology. Everything that he does is just it's the mistakes that people that blindly follow an ideology fall into. I got a quote for you from Glenn Bateman.
Okay.
Show me a man or a woman alone and I will show you a saint. Give me two and they'll fall in love. Give me three and they'll invent this charming thing we call society. Give me four, they'll build a pyramid. Give me five and they will make one an outcast. Give me six and they'll reinvent prejudice. Give me seven and in 7 years they'll reinvent warfare. Man may have been made in the image of God, but human society was made in the image of his opposite number and is always trying to get back home.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of really cynical Stephen King energy in that quote. 70s. Cynical 70s Stephen King energy.
I think he just got on a rant. I don't like it.
I think the whole book is him on a rant.
Yeah, but that's like they should have stopped at 3.
You don't like this take on human society? You don't think it's automatically bad?
Oh, it's accurate, but he just keeps counting. Like if I was listening, I would get annoyed real quick. I'd be like, "How many of these are you gonna? Where are we gonna stop? 8, 9?
Let's keep going."
Like I'll bet that's not the first draft either.
Imagine what this work must have been like for his editors in the 70s.
Oh, God.
He was turning these all in on paper, like from a typewriter. Just the pages were probably covered in blood and cocaine. What a great guy. What a great body of work.
We've all been there.
Yeah, I mean, I went to college. I've never done cocaine.
I don't think I have either, on purpose.
Cool. All right. Oh, yeah. I mean, who knows?
Who knows? It was a fun time to be alive.
You know what? The 90s were...
What was the 90s?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that I read the unabridged or the abridged version.
Okay.
There were a few things that I didn't recall, or that I recalled being different when I listened to the unabridged one just recently. But I'm glad that I listened to it during two different, or experienced the book during two different parts of my life. Kind of interesting that there is sort of a 70s, 90s, 2020s of it all. Because then they move the time forward again when they do the remakes. And, you know, he's always been interested in things that happen every 30 years or so. And maybe there's something to that.
You really gotta go back to that well and just milk it dry. I think that's what my takeaway from this is.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know. I like that they keep redoing it. I like this take on it. It makes me nervous they're gonna do that again with things that I really like again, The Shining.
Boy, they're making a new TV show about dairy right now.
What's that?
It. You know, It. Stephen King's It.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the same thing. It was the 50s, and then they made the one in the 80s, which probably took place in the 50s, but then the new ones take place in the 80s. There is a certain rhythm to the 30-year cycles of life. Is it just that I'm thinking about high school a lot these days? I don't know. Or
I think you are.
yeah. I don't know.
I mean, everyone do. I was just looking at my yearbooks a little while ago.
Oh, really? What's that?
Well, I mean, I'm putting them back on the shelves. I'm like, oh, look at me.
Yeah.
All these signatures are very aggressive. I don't like any of the people I knew back then. All right.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much for talking to me about this.
I'm sorry if I kind of trailed off there. I enjoyed all of that.
Yeah, me too. And yeah, he's Stephen King is a complicated dude, and some of his stuff is good and some of it is bad, and most of it is both things at the same time.
He's the Nicolas Cage of writing.
Maybe.
He just churns it all out.
Maybe that's fair to say.
Maybe he just does the bad ones and cranks them out so that he can get through his contract.
All right, that's it. Thank you for listening to Maybe We'll Talk. I think I said everything during the break. What's coming up next? What's going on? What will be the rest of this season? What we're doing next, whatever format the next thing happens to be in. Check out The Least Ready Room. Check out Maybe We'll Fire and Blood. Check out maybe more podcasts that we might be doing about other TV shows, real quick ones like the Fire and Blood one. But those haven't happened yet. So yeah, check out The Least Ready Room and Maybe We'll Fire and Blood. Check out koidk.tv for my social bullshit, other accounts and other places. And lakehousesoaps.com. Buy my soap. Thank you so much. I'll see you next week. Maybe we'll talk about Dune.
mission has been complete.
So this one is about Q, they say.
About Q?
That's what the internet says.
And like
That
this is an early introduction to Q?
This is a Q. The character in this, there is a character named Trelane in this episode. I feel like I've never seen this episode, and people say he's probably a Q.
Hold on. What'd you say his name was? Trelane?
Trelane, I think, yeah. Tremaine, maybe?
Give me 1 second. That name sounds incredibly familiar. I know this guy. I know this episode. I've seen this episode. This
You
episode
remember
is
it?
good.
Yeah?
It's fun. It's a
Yeah?
fun episode. Yeah.
A guy's doing magic, I would
I
assume.
don't remember it well, but I
Okay.
remember enjoying it and it being fun and silly. And yeah, no, this guy's a Q. 100%. Yeah.
Okay, confirmed.
It's not said in the episode, obviously.
No,
but like,
it's not. Yeah.
But no, this guy is a Q. I remember this guy. This guy was fun. I liked this guy a lot.
Great. Okay, wow, okay. I'm excited now.
It's only got a 7.2 for my IMDb, so like, temper
Okay.
that a wee bit.
Well, you know what? Talking about Shore Leave, I think a lot of the take was that, like, there's not fundamentally a lot of a story there, and really not a lot that actually matters that happens, but, like...
But it's a fun episode.
But it's extremely fun. So,
Yeah.
like, sometimes the rating might reflect how technically good the episode and the writing is, but sometimes, well, my rating, and I said this in the last episode, my rating reflects how much fun I'm having, so.
Yeah, no, I'm somewhere between fun I'm having and if I actually think the episodes are good when I'm giving my ratings. Like,
Right.
I try and give a rating for a bit of everything with a slight lean towards how much did I actually just enjoy the episode and enjoy watching it, right? So this one's probably going to be a higher rating because, like, this is just a fun episode.
I guess my personal enjoyment is probably 65% of my overall score.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that. I'd say that between 65-75% of it is based on just did I enjoy the episode, and the rest of it is technical merit.
Right. More value is put into how much fun I'm having.
Yeah, but I mean, we're not technical. Neither one of us is a screenwriter or anyone who's actually in the industry. So like,
I have never. What do you call those guys?
What, a critic?
No, the guys that lug stuff around on the set.
Oh,
grip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have never worked as a grip. I don't know why I felt like I wanted to point that out.
No, but like straight up, I don't have any strong ties to the industry in any way, shape, or form. I've done a little bit of stage work, but that's about it. I would not call myself in any way, shape, or form like an expert, so I'm not going to be able to speak as an expert to that, right? So, and if people are watching this expecting experts, they've got the wrong podcast, Joe.
I think people have figured that out.
I hope so.
Okay, so what do we know about the Squire of Gothos?
So we know that it was directed by Don McDougall and written by Paul Schneider. The original air date was January 12th of 1967, and IMDb, I mentioned it earlier, gave it a 7.2 out of 10. Item of note, as I was saying, this is a really fun episode and something I really enjoyed, and it's excellent. Paul Schneider also wrote Balance of Terror, which you gave a 10 out of 10, and I gave a 10 out of 10. So, like,
okay, cool.
This guy slaps. We like
great.
Paul Schneider's work.
Good. All right, well, so far it sounds like this is going to be great.
It's so much fun. It's such a silly little episode. Like, it is 100% he is a Q. There's no question that he is a Q. Obviously, it's before Farpoint, so, like, we didn't know what Q were. They weren't involved in the show yet. They weren't, quote-unquote, invented. But, semi-godlike powers can create whatever he wants, have the scenes. It was just, and it's silly, and it's fun, and, it's such a good little episode. I forgot about this one until, like, looking at the dude, and as soon as you see him, it's like, oh yeah, no, 100%, like, it all just comes floating right back, Yeah,
I wonder if I'll end up remembering it, because, like, I have seen a lot of these, but I don't have And I feel like I don't. One of the reasons I feel like I have not seen this one is because people who talk about Star Trek tend to talk about this one because it's, whatever, supposedly an early Q situation.
Yeah, no, it's mostly just like I don't remember having a big impact over the show. It's not like it has like anything that really comes up in the future much that I can clearly recall. Like it's pretty much a one and done. And like we had talked about with the other one, with Shore Leave, it's in that same boat where like I don't remember there being a lot that really happened that mattered overall. But it's silly and it's fun and the crew's getting fucked with and it's great, like it's that kind of an episode. Like it really does feel like I could see John Delancey being in this episode.
Right. Okay. Good. Okay. Cool.
And again, this is my recollections of it. I could easily be wrong, but like this is how I remember the impact it was when I saw it last.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see what it's like.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
So good. I love this episode.
Welcome back to the Least Ready Room, a podcast where podcast. I have too many. I now officially have too many. This is a podcast where Dave and Chris, I'm Dave, watch every episode of Star Trek and talk about it with Saint and Weebs. Most of the time, that's who's here today. We're going to talk about the Squire of Gothos, as you've probably collected by now. Yeah, let's see what Saint and Weebs had to say about it first, and then we'll roll right into the post-episode deconstruction by me and Chris. We're about to have a thunderstorm out here in Connecticut. We've had thunderstorms these past several days. I can hear some booming and rumbling and shaking outside right now, and the kitties know it too. One of them's walking around meowing, because he knows he doesn't want to be out there, but he also wants to be let out there. He just wants the door to be open. He doesn't fully understand, I don't think, that he might get trapped out in the rain and have to run under the deck and come in very wet and, well, I guess not. I guess that doesn't have too much to do with Star Trek, but, yeah, let's talk about the Squire of Gothos. Say hello to Saint and Weebs.
What's up?
How are you, gentlemen?
I have no chance to survive.
Terrible to hear.
Hey, what's up?
Whoa, hey. Hello to both of you. I am like really ripped. What's up?
What's going on?
I smoked a lot of. Is it called Zero Wing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was lost for just a moment. I recall it being hard.
It's Zero Wings?
All your base. You have no chance to survive.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Maybe I should take it for a spin. Maybe every 10 years I'm going to take Zero Wing for a spin. I don't think it's, like, good.
Make your time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, for great justice, take off every zig. I think...
You know what you doing.
I imagine a zig was like a shuttlecraft, or like a fighter that would emerge, right? He was giving the order to take off every zig.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And they probably zigzag really fast. That's why they call them zigs.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a look at it again. It seems weird. It almost seems like, why would I go to the effort of, like, getting the ROM out and putting it on my little device and, like, playing it for 30 seconds?
Well, it's the same thing as R-Type, basically, right?
Yeah, but like,
One of
but
the side scroll shooters.
it is that, but like not like interesting. Like,
Yeah.
R-Type has a whole system of how you can kind of build your ship while you're doing it.
Or like Gradius or
Yeah,
Life Force.
exactly. Yeah, so it's like that with a totally uncomplicated power-up system, and it's just like boring and hard, if I recall. But I mean, you know what? Officially, if I'm gonna keep thinking about it, I guess I have to say, okay, I'll take a look at it and I'll report back to you guys.
I'm sure it's a perfectly.
Playable.
I'm sure playable. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it's the thing where you scroll sideways and shoot at things.
It's definitely that.
So what episode of Star Trek are we on?
Oh yes, this is the Squire. Hey, this is the Squire of Gothos.
Oh, the Squire of Gothos.
Yes, do you recall?
The Goth Squire. It has a space god in it named Trelane.
Trelane.
And I feel like there is some memory beta, like B-canon kind of stuff about him that's like he was really a Q before the Q were invented 30 years later for TNG.
That is something that is said.
Yeah, that's like back retconned.
Maybe from the writer's perspective, he's certainly not what we would think of as the Q.
Yeah, no. There may have been a novel about it or something that was like,
okay.
like that's what I mean by when I say B-canon, like memory
right.
beta stuff.
Yes, yeah.
Somebody wrote a novel that was like about Trelane, and it was like he's really a Q, or he's like a baby Q or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I forget. Or like he escaped from the. I don't remember the details. It was something. I feel like there's something like that where they tried to retcon various TOS
It could
space
be.
gods.
Like, I mean, it would be like.
Q.
I don't really want to spoil anything, but
Yeah.
like a lot would have had to have happened in the 70 whatever years for this guy to become at the level our John Delancey Q is at.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen it. I know he is a high powered.
Yeah. He is a godlike space entity. Yeah. He's doing Q shit for sure. This is a Q episode. I mean, from a writer's perspective.
Right.
So it's fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's more fun than some other godlike episode ones in fun as in a more lighthearted kind of tone. But it's also, slightly dark Q drama. He's probably gonna threaten to kill them or something like that. Well, let's see. You guys.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll fix you for that! You cheated! You haven't played the game right! I'll show you!
Trelane.
Oh yeah, Space Mom and Dad have arrived
Right.
to take Space Baby back home.
No! You said I could have this planet for my very own.
This has gone far enough.
So far, this is the one that most matches the
Participating
Futurama
in
ending.
pool. We've told
Yes.
you before.
Time to come in now.
Although a few things like
But
this
I
have
don't
happened
wanna
so
come in, and I
far.
won't. I'm a general, and I won't listen to it.
Enough, Trelane. Come along.
But why? I didn't do anything wrong. I was just playing.
Right. So I see why people,
Yeah.
like I said, try to retcon him as a Q. And it's easy to do because the parents never bother to explain who they are or where they're from or whatever. Because he's like, Kirk is like, "Who are you?" And they're just like, "Sorry, kid, sorry, really sorry."
We're really just embarrassed that we have to be having this conversation. See you in 75 years.
Yeah.
I could really see, because there's a lot of, and we've talked before about how a lot of TNG the writers just basically looked at this and looked for things they could lift, and I definitely buy that the writers of TNG looked at this episode and were like, well, we could do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that, but better. We can do that, but 90s. Yeah.
There's a few things like, he's got
focus. Machines.
Yeah, he's got the mirror that he needs, and
he's got instrumentality, as he calls it.
Yeah.
But I guess the whole idea is that if he's a baby Q, then he still needs these machines to like focus his power or whatever, or to help him out.
Yeah, he's still got limitations. Yeah,
that's the word we were looking for.
That is.
He's got some lamentations too after his daddy spanks him, probably.
He's lamenting all over the place.
I would have won.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that is the thing too, that really just explains it. He's just a little kid because he never explains to anyone what the hell he wants or what the hell the point of it is. He's just like, enjoy, have fun, and they're like,
no,
doing what?
Why are we here? What do you want? And he's like, oh, it will be delightful. Yeah, exactly like a little kid.
Yeah, and they're like, but you're not delighting me, like at all. There's nothing delightful about this.
Yeah, except this sucks and I'm leaving.
Like I had real shit to do, man. And he's like, no, you can't leave. I need to play with you. I don't care what real shit you have to do. Play with me instead. I have this conversation with my kid all the time. And probably not as much as I used to, actually. He's actually starting to grow up.
Wow.
As kids do.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
Yeah, this is a classic one. I definitely remember this one. I definitely remember the room that he's got them all in, and chasing Kirk around with a sword, like laughing his ass off. And that scene of Kirk getting teleported into the poisonous atmosphere really stuck with me. I remember that one.
That would be a scary thing to have happen.
Yeah.
This guy has made it so that, 1 cubic acre or whatever of this poisonous sulfuric acid planet is perfectly habitable to human people.
Yeah. Which is pretty impressive.
I mean, that's hard to do if you're not a Q.
Yeah. So yeah.
Out of the two, unless you're trying,
no, go ahead.
Unless you're putting thoughts together, I should say out of the three, there kind of have been three kind of space god, super powerful being episodes: Charlie X and the Dead. But I think and the first time I watched this, I was shocked to see that it was the actual Futurama episode, and that he was, a literal child like the guy on Futurama. And it really, this one is one of the ones where it makes a lot more sense on a second viewing, because he really isn't he's not even bullying, really. He almost doesn't even, he doesn't even know what he wants out of the encounter. He just wants it to continue. In his room full of vaguely European, generally historic artifacts.
Yeah, and his fascination with human military history.
Yeah.
It really does remind me of my kid when they were when he was 5 or 6 years old.
Sure.
And he was no, play with me, do this thing.
Yep.
but then like not really being like sure where to go with it, and like not, but like at the same time being like, no, but you can't go. You have to stay here. You know, it just, you know, a lot of the behavior is just kind of reminded me of my kid like a few years back when he was much younger, and just, you know, still learning how to like navigate the world around him and like figure out how to deal with other people. And like having that perspective of like, that's exactly what Trelane is doing here, except the power imbalance is all wrong.
Yeah, the power imbalance is totally frightening.
Yeah. You know, it's like for him, he's just playing with like his action figures.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know? And I guess that's literally what Melvar says at some point in this episode, or his mom or something says like, stop playing with your action figures, stop playing with your dolls. And then he's like, they're limited edition collectibles or some shit like that. Yeah. But yeah, he's definitely written as a child. But you don't really realize that he is that way until sort of the end, basically.
Yeah, because I'm sure plenty of people have dealt with extremely annoying adults that don't make sense and won't explain to you what they want and are just behaving like children.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even like, yeah, it's and maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the lesson here, and that's the problem, is that like,
well, and it's also like the behaviors that are sort of tolerable in a child who's still again like learning how to figure out like how to deal with the world around them. You know, are not so tolerable in someone who looks like a grown up and who has like vast power at his fingertips. You know. Yeah, like you don't mind that behavior from a 5-year-old because a 5-year-old can't really hurt you too bad.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot, and I gave it a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Wow. I'll give it
it's rollicking, in my opinion.
It is. I think I'm going to give this one. I think I'm going to give this one an 8.5. I do find Trelane like a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
And
definitely by the end.
And the generic European history bugs me. He's like, they're like 900 years in the past, and he's talking about Napoleon and shit, and Alexander Hamilton, and I was like, I know Star Trek does not take place in the year 3000, okay?
Sure, right, yeah.
Not this Star Trek, anyway. I think, like you said, Discovery's, like, the last season takes place in 3000 or something. I don't know.
It's post 3000. Yeah, it's like 3100 by the end of Discovery.
I was looking at something recently about what they called the lost era of Star Trek, which is the period between the end of the TOS movies and the beginning of TNG. It was like 70 years, right? And there's no media. There's no media from that period.
At all? Nothing takes place in there?
They have like some time travel shenanigans that happen from people from that period coming forward to TNG.
Old Scotty.
Like old Scotty. Frasier.
Extremely old McCoy. Was Frasier in the movies?
Captain Frasier. No, they had Kelsey Grammer had a cameo as a ship captain, dressed in the old style uniforms.
Right, I recall that. Yeah,
episode. That was the episode where they kept time looping. So and then and like at the end of the time loop, a ship would like an old style Federation vessel would like fly out of a portal and slam into the Enterprise, and they'd both blow up.
Yes.
And then the time loop would start again, and then at the end of it,
poker.
Yeah, and at the end of it, they finally managed to break out of the time loop, and they communicated with the ship, and it's Kelsey Grammer.
Right.
And he's like, what's happening? And they're like, you've been trapped in a time loop for like 50 years, dude. And they're like, what?
At what point?
They had they had some time travel shenanigans with Enterprise C.
Yep.
And what's her face, Tasha Yar coming back and stuff like that.
Yesterday's Enterprise. Yeah, Tasha Yar.
Alternate universe Tasha Yar.
Because
time.
Because the Enterprise C leaves its timeline, Tasha Yar is alive, but because they fix the timeline, she'll disappear. So she goes on to the other Enterprise and goes to the past? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
Yes.
Pretty much.
That's it? Okay. All right.
Which is why they can meet
Her
Selah,
daughter. Yeah.
her daughter, who is like the same age as Yar should have been.
Okay.
They're like, you're her daughter, but you look like a grown-up. So, what's up with that? And they're like, time travel. Okay.
Got it.
Got it. So yeah, so that stuff all happens in that sort of like lost era of Trek. But I don't know. That would be an interesting period, I think, to like make some.
I'm surprised they haven't done something in there.
So instead of making a bunch of fucking Enterprise prequels for some reason, I don't know why. They had like Enterprise and they had Discovery, right? And Strange New Worlds, and those all take place before TOS somehow.
Yes. Yeah, they all do. Well, the era that Discovery begins in and the era that Strange New Worlds takes place in are roughly the same. And Enterprise is before that. But yeah, they really go into prequel territory hard.
They went hard into prequel territory, and I'm not really sure why.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because like, and I think I've seen speculation that was like, well, they worry that it makes writing such advanced technology makes it hard for writers, which I guess I get a little bit. But
they ended up doing it anyway in Discovery.
And exactly, they do it. They do it anyway, and they end up making these things because they have these ideas for technologies that they want to write into the stories anyway, and there's stuff that is like doesn't exist in TOS. So it's like, how are you going to write that? It's like I feel like that kind of ties your hands so much more.
It does.
And like,
and they always kind of just
and they always end up
in. Yeah.
They always end up like
fudging it,
ignoring it anyway because Technobabble solutions are stock and trade for Star Trek. You know. And I mean, for me, I think that might be like one of my overall criticisms overall of Star Trek as a whole is that way too many episodes end with a Deus Ex Machina.
Oh yeah, so many of them just end. Here's what happened. Here comes the being in charge to tell you what happened, and then we're gonna roll the credits. Yeah. Even from a writing perspective, they just
or like, okay, this experience is over, and the thing that happened is done now. And now we're gonna walk away from it, like the Android planet with Ruck and what's his face, it's like, okay,
instead, I guess we can go home.
I guess we're done here. There's a lot of episodes like that, and it might be an overall weakness, I guess, just of the format and the storytelling. But hey.
They're weird stories. They're not always going to have a satisfying.
Yeah.
There's not always going to be some,
Yeah, and I guess it's something we talk about all the time too. This like different era of kind of how people told stories and how people put on TV productions and not even just TV production. It's like TV production obviously shapes it a big way, but I think just also partly the way people told stories is a little different. Like it's just the way people's cultures evolve.
Yeah.
But it's cool. I love it so much. I love Star Trek so much. I love this old Star Trek because it is kind of like a window into the past. I think about like when I think about the original USS Enterprise from the TOS era, it makes me think of like U.S. Navy ships in World War II.
Yeah. Oh my, yeah.
And in like like in the post-war period, like in the 50s and stuff, like early Cold War stuff, it makes me think of like the way, the way military ships were run, the way they operate. just sort of technology and everything. There isn't much in the way of. It's not like TNG. They don't have no fucking holodecks. They don't have like a lot of entertainment space. They've got their rec rooms or whatever, but there isn't much to do other than for them to like play chess, read books, watch some TV and listen to Uhura sing. It's not like, it's not like they're on a pleasure cruise or anything.
Yeah.
They don't have their families with them like in TNG and everything.
Which is fucked up for them to.
Considering all the shit they're doing.
Families to be on that ship is fucked up.
Yeah.
With what happens on that ship.
Yeah.
Last week, Matt LeVay described this show as radio plays being written by a Navy vet.
And it makes me wonder. I mean, obviously, the actors themselves are probably mostly too young to have been like in World War II.
Yep.
Or maybe some of the older ones, could have been in the Korea War. But the writers, I'm sure, definitely were.
Yeah.
There are definitely writers in this who were, who fought in those wars and who bring some of that, mentality and, I think, sort of like Navy military culture to these ships. I don't know. I mean, hell, the ship is named the Enterprise after the USS Enterprise, which was like this sort of, not exactly the flagship carrier of the US Navy during World War II, but it was considered like such an important ship because it was like the only carrier that fought from the beginning of the war to the end. It was around before and like fought in like all the major battles of the Pacific War or something like that. It was the most decorated naval ship of the Second World War in the U.S. Navy because it fought in so many battles and was involved in so many major events.
And it's in the fourth movie.
Is it?
Yeah, doesn't Chekhov go and look at the Enterprise in the fourth movie?
No, that's a different Enterprise though. That's
not the one. No.
The one.
You're not talking about Intrepid.
No, well, the Intrepid is in New York. They're in California, but there have been other USS Enterprises in the U.S. Navy after that one in World War II. Including like a nuclear powered one, and I think that's the one that Chekhov goes to in 4.
Yeah. Is it does Melvar want him to talk about nuclear vessels? Is that that's from that? Okay.
Yeah, he's like say nuclear vessels, and he's like say nuclear vessels, and of course, Walter Koenig not actually being Russian, just nuclear vessels, and he's like not like that. And nuclear vessels.
Yeah, one of them is the Enterprise. An Enterprise.
Yeah.
So Weebs.
Sure.
How did you like Squire of Gothos?
Yeah, I'm at like 7, I think.
Cool. You think he's a Q?
No, but he is the precursor.
Yeah, he does caper around like John Delancey, that's for sure. He's got like Delancey has got some of this energy. Man. Yeah,
I think God, like we say it so much. It's like and I feel like after watching all of this and watching TAS, when we finally start watching TNG, and we're gonna be like, look at how they copied from this episode.
That's where that came from. That's where that came from. Yeah.
I remember, because I totally remember the first time watching TNG, thinking that a lot of times, like, this is from an episode of the original series that they just fucking rewrote. The naked time and the naked now are the most blatant, and I mean they're trying to highlight it. Obviously, they're like, look at this homage to the original series.
I mean, I've said this a couple times, but there are certain plot lines that appear like there are certain stories that appear as an episode in all three TNG, DS9, and Voyager.
And like there I think there are some plot lines that are like obligatory. They're like it doesn't matter. Like if you're making a Star Trek show, they're like, well, we got to have an episode where they
rescue a prisoner, and the prisoner's a terrible murderer, but then it turns out that it's because he was mind controlled or something, and then everything gets turned around with when they have to give him back to his captives. Like that happens in all three of them.
Oh yeah.
And one time, it's fucking Daedalus. On Voyager, that plotline involves the actor that played Daedalus. Yep. Oh my god! And sometimes, fucking Chucky.
I'm excited to see the Son of Luna again in like about a week.
Oh, that's how soon?
Yeah, House of the Dragon season 2 is coming out in about a week.
Cool.
I'm gonna start Sunday nights. I'm gonna be watching on Sunday nights, so I'll throw it up on Discord.
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's great. I'm suddenly, for a variety of reasons, I'm super into Game of Thrones right now. I mean, a lot of it is from like talking to you and
you've been listening to Fire and Blood Part 1 too, right?
Yeah, now I'm listening to Game of Thrones.
Oh man, I tried to go back to actually read Game of Thrones, but I guess I like don't read anymore.
Oh,
it's bad. I got to start getting back into reading a little bit more.
I went through several years where I didn't actually read out of a book at all, period, ever. But I got back into it.
I've listened to Fire and Blood like a bunch of times. I like it.
It's cool. That's like a good book to listen to, like a history, the way it's presented. It's like a fucking podcast about Game of Thrones history.
It is, yeah. It is. It totally is, and
I really enjoyed it.
It's a good narrative history. It's like sometimes because I like listening to nonfiction books on tape, and like history, and sometimes they're good and sometimes they're real boring. This is like a good narrative history, so it's like a history book, but it's also like
it's a lot of scenes where they're describing big battles and people terribly torturing one another.
Yeah, or just like people, arguing and talking about one another, like council chamber scenes, or like even just like personal conversations, like the conversations people are having when like Jaehaerys Targaryen's mother is dying or something like that.
Sure,
that's like oh shit, very serious, but like it's like this is a historical thing because it was recorded. There were a bunch of people there who witnessed it, and one of them was a maester. It's one of these guys who writes everything down, so he wrote it down. But yeah, it's cool, and I like how they're doing House of the Dragon.
Me too.
With this as like the sort of source material, because when they did Game of Thrones, they stuck real close to the source material.
Well,
until they couldn't anymore.
But I feel like that's not even exactly correct. I feel like
okay, well I should say the first and second season stuck real close to the source material.
That's very true.
There was almost nothing left out, and there was nothing else like added. And then they began to diverge, and I think, some of it was good and some of it was real bad. And then when they reached the end of the source material, that's when, everyone agrees that's when it sort of just went off a cliff. In this, it's like they're really writing it for themselves because the source material is so thin.
Yeah.
Source material is so thin.
So it has to be, They
wrote an entire season of Game of Thrones off of a 600-page book. They wrote an entire season of House of the Dragon off of something like 30 or 40 pages of a book.
I think that's great. I think it's great that
it's left them room to like fill it in and for the actors to like really do work on it and the show writers to do work on it. And I think it's worked out great. They have some good people on that show too, though. They have some good fucking actors on that show.
I'm glad that it isn't. I'm glad that it's done differently, and I think it's great that like the writers writing it are able to do their own thing, and that. I mean, I obviously I have nothing but shit to say about the Game of Thrones TV show, but I feel like once it was a snowball that once it got rolling, it just got worse and worse. Like, I feel like the things that they started leaving out and the things they started changing, they had to accommodate what they had already changed until it just mutated.
It became a snowball of crap.
Yeah, and I really think that by the end of it,
like one of those dung beetles.
Yes.
Rolling up
not like a snowball, like a ball of dung.
Rolling up a big ball of shits.
I really think by the end of that show, it was just Star Wars like everything else at the time.
Yeah.
It was just an Avengers movie by the end.
Well, I mean, I think probably plenty of people have said it. I think I've probably said it to people before. And I think I feel like what happened in the last few seasons of that show is that there was no written book. There was no written dialogue.
Yep.
There was no written plot. They had a bunch of bullet points that George R. R. Martin had written down that said, okay, this happens, and then they go there, and then that battle happens, and these people die, and then Arya kills the Night King, and then they all go back, and Daenerys goes nuts, and Jon kills Daenerys. And I'm pretty sure like the book is going to end the same way, and anyone who thinks that, I'm going to be real mean here and say anyone who thinks that the book is not going to end with Jon Snow stabbing Daenerys and then going into exile beyond the wall is fooling themselves. That's definitely how that plot line ends. I don't know if Bran is going to become like the king forever. That probably is going to happen though too.
It would be a funny thing for Gurm to do, to write a completely different ending for Jon and everyone.
And everyone, because he's like, well, you guys didn't like that TV show.
I'm sure people seem to hate that. But it was orchestrated poorly. It was delivered poorly.
Like I said, it was absolutely executed extremely poorly. Yeah. And because they were like rushing through it, they were like, and like I said, they had a bunch of bullet points. They didn't know how to write it. Bless you. Yeah, they had a bunch of bullet points. They didn't know how to expand it to write it out into something that seemed like an actual, like, believable plot, and they rushed through and got to the end. Whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care anymore.
It's all right. We'll always have seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if I have any comments on season 2. But right now, I can't. Listening to Game of Thrones, I can't believe how faithful season 1 is, and maybe too faithful, maybe so faithful that once they started changing stuff, they couldn't keep the vibe that they had.
It became inevitable, and eventually you have Ed Sheeran cameos, and
Ed Sheeran was there,
and Sand Snakes asking you about the bad pussy.
What did she say about?
She's like, you want the good girls, but you can't resist the bad pussy.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that. It was bad.
That's also executed very poorly.
It was a bad line. It was a bad line.
Boy, it's bizarre, like, how much, like... Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm going to find out. But I really feel like so much... I guess, I don't know. Because Wow, I'm doing a really good job of talking, but I really feel like so much was left out and changed in the TV show, and I'll find out.
Yeah.
Because right now I'm like, wow, all the stuff I'm listening to I think was in the show.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of it, but I mean, not all of it. Like, a lot of the dialogue is straight up, right out of the book and put in the show in season 1.
Yeah. Also because there isn't a lot of dialogue in the book. There's only so much.
Yeah.
And like I said, the whole Dance to the Dragons part of the book, I think where they're probably going to end the storyline at season 4, it's like, that's like 100 pages or 110 pages or so out of the book.
Yep.
You know? And they're going to make 4 seasons of content from that. It's cool. Like, they're definitely going to do well. There's definitely parts of it that I'm like, I'm dying to see. I'm dying to see certain battles and certain scenes and see how they execute them and see how they decided to portray them, because they have so many scenes in the book and they're like, we don't really know how this happened because nobody who was there is still alive. So we have second-hand accounts, and the second-hand accounts are actually conflicting, so we don't really know what happened.
Yeah, they're mostly from a guy named Mushroom.
Yeah. And he's named that because of his dick. Or is it because of his head, or because of his dick and his head?
I think it may be both. I think that it said something like, it was one of those things. Some say that Mushroom received his name because of the prodigious size and shape of his head. Others, so,
Others for the prodigious size and shape of his member.
Yeah. George.
George. Gotta throw in some dick talk every once in a while. Talk about somebody's dick.
Yeah, House of the Dragon is great. I'm really excited for it to come back for a second season.
Anyway, yeah, we've moved as far afield from the Squire of Gothos. Anyway, but yeah, I guess we're done. I guess I've said all I need to say about the Squire.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, please feel free to continue or say anything else, or Weebs if you have anything to say, but I would like to say, let me say thank you to both of you.
Yeah. I guess the one last thing I will say about Trelane that makes him very un-Q-like in my mind is that he's got no problem like trying to murder people. He's ready to kill Kirk pretty much.
Yeah, he's like, this is gonna be exciting.
He doesn't really have any regard for his life, or for the lives of other beings. As his parents tell him, like, no, they are beings. They are superior. They have like consciousness and emotions. You can't just fucking kill them, kid.
God damn it.
But he's ready to do it, and like Qs in general, are mischievous but not murderous.
Right? Yeah, for real.
Because if they wanted to be murderous, they could do pretty bad stuff, I'm sure. But in general, they're not done with that.
Yeah, they appear to have a scientific curiosity, but really, just as a race and a society of people, they're just phenomenally bored.
Yeah.
Just really bored, superpowered guys floating around like, oh, here's some humans. They're going to be really annoyed, but I'm going to play with them for an afternoon.
Yeah.
Great humans. I love these guys.
I always got the impression, too, that most Q are, like, busy in other dimensions doing some, like, 7,000 IQ shit.
Yeah, sort of.
And when John Delancey Q is busy messing around with humans, they're all like, oh my god, dude, are you serious? Like, why are you bothering with these, like why, they're almost like Trelane, like, why are you playing with these dolls?
Yep.
They do, yeah. Oh, like, come on, man, give the humans a break. Like, why are you bothering with this? Why, like, yes, they have potential. Like, in a few hundred years, maybe they'll start to approach Q-ness, and in 5,000 years, we can invite them in and continue on. But, like, please, leave them alone right now. Like, what the hell?
Why are you doing this?
Like, you have such potential, young Q. You could be doing 7,000 dimensional math, but instead you're messing with humans. I feel like that's kind of the Q continuum vibe most of the time.
At some point they're like, well, John Delancey's Q, if you like these humans so much, why don't you go fucking be one for a little while? You're gonna fucking hate it, and he does.
Yeah, exactly. I remember that one. They drop him naked on the Enterprise bridge, and they're like, let's see how you like it when you are naked and powerless with a bunch of people you tormented in the past. Let's see.
That's a real funny thing to do to him. That's great. Yeah, that's great that
and they're like, and we know we can do this because we know these people are not actually going to hurt you.
Yeah.
They're too good for that.
The ghastly truth, Mr. Data. I can now stub my toe with the best of them.
John Delancey. He's so good. I freaked out when I saw him in Breaking Bad. I was like,
oh, yeah, that was great.
It's John Delancey. Yeah. Oh, my God. I haven't seen him in anything in so long. What the fuck?
I feel like I definitely saw him in
Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
He's in a couple of he's in stuff, like, obviously, like, I'm trying to remember what else I'd seen him in where I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. But
yeah, I feel like I saw him in something else, but it might just be modern Trek, because he's been in a couple of Trek shows now.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of like non-Trek stuff.
Yeah, I feel like there's something other than Breaking Bad, but I can't but I don't know. Who knows?
Oh my God.
I'm sure I've seen him in a ton of things.
He was in Crank High Voltage.
Oh my God, was he really? That's like my favorite movie.
I know. I mentioned it because I know that's your favorite movie.
It's like it's the perfect worst thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
Like, incredible.
Oh, that's right. He was in StarCraft 2: Legacy of the Void as one of the
Whoa.
as like one of the evil Protoss.
Whoa.
And I remember hearing him like voice acting when this dude started talking. I was like, "That's John Delancey."
That's cool. John Delancey gets all thumbs up from me. That's fucking sure.
I guess he did some voice acting and a few things.
Yep.
Oh right, he was in the Assassin's Creed games.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, I'm playing Assassin's Creed 3.
He voice acts William Miles. He voice acts the dad in Assassin's Creed 3.
Holy shit, I'll keep my ears open.
Yeah.
I got to the point where you see the title. Takes a minute.
Yeah, not the dad in the past. The dad, the dad.
The guy's dad.
Yeah.
He's the first. That character is the first voice you hear in the game, and it didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't immediately notice. So
Apparently, he's in My Little Pony.
yeah, totally. He's like yeah.
He was in Charmed as the god Odin.
He did a whole like My Little Pony documentary and sings about.
Oh fuck! He was in Invader Zim.
Wow.
He did Agent Dark Booty.
Dark Booty. I don't recall that.
I think I remember some shit. What was that? The episode with the babies.
I definitely remember babies.
Maybe it was some agent from the Eye thing who talks to Dib.
Okay. Oh, that. Okay. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah. I'm trying to look for stuff that he was in, like back before Breaking Bad. He was in some Stargate, SG-1.
Yeah, it might just be that I know that he's a guy that shows up in a lot of things, you know?
Yeah, it's like a couple different things. Oh, that's right. He was in Planescape Torment. He did voice acting for a bunch of video games that I played.
Yeah.
And whenever I hear him in a video game, I'm like, yes! Fucking John Delancey. Anyway.
Cool guy. Yep.
Cool
Squire
guy.
got this.
520 episodes of Days of Our Lives? Okay.
Wow. Oh my.
He was in Days of Our Lives for 8 years.
When you search for him on IMDb, his first claim to fame that comes up in the search results is Crank High Voltage. Good for him.
Yeah, I noticed that. But I'm like, really? Is that really what he's known for?
Seriously.
I mean, to me, he's known for Star Trek, of course. But now I guess to some people, he's known for Days of Our Lives. Holy shit, 520 episodes. That must mean
there are people that know him solely from My Little Pony.
Yeah. That means 520 episodes in 8 years.
That show was 80s, on every day. It was straight
80s soap operas, man. Soap operas. Oh my god, Days of Our Lives TV series 1965 dash.
Not even seasons. It's just every day.
It is still going on.
Yeah.
It has not stopped. There are people in this show that have been in this show since 1976. Top cast, Deidre Hall, Dr. Marlena Evans, 5,193 episodes, 1976 to 2024. Holy shit, lady. That is her whole life.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's so cool though, and I guess in a weird way. I've never heard of her before, but I guess I'm not a soap opera watcher. The role of Dr. Marlena Evans, a character whose popularity has created a furor and fan following seldom seen on television.
Wow.
I mean, I guess if you've been on TV continuously since like fucking 1976.
Insane, right?
Longer than I have been alive.
Every day.
What is that? That's closing on 50 years.
They still make those shows? Like, where are they aired?
still on network television,
Like
man.
cable
NBC.
network television still exists.
NBC, daytime television still exists. Holy God, I cannot. I'm just trying to look at the list of episodes. 14,884 episodes of Days of Our Lives.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus fucking.
Jesus Christ. That's. I mean, boy, we're talking like.
Hey,
did I
man,
say
you're
there's
right.
900 episodes of Star Trek? I thought that sounded like a lot.
And you're right. I was like, no, soap operas don't come out literally every single day.
Well,
Yes, they
5
do.
days a week.
Yes, they do. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
no
take the-
seasons.
They take the weekends off like
They just
normal
keep
people
going.
do,
Yeah.
but they keep going.
Imagine having that job. You got to make an episode of TV every day. I mean, maybe they make like,
At least it's routine.
yeah,
Yeah.
just cranking out stories. Wacky.
Yeah. How?
Ah,
I never realized how insane that was.
yeah.
Now I'm thinking about it. Now it's boggling in my
It's
mind.
bonkers.
Days of Our Lives has got to be like one of the most long running, if not
Yeah.
the most long running.
I mean, that's. Did you say nearly 5,000 episodes? Is that what you said?
For this one woman, yeah. The
Oh,
whole,
that this one woman was in.
yeah. This whole series is 14,000 episodes.
Oh my! You couldn't watch that in a lifetime. Like,
No.
that's
It's
a
been-
monument.
It has been on continuously since 1965. Holy shit. Like, holy shit. I mean, I don't know if they've ever taken breaks, but like
But-
do they had like strikes or something? Like, if they have
Yeah.
a writer strike or actor strikes, maybe
Who
they take
knows?
breaks.
But
I don't know if these guys are union or what. Are these guys in SAG and Screenwriters Guild of America and stuff? I don't know.
Who
It's on
knows?
TV. I
Yeah.
feel like it's got to be, right? I don't want to go down the fucking soap opera.
yeah, I mean, boy, I mean that's like it's
Rabbit.
really wow.
That's a deep rabbit hole.
Like,
But,
I love TV and talking about TV. I have no idea what fucking soap operas are about. I don't even know who watches them. I can't believe that's still a thing.
Grandma sure loved them.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose I never had anyone in my life in particular that ever watched a soap opera. So I have like no
Oh.
idea. It barely
Oh, no.
exists to me.
General Hospital
Yeah?
is still number one. General
You ever
motherfucking
see
hospital.
Kids Hospital or Children's?
Oh god,
I have-
that shit is so funny. I
That-
love that.
Children's Hospital is great.
It is so
Yeah.
good. I'm not normally into that kind of like absurdist
Absolutely nonsense, yeah.
kind of absolutely nonsense kind of comedy, but it just like
The
like
group of
every-
actors on that show is like really
everything was right about it.
Yeah,
it
exactly.
it was like a constant hit from like moment to moment.
yeah.
It had me. That was good. Oh my god, yeah. General Hospital started in 1963. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. How?
Hard to believe TV existed back then.
Yeah.
That was only a
Crazy.
few. That was only a few years before this show came out. But they're still actually
And it's
running.
still happening. And like it's with no
It's still
actual
the same
it's the
plot
same
line.
exact show. Yeah. Like
It's like it's not like a new. It's not like Discovery or DS9.
it's
or
not like
they've,
they're onto a whole different show now where they've
With the-
changed the cast and changed everything about it. Yeah.
Like obviously the cast has turned over on all these shows. Nobody
Sure,
can go from
right.
1963 to present.
Boy.
Everybody, you've died, I guess.
Wacky.
Yeah, wacky. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, guys. Thanks. Yeah, I'll talk to both of you soon. I don't have a lot going on next couple of
Okay.
weeks, so I'll be around. I'm definitely going to talk to you Monday. Go ahead. Yo, if you want to hear more opinions from myself, Dave, and Saint, myself is Dave, from Dave and Saint, about House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones, you can check out our new podcast, Maybe We'll Fire and Blood, which comes out on Sunday nights, roughly an hour or so after the episodes. So you can find that wherever you found this. And let's talk to Chris about the Squire of Gothos, and then we will talk. And then I will read the answers to the question of the week. So thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Awesome to be here. Everything is swimming right along. It is super duper the summertime. All kinds of things are happening. Here's me and Chris. So spoilers.
Do you remember the episode? Have you seen it before?
What, Futurama? Oh, of this?
No, this one.
I have never seen that one.
All right, well that's good because as a person who's never seen the episode, thoughts.
Charlie X. I can't believe that is exactly the one the Futurama episode is based on.
Yeah.
Because we've talked about that a lot. We've compared it to other episodes. There's definitely some Charlie X there and here, and Belatro or whatever that guy's name is. Oh, did you tell me a story about Clint Howard and George Lucas, right?
Was that me? I might have looked up something and said something, but I don't have anything in my head about him.
I guess he was, I don't know if it was for Star
Wars
Trek or something, but he was auditioning for something and went to meet George Lucas, and George
I sent
Lucas
you
was
a meme
like,
about that. Yeah.
"Hey, Baylock."
Yeah, it was a meme I'd seen, and I sent you the meme.
Wow. Well, it was definitely a fun episode. Yeah, it definitely. I was thinking a lot about how it is in a little bit, and maybe just because of having a really annoying character, but it definitely mirrors Charlie X, and also Where No Man Has Gone Before, which is Gary
Mitchell, yeah.
Gary Mitchell, right? Okay. So I mean, yeah, we got that kind of similar, but this is the most all-out John Delancey ass annoying character. Like,
it's so perfect. It's so good.
He does the judge shit. He shows up on the for some reason, you know what, I'm picturing Q when he dresses up as a mariachi, but does he shows up as some kind of old Earth general at some point, right?
Most of the episode he's in his Napoleonic
right. Yeah. Oh no, Trelane is.
Yeah.
I mean John Delancey in like any time on the Enterprise D.
Oh, I guarantee you, yeah. I'm sure he's even done Napoleonic garb as well.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. So there's a lot of, I mean, I feel like almost those earlier episodes that this is almost like the crescendo. This is like they've like pulled it together. I can't believe it is the exact Futurama ending. Like exactly. like we joked about how Charlie's parents show up and take him away, and that's not exactly what happens. That's exactly what happens in this episode.
Yep.
Great. I can't. Wow, I finally saw the Star Trek episode where somebody's parents just show up and say, "Knock it off, asshole." Fantastic.
I'm sorry, I and I didn't remember that was the ending on this one. I'm gonna be straight up. Like, I knew it was one of the, like, something weird, but I couldn't remember the exact ending because it's been, again, forever since I've seen the show. But as soon as they got there, I'm like, yeah, this is perfection. Because, like, again, you said it straight up. We've joked about it. It's come up in passing a couple times. I mean, we've watched the episode with you, so you could see the Futurama episode because you hadn't seen it before. But yeah, no, it's so good. It was so perfect. 10 out of 10. I'm not even waiting. It's a 10 out of 10 for me, 100%. This is definitely one of the best episodes in the entire show. I don't care.
I didn't quite catch it if he said there was a negative displacement reading and a light warp or something, but yeah, there's something about a light warp. One of those guys, DeSalle, picks something up.
There's a bunch of techno babbles.
Sensors. Yeah. And everyone's sitting around. This one, everyone's relaxing. This one comes out of nowhere because the crew's sitting around drinking coffee on the bridge. They're bullshitting. Spock's making fun of them for not knowing what a desert is and liking palm trees. Spock hates palm trees. Another thing that annoys Spock.
Everything annoys Spock.
Oh, yeah. But when they notice this light warp and displacement reading and they find a little unnoted planet, completely never materializes into anything, has nothing to do with the rest of the episode, but Kirk says, notify the Discovery.
Yeah, that was such a throwaway line. I feel like that's why they've named Discovery was because of that one throwaway line there and being like,
That would be
someone's gonna get it.
That would be so cool. And now Discovery has all merged into just one blob in my head, but it definitely wasn't Kirk, it was Pike, but I feel like when Discovery and the Enterprise were both on the show doing stuff, they were doing like sneaky things, out on the edges, and, they would contact each other. They were more in communication with each other than, Starfleet or whatever, and they were kind of, both ships were out investigating whatever was going on in season 2.
Yeah, I feel like I said, I think it's meant as a bit of an Easter egg for the fans who are, maybe a little bit too much of a fan of the show in general, to be all like, yo, guys, see, we got you here. We listened, And I think it's really cute. Like, I never would have put the two together myself. Like, why would I? But I like it. It's nice. It's a nice little throwaway. Made, 50 years in advance.
We named the ship after this particular line because it never goes anywhere, so that means we can do anything we want with it. Let's keep our eyes open. Let's see if they mention the Discovery or ever meet the Discovery. I know there's a Defiant. There's a couple Defiants.
The only Defiant I know is the one from DS9.
I think that
DS9?
Yeah, DS9.
Whatever. It's one of the 90s treks has a Defiant.
Yeah. And I believe that the first ship to go to the Mirror Universe is the USS Defiant in this series, in TOS.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a couple Defiants. I think maybe... Yeah, I never followed this up, but I think someone mentioned a Defiant in Star Trek Into Darkness, which kind of makes sense. There's a bunch of... Part of that movie is about RoboCop commissioning a bunch of powerful new ships. So there might be a Defiant in that movie. But anyway, there's a couple Defiants.
Now I want to rewatch Into Darkness.
I kind of do too, and it kind of... I feel like does it have a kind of an iffy reputation? Out of the three, it's the iffiest.
It's the second one, right? So that's the one with Benedict Cumberbatch, and
yes, good job.
Yes. So there's a few things in it that are problematic. That when it came out, mostly I recall is people being pissy about shot-for-shot remake without it being a shot-for-shot remake. Like they were clearly doing Wrath of Khan, but they weren't doing Wrath of Khan properly, and that was a problem. And I get it. I kind of agree the way that they handled it was poorly done. I was not super jazzed about how they tried to. They were clearly doing Wrath of Khan, but then, oh look, we're clearly not. Ooh,
yeah, they tried to trick everyone.
Yeah, and it was just kind of dumb. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I didn't think it was a terrible movie. If you're not someone who's looking for that out of it, right. It's manageable. It's not terrible. But if you're looking for that,
weird fan annoyances.
Yeah, but if you're looking for it to be properly done, it's not a proper shot-for-shot remake, and it is annoying that they tried to pull the wool over fans' eyes with it.
So our setup is we've found a weird displacement reading. Look, a little planet we've never seen before. Notified the Discovery. Oh shit, Kirk and Sulu have vanished. So after the intro, we come back and Uhura receives a text message that says, greetings and felicitations. The text message is also written in like Old English font, because, well, we'll find out soon that Trelane is about 900 years too late about the history of the Earth. So they're texting with him. He says, hip hip hurrah and tally ho. We don't know his name is Trelane or who's sending them these text messages, but it's very silly already. And we got some guys named DeSalle and Yeager who end up not really having much to do with the storyline. Trelane mentions that DeSalle is French and is excited that a Frenchman is there because he likes Napoleon. But other than that, these are not even red shirts because they survive. They and McCoy suit up with ill-fitting face masks. Because, oh yeah, it's worth mentioning. Also, Spock hands Dr. McCoy a laser beacon. They have a whole prop for it, and that's never mentioned again. He's like, here, McCoy, if you have trouble, set off this laser beacon. Unless I missed it, we never see the laser beacon again.
No, I don't think we do.
But they also, the reason they're all suited up is because the atmosphere is very dangerous. There's radiation, there's tornadoes, they'll die very quickly if they're down there without this stuff. And I mention that because just like a lot of other science fiction things that people complain about, Prometheus and probably some other pieces of Star Trek media, they go down there and they go, oh wait, this seems fine. Let's take our protective gear off.
The air is exactly that of our home atmosphere.
Unlike those other things that I mentioned, they don't end up getting in trouble. It actually is. We determined, and Spock notes later on, that there is an area on the planet that just seems very habitable, just like Earth. What's that doing there? That's where our guys are. When our away team finds an enormous manor house in this area that they have teleported down to. And when they go inside, Kirk and Sulu are frozen. Standing there all frozen. There's a bozo playing a piano, a very whimsical fellow. General Trelane required. He eventually insists that they call him Squire, the Squire of Gothos. This is planet Gothos. And he mentions that Earth is one of his hobbies. However, Kirk, he very quickly snaps Kirk and Sulu back to being alive, and so everyone's hanging out. But they're 900 light years from Earth. So he's looking at Earth and seeing Earth 900 years in the past, dressing up as Napoleon and talking about wars and conquests and human... He keeps talking about humans as predators and how predatory they are and how he's very interested in their weapons and their warfare. He's super bored. At this point in my notes, I wrote down, this guy is totally bored, and he wants... My first take, obviously, we know that he just wants to fuck around with them as long as he can, but my first take is okay, this guy's bored, and he wants to hear about human wartime stories. Forgetting Sarah Marshall? Holy shit.
Sorry, why are we talking about the Kevin Smith movie? Kevin Smith?
I meant to say Saving Private Ryan.
Okay. It is Kevin Smith. It is not Kevin Smith at all.
It's Jason Segel, though.
He's a writer, yeah, but I thought Kevin Smith was the director. No, it's Nicholas Stoller. I've never seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall. I'm not a big fan of Segel, so I just avoided it.
Boy, it's got one scene.
It's got Paul Rudd in it too.
It's got one scene that's just... I'm just gonna fucking show it to you right now.
Did you know that when filming How I Met Your Mother, what's her name? Allison Hannigan was straight up just she refused to kiss Segel because he's such a heavy smoker.
Ew. I gotta make you look at this because I love this scene to death.
I'm just waiting for it to go live so I can.
Here it is. I love this scene to death. Okay, ready?
Hold on. Oh. Go ahead.
Okay.
Everybody hates you. Everybody wishes that you were dead. 'Cause Peter, you suck. Peter, you suck. Peter, your music is fucking terrible. Peter, you suck. Peter, you suck. Peter, you don't do anything of value. Peter, you suck. Write some music, but instead you sit and write these bullshit songs. It's so self-loathing. Go see a psychiatrist. I hate the psychiatrist. Well, go see one anyway. I don't like the psychiatrist. You need to go see one. See a psychiatrist. I'm not going.
So fucking stupid.
I love that shit.
Oh my god. But yeah, no, I've never watched it. Again, I'm not a fan of his, so I kind of just avoided it. And again, it's got Paul Rudd in it, who also I can't stand, so hence why his being the red shirt and fucking Only Murders was perfect.
It's not a great movie, but
it's gotten a lot of praise. Like, I've had it as soon as people hear I like romantic comedies, they're almost always like, "Oh, you should watch this," and I'm like, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. No one's ever said that to me, but I don't talk about romantic comedies, I guess. But
Yeah.
I don't feel like I don't know. I don't feel like. I mean, I guess it's kind of beloved. I guess people still talk about it.
I don't hear about it as much now as I did, say, even 10 years ago. But it's. I think it's gotten old enough now. People have finally started. Like, it's a 16-year-old movie, right? Like, I think people are finally leaving it in the dust.
Yeah, that whole era was bad.
Yeah.
2008, like.
Yeah.
I thought the year 2000 was bad for culture. I thought some real shit came out within 2 or 3 years around that time. But, like, I think 2008 is the actual direct center of, like, bad media and bad art and garbage movies and TV. I think it irradiates from that point.
Yeah, I feel like that's when reality TV really kicked off way more than it should.
Yeah, a lot of Jersey Shore shit was going on, and the Kardashians really coming up around 2008.
Yeah, and like I'm sorry. I get why you guys took off for this shit, cuz like it got a lot of sales back then and people can't look away, but like it just as soon as Hollywood as a whole learned that they could just phone it in heavier than they already thought they could. No. Ugh. I don't like the state of modern television overall. I think we're starting to come out of it some, but I think as well, part of what we're running into now with television and movies in general is an oversaturation. They're making so many of them to try and hit those targets again, and it's that's affecting it.
It's quantity over quality, because if you make 100 things and one of them hits, that's all you need. And sometimes people will like absolute garbage, no matter anyway.
Yeah.
And you're just hoping someone eats your garbage. DeSalle does something funny. He tries to sneak up on Trelane to stun him with a phaser pistol, but he does it right in front of Trelane's giant-ass mirror. And Trelane just looks up and sees him creeping up in the mirror. DeSalle must have been able to see himself creeping up in the mirror, so I think it's just to get our attention to the fact that he's got a giant mirror in the room.
That's what it felt like. That was the point, yeah.
The mirror is important.
Because then they also call it out shortly thereafter about that's probably where I think I'm making a big jump actually in when things happen, but like they ended up calling it out later on about the tech the computer that's making shit happen is behind that.
Yeah, I think him and Spock have a conversation and figure that out the second time they're down on the planet.
Yeah.
Which is suit. While they're here, because now Spock is up on the ship and he's going, "What's that area where there's life? Oh, look, there's 6, I've lost count. 3, 5. There's 5 guys down there." And so Spock, it's not a big leap for him to figure out what's going on at this point. But before he teleports them up, McCoy scans him with the tricorder and says that he doesn't exist at all. It's not even like he's dead. He's just not being picked up at all. The fire in the fireplace has no heat. There's various other cues, various other cues that indicate that, this is artificially fabricated, whatever. As always, there's something going on with some illusion that they're all being shown. But, and Kirk is like, Trelane is starting to be like, "I'm not going to let you go. I'm a fucking spoiled brat," which you'll find out at the end of the episode. But Kirk is, starting to argue with him, and he says, "There are 400 men and women on my ship." And Trelane, boy, it's like, "Women? Let's get them down here right now." Which is about when Spock figures it out and teleports them all back up to the ship. Everything's fine, and that's the end. But when they start to leave, this is some Delancey shit. Like when he shows up on the bridge wearing like a Napoleonic Napoleonic fucking uniform, like 900 years in the past. You know, he does a lot of Delancey stuff. He really does. The uniforms, the past. We're gonna get to the point where he puts Kirk on trial. That's so fucking Delancey.
No, and even just like the way if you listen to Delancey, early Q Delancey specifically, versus this not quite a Q, you'll actually hear speech pattern similarities as well.
No, really,
like just how they speak, not necessarily word choices, but intonation, accent. Delancey doesn't have the Mid-Atlantic or British accent, but this guy you can hear he's putting on a bit of an accent in that sphere, like a light one. Yeah. And you can hear with Delancey when he starts his cue, he kind of
leans into it sometimes. Bit. Yeah, when he gets dramatic, he leans into a little bit of a formal, almost Yeah,
and it's not constant with Delancey, but it's there, and I don't know if it's a conscious I'd love to be able to sit down with the man and have a conversation around his choices on how he decided to make Q. Because did he watch this and base Q off of our good friend from the Squire, or did he just make it up on his own and it happened to be similar to this thing? I really would love to actually be able to sit down and pick apart the voice and how he got to the voice and the way he the mannerisms, because it is also, if you look at the two of them side by side, like how they move, there's similarities in that. Like it feels so heavily influenced when you look at Q versus Trelane.
It would be really interesting to me if they had Delancey specifically look at this episode. It's not like that. Really, this may have been the plan all along. I mean, not like they were planning on having a guy called Q, but when they were making TNG, they wanted to look back at TOS and use as much of the meat as they could, or they did. They used a lot of the meat, and I can totally picture someone being like, "Yeah, Delancey, take a look at this episode. You're going to be playing a character similar to this bozo." And he did.
And I think if he did do that, I do like that they've chosen to do that, like that they're leaning so heavily into, because you're going to have fans who've watched both who are going to pick up on it, you know what I mean? And it's those subtle callbacks to the original series throughout TNG that really helped cement it as a show that could continue, because it pulled the fan base from the 60s forward to the late 80s, but without it being as heavy-handed as it could have been, they're able to make it accessible to a newer audience, right? TNG came out around when I was born, and I grew up watching it. I was probably too young to watch it, but I grew up watching it because it was made so accessible to kids, right?
Yeah.
The phasers are a great way, because no one dies. Oh no, he's not dead. He's been stunned. Oh no, there's no blood. It's not a bullet. They made it like a live-action G.I. Joe.
Kinda.
But better, because it wasn't,
They blow. Some guy gets his face blown right off in the first season, and then his head also, but his face first.
Yeah. I'm talking as a general thing, though.
Yeah, no, I know. We were in the last episode. I'm not
pretending there wasn't.
We were talking about the guy whose face gets blown off. Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it's always perfect, but generally speaking, they did a pretty good job,
So he doesn't even really waste a lot of time capering around the bridge, which is like Delancey Q's favorite thing to do. Yes. But he says almost immediately, he's like, my drawing room would be a much more appropriate place to continue this conversation. So he gets back the 5 guys he had. He also takes Spock and Uhura and Yeoman Ross. And he says a bunch of gross things about Uhura and Yeoman Ross and how impressed he is with their appearance is. I guess that's what I'll say about that scene. It's gross. It's,
Yeah, no, the whole... I said it while we were watching it, racism. It's just racism. It's just And I mean, I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't realize, because like those
Well,
phrasings, I
it's-
still see them come up fairly frequently now, but it's just racism.
He's also,
He's playing a character
he's-
from 900 years ago who doesn't know any
who's
better.
from before the 60s, yeah.
Yeah, who's not supposed to know any better, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
It's hard to tell, basically, because,
yeah.
how
Like, it
how
feels-
intentional was it and how just gross is it? Yeah.
Well, to a degree, it feels like they wanted to create the character to be as realistic as they would be. So somebody who's actually only got those, documents from quote unquote 900 years before. So
Sure.
again, the 1700s, maybe even 1800s, but like writing would talk about like Black women and African American women with those phrasings back then. So that would have been an appropriate way for a character who hasn't seen anything past, say, 1850 to speak.
Yeah.
But also don't.
Yeah, also maybe don't do it exactly like this, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's one of it's a hard line to draw, like to walk, of like how historically accurate do you want the character to be, whilst also respecting modern sensibilities. And I think
Yeah.
to a degree there was a lack of respect to modern sensibilities, not because they were trying to be racist actively, but because I think in the 60s it wasn't really seen just how bad that was. Like, we're talking when they're still doing yellowface and
Yeah.
like stuff like that in movies, right? Like it's the era. It's not a forgiving of it. It's I can see why they went the way they did, but if it was being done nowadays, they would not go that way for a good reason, I would hope.
Yeah, you're always speaking to your audience to some extent, and your audience's sensibilities may end up, coloring your work, and that,
Yeah. And I think that's one thing that you and I have touched on a few times so far, of like, this was woke and very forward for the era. It's still backwards now,
Yeah,
but
weird.
for the 60s, this was really a forward-thinking show. They were doing a lot to be woke.
Yeah, but in the way, you can, and there is definitely, I may have said exactly this already, but, there is a way in, by showing a character from the past and showing how weird their ideas may be, that's always been a way to make yourself look progressive.
Yes. Yes.
So there
And
may
they
be a little of
They
that.
do that occasionally
Yeah.
throughout the whole show too. Yeah.
It's the intention that,
Yeah.
that matters.
But no,
and is
at its
interesting.
core, I don't think there's an intent to harm. And so I personally am not taking offense to it. It's very clearly a problematic bit that doesn't age well, but
Yeah, that's,
I don't see harm intended there.
The worst part is that it doesn't age well. Just kidding.
Yeah. That's I think the only part of the whole episode that really didn't age well overall. Honestly, everything else I think aged just fine. It's
So-
just that, like 30 seconds of like, no, this is just uncomfortable.
Yeah. So this is when Spock and Kirk get a little moment. Yeah, Trelane's dancing. He magics Yeoman Ross to have a princess dress. Another princess dress.
That's because they were easy to come across.
Was it the
in
same
fucking
princess dress
department.
from the last episode? So
No,
they're-
I don't think it was.
So they're dancing around, and that's when Kirk and Spock have a little conversation, and they're like, what could be the device he's using to do all these things? And they figure out that it's a mirror by some, by some plot line process of elimination, and Kirk he insults Trelane to make him, because I guess he's, I don't know if, first of all, I don't know what a phaser would do to a mirror. And I don't know if their phasers work right now. But he tricks Trelane into giving him a pistol because they're going to duel, like Aaron Burr and that guy they wrote the play about. And Kirk shoots the mirror. And they again escape and teleport back to the ship and fly away. And that's the end. Oh, except after a little bit of flying away, the planet Gothos is right in front of them again. And then they have a big chase scene where they're trying to outrun the planet, but it's always in front of them wherever they turn. And that's kind of silly.
Yeah.
This is still. They keep this. There's a lot of back and forth. They keep escaping and then realizing that they cannot escape.
Well, until the parents grow up.
Right. So one final time, Kirk is like, all right, this is enough. I'm going to beam down and I'm going to insult that motherfucker until he lets us go. He beams down and he beams directly into the courtroom scene, which is very Delancey Q. Trelane has got a big judge wig on and a gavel, and he's judging Kirk for being a dick and not wanting to play with him. He's more fun than Charlie or Gary Mitchell.
Yes.
He's fun in the way that, yeah, it's like they finally got together the story they wanted to do with like someone like this, because yeah, because he is a child. He really is just behaving like a child. And
you don't notice it. Like he comes off Q comes off the same way the entire time Q's around, right? Where it's a near infinite power being doing just whatever the hell it wants. Because if it's got infinite power, why wouldn't it?
Right.
And so it doesn't necessarily come off like it's being childish the entire episode until, oh, those are your parents, you're just a kid, and that reframes everything up to now.
Yeah, looking back at it, you can really tell that he's just, because it's not, his motives are never clear. He's just being an asshole. He's just like, you guys can't leave. I'm not going to let you. And it really is exactly the way that like a shitty kid behaves. And yeah, spoilers, the end of it is the end of the Futurama episode. His parents come and scold him.
Yeah. A lot, too. No, you can't keep playing with your toys. Put them away. But Mom, I'm not done yet.
Yeah, the final note I wrote down is, so this is the Futurama one. And it's also Charlie X. I mean, it's, yeah. Charlie
In
X
some ways it is.
Charlie X has a very similar, like I probably said this also, but, you know, the people that come and pick up Charlie aren't necessarily his parents, and he's not necessarily a misbehaving child. But Charlie X is very close to the Futurama episode as well. This is a better version of Charlie X. Yeah, 10 out of 10.
It is, yeah.
That's the Squire of Gothos, the first Q episode.
It's so much fun. I'm so glad we got to this one and you were able to see it. I love this episode. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's my favorite one. I don't think it's my favorite episode, but it's definitely one of the ones that like is very memorable to me, you know?
Cool. Yeah, I really don't feel like I've seen it. Yeah. I was honestly surprised at the twist. I really didn't think that was what it was going to be.
No, that's what, as soon as I saw the guy's photo, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, I know. So we're good. This is going to be great. Like the second. So.
It almost reminds me, and I wonder if there's any inspiration just by the structure of the plot. Do you recall an episode of TNG where it's like they find a planet that's been destroyed, but there's one zone that's habitable, and there's an elderly man and woman living there, and like, I don't remember. I think, yeah, like Picard really wants to take them and like bring them.
This is an episode of the show?
TNG.
Just on a planet, there's like a family living in the...
A man and a woman. And like they're in danger because like the radiation is going to close in or whatever. And so most of the episode is Picard trying to convince them to leave with him on the Enterprise. But like...
The closest I've got that comes to mind is there's a Lower Decks episode where there's a meteor.
Oh, yeah. And there are two people. Yeah. I wonder if that's a reference to this, too.
It might be. That's the closest I've got that's coming to mind.
Yeah, but like
the Lower Decks episode.
A bunch of weird stuff happens, and like I think he might fake both of their deaths or something to try to get the Enterprise to leave, but like Picard's being nosy, and like it becomes obvious that he's doing weird things with some kind of power set to try to get the Enterprise to go away. And
yeah, I can't place that one.
It's similar structurally. Yeah, well, we'll get there. We'll figure out what it is.
One of these days, yep. One of these years.
Yeah, thank you, Chris, for participating in this.
Okay, pause for the recording to have a gap in it. Potential question for this episode: what's your favorite Q trickery?
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I think, actually, to be frank, I'm going to be honest, I think my favorite Q trickery, or Q appearance, I don't know which one you'd rather go with, is when he brings his kid to Janeway and makes her, like, is like, you get to raise my son.
That's a very Charlie episode.
It is a very
but he's not, yeah, but in a much, and I'm not saying toothless in any kind of negative manner. It's much more fun because it's toothless.
Yeah, no, 100%. I love that episode. It's a ton of fun. I like the Q in general, though. If like, I know for some people they might be a little bit disruptive, but if the Q show up in an episode, I'm usually pretty confident it's going to be a good episode, you know?
You know when Harry and Paris go to their little Irish town and Harry is hitting on a girl, he's going to, like, take her out on a date or something. I think he goes to kiss her, and right as he kisses her, Paris turns her into a cow.
I think they're in the holodeck. It's New Haven.
What if we're all holograms and Q is the guy playing in the holodeck?
No.
No. Because that's Q shit. When I thought of my favorite Q scene, I was like, who does something that really... What's a really funny moment where some kind of Q magic happens? And I thought about Harry's girlfriend turning into a cow. It wasn't a Q, it was Tom Paris.
Tom Paris is a bit of a dick, and I love him for it. That's why I do wish that Locarno could have actually been Paris instead of them making a new character.
It would have been a whole different... It would have been... I don't know if it would have been different or not, but I mean, it certainly... I guess I would have, yeah. It would have been interesting. It would have changed how Lower Decks plays out, but...
Well, I mean, I don't think they would have done the episode the way they did for Lower Decks, right?
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, if they didn't... I mean, that's almost addressing the fact that Paris was not Locarno. Wow, what's happening in my voice?
Probably keep talking. You're probably going to need to take a break soon.
Yeah, I got to make a lunch. And so the question of the week is a simple one. What is your favorite silly thing that Q does? And I added, any fictional godlike bozo will do. Saint says, mariachi band? He says maybe not his favorite, but the silliest. Pete K says, this one god figure created the earth, and then 6 billion years later I have to pay tax. Fucking dick. Weebs says, in Picard, when Q hacks Soong's lab and produces a copy of his business card on the 3D printer, which is weird because why would he ever have to do that, except for the fact that when they show the card on screen, there is a telephone number on it, and if called, gets you Q's voicemail inbox where you could be verbally slighted by him IRL. That's funny. Pete agrees with that one. And then Locke has submitted an episode from the famous TNG edits, I believe. I don't think I've ever seen this one, so I'm going to watch it right now. We're starting with Q naked on the floor, which has already been discussed. And he's just licking his lips and looking at everyone on the bridge. He's still doing it. Everyone's trying not to look at him. Everyone's trying. And the credits are rolling. Yeah, good. That was a good answer, Locke. Yeah, look forward to talking to all y'all really soon. The question of this week. Next week we're going to be looking at Arena, where Kirk fights a guy in a lizard suit. The question is going to be, which TOS character would you least like to fight? Which TOS character or creature would you least like to have to fight in an arena? And if you want, you can tell me who you would most like to fight. And I'll probably say that it doesn't have to be TOS if you really have a better answer. I like to give everyone as much wiggle room as they want. You can answer this question on my Discord, which you can find if you go to koyadk.tv. All my links to all my socials and bullshit are there, along with a link to my Discord, so you can talk to us about all this stuff. Like I said, we'll be talking about House of the Dragon on Maybe We'll Fire and Blood I do another podcast called Maybe We'll Talk. I don't need to tell everyone all these things every episode. So see you next week, and we'll talk about Arena. Peace.
I'm up on my mobile just because some work. I'm kind of walking around my apartment and stuff. Anyway, what's up? House of the Dragon. Now you're awake again to talk about it.
Yeah, and I kind of This is the pitch that I wanna. Or at least this was sort of. This idea wasn't really fully formed last night when I was not awake, and now I kind of. I think it's gonna be something like. I'm gonna
before
say.
Before you even start your pitch, just let me say that no matter what it is, I'm in because I love talking about. I love talking about George R. R. Martin and particularly about Fire and Blood and House of the Dragon. So please go ahead.
Well, great. Well, I mean shit. I'm already on a roll then. I mean that sounds great. Yeah, so I was thinking I was going to say something like, welcome to Maybe Wheel Dragons, a one-shot, unedited House of the Dragon episode reaction podcast that comes out every week on Sunday nights immediately after we record it. Because,
oh, boy.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. All right, cool. I'll do that. I'll do the unedited. It might not be all that interesting to anyone besides us to go back and re-listen to, because that's... But hey,
well, that's
Mark
always the kind. That's always kind of.
After Mark catches up with House of the Dragon, maybe he'll start watching later episodes with us.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he did say he wanted to watch it now. I think.
Yeah, I think. Well, he's been traveling and kind of out of the office a lot. So. I did talk to him a little bit. Well, we both talked to him a couple times about the fact that he should watch House of the Dragon.
Right. No matter how badly burned you feel about the last couple seasons of the Game of Thrones show, House of the Dragons is a new show with people involved in making it.
Yeah, so. and I'm really and another piece of big news is that like I'm officially over that burned-in feeling from the TV show.
Yeah, for me it was never all that bad in the first place. I know so many people were like, such despair.
Yeah,
and I'm like, dude, it's a TV show.
At least two different people, when I mentioned the Game of Thrones TV show, gave me that. You ever like, that look when you accidentally like, mention some kind of, you mentioned like, addiction or something.
You mentioned something taboo.
You
mentioned something that like, you're like, oh man, why are we discussing this in polite company?
Yeah, and someone gives you that look where their face just goes dark and they just give you that very slight head shaky, like, no.
I'm not talking about this.
Yeah. Two people have given me that look about Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Like you're sitting down and you're sitting down and like, I'd like to have a conversation with you about the Holocaust, okay?
Yes. Yeah, like you said that.
Not even like a Holocaust denial or anything bad like that, but just like we should have a serious conversation about something serious and bad, and it's like that, like, oh boy, here we go kind of thing. It's a TV show. Come on.
People, I mean, more than like, when people, like when their sports team doesn't win, so they go and like flip over cars. Like it was, that's how people felt about this TV show.
Yeah. Dude, I know a couple people who almost, maybe not almost, but like briefly considered naming their daughter Khaleesi.
Oh, I recall. Well, you know people that did that, but I mean, I recall hearing a statistic that was like, now there are 500 babies in the United States. Those kids are like 15 now.
Yeah.
Now there's a bunch of teenagers named Khaleesi.
Yeah. And it's like, oh boy, you didn't see that heel turn coming when you decided to name her Khaleesi, huh?
Yeah. So my name's Khaleesi. I'm named after a fictional character from a TV show that people hate, and the character went crazy and murdered thousands and thousands of civilians in a war crime.
Yep.
It's a pretty name.
Yep. It's a pretty name. It's not even her name. Her name's Daenerys. Khaleesi's just her title.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. An alternate title for this side podcast is just The Hot D.
The Hot D. Well, I think that there's probably too many people calling stuff The Hot D. Like the show is the Hot. The show is The Hot D.
The show is The Hot D. Okay.
I've heard The Hot D so much from everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we'll Fire and Blood.
Oh, sorry. What about Fire and Blood?
I said maybe we'll Fire and Blood.
Maybe we'll Fire and Blood. Okay, yeah, I like that. Yeah. Actually, because I use Apple Podcasts when I listen, and I typed in The Hot D, and 4 results: The Hot Dish, The Hot Drop, The Hot Drip segment with Alicia Parker, and this last one. I think I'm not going to tap on it, but I want to read to you what the last suggestion is. The raisin at the hot dog's end. That has to be something sexual.
Yeah, that's definitely sexual. They're definitely talking about cock and balls there.
Yeah, so so anyway, I mean, I guess I could go in with one of my kind of final thoughts about what we watched yesterday, but do you have anything else? I mean, because I did record, and this one I'm gonna edit, and I think from here on out it's gonna be whatever we say to each other after the episode, and I'm just gonna immediately publish it.
Yeah, like 15 or 20 minutes of whatever we say, and just slap it on the internet. Yeah,
that's the
plan. Sounds good. All right, cool. So are you going to record this right now, or you?
Oh, this is it. This is it. This is the intro to the first episode of Maybe Will cool. Blood and Fire.
All right, nice. Addition. I'm probably constantly going to do a let's compare this to the book.
Oh, sure.
Segment, because I think that's for Game of Thrones, and I've honestly probably read Fire and Blood like a dozen times, or I'll literally just put it on in the background while I'm like washing dishes or doing housework or something, to just kind of like the sort of soothing voice of the dude reading it, talking about some vaguely interesting fake history. I'm such like a 40-year-old dad, man.
Well, something that's great about that is that the book never gets very intense in the way it's written. There's not a lot of like a big reveal kind of scene ever happens. I mean, sort of, but like
sort of, but it's also, it does have that sense of like many prequels. It's like, well, you kind of know what's going to happen. So the question is going to be, what's interesting about how you get there? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much like the really casual viewer of House of the Dragon and Game of Thrones is going to know about how this conflict shakes out.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, everyone dies. And I don't just mean everyone dies, because 130 years pass between this and Daenerys, so like naturally everyone will have to die of old age or something at some point.
Yeah. No one's using the spice.
No one's using the spice, yeah. But
Well, maybe that guy in the tree, but he's not here.
Yeah, but he's not even born yet.
Oh, Blood Raven's not even born yet. Wow.
Blood Raven's not even born yet. Blood Raven's still like 100 years away.
Oh, so he's not even that old in Game of Thrones.
In Game of Thrones, I think he hasn't hit the 2-century mark, but still.
That's old, but it's older than anyone in the story.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah. No
I
question.
thought he was like 500, I guess is.
Yeah, no. And I think he kind of plays it off that way. He's like,
sure.
Old Podge.
Mm-hmm.
So it's yeah. But yeah, so this episode compared to the books, there's a couple things that are different. The Alicent and Kristen Cole thing is totally new.
Oh, okay.
That is not hinted out at in the books at all, or talked about in the books at all. There's no relationship between Sir Kristen Cole and Queen Alicent in the books.
Interesting.
So that's all made up. That's all made up for the show.
Spicy.
That's fine. That's fine for me. It's spicy. I like it because I like how it's showing how Sir Kristen has changed.
Sure.
And like in a certain way, how like hypocritical he and Alicent are being, because like part of the thing that started the whole rift between all three of them is Rhaenyra fucking Kristen Cole, and then like refusing to like give up her queenship because of it. Now he's not even bothering to ask Alicent like that. He knows he's just being used, and now he doesn't have a problem with it. But we had such a problem with it, 10 years back or whatever, 20 years back, when it was him and Rhaenyra, that he still can't get over it. But now he's got no problem eating the queen out, and her being like, we can never do this again. He's like, yeah, sure, no problem, whatever. And then like,
we'll
5 minutes later. Yeah. 5 minutes later, she's like, okay, let's just upgrade to like full insertion. And he's like, cool, whatever.
Yeah, I'm into it. That doesn't, no big deal. I mean,
no big deal. Yeah. Yeah. All that talk is like, he's so concerned about his vows and his oaths and stuff like that,
But like, what am I wearing all of this armor for if it's not to perform sexual acts upon the royalty?
Yeah. And then the blood and cheese was different because, in that they like, that's like one of the very few scenes actually in Fire and Blood that is actually like fully plotted out and like dialogue and described, kind of like you would see in an actual story. And they didn't actually use that description because in the description, Alicent is there with Helena, and
who we've gotten to know a bit more in the book.
Yeah, we got to know a little bit more in the book. And then also there's a third child. In the books, Helena has 3 children. With, Aegon.
2 boys?
The second. The twins, Jaehaera and Jaehaerys.
Ah, yes.
Who are the oldest. And then a younger son named Maedlon. And in the book, they ask her to pick which son to kill. And she's like, no, kill me instead. And they're like, can't do that, son, wife's not a son. That part they kept, because the rat catcher's like, just kill the queen, let's get the fuck out of here. And, the blood is like, wife's not a son, gotta be a boy. So in the book, what they do is even more fucked up because she says, okay, kill my youngest son, because she thought maybe he's too young to understand, or because the old one was the heir, maybe. Doesn't really say. And then they're like, she says the youngest son, who's like 2 or 3, like, you hear that, little boy, your mama wants you dead. And then they kill the other son anyway.
Right.
They kill the oldest anyway. And they take the head and run off. So, yeah, that's different. In this one, it was like, they didn't even, Daemon was like, I'd rather you kill Aemond. He never says, if you can't find Aemond, don't kill anybody else. Because they specifically say, the character Cheese specifically says, like, what if we can't find Aemond?
Right.
And he just gives him a look, and he doesn't say anything else.
A son for a son, but it's not actually said.
A son for a son. Yeah, but it's pretty fucking obvious, He's not telling them like, oh, well, if you can't find him, and I guess just
kill anybody. Just kill any. Any male heir, anyone related.
Kill anyone related.
Someone who's the son of somebody.
Yeah, he definitely like they don't show that, but that's definitely what he implies to them, if not says outright. You know, like if you can't find Aemond, it's not like if you can't find Aemond, just go home. It's cool. Like
kill someone and go home.
Kill somebody.
Come on.
Come on. And this is the kind of thing. It shows it as kind of a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, they were there for Aemond, but they couldn't get him, so they killed the baby instead. And how fucked up is that? I don't think this is the kind of thing where Daemon is going to be like, how dare you? What have you done? The horror. He's just going to be like, well, that's not what I wanted, but cool. Okay. I think that's what Daemon's reaction is going to be. He's going to be like, when people are like, but he was a baby, Daemon's going to be like, fuck him.
I mean, that is exactly how Daemon would react.
He's not my baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's going to be great to see more of Daemon doing his thing this season.
Oh yeah, I mean,
I keep thinking there's this phrase that I've heard to describe his kind of morality. It's called blue and orange morality.
Okay.
Because it is just weird and nonsensical from a regular human point of view. Sure. It's a kind of morality that just has like totally different axes than most people kind of think on, like good versus evil, law versus chaos, that kind of thing. It's just totally different set of priorities and everything. And like, a really good fantasy depiction of it that I always go back to, that the Targaryens are based on, are the Melnibians or the Melnibonians or something like that. I don't even know how to say it. From Michael Moorcock's Elric novels.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, I have no idea.
And that's a deep one. Those books are from like the 70s or something like that.
Okay.
When you read them, this is what the Valyrians are based on. They're a bunch of like they're an empire that used to rule the world.
Yep.
But they've fallen, and now they're decadent. They live on just one island. Beneath their island are dragons that sleep, waiting for them to be called to war. They're all cruel and decadent.
Yep.
They all have long blonde hair.
Ah, yes, like elves.
Like elves, So it's like, and I'm pretty sure George R. R. Martin has never bothered to like conceal the fact that this is what inspired the Valyrians in his stories. So that's what I think of when I think of like the blue and orange morality of like people who are just, they have a morality for themselves, but they seem so amoral and weird to everybody else.
Alien kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the Targaryens aren't quite there because it's like they've been living in Westeros for hundreds of years now. Like they ostensibly still go to church with all the other guys, and they they believe in the same. Yeah, a lot of them do. They believe in the same gods more or less, and they do their own thing. But they're still like a foreign dynasty from another place that came in and conquered Westeros.
Right. Yeah. And they're still, oddly separate, and they definitely consider themselves above everyone else living there, and they have a sort of, they have their own alien set of shit going on internally. Yeah.
And I mean, also in Fire and Blood, that's the thing, is like the king before these guys, King Jaehaerys, made it a point to go to the Faith of the Seven and say, you have to say that Targaryens don't have to follow the same rules.
Yep.
And if you don't, there's going to be problems. And he was,
your blood all over the place problems.
Yeah, and he was smart enough not to like actually have to say that, but it's like when the High Septon dies and they're electing a new High Septon, and you and your wife show up riding your dragons and land on top of the city, you don't have to say the words.
Yeah.
You don't have to say the words. Your dragon says the words for you.
Why did...
Oh. It's like, so even here, it's like, they're like, but by the way, like, it's a sin brothers and sisters to fuck each other, except if you're Targaryens.
Right, because
obviously
obviously
they're different and better. And it's like, anytime, at that point in history too, anytime anyone ever said like how, like, why are they different and better? The answer is, you go fucking ride the dragon, and then you can go marry your sister too. Okay.
And also, conquer the 7 kingdoms while you're at it, and then you can decide where your morality is going to lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, and a totally different class of people just being like, well, obviously we are, just superior to all of you. Real classic story.
Closer to gods than Yeah. And, people have been saying that about themselves in real world history for a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So it's like, we're better. These people are better than those people. These people are closer to God than these people. But in a fantasy setting with actual magic, when you have a bunch of dudes who are doing things that literally nobody else can do,
it's easier for them to claim.
It's easier for them to like back it up. Basically,
it is a tale as old as time, though.
Yeah, it is.
Fascism.
Authoritarianism. Yeah.
I was going to ask why Blood and Cheese had a dog with them at all.
Dogs are rat catchers. It's just like a rat catching terrier.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you can use cats to catch rats. That's classic. But there are dogs straight to catch rats too. Yeah, and that was when she was like, oh, maybe they have a slightly redeeming quality for Cheese. He's got a cute little dog. Okay, no.
No.
Fucking kick the dog.
Kick the dog.
All right.
Yeah, I was trying to.
You didn't think he was awful enough. He also kicks dogs.
Yeah, beheading babies is probably a little worse.
Yeah,
but he's pretty bad guys.
Oh, yeah. Again, those are the memes going around where it's like somebody's like, I can excuse child murder, but kicking a dog. Somebody's like, you can excuse child murder.
That's how we know. That's how we know he's a bad guy. I mean, everybody in this show murders people.
Yeah.
Lots of people murder children in this show.
Yeah. Lots of people have murdered some kids. I'm trying to think if there's anybody with clean hands in this show, and I'm having a lot of trouble thinking of anyone. Like, nope.
I just saw Jenna Slint, who's terrible.
The really little kids.
Yeah, who has not killed really little kids? You still got to stop and think about it.
No. I'm going to say just the really little kids are the ones who haven't killed anybody.
Oh,
and that's it.
And that's not even Arya. We're talking really little.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, Luke cut out his cousin Aemon's eye when they were both like 10.
Yeah.
So
how about
they started early?
Myrcella Baratheon, because she's barely even a character, is pretty innocent.
And in the original Game of Thrones, I'm still thinking about just this series.
In just this series, I mean, even the little kids are.
Sometimes the little kids are little shits.
Just the bullying that goes on between the little kids in the season 1 of House of the Dragon. They're all awful. They're terrible little kids.
Yeah, they're little shits to each other. And part of it is in the books too, it's like there's a real specific, like, it's not just that all these kids are little shits, it is that their parents and their guardians and their teachers are telling them, these other kids are your fucking enemies.
Yeah.
They're a different faction.
And I mean, that's going on in the Game of Thrones series as well. Yeah, that's all over all of this.
All of this, yeah.
I mean, that's the whole thing. This whole political intrigue, and we're the good guys,
sure.
and
yeah, and then just like some quote from somewhere in Game of Thrones where somebody, I think it's in House of the Dragon and Fire of Blood, somebody somewhere is like, well, we probably got to execute this whole family, including the babies. And somebody is like, what the fuck? You can't just kill the kids too. And they're like, a babe sucks its mother's hate from the breast with his mother's milk.
Wow.
Let these babes grow, and in 20 years they will strap on swords to avenge their fathers.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
That sure does happen.
Yeah. That sure does happen. So
wow.
I think it was a Stark that said that.
Oh, really? I was about to say that sounds like some Damon shit. Oh, I liked. By the way, I liked seeing a little bit of the Wall in some old Stark bro in season 2, episode 1, HOTD.
Yeah, that's Cregan Stark. He becomes a big character. Yeah, Cregan Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. He's cool because I'm glad that they made him like real young, because he's supposed to be about the same age as Joff. Not Joff. He's supposed to be about the same age as Jacaerys.
Jace, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's in Fire and Blood they talk about how the two of them like became fast friends very quickly because they were around the same age and they were like, "Hey, you're cool, I'm cool, what's up?" The way guys sometimes do, and he's a big character, like at the end of the Dance of the Dragons.
Oh, okay.
Because like he sends like he said, he's like, oh, I'll send 2,000 men south right away. He said, but if I have to send more, it's going to be a problem because I got to watch the north and I got to watch the south, and winter is coming, so I got to feed people, and everything's going to be covered in snow. It's going to be rough, man.
And he gets a letter from Aegon and Alicent.
Yeah, that says Jacaerys is dead, or Lucerys is dead. Yeah,
but
yeah,
that's what.
Yeah, no,
that's what the letter from Alicent said. Oh, and that's how Jace finds out.
That's how Jace finds out. Because I'm pretty sure that's what it was, because it was like that's the very first shot of the show.
No, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah.
And it's them. They're in the north, and Jace is just talking to him. He doesn't know, and he's he's like, oh, Raven from the south, and he's looking at it, and he's like,
yep, okay,
okay, and then and he's looking at Jason. You can see their faces fall, like oh shit, something's really wrong.
I thought the thing that was wrong was Alicent saying like, you have to pledge to Aegon because he's the king now. I thought it was going to be that.
No, I mean. Nobody says anything, but I got.
No, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
No, the Raven is from Dragonstone. That's they specifically said the Raven from Dragonstone. This is where
Rhaenyra sad princess is.
Yeah, the sad princess and the angry prince are. So.
Boy, she's so sad.
Super sad. I
like her. I mean, I want her to. She's who I'm rooting for.
Yeah, of course. Aegon is a shit.
He wants to be good guy Aegon, though. We like that. But he really ends up being kind of just a tragic figure.
Yeah, he is. They're making him seem a little bit more like he just wants to be loved.
Yeah.
But he is a piece of shit. He is a piece of shit.
He's an idealist that doesn't care to learn how things actually work, for one thing.
Yeah. Yeah, but let's not forget all the rapes and stuff.
Oh, yeah, already? Or
well, from like last season.
Oh, okay. I didn't recall. Maybe I should watch the last season. Like I said, I watched it like last year.
Yeah, there's a part in some season where a maid goes to Alicent and she's very upset because Aegon raped her basically, and Alicent is like, sorry about that. Here, take this gold and this moon tea, in case you don't want to have a bastard. And don't say this. Don't talk about this to anybody.
I recall him being more of a shit now. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And there's an implication that he has a bastard. At least one bastard in Flea Bottom that he doesn't care about, who is like in a fighting pit for little kids.
Oh God! Oh my God! That was in last season.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see little kid
They
fighting.
briefly show like a little kid with like the white hair.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
and indicate like, oh, that's a Targaryen bastard. Or
Is that
something
talked
like
about in the book?
in the book? So, you know how in the book there's like multiple people trying to tell the story at the same time. So the author is like, these are what our sources say, and we're not really sure which one is the right one. So one of the sources talks about when they found Aegon after his father died, and they were going to proclaim him king. One source says that he was with a paramour. You know, like he was just with his mistress, no big deal. And another one said he was found in Flea Bottom in a brothel with like a 13-year-old girl sucking his dick while he watched kids with filed teeth and filed nails fight each other to the death.
Oh God, yeah, right, okay. Jesus Christ.
So, yeah. But it's like, again, the sources matter, and it's like the guy who was writing that thing about how awful he was also like really loved Rhaenyra.
Right.
So absolutely everything he says about Aegon is as nasty as can be. But he says nasty things about a lot of people, including Rhaenyra. He's just like the guy Mushroom.
Mushroom. As I was thinking, his name isn't Pumpkin, is it? Yeah, Mushroom. Yeah,
no.
I like Mushroom a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a character they declined
to picture or to, yeah.
Yeah, they declined
to visualize
Mushroom in the show.
Yeah.
Just as the other point of view character, the other writer in the book is a guy named Septon.
Oh, a Septon.
No, not
yeah.
Septon Eustace.
Yeah, that's right.
And Septon Eustace, and then some writings from the Grand Maester, who is in the show actually, but he's fairly minor. The Grand Maester in the Green Council hasn't cited done very much. But he is one of the writers and one of the sources. So like him, a Septon, who is supposed to be part of like, the King Septon or whatever, but he's not in the show. But it's like, in the book, it's like he's the King Septon, so he's there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And then Mushroom, the jester.
Right.
The court fool.
The court fool who wrote a very elaborate history of generations and generations of these people.
Yes, because he was at court for like 40 years or something like that. And he wrote his testimony of Mushroom.
Yes, the testimony of Mushroom.
Which I believe Fire and Blood describes as shockingly ribald.
Yes. Of course. You would expect it to be.
Yeah, he talks a lot about cocks and pussies and titties. And, I guess they figured like a really lusty like midget would be like probably trying to... People would look at it and be like, you're just trying to copy Tyrion again. And it would be silly.
Right.
And they'd be right.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There's not really a clear Tyrion. There's definitely a clear Littlefinger. Or maybe maybe I guess Loras is kind of Littlefinger Varys. He's kind of both of them.
He's kind of both of them. And like I was saying while we were watching the show last night,
he's a more evil Varys. Sorry.
He's pretty evil in the book too, but they really emphasize in the book that like nobody understands why this guy was doing what he was doing back in the day.
Yeah.
Because he didn't leave any letters, he didn't leave any journals. He refused to confess anything before he was executed. He refused to tell anyone why he did anything. He's like, he took his secrets to the grave. Because he, spoiler alert, switches sides at a certain point too.
Oh.
And there are questions that come up at a certain point from Aemon, especially, like, dude, Jacaerys, Lucerys, and Joffrey, quote unquote Targaryen, we know are really Harwin Strong's bastards. That makes them your nephews. So how can we trust that you're actually on our side? Why are you going against your own family? Somebody asked him that at some point.
And what does he say?
doesn't say anything. It's like somebody doesn't. It's not like they ask him that to his face, but it's like,
it's pointed out.
Those questions come up, you know, because it's like this guy's family, this guy's brother was having sex with Rhaenyra. This guy's son, this guy's nephews are in line to inherit the Iron Throne if Rhaenyra wins. Why is he on our side instead of their side? And then, you know, basically, in the end, it's like, you know, whose side was he on? Nobody really knows because he switched sides so many times. And he refuses to elaborate.
Yep.
It's like that meme.
Yeah.
Switches sides again, refuses to elaborate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So that is another thing I'm more excited about for House of the Dragon than I ever was about Game of Thrones, is this kind of stuff, because the actual source material is kind of thin, and it leaves them a lot of room to work with and write their own scenes and develop the characters in interesting ways.
I'm really into that aspect of it.
There's a bunch of these characters, like the only things that you know about these characters for the most part in Fire and Blood are what public faces and what maybe one or two people said about them in private.
Right. Yeah. And you know, and who their children are, and what, how the line,
Exactly. And it's like reading a history of something that happened like a couple hundred years ago. You pick up a book and you read it. It's probably going to be pretty dry because the actual stories of these people's lives get lost, because it's what happens over time. You know, their kids may remember and their grandkids, but you know, over time, it's like you don't know the stories of your great-great-grandparents. And you might know a little bit, like, oh, they were from Ireland or they were from Germany and they came over on the boat and they got married at this time and they had kids, but this is what they did for a living. And that is literally it. That's what I know about my grandparents, or not great-grandparents.
Yeah.
But like great-parents, stuff like that. I'm like, their names on a family tree, some dates, and like a few little factoids. And it's, in some ways, it's kind of sad and kind of humbling and kind of interesting. But it's like, I don't know. It's that's the thing about, you know, this thing too. It's like it's this history book that they're turning into like a real story. And it's cool, all the stuff that they're doing to flesh it out.
Yeah, it's great. It's great that they have a lot of wiggle room, and and I think that the people who are writing this and making the show are doing a really good job of doing that fleshing out. And it's I like that. I like that that's the kind of source material we have, where they have, you know, they can wiggle. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
And it's hard for, you know, I mean, it's not even that like. I mean, obviously, I said last night that Game of Thrones is insane how faithful the first season is. But, like, it's nice that... And it's not like anyone was mad at that point about it being faithful, but it's nice to not even have to worry about how faithful this is, because the book even says, you know, we're not even sure, the people writing this history, if this version is more accurate or this is, and so... From the show making perspective, you get to kind of just put it how you want to put it, and I think that's cool. I think it's going well.
Yeah, and then I so far, I mean, I'm pretty on board with the things that have changed too. Like, you know, like I wrote out Aegon and Helena's youngest son, I think.
Yep.
That's fine. Like in the book, his fate is also horrific and horrible and kind of has nothing to do with anything else happening between the main conflict. So fine. Okay.
Yeah.
We like what happens to him is like, you know, is like another child murder, you know? So it's like, okay, cool. We don't really need another one like that.
Yeah. How many child murders do we need to put in the first episode of this?
Yeah. How many child murders do we need overall in this series, you know? Season one was the like horrible birthing scene.
Oh my god, like 3 or 4 horrible birthing scenes.
Yeah. This season is going to be like the child murder season.
Wow. All right.
I don't think there are anymore. I don't think there are any more child murders, because like I said, they wrote out Maelon Targaryen.
Yeah.
Again, fine, no big deal. And I think when other deaths of other Rhaenyra's children start to come like later in the story, so probably not even this season. Because again, remember, everybody dies.
Yeah. I mean,
I think out of everyone in the show right now who you can call like a major character, I'm trying to think of them. Like by the end of the Dance of Dragons, I think like literally one of them is still alive after the end.
who, does some Targaryen king continue on? After
Yeah, of course.
After Dance with Dragons, so at least one guy.
Yeah, at least one of them. But as far as like actual major characters, I'm pretty sure Corlys Velaryon is the only one who survives the dance.
Oh right, yeah, okay, because he lives forever.
Everybody else dies untimely, and he dies a natural death
At like
old age.
95.
It's like a few years after the dance ends, he passes away. But like he is the only one who gets to not die by violence in the show. Out of all of the major characters, everybody else gets offed.
Yeah.
And in various like horrific or cool ways. In some ways it's very cool. Like when Daemon and Aemond and Aegon and they go, well actually probably not so much Aegon, but like Daemon and Aegon, or Daemon and Aemond.
Yes.
And Kristen Cole, they get cool deaths. When they die, it's like, oh, it's cool. And then like a couple other people, when they die, you're like, no, God, that's another weird wedding looking thing. and then, yeah.
Oh no, another horrible backstabbing murder.
Another horrible murder. Another one. But it's, why are you watching this show if you're not here for the horrible murders?
Yeah. And you ask yourself that. That's yourself asking. Well, if you don't like all these murders, what are you even doing?
Why are you watching this show? You know what this is about.
Yeah. It's exactly what it says on the tip.
You didn't stumble on this by accident. Come on. House of the Dragon. What an interesting name. I've never heard of this before. I think I'll watch it without having heard a single thing about it.
My favorite movie is Pete's Dragon, the heartwarming family tale where an imaginary dragon does something. I don't know. But I imagine this will be just like that. So,
sorry.
Yeah, all right, great. Really, I've gotten from you what I came here for today, but if you have anything else that you want to say about that first episode or what's going to happen this season, the stage is yours.
No, I think that's enough said about the first season.
All right, awesome. Yeah,
let's try to keep these a little short.
Yeah.
Pump them out without editing much.
Let's do this every Sunday. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my plan is basically, to be more awake, but just to record it, hopefully with not very many pauses or us accidentally revealing our social security numbers, and then just posting it straight away, because,
All right, cool. Sounds good.
A lot of people are going to get killed. It's going to be great.
Yeah, I might, yeah, maybe in future weeks there may be a Sunday when I'm able to like hold a conversation.
I hear you.
I definitely had a whole weekend.
Word.
Oh, who's eating out the queen?
Oh, Son of Luna.
That is he a strong?
No, that's Kristen Cole. He's
Cole.
He's the Kingsguard.
Who's the father of Rhaenyra's children?
Harwin Strong. He died in a fire.
Okay. Did he?
He's Larys's brother.
Yeah. Does it seem likely that I would have him confused with Son of Luna? Son of Luna also canoodled with Rhaenyra.
Yes, Son of Luna also. Yeah, he also banged Rhaenyra.
Okay. That's
He's
what
got a
I'm
thing.
confused about.
Yeah, and it was the whole thing because he was like, "Run away with me, I'm in love with you," and she's like, "Dude, it was just sex. We don't have to run away and get
Right,
married."
yeah.
And then he was like, "What am I? Just your whore?"
She's cool.
He was all dramatic about it, but now he's fucking Alicent apparently.
Son of Luna.
Son of Luna. Oh, that's right. And Alicent is really like I forget that sometimes in the context of the show that because the actors' ages are so close, but she's Helena's mom, so it's like she walked in and her mom banging the Kingsguard right after her son had been murdered.
Oh, yes. Yes, she
Yeah.
is. Okay. Damn, that's a shitty, yeah. That's a shitty thing to have to happen to a family. Although, I mean, fuck Alicent.
Yeah,
Kinda. But mostly fuck her.
she's kind of the villain, but she's such an unwitting villain.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm trying to do good, and she's
She's
so
got
bad at
people
it.
around her that know she's manipulable,
Yeah,
manipulatable.
pliable.
She gets a lot of she's got a lot of fingers. There's a lot of fingers in her pie.
Yes. That's a good and dirty way to put it.
Yes, but I mean it is. It's almost hard to say just, fuck her because it's almost just the amount of people whispering in her ear.
Yeah, the amount of people messing with her. And she had a really good conversation. I really like that conversation she had with Rhaenys, the old queen who never was. And like at the end of last season, where she was like, "You have all this power, but all you want to do is open a window in your prison cell instead of taking charge."
Ah, yes. What is this Aegon? What does he become known for being? Like, you know what I mean? Like Maegor the Cruel, that guy, the Blessed.
He doesn't have a nickname. There's
Yeah.
a bunch of Targaryen kings that don't have nicknames. Viserys didn't have a nickname. They give it in the show that they were like the Peaceful. He was Viserys the Peaceful because there were no wars during his reign.
I like that. I liked old King Viserys.
Yeah.
I liked his little city that he built.
Yeah, it was just Aegon the Second.
He seems like a real good guy. Good guy Aegon. He wants to return people's sheep. He wants everyone to, be chill, and he just wants to crack open a cold one with his boys on the Iron Throne.
Yeah.
But then Uncle Damon has to come along and pay blood and cheese to murder his nephew, brother, son.
Yeah.
Is it all those things?
Who are we talking about?
Aegon, is it Aegon's child that ends up getting killed?
Oh yeah, it was supposed to be his brother.
Right, his brother is Aemon, the guy with the real Muppet face.
Yeah.
But instead it's his son. His
Well, instead
sister
it's-
wife is... Excuse me.
There's supposed to be a second son there as well.
Oh,
But
not
I
a
think-
daughter?
Yeah, I think they wrote him out. There's supposed to be 2 sons and a daughter.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. I wonder if the next time I listen to that book, well, I mean, it kind of goes without saying that you end up picking up more
Yeah.
the second time through anything, but Yeah, I definitely was able to, you know, listening to that sort of semi-dry history, I was able to kind of picture what was going on more in the era of King Viserys.
Yeah, Aegon II doesn't last too long. He gets the shit kicked out of him a lot.
That's too bad. He might have been okay.
Like a lot of really grievous bodily harm.
I kind of can't wait. I almost don't even want to say fuck him either, although he definitely instigated some stuff.
Oh yeah. But it's you know the Game of Thrones trope about like dudes getting their hands cut off and their noses cut off and
oh yeah,
and
this guy
shit like
gets
that.
lots of things cut off.
This like I'm trying to remember what happens to him. He gets like burned really bad in a dragon fight. Like really
yes, okay,
burned.
yeah, I recall. Yeah, and that's and then he's mostly out of commission for.
And he's in a coma for like 6 months or something.
Yeah.
And just when he's getting better, he has to jump off his dragon during another dragon fight and breaks both his legs.
Oh boy.
And like both his hips or something like that. He basically shatters both his legs jumping off a dragon.
Aish.
Yeah, so then he has to be like, you know, carried around in a chair because he can't walk anymore.
Yep.
Yeah. He gets it bad. There's a lot of body horror in George R. R. Martin. Forget about that sometimes. Just a lot of people getting pieces chopped off. Trying to remember if anybody else gets any pieces chopped off in this show, other than, you know, or in this story, other than just, you know, the normal heads getting chopped off.
Is there a tiny segment about somebody getting infected with some kind of worms?
Oh yeah.
Were they ice worms that they had to?
They were fireworms.
They were fireworms, and they had to chop the body parts off before the worms could get into them. Or
no.
Oh, wasn't it something like that I'm thinking of?
It was a little different than that. So this girl, Princess Aria, who was she was from like Jaehaerys' generation. She was like King Jaehaerys' older sister.
Okay.
So she had a pair of twin daughters. With her brother Aegon the Uncrowned. There was a different Aegon also from Jaehaerys' generation, but he died. So these two twin girls, one of them became a septa and never did anything Unborn again. So you can forget about her. And the other one was named Princess Aria, and Aria eventually stole Balerion when she was like 12.
Okay.
You know, the biggest and the blackest and the nastiest of all the dragons. And he was very old at this time, but she jumped on him and flew off and vanished for half a year. And when she came back, she was like extremely sick. And when the Maester and the Septon tried to treat her, she was like burning hot, and she was like full of like horrible like mutated worm things inside her. So that when they put her in like a tub of ice, like she exploded.
Oh God!
And like all like crawling out and died, and but they like died. Yeah, and he was like, and basically he was you know, like one of the guys was speculating like. So I think probably what happened was he jumped on the back of the biggest dragon in the world, and the biggest dragon in the world was like, I don't listen to kids, and decided to fly off. And where did he fly off to? Well, he probably flew off to Valyria because that was his original home and original lair, and he left it, you know, centuries ago. But, you know, maybe he remembered it, and he flew back there, and this is where the princess got all these horrible worms inside her.
Whoa. Is that what the doom that came to Valyria was? Fireworms?
Fireworm. Nobody knows what it is. The way George R. R. Martin kind of makes it sound is in like some of his books and some of the writing and stuff. He almost makes it sound like radiation.
Yeah.
It's like poison fire.
Yeah.
Like, you know, That's why, when they say people say,
Someone,
like, the doom still holds sway in Valyria, it's like the radiation is still.
someone must have dug too deep
Yep.
and too greedily or some shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of different theories. I think the popular one that I've heard is that a bunch of Valyrian blood mages were using their magic to make sure like all the volcanoes didn't blow up on them all the time.
Oh, and someone didn't have the right reagents one day.
Yeah, or a bunch of them got killed by faceless men.
Oh, that would be fun.
The convoluted theory I heard was that the Lannisters, desiring to purchase a Valyrian steel sword, sent like a huge ransom of gold, because they had tons of gold, to Valyria to purchase the finest Valyrian steel sword they could. And there was some old prophecy that said like the doom of Valyria would come out of the west, or like from beneath the castle of the lion or some shit like that. So then some people are like, they theorize that, too many people used all this gold to hire too many faceless men, and all the mages that control the fires lost control, and they all blew up at once.
Oh, shit.
Everybody died.
So I have listened to so here's where I'm at. I have now listened to this book, and I have listened to Game of Thrones, and I have finished season 1 of Game of Thrones, and I've said this before, but I can't believe how exactly faithful this thing started out.
I know, and that's how they fucking got us.
It was like
They fucking got us. They like everyone I know who was a book reader was like, are they really gonna do this? Are they really gonna do that? Are they really gonna do this? And then they started doing it, and they're like, like everyone I know who had read the books were like, oh, they're really doing this. They're fucking doing it, man. They're fucking doing this. They chopped Ned Stark's head off right at the end. We're like, yes, they're fucking doing it. The best comment I remember hearing was like, one of my friends was like watching the show together, and they were like, they see the end of the first episode where Bran gets pushed out the window.
Oh man.
And they're like, but he lands on something, right? And I was like, yeah, the ground.
Yeah, that's something.
The cold, hard ground. Many stories below him.
It was so good. Season 1 was so good. We'll see if I have something to say about season 2, and if it just goes downhill.
It was consistently strong for at least 4 seasons.
At least 4, you reckon?
I reckon at least 4. They really started to run off the rails at a certain point, and it was like little things at first. I feel like it was little things at first. But then I just, like, especially the last 2 seasons, I just totally got the feeling that the showrunners and half the people involved were just sick of it. They were just like so sick of it, and they just didn't want to be doing it. And they were like, okay, well, this story is supposed to probably take up another 3 seasons, and like full like 9 or 10 episode seasons. So let's cram it into like a season and a half instead. Okay.
What a mess.
Yeah, what a mess. Terrible mess. Everyone's talking about how they're like, it's because they diverged from the source material, and I don't agree that it was totally that. But
I probably have my memory of the show is probably tainted. I probably feel like I enjoyed, seasons even 3 and 4. I probably believe I enjoyed them less than I actually did because of the negative emotional hold the whole experience ended up having on me.
Yeah, I hear you. But seasons like 1 and 2 are still this sort of like pristine, untouched, Yeah,
I can't wait to watch season 2 now that because I haven't read the book or reread it yet. So I'm excited to see new things happen now that it was really weird. It's so faithful that I like watching the show. there would be moments in the dialogue where I would be like, did I watch this episode twice? Like, didn't I just watch this? And it was a little disorienting because I had just listened to the exact scene from the book, and like, it's done so faithfully.
There's a lot of dialogue that is literally just ripped right
straight
from the book.
Yeah, copy and pasted, and like sometimes, and you can really fuck up doing that. Like that can really fail sometimes, like straight up taking the dialogue, but it's just, God, that season 1 is so good. Maybe I'll say, I'm not going to say anything about anything until I rewatch it now fresh. We'll see what I say about season 2.
I think a lot about the bad lip reading of season 1 of Game of Thrones.
Oh, what kind of things do they say?
It's the fake theme is like guys at a Renaissance festival.
Right. Okay, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really hilarious. Just everybody like Ned Stark is pretending to be like the owner, like the guy running the Ren Fair, and he's just surrounded by all these maniacs and weirdos.
Yes, I have. Yeah, I have seen it. Boy, 15 years ago, maybe not. Not that many.
I hear you. I watched it a bunch of times, and then I actually like kind of really liked the song. That's like
okay
in it, and I was like, "What is this song?" And I looked around. It was apparently the dude who does the show, who does the bad lip reading stuff, as a musician.
Oh sure, yeah.
And he wrote that music himself, and I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. Add this to my Spotify."
I think we are probably talking about 12 or 13 years ago.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, maybe not quite 15, but a lot more than 10.
Yeah.
Boy, that was a long time ago.
I remember having to constantly explain who everybody was to my coworkers who were also watching the show and who were like into it, but also just like dudes with beards, lots of dudes with beards.
It's a little harder to catch the names of characters when you're watching a TV show week to week.
Yeah, I do like how the captions in this show have like the character names.
Yeah, that's really clutch.
Like that
can be really helpful.
Like the full names, like the first name and last name. Like, oh, just so you make sure you know who this is. Who's talking.
It's really helpful.
Yeah.
So I've been recording this. I don't really know what.
Yeah, I know.
I guess partially, partially just because I'm like, I feel like not even here tonight.
I noticed. It's cool.
Yeah.
I'm a bit tired too. So.
Yeah, so I'm not. Yeah, so maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I have the recording, so at some point, maybe I'll feel more up and at them next week when we talk about this. Yeah, but. Okay. Thank you for listening to Maybe We Will Fire and Blood, and uncut one take episode reaction podcast where we react to episodes of what's this TV show called? With me, as always, is Saint. Why are all of these people fighting with each other?
The House of the Dragon.
Yeah, sorry for asking you a bunch of questions.
Yeah, or they don't have a name, at least not on HBO Max.
Oh, what this episode is called? It just says episode 2.
It just says episode 2. We're gonna have to like IMDb it or some shit. Somebody's got some.
I mean, I will.
Some somewhere's got.
Is it max.com?
Yeah. My main question is.
Yeah.
Are they gonna end every episode with Queen Alicent getting naked.
Yes. I heard that's what the showrunners, that's what the plan is.
Yeah.
every episode ends with Queen Alicent getting naked.
I'll be back in a minute. Hold
Okay,
on.
sure.
Let's try that again.
Okay, sure.
My son woke up for a minute.
How's he doing?
He's good. He's good.
Good to hear.
He's going back to bed now. Anyway, yeah. Season 2, episode 2.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have a title on IMDb or on Max.com, so we don't know.
No, we don't know. It'll show up at some point. This was a long episode. I think it was like 70 plus minutes or something.
Is it
a lot happens, but also I think it's an interesting episode because they take a lot of time to just stop and reflect on a lot of individual characters.
There were a lot of slow, dialogue-less scenes that I did not feel dragged on for too long. I feel like every time we lingered with someone for a little while with some sad music playing, I felt like it was for a reason.
Yeah, it felt good. It felt like a lot of strong character moments in this one. Just a lot of people reacting to this sort of aftermath of this horrible child murder that Damon perpetuated.
The rat catchers have killed the prince.
And yeah, well, first Damon, had the prince. Yeah, the rat catchers killed the prince, and then literally everybody freaked the hell out. And Damon, of course, his reaction is like, "What? What?"
Of course, I did that.
Sorry, my bad. I really wanted them to kill Aemond, and but is it really a bad thing that he's dead? Because they're the enemy, right? I don't see what everyone's problem is. We have to fight. We have to have
a big war. It's obvious.
We have to have a big war. Like there's no. And I think
this is a TV show, right?
Well,
they're waiting for it.
I guess this is the episodes. This is the episode where the warmongers in both camps take over.
Yes,
essentially, because we got
Aegon.
We got Aegon and Sir Criston.
Boy, Aegon is an annoying. Well, he's going to get cooked soon, so I'm not going to super have to deal with him a lot.
I hear My Chemical Romance playing whenever I see Aegon's face.
Sure. Yes. He during one of the time jumps, and this is tough. This is a little bit off. The previous actor that played Aegon did not look like this guy at all. It was very jarring to me, and also Rhaenyra was very jarring. But I like this Rhaenyra now so much.
I thought Rhaenyra looked similar enough. It worked for me.
It was fine. It didn't throw off my enjoyment.
Yeah, the Alicent actresses worked really good for me.
Oh, really good. Yeah,
Emily Carey and Olivia Cook, both really good. And they do look a lot alike. But no, yeah, another Doctor Who connection. The first Aegon actor was Ty Tennant, David Tennant's son.
Oh my god! Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can tell.
Oh my god, you could tell.
Especially when you see him without his stupid wig.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a great tidbit. Congratulations. Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, this episode felt like it did feel long, but it also felt like, like I said, it was contemplative.
Oh yeah.
There wasn't a lot of action. I was almost to the end of the episode, and I was like, this episode has had like no action, but I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
But then they crammed a bunch of action into like the last 10 minutes with
how upsetting.
Cargo Bowl and Otto getting fired. which is kind of a big deal.
Poor Otto Hightower. Not really. He kind of was I didn't really like him last season or anything.
This is kind of all his fault.
Yeah, all of this. Yeah.
This is kind of all his fault.
So my first question, which was why are all these people fighting? The answer is Otto Hightower.
It's because Otto Hightower pushed his daughter on to King Viserys, and Viserys
he thought he was a very smarty pants man.
Had a few boys with her, and the Hightowers spend a lot of time trying to get in the Targaryens' pants, and they never managed to do it like totally successfully.
Yeah, because this is not going well.
No, this is not going well for them.
This isn't going to turn out fun for anybody.
Like King Maegor the Cruel, his first wife was a Hightower.
Oh, okay.
But apparently she was barren.
Okay.
Couldn't give him any children.
I'm sure that something very pleasant happened to her.
Or maybe it was just because he was sterile. Because all the women that he did impregnate gave birth to like horrific
dragons?
Stillborn abominations, like half dragon, half human hybrid monsters. And
some of that energy ends up in Elden Ring.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, so much Gurm energy ends up in that. Obviously, I have that on my mind for various reasons.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's time to do that again.
I was going to ask if you're doing the Eldfree again.
Not yet,
but you will.
But I have to. It's like I haven't like sat down and like dusted off my character and seen like where I am and how everything feels. Still, I haven't even booted the game up to like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I am hesitating really, but I got a lot of games to play. It's all right.
Yeah, probably because Elden Ring is a real.
It's a real one.
It's a real one. You got to focus on it.
Yeah, you got to really play it. That's which is why it's one of the greatest. Yeah,
takes some effort. Yeah.
Would it be completely egregious spoiler if the title of this podcast episode was "Son of Luna, Hand of the King"?
No, it'd be fine.
Because no one knows who Julian Luna is.
No one knows who Son of Luna is. That is a joke that only works between you, me, and like two other people in the world. Locke and like maybe like one other person. I don't know.
So I can...
maybe.
This is... Now I'm extremely off topic, so we'll get back to it. But I can see what Locke is doing tomorrow evening to maybe talk about Song of Fire RPG.
Okay,
cool. If tomorrow evening is feasible for you.
Yeah, I'm around tomorrow.
We'll see what happens. I'll check in with both of you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was just like fast clicking through the episode real fast. See, it had a lot of like little character scenes that were really good.
Oh yeah, this is a very rich in character, this episode.
Yeah,
everyone getting a good look at everyone.
I liked incoming spoiler alerts.
Yeah,
there was a little bit of foreshadowing with a couple of characters. There's some foreshadowing with Hugh the blacksmith.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Who I assume is going to be Hard Hugh the Hammer, as he's called. Who becomes a very important character later in the story because he claims the dragon.
Yeah, there are a couple. We talked about this during the episode. There are a couple non-Targaryen dragon riders in Fire and Blood.
Yeah, and then the scene with Adam and Alan, the two brothers,
son of the sea snake, but unknown.
Who they, and Adam, is the one with the long hair, and Alan is the one with the shaved head.
Yes.
And they give a little bit of foreshadowing while Adam is on the beach catching clams and crabs.
Oh, yeah.
He looks up and he sees the dragon Sea Smoke. That was Laenor's dragon, flying overhead.
Who was Laenor?
Laenor was Corlys's son.
Ah, yes. Oh,
But with-
okay.
with the
Yeah.
white hair,
I got some
who-
questions about him.
who married Rhaenyra but was really gay, and they didn't have any kids together. And then he quote unquote died
In a fire.
in a fire.
But he
really,
he snuck away on a canoe.
he ran off with his lover. He did not want the responsibilities of being a king consort. He did not want anything. He left behind his life, his dragon, everything. There have been people I know in the first season with a dumbass conspiracy theory about Laenor is going to come back pretending to be his own son. He's going to call himself Adam Valerian and pretend to be his own son. And I was like, okay, first of all, that idea is dumb because everyone knows what Laenor looks like. And
Yes.
if you show up pretending to be your own son, people are going to call bullshit on that.
They're going to wonder why you're the same age as you used to be. Or,
Yeah.
an appropriate age. Yeah.
Yeah. But, I think one of the things people were citing as evidence of that is like, how could he give up his dragon? The bond between the dragon and the man is like, I don't know how often they say that in Fire and Blood is like, no one understands how dragons work. No one understands how the bond between a dragon and its rider works. No one knows. The Targaryens do it like all half-assed. They walk up to them and shout at them in High Valyrian, and the dragons are like, okay. But like, it doesn't work for literally anybody else. Just these guys with the dragon blood. And there's all these legends, about how in ancient times the first things the Valyrians did to tame dragons was they used like blood magics, and they had like these horns with runes on them, like Euron Greyjoy has in Game of Thrones, that like you blow the horns and it binds the dragons to you.
Killed that guy.
Yeah. All kinds of stuff. They took that out in the Game of Thrones show. It's just in the books.
Oh, the horn killing a guy?
Yeah, he the horn that kills a guy and binds a dragon to it with his noise or something like that.
Is the horn not even in the TV show?
No.
Oh, wow. Okay.
No.
I guess I'll get there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at season 3, episode 1.
I think the general speculation is that in the show, there's a part where Daenerys and her the two dragons that she's got left are flying together over the ocean, and surprise, fleet out of nowhere, and one of them takes like a fucking ballista bolt to the neck.
Right.
The actual people are saying like, oh, probably what the actual story is going to be is like Euron fucking tries to take control of one with dragon, the dragon binder horn, and then he gets on the dragon, and then there's a fight. But he probably like, I think that's probably what's going to happen. But then he can't really fully control it, or Daenerys has to kill him and the dragon or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that will go down.
That'll be better than what happened in the TV show.
Yeah. Surprise fleet.
Daenerys forgot that guy had a fleet of ships.
Yeah. And then Mysaria maybe gonna, and Mysaria actually goes back to work as Rhaenyra's like master of whisperers, apparently.
Oh, is this how she's redeemed? Did she? We don't know if she told one of the Cargills that the other one was coming, but that could be her redemption.
That could be her redemption, because there's no indication that the second the Rhaenyra's Cargill, I call him Eric.
With Team Black and Team Green.
Yeah, Green Cargill is like. There's no indication that Black Cargill ever like really clocks Green Cargill. There's a moment where there's like a moment where he's like he kind of has that like over his shoulder look for a second, like did I sense something weird, or is it just
someone slip past me in the hall?
Yeah, but he just
Metal
keeps going.
Gear Solid their way past me.
Yeah, but then he bursts in right after his brother goes in, so you gotta assume Mysaria ran back up and told him.
Was she one of Daemon's not wives? He didn't marry her, but she was
She was Damon's mistress.
Yeah,
and that's why Rhaenyra, they have that conversation where she's like, "You remember me now," to Rhaenyra, because Rhaenyra has met her before. And like it was like way back in like the second episode of season 1.
Right.
They're all standing on the bridge in front of Dragonstone, and Otto has shown up to tell Daemon, you cannot give your mistress a dragon egg.
Oh.
I don't care if she's pregnant. You have to send her away. She is not your wife. Cut this shit out. And then that's when Rhaenyra also shows up on her dragon and is like, she's mostly arguing with her uncle. She barely notices Mysaria standing behind her.
Yeah.
And eventually Daemon, kind of gives in to her and he tosses her the egg and walks off. But that's what she's telling him too. Telling Rhaenyra. Oh, that's what Mysaria is telling Rhaenyra as well. She's like, he said he gave you a dragon egg, and he said he was carrying your child, and she was like, yeah, I didn't think that was a very funny joke either. Because she said to him also back in there, she's like, why do you tell people that I'm pregnant with your child? Because I can't have children.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah. She's like, she knows she can't have children. I think it's implied that like something was done because she was a prostitute, or she did it to herself. Like, you take enough moon tea or whatever for long enough, and maybe then you can't have any more kids. So, I think that's kind of what it says, like, or kind of what she implies in the show.
Yeah.
And so this might be the time when she becomes, friends with Rhaenyra.
Spider.
Yeah, Rhaenyra's spider.
Are there a lot of twins in this show?
The Daemon's daughters in this show are actually not twins.
Is that the two little children that were with Rhaenyra that we saw?
No, those are her. Those are Rhaenyra's sons by Daemon.
Oh, okay. Are they twins?
No, they're just brothers. They're just like a year or two apart. So
okay.
they're very close.
How about the prince that got his head cut off?
He was supposed to be like 6.
Not a twin?
Yes, he was a twin.
Oh, okay. So there's at least 2 sets of twins. I'm not hallucinating.
There's at least 2 sets of twins. Yeah, Baela and Rhaela, Daemon's daughters by his first wife, Laena, are supposed to be twins, but they actually made them not twins in this show.
Oh, okay. Baela we saw in this episode.
Yes,
okay.
she's engaged. She's engaged to Jace. They've been engaged since they were like 12 or something.
Very small, yeah. So who was in the book a twin?
Baela and her sister were twins in the book too.
Oh, okay. What happened to her sister?
They're good. They survived the dance.
Okay, cool.
They make it.
Awesome, that's great. How about Jace? Okay, you don't have to tell. You don't, in fact. Boy, that's not.
I'm making some non-committal noises there.
Yeah, that's what it was like. I told you the story about the guy that kept asking me when Robb Stark was gonna fuck up the Lannister army, and I kept being like, "Oh, don't worry, you're gonna love what happens to Robb Stark."
Yeah.
Prince Aemond? Dragon Prince Aemond is fucking creepy.
So creepy. He's got a real Sephiroth vibe going on.
Oh yeah. Oh man, extreme Seth. But yeah, extreme.
Sephiroth.
Oh my god. But yeah.
He gives me the whole like madman with a big sword and crazy long white hair.
I promise you there's going to be some scene with him swinging a sword and big, loud, dramatic opera type music will be playing.
100%.
We're going to see that happen. It has to. It's just the guy's aesthetic.
Aemond is a cool character. He gets to do some pretty cool stuff, and there's some pretty great stories around him, and I like what they're doing with him with his character so far.
Yeah, he's getting therapy from Madame Sylvia.
Yeah.
She's teaching him how to control his emotions.
Sexual healing, baby.
Yeah, that's the kind of
Maybe-
she's
and he-
he's
yeah,
getting
he-
sexual
he's-
therapy.
He's got like a weird mommy thing going on. Mhm. Yep. I hope and I pray and I think that we're gonna have some more interesting things happen with Helena this season.
Oh,
than
poor
happened-
Helena. Oh man.
Yeah, poor Helena. Because in the books, like she just goes crazy.
Yeah.
That's what it says after her son is killed, she goes mad. She can't deal with the children that she has left. And they basically just have to like, she doesn't eat, she doesn't sleep. They have to like force feed her and like lock her in a room. Yeah, and she's not quite doing that in this. I think they're gonna, because I think they already established she's going with the whole Targaryen dreamer sees the future kind of vibe
Yeah.
with her. I assume they're gonna do some more Cassandra kind of shit with her.
Cassandra.
Saying like, oh, some shit is gonna happen, and everyone is like, yeah, whatever, we don't believe you, and then that shit happens.
Oh yes. Yeah. She is when does yeah, you told me, maybe it was last week that you told me that Bloodraven is actually a lot younger than I think he is. But
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
closely is Bloodraven related to Helena was going to be my question.
Oh, Jesus.
It's a while, right? He's not around for a while at this point.
I'm thinking about how the order of succession goes. So
Okay, it's funny that you know somewhere
So
in there. You
the-
know.
yeah, I know I had to think about it, but I know it because I've listened.
I'm going to listen to it a couple more times.
Yeah. But this actually happens after Fire and Blood. This happens, and this I got from The World of Fire and Ice, which was an older like sort of
Oh, yeah.
atlas / history book.
Oh yeah, that's the book
So,
that I used to get confused about. Okay.
After the dance, those two little boys that you were talking about with Rhaenyra, her
Yeah.
sons by Daemon, are Aegon and Viserys. So Aegon becomes king after the dance is over because he's the only one left. He's the only male Targaryen left alive.
Spoilers.
Spoiler. Spoiler.
Everyone in this show dies a terrible
everyone-
flaming death.
Terrible flaming death. The book is called Fire and Blood, not Happiness and Sunshine.
Not blood and cheese either.
Yeah. So they Aegon the Third reigns for a while. He has at least two sons. One of them is Daeron, the young dragon who conquers Dorne, and Baelor the
Oh.
Blessed, and the other one is Baelor the Blessed. Neither of those boys have any children before they die. So the crown then passes to Aegon the Third's younger brother, Viserys.
Oh, another boy, lots of Viserys. Whoa,
That's
excuse me.
Viserys. That's Viserys the Second. That's the little baby Viserys, Rhaenyra's son, who's sitting on that floor in that scene, this episode.
Okay.
So he has he has two sons, and when Viserys the Second dies, his son inherits as Aegon the Fourth. Aegon the Fourth is called the Unworthy. He has
Ah.
like 100 mistresses and so many bastards. Bloodraven is one of those bastards.
Oh, okay.
So
For a while.
Bloodraven is the grandson of the little baby sitting on the floor in front of Rhaenyra.
Who is Helena's cousin directly? Because the father of her
Helena's-
father is Viserys, and also Rhaenyra's father is Viserys.
Yeah, no, Viserys would be Helena's cousin. No,
Oh, I mean,
Helena
well,
and-
King Viserys was Helena's. No. Yeah, he was
King
Helena's
Viserys.
father, right?
No, yeah.
Right, okay, yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So, baby
Yes,
whose
Targaryen family trees are very twisty.
It's hard to...
Is that
when
that
you're like,
makes-
well,
that
wait, they're
makes-
also married and have children. Yeah, but she's...
Yeah. No, Rhaenyra. Helena would be Viserys's aunt. Viserys II's aunt.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Right. Yeah, that's more. That's entirely correct. And what I said was not. Yeah. Okay. That's
Anyway, yes.
because they're both. Yeah. Helena
Very-
and Rhaenyra are siblings. Boy.
They're half sisters.
Yeah. Targaryen family tree is lots of fun.
Yeah. Multiple marriages too. You know, you got married once, wife dies, get married again, have some more kids.
Is Helena called the something? Is it like Helena the Gentle or something? No.
No.
Okay.
No. A lot of the Targaryen kings don't have like cool nicknames.
Yeah, I'm not sure
especially
why I keep thinking that they should.
Some of them do.
Baelor the Blessed, Maegor the Cruel, Aegon the Unruly.
Yeah, well, the ones that you
Aegon
remember, right? Aegon
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Unwithered.
Because they say it 100 times. And
Yeah. Aegon the Third gets known as Aegon the Dragon's Bane
yeah.
because the last of the Targaryen dragons die off during his reign as king.
Oh.
I mean, most of them are pretty much killed during what we're going to see as this season. Also, another spoiler alert. Did we mention everyone dies? We're including the dragons.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it is.
But some of them get cool new non-Targaryen dragon riders first, I don't know why, but that's something I'm very interested in.
Yeah.
I want to see the outsider dragon riders.
The implication for a lot of them is that a lot of them are bastards of other Targaryens. And when you think about it, I'm like, when I looked at the family tree and they talk about, it's really funny because they talk in Fire and Blood about how, I'm like, and I think about the ages of the characters, I'm like, they talk about how a lot of these characters were really devoted to their wives. But if there are bastards of this age around, then the only Targaryens that were around were... So yeah.
And in this cosmology, inbreeding sometimes leads to amazing prescience and future sight.
Yeah, and like overall genius superpowers.
Yeah.
There are so many Targaryens who are just like, they're so smart and good and genius at everything and awesome.
But sometimes your children come out covered in scales and horns also.
Yeah. Jaehaerys, who the boy who had his head chopped off, was in the book described. Yeah, Joe.
Sorry.
Is described as having 6 fingers on his left hand.
Jaehaerys for U.S. Senate. Oh, 6 fingers, like the guy from Princess Bride.
Mm-hmm. And I think 6 fingers on, or 6 toes on one foot or something like that. And something's wrong with Jaehaera too. His twin. I think especially later on, as they describe, even as she grows up, she's described as like, quote unquote, simple-minded.
I can't believe I'm about to listen to this book again. I just finished it like 2 weeks ago. I'm really into Ice and Fire right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm into it too. And I kind of like this. I like Fire and Blood as like a casual listen, like I said, to just kind of like sort of fill my ear while I'm doing something else.
I really only half absorbed it. Like really half the stuff you're telling me I have never even really heard because I was doing chores or whatever.
Yeah.
Great book to listen to.
Yeah.
Where does Daemon go off in a huff? I'm sorry, you were about to anyway.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go to Harrenhal to gather the armies that are loyal to Rhaenyra. He's decided, like, okay, so the people who are loyal to us, we're talking about the Vale, we're talking about the Riverlands, and we're talking about the North. So Harrenhal is right in the middle of the realm for the most part.
Yeah.
It's got like a central position. It's a strong castle. Larys Strong is its lord. So
I hate that guy. I'm so sick of him.
Yeah. So they're like, that's an enemy castle, so it's going to be good for us if we take it.
Oh,
and
okay.
and then once
War
I've
is
taken it,
beginning.
yeah, like he figures once he's taken it, he'll be able to rally all of the armies of the Riverlands and the Vale in the north there, and use them to strike down to King's Landing.
Am I supposed to like Damon?
No.
No, I'm not. Well, I
mean,
do. I'm rooting for him and Rhaenyra a lot.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. He is, I think, like, George R. R. Martin describes him as Damon as like one of his favorite characters, and he's consistently described as like a wonder and a terror of his age.
Great.
You know?
Great, yeah. I mean, he's fun to have on the screen. That's for goddamn sure.
There's that saying about, when there's a saying from the original series or something like that, like when a Targaryen is born, every time a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin.
They sure do.
To choose between genius or madness. And I guess for Damon, it stood on its edge or something.
It's probably, yeah.
Because he's crazy, but, he's also portrayed as, like, extremely competent. Like, he is extremely good at fighting, and despite the fact that his crime hoodie is so ridiculous and so obvious, he's apparently good at like plots and subterfuge just fine too, and he's been hanging out with Mysaria, so he knows his spy stuff. And
a very simple hood allows him to sneak by despite his enormous white face. It's unmistakable, enormous moon face. Sorry to every Targaryen actor.
Yeah, but especially Matt Smith. Nobody in the world looks like Matt Smith looks.
Oh, for real. Oh man. And the amount of just why are you even telling me this? He's able to project.
Yeah.
Just so the disdain of just outright.
Just the lack
I don't
of
even
shit.
care. Why are you even? What are you mad about? Come on.
Why are you bothering me with this shit?
Are you serious right now? This is what you're mad about?
This is what you're mad. Yeah, and I mean, it's like him, Aegon, and Kristen Cole. Like I said, this episode is the warmongers taking charge of their respective actions, because it's like they've been kind of dancing around until now. They've gotten a couple people killed for sure. Important people: Lucerys, Jaehaerys, now the Cargill twins. Higher ups, but now it's time to like get the armies and like large numbers of people to start getting killed. That's the real that's the exciting part of Game of Thrones, man.
There will be a Dance with Dragons.
There will be a Dance with Dragons, and I have a feeling if what I remember, if they decide to go with the number of battles that are described between now and what I believe or what I understand to be the end of this season, it's a lot. And I don't know how many of these battle scenes they're gonna actually try to portray, like in part and whole, or is it just gonna be like we've received a raven and our armies at such and such a place have fallen.
They do that.
Oh no shit. Yeah, exactly. And that's fine if you throw that in occasionally. Obviously you don't want the whole fucking show to be that, and then everything filmed in the council chamber, because then you get bored. But yeah.
Yo, I really like the look of this show. I like a lot of the big set pieces. I love seeing the from the air view of King's Landing and all the buildings clustered together and stuff. I think a lot of those little details are just moi.
Yeah, they're doing a really, really good job at just making this really beautiful. And it's interesting because I don't even think the original Game of Thrones series has spent that much time in Dragonstone and King's Landing proportionally as I feel like this show has. This show is like very, very centered on the Red Keep, King's Landing, Dragonstone. Like we see other places very briefly here and there, but this is about like the centers of Targaryen power, and you only see other places briefly as a sort of like, like them reaching out. Like we see Storm's End. We
saw the Wall and
Winterfell and the Wall.
That was cool. I hope we see that again.
Yeah, I thought I remember seeing like a spoiler image of the Lady of the Vale. So
I
I
guess
thought we were
that
going
would be
to
interesting.
fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, because technically Jacaerys stopped there first on the way to Winterfell and secured an alliance with her.
Cool.
Made sure
I'd
that
like
she
to
would-
see that. Yeah.
But like they didn't show that; they just kind of skipped to Winterfell. Whatever.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do. Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah, we'll
they
see
got,
what
you know,
else
the book is very loose. So.
Yeah, and
They got a lot of
again,
options.
it's the kind of thing where it's like where there's a zillion fucking characters. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting, and even this episode, it felt like here, yeah, because we're talking about all the character beats, but it's like it's a lot of little character beats for a lot of different characters, and it's interesting. I feel like this is. I kind of feel like that's kind of like a pattern in like these like short form seasons that like HBO and
These kind of mini movie prestige TV kind of.
Yeah, like these
things.
10 episode
Yeah, 10
kind of shows.
episodes, really high budget.
It's really high, exactly. Like making a couple like a trilogy of movies all back to back, basically.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's basically 10 hours.
Because that's basically the amount of content you're talking about. 10 hours, right? That's
yeah, it's about 3 movies.
Like
sure.
It's like making Lord of the Rings, right? It's 3 or 4 movies.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember I was watching a little bit of the behind the scenes stuff from episode 1 today or yesterday.
Oh.
And just little things that they were talking about, like the way they were doing things and like the practical sets they were building and everything, and it's very cool. And you know, I don't usually like to watch too much behind the scenes stuff because I don't want to ruin the magic for myself. But
sure.
But it was good. It was good. It was like little things they pointed out, like little touches they pointed out. They're like, Alicent is living in the apartment that Rhaenyra used to live in now because Helena took the Queen's apartment where where Alicent was living.
Okay.
And they've changed like the furniture and stuff. Like Aegon just moved into the king's apartment. He didn't change anything. He didn't bother because he didn't care. That's why his father's like, you know, set is, you know, fucking like Warhammer 40K set is still there.
Yeah. Oh man, and that shithead Aegon smashes poor old King Viserys's Warhammer set. That God, Aegon blows.
Yeah, I mean, his son got murdered.
Yeah, but okay. I'm sure that's terrible.
Super emotional. It's like, wow. Like, oh my God, they just show that kid in the funeral with his neck sewn back together.
Yeah,
like, dude,
do.
You could have just thrown a scarf over that neck and it would have had almost the same effect without being like over the top gruesome. But wow, okay.
They had to condemn that
Rhaenyra,
evil Queen Rhaenyra. Yeah, it's Rhaenyra, right? Have I called her Rhaenyra a couple times?
There's Rhaenys. There's Rhaenys, who is the old one.
Old Lady Targaryen.
Yeah, the old.
They really
Targaryen.
cast some people with some chins to be these Targaryens, like on purpose.
Yeah.
They really cast some chins to do this shit.
Yeah.
That's Rhaenys, and it's Rhaenyra That's my girl.
Yeah.
That's what I'm rooting for.
Yeah, and they're all named after Aegon's fucking Aegon the
Sister
Conqueror's
wives.
second wife. What the hell was she named?
I don't know.
Something else. R-H.
Something
R-H-Y-S. Some mix of Y's and R's.
There's probably an A and an E next to each other.
Yes.
Was it Rhaenys? Aegon the Conqueror's second wife?
I have to look now.
Sorry.
I'm like,
you
Rhaenys.
won't be Rhaenys.
Rhaenys, Rhaenys, yeah. So of course, like, you know, what's funny is nobody names their girls after the Aegon's first wife, Visenya.
No. Does she have a bad reputation?
She was like the Dark Queen.
Oh.
She was like the fighter.
Okay.
She always wore mail shirts and, you know, liked riding Vhagar and burning things. And
yeah, I'm sure she enjoyed lighting people on fire.
stories about how when she was an older woman and she couldn't fight anymore, she dabbled in alchemy and dark sorcery and poison and shit.
That's fun to do when you get older and can't fight. Yeah.
People accused her of killing her nephew, the Aegon the Conqueror's older son, so that her son could take power.
Oh.
Her son Maegor the Cruel. Also, yeah.
Oh,
she was,
and he did take power.
Maegor the Cruel's mommy. So so maybe that's why nobody names their daughters Visenya, because
that makes a lot of sense.
It's like they don't name any of their sons Maegor anymore.
Maegor was pretty bad.
He was
did a lot
cruel.
Of cool things. He was cruel.
He was the cruelest. I remembered I went looking in Fire and Blood, and they were like he reigned for 6 years and 66 days.
They know exactly for a reason.
Yeah.
That's fucking funny. George R.R. Martin is really funny with his weird little Easter eggs and little stuff like that he weaves in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway,
that was episode 2. I don't know what it's called.
Unknown name.
Yeah, episode 3 doesn't have a name either. Looks like.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't call it Son of Luna, End of the King, because that'll give away the fact that Otto gets...
Yeah.
Like right in the title, we can't call it that.
Poor
just
Otto, but fuck him.
Yeah, just call it episode 2. Yeah, poor Otto, but also this is all his fault.
For anyone listening, the actor that portrays, is it Creston Cole?
Criston Cole.
Criston Cole, the actor that portrays him, is the son of an actor who in the 90s was on a television show called Kindred the Embraced. And he played Anthony Luna.
A vampire prince of San Francisco? Yes.
And everyone should probably watch Kindred the Embraced. We've done podcasts about it.
We have a whole other podcast about Kindred the Embraced.
It's good.
Catch it on Maybe We'll Talk.
Yeah.
Go back and dig through the archives. That's sometime from last year.
Well, thanks, Saint.
Thanks, Kuya.
Yeah, I'll be in touch and we'll talk about doing stuff, yeah.
Later.
Hello, and welcome to Maybe We'll Talk, a podcast on the internet where I talk to people through various means. I don't know. Happy Saturday morning. I'm in fine form. Lots of strange things have been going on. And, I got a few things to do this weekend. I'm playing Vampire tonight. I got to get my notes together. But honestly, I feel like I kind of know what's going on. I've been working on stuff, and I got a few ongoing. Anyway, what does that have to do with anything? Oh, right, because this is an episode about Vampire the Masquerade, sort of. We talked last night about the guidebook to Kindred the Embraced, and I'm going to have to, we're going to have to take a look at some of the stuff in that little handbook that got published by White Wolf. But, so we've been watching a lot of TV, as I mentioned in the last episode, and we've been watching Kindred the Embraced. Here is going to be Saint and Locke, who last joined us for Blind Sight. And this is, I think, we're going to cover the first 3 episodes. We watched 3 more over the course of this week, so after a few more things, we'll have another Kindred episode covering the next 3 and then the final 2. What else is in between there? Yeah, the Twin Peaks recordings are ongoing, and I'm probably going to save Twin Peaks coverage. I do have a lot to say about Twin Peaks, and it's becoming the fall, and that's great. Buick 8 with Locke, I think, is coming up. That's not confirmed, so if you're listening to this, Locke, obviously I've talked to you tonight by that time, and we should talk about a Buick 8. And, of course, getting into The Dragon Reborn. Actually, I read a chapter. I had a slow start with that one, but I'm getting into it. I read some more of that yesterday, and we'll be talking to Alex again. Well, I feel like that, What's up, Alex? Been a minute hanging out with you as well. Anyway, It is now the autumn. We'll be talking about all those things I just mentioned. And here is Saint and Locke with Kindred the Embrace.
My cat has decided that being spooky is like the thing of the evening. So she's like creeping around behind these blinds, like making them move.
Yeah.
And then grunting.
Oh.
In a very uncat-like way.
That's spooky.
Yeah. And she seems to be okay. She's just entertaining herself by freaking me out.
Right.
Got halfway through the 2013 Evil Dead. And it got to the part where it was starting to be, dead guys or gals, being problematic. So I'm like, this hammer's on my desk because I've been putting up paintings, but glad that I haven't.
I just want to mention that the next time I talked to him, he had a fucking kukri sitting on his desk, so he may always have an excuse to have some kind of weapon right in front of him. All right, gentlemen. I've hit record. Saint and
Good
Locke.
evening.
Yeah. Good evening to you, my good fellows.
Good evening.
One of my cats is very upset because I had to squirt antibiotics into her mouth. She did not like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but other than that, nothing too spooky going on here, other than Rain and Kitty's kind of. The kitties are, other than the one that's mad at me, and she's getting better. She's already getting better, but now, first thing in the morning, I have to do it again. I have a few notes, but
Yeah, I have the Wikipedia episode summary up on my other monitor because keeping track of the madness that is this show.
I have no notes.
A week and a half later, or whatever it is.
Watched the pilot again about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, good.
Fast forward.
I was gonna say that's stamina, but fast forward is another thing.
Yeah, just kind of clicking through to be like, what happened in this episode again? Because I watched this all like a couple times a long time ago. Years and years ago, when me and my vampire friends in New York didn't have kids, and were much younger and had the stamina to like stay up until 2:00 in the morning drinking and role playing and talking about nothing. We would sometimes throw on Kindred the Embraced episodes to laugh at them while we were drunk. Because they're ridiculous. This show is so bad. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, the pilot especially.
The pilot especially. And it's super 90s. Man, it's such a product of its time. I mean, I guess everything is. There are very few things, I guess, that are
right. It's hard to extract the media from the time in which it was created.
Yeah, there are very few things that you can truly call timeless. I guess everything's gonna be like, this is sort of rooted in its place and its time.
But it's also, I feel like there was good TV in the 90s. Like, I know that we've had a renaissance of good television. Like, now we have True Detective, we have The Wire, we have, like, these good bits of television production with good writing and good acting.
Yeah, we've talked before about how, like, at a certain point, HBO was like, motherfuckers, we're going to make television, and we're going to call it Prestige. And it's going to be cult. It's going to have
We're going to hire a writer.
We're going to hire serious writers and get serious actors. We're going to spend $1 million an episode. And we're going to show a bunch of titties, too, while we're at it. And then that's how they made Sopranos and Oz and Rome and all that shit, all the stuff that won all those awards. And that changed a lot of TV for sure.
And Kindred the Embraced comes before that time.
Oh yeah, this was like old fashioned serial kind of episodic.
Wow. Yeah, you say serial, and it is a little bit soap opera.
Oh, a little bit.
It's one. Like, there's a reason that this show has Aaron Spelling's fingerprints all over it for real. It's like Melrose Place or Beverly Hills.
Fingerprints.
Yeah, it's like
DNA.
yeah. You know, I don't think he's a director or any of it or anything. He was a producer. I have no idea what that means. I have no idea how involved.
I'm sure that his production house had a very specific way of making something with an extremely low budget, with the intention of, you know, flipping it for just slightly a little bit of profit. Like it feels like just a scraped out, just boilerplate.
I have this thing I remember from a long time ago. I took a business like an entertainment marketing class when I was working on my MBA, and there was a professor who had worked in the film industry for like 30 years. You know, he's a veteran of the film industry, and I always remember he told me something like only 1 in 5 movies actually make a profit.
Sure.
I think it might be lower than that actually.
4 out of 5 movies or so like fail to make a profit, and I'm sure it is something like that with TV shows too. So that is why they're always just throwing stuff at the wall.
Yep.
And exactly like you said, they have a production, the ability to produce something where they're just like, this sounds like an idea. Maybe it'll catch on. Maybe it won't. If it doesn't catch on,
the thing that I find fascinating is that these people
will cancel it after 8 episodes.
Yep.
They're making this media, and they're like, we don't know what's good or not.
Yeah.
If you draw a through line from the things that are really successful, it's like they have great stories, they have good character writing, they have good acting, they're well shot, and like it's not Crazy Town. Like,
yeah. Well,
and they're like, why didn't John Dickhead's ass butt do well with target market? Like,
yeah. Well, here's the thing too. To be fair, to be fair as well though, movie making and TV shows are an extremely collaborative process involving dozens, hundreds of people. So, and you know, for the most part, you kind of assume that everybody's trying to do a good job and trying to make something worthwhile, more or less. Maybe there are some people who are shitty at their jobs, though. And sometimes you get stuff that you didn't think would work, and it fucking works like magic, and people are like, why the fuck did that work? And it's like the Blair Witch Project or something like that. If somebody had described that to me before it came out, I would have been like, that shit sounds dumb. And I think almost everybody said that when Blair Witch Project came out. They're like, that shit sounds dumb. And then you see it, and it is like it was like the scariest shit ever when it came out.
Half of people were like, is this real or is this not real? I mean, they had a crazy marketing deal with that.
Yeah.
Real or not real, that movie blew my mind, and like I thought I was I wasn't sure what was happening when I was watching that.
I wasn't okay.
I was like, how did someone make this movie? I am like not okay here. Like it was I couldn't believe someone did it.
who would come to me and be like, years later, they'd be like, oh man, that movie's not scary at all. I'm like, that's because you live in the city. You've lived in the city your whole life. You don't understand the woods.
Yeah, I noticed
if you
that.
grew up next to the woods, you know certain things.
I noticed that as well, because when I watched it like in a college dorm room.
Sure.
With like a half a dozen other people, and half of the people, including myself, were like fucking paralyzed, and the other half were just like, well, whatever. And the half of the people who were like, well, whatever, were like, well, where did you grow up? In the city.
Yep. Watch Blair Witch Project, and then 28 Days Later with the same, do a double feature. And you will get the flip.
Yeah.
You'll get like the people who are scared of the woods and the people who are like, oh my God, I live in a city. This is awful.
Yeah.
That's a good,
But yeah, anyway, my point is that you never know when you're gonna. It's really hard to know for studios, for any kind of creative type, when they're creating something, when they're going to strike lightning, when it's going to be something that is awesome, is great, that because every time. If you're a creative person and you're trying to make something, every time you're making something, you're not trying to be like, well, maybe this is just half-ass. Like, you're trying to make something.
You don't think the people who made Meg, the Megalodon movie, they thought that was fine art?
Maybe not fine art, but at least they were trying to make something that like fun and entertaining. that people would
I
enjoy.
haven't seen it. I have no idea. I was trying to pick
Yeah.
something that seemed like it would be bad.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Well, it's hard to imagine that the people who made Kindred the Embraced thought it was good.
well,
Good is
Again,
very
it's-
subjective, especially
it's-
in 1996.
That's
it's
true. Yeah. What's your
good.
yardstick?
good is very subjective, and a lot of people working on something that they thought, was going to be very good just did not turn out well. There are so many, like, I can think of like a bunch of different movies that people, with a lot of extremely good actors and writers and directors worked on and made together and put out this movie that was supposed to be like, wow, this is going to be the thing, and it sucks.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, you can get to the last minute and the editing job can be bad, and then you can tank the whole thing.
Yeah,
or the score can be shit, or there's any number of things that go into that alchemy that can go wrong.
Yeah, like personalities clashing together, or just seeing certain people in certain roles just like strains your credulity. You don't believe it. Like you watch a movie with like Ben Affleck and Matt Damon as fucking knights trying to kill each other, and you're like, no, that's not real. That's Ben Affleck and Matt Damon trying to kill each other and trying to fake kill each other in fancy dress armor.
That's goddamn Jiggly and Goodwill Hunting. I don't.
Yeah, that's
buy it.
not. I can't believe this. This is not. Certain things will break your word. And it's sometimes you get it right.
Your
sometimes not.
suspension of that's Matt Damon.
Yeah, exactly. So Anyway, so
my younger brother watched Jiggly,
Yeah.
Wiggly, Higgly.
Yeah, that guy.
As like it's like wearing a hair shirt or scourging yourself with a whip or something. He did it like
flagellation.
Flagellation, not as an act. Yeah, he didn't do it to like hurt himself, but he was like, I want to see how. He wanted to see how bad it could be. How bad could a movie be? And he later told me that he had made a mistake.
movie. Yeah, there's at least one worse one.
Yeah, he's like, I made a terrible mistake. It was so much worse than I thought.
It's a lot of
Which is kind of how I felt when I
movies,
was watching, when you were like, you've got to watch Kindred the Embrace. And I went into the pilot, and the pilot is an hour and a half long, I think, or an hour and 20 minutes, or something like this. And by the second episode, I was laughing my ass off. But by throughout the pilot, I was just like, oh my God, I feel like it's killing my mind.
The pilot's the worst
pouring me
episode.
out like an apple.
The pilot's the worst episode.
Is teeth grittingly bad.
It's the least interesting, like for some reason.
Yeah.
Like it's not. It doesn't grab you at all.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And it's not like the classic like, oh, we have to do exposition dump because we're not trusting our audience.
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
It's not like, oh, we are the Kindred and we drink blood
Nope.
and
You
we
don't
don't like to go out during the day.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, yes, we do.
They take some time to kind of lay it out, and some of it is kind of a mystery when you first see it. They're like, oh, this lady is a vampire, but she's out in the day, and she just, what's going on? She fed on a person in the bathroom, but that person is alive, but they're it seems like they're
Is
fainting.
he turning into a vampire?
Yeah, what's happening? But is he not? Yeah, and it's cool. They don't tell you everything. They throw the few terms out there. It's kind of like, sometimes you talk about fictional worlds where in a media where fictional worlds are introduced to people, and there's two ways to do it. One is with a quick exposition dump at the beginning or near the beginning, and
the world of Westeros, where seasons last for years, the Game of Thrones, like etc.
Yeah, exactly.
Or there's the other way.
Yeah, and then there's the other way. They just throw you in media res, and people are talking about shit that you have no clue what they're really talking about. But by watching it and kind of paying attention, you pretty much infer what's happening. You can pretty much get it from their body language, and you get it from them repeating, the thing over and over. Winter is coming. Winter's coming. Like
I feel like that's part of what gave me such a hard time with Kindred the Embraced when I was first watching it as a teenager, because I knew all the lore. And so as they were leaving it a mystery, but they had changed the lore, and I was like, it's like that. It's like you're walk upstairs and you think there's an extra step and there isn't, and you just kind of stumble out into space. It's like it was that kind of feeling.
Yeah, for sure. And now I think after like almost 30 years of Vampire and so many editions of Vampire and so many versions of Vampire, like I'm more comfortable just thinking of like, oh yeah, there are 5
This is
clans.
just another one.
There are 5 clans
Yeah.
instead of 7 or 13.
Oh man,
or
after
whatever.
Requiem, who gives a shit?
No problem. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dude, exactly.
Also, I've played now in games where the storyteller will change how the world works.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah.
I was like when our other friend Dave was like, oh, the Nosferatu aren't a clan. They're what happens if you embrace below blood potency 2. I thought it was super cool. So yeah, now I'm actually interested in lore changes and different universes.
Yeah.
But when I was a teenager, I was like, no, this is heresy.
There are rules for a reason.
This is a gospel, and they're shitting on it.
You're shitting all over my favorite thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, of course, it didn't help that the writing and acting in the show is actually pretty bad. Too.
It didn't help that it was Aaron spelling at all when I was 17.
It did not help.
Yeah, didn't help because all of us were
haters is the term. Edgelords, perhaps, although not at that time. Edgelords had not been invented. I don't think.
We were, you know.
I feel like edgelords had been invented. We
didn't call them that.
I knew a couple.
Yeah, we just didn't call them.
Know about them.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
We were early goth kids, you know.
Grimdark.
Yeah, very much so. And
this TV show was not The Crow, and that was the biggest mistake Aaron made.
That was a real problem.
Yeah, real problem for me. That was really I was expecting The Crow.
Yeah. Although, you know, so let's talk about, you know, sort of the specific episodes. I mean, there's the pilot, which we said is unfortunately kind of boring. It is real slow, and it's about this fucking bozo cop. I don't remember this dude's name.
Billy Ray. Oh.
Frank. Yeah.
Frank
actually,
but he is.
Oh, actually, wait.
A bozo for sure.
Yeah.
No, actually, wait, guys. Before we start, I do have to ask you one really important question.
Gotcha.
Are you down for Stevie Ray?
I am down for Stevie Ray. You know we were down for Stevie Ray. That's what his name was, Stevie Ray?
Yeah, the guy who gets staked out in the very first episode.
Yeah, we were down for Stevie Ray.
We were down for Stevie.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah. So that is exactly why that happens in like the first 10 minutes of the show, and that's exactly why it's terrible, because that's the level of writing.
It was not clear to me why he died from that. Like, they can go out in the sun. Staking doesn't kill you; it paralyzes you.
Does it in this show?
The staking paralyzes you, yeah, but he's taken with a metal antenna, which also is not wood.
But they can also die from sunlight if they're like weakened.
Oh, maybe he hadn't fed. Maybe that's
right. Yeah.
No, but they were running around on the rooftop.
Well, then he took some damage, so
yeah, presumably getting a big piece of metal shoved through your heart.
Yeah.
I always found that to be uncomfortable. Yeah.
Weakens you enough so that the sun starts setting you on fire a minute later or so, you know, spontaneously. Whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
At this point in the show, for the first 5 minutes before we've set up any lore, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And can I just say, it just now, years and years later, watching this again, it's just endlessly entertaining to see Eric King there, the actor who played Dokes.
Yep.
The really aggressively mad detective in Dexter. Mm-hmm. Dexter's nemesis in that show. In this show, also as a cop who is not nearly as cop. But who turns out to be a Ventrue. There's no indication that he's a Ventrue in this episode, in the pilot anyway.
No, not even in the last 5 seconds.
Is
that like that might be like the stinger? Is hey, I'm a Ventrue, motherfucker! Surprise.
Because I know in the second episode he definitely, you know, this. No, that's in the second episode, dude, where he goes to the Oh no, you're right. That's the second stinger at the end of the second episode. Never mind, you're right. It is. Yeah.
The stinger scenario?
Yeah. Eric King's cop character is like a double, triple, quadruple agent or some shit. You don't know where his loyalties lie.
Yeah, he does a second reveal. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, it was like, because he in the second episode he starts flirting with the Bruja.
Yep.
You know, to be I'm going to betray the prince and join you.
Julian Luna is like.
But then he goes back to the prince and he's like, "They've accepted me, my master." He's they've accepted me, sire, and he's like, "Great, you're doing a great job infiltrating the Bruja for me."
Yep.
You know, but where do his true loyalties lie? Dun dun dun. Yeah. That's some real vampire shit. Now watching that, I'm like, that shit is awesome.
No, it is. It's really, and it is, and it's LARP shit, and it really is like the game. Like really, the show. Yeah. Now that I understand what the game is supposed to be like, I understand how this show really is like the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do like, and at the time too, as like an edgelord teenager, I was like, Julian Luna is not a tough prince. He should be murdering motherfucker. Why is Eddie Fiore even walking around anymore? That dude should have had his head cut off a million years ago.
Yep.
Right.
But it's like he's trying not to just like start wars, and he's trying not to get a lot of people killed, and he's trying to preserve his humanity, what he's got left of it, and not become a kill crazy monster. And he's trying to tell all the other kindred in the city, like, not just keep the masquerade, like, you can't kill people. Because killing people, even if you clean it up, causes serious problems. Police investigations, you know, stuff we have to cover up. You know, even if you're not drinking their blood, you know, till they're dry to kill them, even if you're just shooting them, that's still an investigation. That's still a murder. Police still care about that. People still care about murders. You know, people care about murders a lot.
Unbelievably different than Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about murders in that show.
Well, I mean...
piles of corpses.
Oh, well, I haven't seen the show, but also...
Well, the movie, the same. Same
in the movie. Right. Movie too, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Why aren't you... Lestat comes in and he goes, Louis, why aren't you murdering people? I love murdering people, and you're not taking part in my murders with me, and you're supposed to appreciate my hobbies, you motherfucker.
That's like a one-panel cartoon that just summarizes the whole show, whole book.
Oh, yeah. Why haven't you killed at least 3 people a night, Louis?
It makes me sad when you don't kill 3 people.
Like, honestly, I think I remember that being a line. He liked to kill, like, one person early, like, then another person. Why did you not depopulate New Orleans?
And there weren't... New Orleans had, like, 100 people in it at the time, so...
Right.
So that's a lot. They would they would have been like if there was a bar, like a loading bar, you would see it going down.
You got about 3 months in New Orleans at that point before everybody's dead.
Yeah, I mean, not to be honest, like not even that. New Orleans is a big city,
yeah,
but
there were more than 100 people.
But like after like a few months, like. People notice the corpses starting to stack up, you know?
Yeah, that happens. People notice real quick.
Especially if they're all exsanguinated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Julian Luna's got, thinking about it, Julian Luna's got the kind of right idea. And thinking about it now, too, is like, to be a prince, to tell all the kindred in the city you are not allowed to murder humans, that's a serious power move. If you actually want to enforce that and be serious about it, think about what you're trying to enforce, because kindred are usually a bunch of killers.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a tough... They're not allowed to embrace at all. They're not allowed to... They're not allowed to look at each other mean. Oh.
Yeah, very elaborate etiquette, He
I think ghouling requires permission. I could be wrong.
I don't think
they mention ghouls at all.
I don't think there's ghouls in the show. We kind of talked. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But...
Well, sex makes you ghouly, right? Because that's happening to...
Maybe only in the pilot.
Maybe only in the pilot.
We really don't know. Yeah, there's a lot we honestly don't know. There's a lot that was not answered in these 8 episodes. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not even talking about the later episodes, but like just talking about 1 through 3. We haven't even...
As far as right now, we have no idea.
Yeah. There's much
but
we don't know.
I don't think there are ghouls in this world.
No, I don't think so. And I think it's
they might not have wanted to encourage people to drink blood.
Yeah.
As humans.
Yeah.
On TV.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Like we're sticking to cigarettes right now. Let's.
Yeah. And I think we also emphasize like they wanted to simplify the lore a little bit for TV, which makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
They dropped a couple of the more esoteric clans. They dropped the Malkavians and they dropped the Tremere. Never to speak of even like the non-Camarilla clans. Even though they bring an asteroid in later, but like holy shit. Never mind that.
You'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But really, can you believe it? No Malkavians, no Tremere, but why don't we throw an Asimite in? I mean, I can understand. I think it's great. I think that's a great move to like even without two of the main clans throwing in a weird one is great. Good idea.
Yeah. I mean, I would have loved some Zamisi, but I understand why Aaron Spelling might have objected to that.
Yeah.
Well, the Zamisi that Aaron Spelling would have given us was just like people from Hollywood at that time. So, or just like incredibly like, hello, I am RoboCop made of plastic.
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah.
Not just
so.
I understand why they cut out the Malkavians. At least I think I do. Although we did talk about how in that third episode,
that's a rewritten Malkavian story. After they took out the Malkavians, they were like, strip it and just make this guy a Kaituf or whatever. Which again, they don't use that term, but that's what it is.
Yeah. So still talking about the pilot, I guess. One other thing I kind of miss about this show, and that I didn't like as a kid, but as I kind of understand why in a general sense, is that for a vampire show, they show very little vampire bites.
Well, I guess so. I mean, they seem to not heal. They do show them, but they all look exactly the same and pasted on.
Yeah, there's like
and not healed from licking.
1-inch strip.
They don't show it. They don't show a lot of it actively happening.
No, exactly.
But they show everyone has a makeup on their neck afterwards.
Yeah. There's a little bit of blood.
Like you basically took like a nail polish brush and just drew it across the neck with some blood on it.
But there aren't a lot of feeding scenes.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a ratings thing. Like, if you bite someone's neck, do you get a?
It's kind of sexy, right? It's got to be. That's like a sexy and violent and gross thing, and there's blood.
And two people touching.
Yeah.
Now, on the other hand, if you want to show someone's arm going through someone's chest, that's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's penetration too, but of a different kind.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. I think maybe also just maybe that's not an easy special effect to do right. That looks, I mean, shit. Budget, right?
Yeah.
You can tell.
It was low.
The budget was low. You can tell.
That's why they use that earth meld thing in every single every time they can.
Intro,
yeah.
Yeah, I bet that, like, honestly, if you have to shoot a scene like that a couple times, then there has to be an effect where blood is gushing out, and then you have to clean it up and shoot it again, and like, that's not the kind of production this is. This is the kind of production where they slap something on your neck and they go, okay, this is the post bite. Which really, I guess the lick doesn't lick in this universe.
No, I think I think the lick licks, but I think
she licks.
If you're sloppy, you lick and the wound is closed, but there's still blood left behind.
Might be blood left behind.
At one point, the Toreador who's in with the detective proves that she's a vampire by cutting herself with a knife and then licking the wound, and it closes.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
So the lick does something, but it's not just teeth and claws, or maybe it's just teeth. It's not just teeth.
Yeah, that's old fashioned. That's
hand wavy.
That's hand wavy. I totally seen vampire stuff like that too, where they'll like cut their hand with a knife to do like the Vaulderie and then lick the wound or some shit to heal it. Yeah, it's just it's to look sexy. You're using your tongue. I mean, in that Malkavian episode, Cash cuts his arm with a bottle, and then like.
Oh, it just heals just automatically.
It's just later on. So it's like your arm, and he's like, it's fine. Nobody.
Look.
Yeah.
And this one too.
Yeah. See? He's like, I'm fine. I'm not hurting myself. Yeah. No, but that was legitimately a good move, actually, for him to be like, no, nobody. People saw that. It must have seen wrong. Dark bar. Lots of shit happening.
Yep.
See, my arm's fine.
You guys are cops. You know how unreliable witnesses are.
Yeah.
My arms are fine. Let me out. But yeah. Why does the Toreador have to get killed again? How does she get killed?
She revealed herself to Frank, and the Primogen vote to be like. Oh no!
She fucked him,
they
and
something else.
She got blood on his dick, and he started feeling ghoulish. Which is never mentioned again in the TV show. Like whatever that mechanic is, it's dropped after this. Is that all it is?
Maybe she's the only one who can do it.
Well, presumably he doesn't have sex with any more vampires after that, so it goes away.
Yeah.
But there is an episode about falling in love with humans. Actually,
That's true.
Our Nosferatu friend,
Falls in love with the human.
it's insinuated pretty heavily that the wig gets him some play.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah,
It does.
He wakes up in bed, and that's
Yeah.
definitely how we suggest that people have had sex.
Yeah.
That is how. That is standard code.
Yeah, vampires,
Sexual. Yeah.
vampires in this universe still fuck.
Oh, they fuck for sure. Julian.
Yeah, the
fucks.
question isn't
Yeah.
like whether they do. It's
It's whether they did.
does anything happen? Well,
I don't know.
anything vampire spooky.
Well, there's definitely a lot of there is a lot of vampire and human interaction, and almost touchstone, which that term didn't exist at the time.
Yeah.
But these vampires have
It's like-
touchstones.
Yeah, two decades before.
Maybe we were supposed to in the 90s. We just,
Yeah.
we've talked about what we did.
Well, it's a trend I've noticed in vampire games where you tend to interact only with other vampires.
Yeah, which is weird. Which is why I like using feeding scenes.
Which shouldn't be normal. You should be interacting. Humans.
I agree,
Fair
but on
bit.
the other hand, I feel like the first, 10, 20, maybe 30 years, maybe not even 30 of your unlife, sure, you're interacting with humans. But after you've been a vampire for a while, the cognitive dissonance of feeding on people, it's hard to be friends with a hamburger.
Yeah, or
like,
a cow,
all of
or
these-
a living cow.
Or a cow. Yeah, well, a cow that people do not as frequently name cows they are planning to eat.
Right. Yes.
And
Well, the difference between eating a cow and killing it and feeding from as a kindred from a human, because a kindred don't have to kill their prey.
they don't,
And-
but you
and
do
in-
have to abrogate somebody's will. You have to unless you're doing it consensually, which is probably a breach of the masquerade. If you're cleaving to the masquerade fully, you have to be essentially forcing yourself on someone. And to continually do that, like the soul is dyed in the color of the thoughts, like you become what you do all the time. And so if you're constantly disregarding people's agency, it's going to have an eroding effect. I feel like it has to.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's why you have a humanity thing in the game. And there's definitely that element. There's always that element in this game, in the tabletop game, of like vampires have to consciously be reinforcing their connection to humanity, because otherwise it does fade very quickly and easily.
Yep.
They have to deliberately try to immerse themselves in human things. And yeah, ultimately it ends up being kind of like a horrible parody. Like vampires going to the opera,
Yep.
because it makes them feel alive, the art and the passion and the music. But it's like it's all pantomime or whatever. It's all, just like the empty screaming beast within or whatever.
Yep.
But again, there's shades of it. Like we said, there's shades of everything.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the point.
Everything's nuance.
That's why, in the vampire game, you have humanity rating that goes from 0 to 10, with 0 being a howling monster and a 10 being some kind of like weird, crazy saint. And most people kind of hover somewhere in the middle, with like, people who are at like 7 and 8 being like, I'm trying to be a good person. I know I'm a monster. Maybe
I feel like most of the people that I
didn't
know probably have a 7 or an 8.
Yeah. I don't
The
want
human beings in my real life.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want, like, people who be like, I don't want to hurt people. I want to take care of the people that I love. I want to be loved in return. Basic stuff. People who are extremely selfish and extremely awful and who do not take care of other people around them are not people you want to have in your life. And those are like, the people with quote unquote low humanity in a vampire game, because those are the people who don't care about other human beings, who don't have any empathy, and who don't, who start trending towards that kind of sociopath monster kind of vampire thing, like Eddie Fiore, or I don't know. He's really the only one. Some of his Bruja. There aren't really any good Bruja in this. They're pretty much the villain clan.
They barely have names other than Eddie.
I think it's pretty much just Eddie. I mean, most of the clans, it's really just 1 or 2 people. It's kind of hard.
Are pretty.
the gang will have Cash, and then like the crowd, and like
Right.
Stevie Ray who's dead.
Yep.
But don't forget, we're down for him.
Yeah.
I am absolutely down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stevie.
So yeah, I mean that's kind of a thing. There aren't that many, and I think as the show like kind of wears on, they eventually start to introduce more. But like, yeah, there's only one Nosferatu. There's only Daedalus. Other Nosferatu show up, I think, in later episodes.
Monster
but
of
like,
the week type situations for
yeah,
there's a lot of
Yeah.
character of the week type stories within
Mhm.
these 8 episodes, like at least
Right.
6 of them probably.
right. Because the first episode really kind of establishes it with character of the week, this Torador
The
woman.
Torador woman, yeah, who supposedly, I hate to spoil it, but we're not going to see her again either, even though the stinger is that she lives.
Right.
Yeah.
I've wondered. Yeah.
We're not going to see her again, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, and Julian makes this weird promise that he totally believes in, that he's gotta take care of this bozo cop.
For some reason, yeah.
For some reason.
For plot armor reasons.
For plot armor reasons. I remember hating that when I was a kid, but now also understanding it from a point of view of a show structure. Like, you got to tell the point of view. You got to tell the point. Like a show like this, you really do kind of have to tell the point of view of like regular people too.
Gotta
Like a
give-
human
yeah,
being,
you gotta, yeah.
Yeah.
just
I think also like there's a certain amount, going back to our humanity conversation. I kind of feel, I mean, it's probably headcanon stuff, but that Julian's promise to the woman that he formerly loved not to kill or allow to be harmed her lover, keeping that promise is like a humanity thing for him.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like, I am doing this thing even though it is not in the best interests of my beast, and therefore, etc.
Yeah, 100%. And he kind of says it in later episodes. Like he's sitting, like I think he appears in the diner with him in episode 3 or something like that when they're hunting for the killer, and he's like, "Listen, I want to get rid of this guy as much as you do. He's a killer. He is bad." And he's like, and he's trying to explain to this guy, to this cop, he's like, "There are kindred who are not good, and I'm trying to restrain them, and I'm trying to keep our people, like without everybody like getting all crazy and murdering each other. Like, if you want to go crazy and go murder all vampires, then I'm sorry, we're gonna have to do something about that. But like, you do not have to do that, because we are trying not to kill people and we are trying not to be awful.
Please stop
Okay?
shooting your gun at me.
Yeah, exactly. Please don't shoot me with your arrows." Yeah. So he's like. Yeah, exactly. I think it is really a humanity thing for Julian, for sure. And I guess it is a masquerade thing, and it's I think in a previous conversation, Kuya, we had about maybe it was in the Ventru podcast, about how sort of baked into, or maybe it was the Torador podcast, sort of baked into the idea of the Camarilla is that you kind of have to be on humanity. You can't be on some kind of crazy path of enlightenment where you're, ripping people's guts out all the time and, festooning them around your home and having blood orgies and shit.
Right.
Like you can't be doing shit like that and say you're keeping the masquerade. You just can't.
Yeah.
You can't, like...
You gotta live among humans to a certain...
You gotta live among humans.
Yeah.
Like, if you have one blood orgy a year, okay, but like...
Sure.
It's like a special
One
occasion.
human head punch bowl at Christmas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come
But
on.
you can't be having that every week, man.
Yeah,
That's
Jesus
ridiculous.
Christ. People notice.
people
People go
will
around
notice.
looking for heads. If heads...
Yeah,
That's the kind
one
of
the
thing
things
people
that
start
when
looking
they go
for.
missing.
Yeah, people start looking.
All the decapitated bodies with and finding with the heads with the tops chopped off, and they'll notice a pattern.
Yeah, they figure it out. These guys are smart.
And there are so many of them compared to us. Yeah, and that's the thing too. They don't really say that in this show, but they kind of imply it, I guess. It's just the kind of thing. It's like, yeah, there's the kindred. Actually, yes, the kindred in the show are pretty powerful. There's no
I was gonna
indication.
say,
Like, he's
if you can go out during the day, humans aren't as big of a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is true. And that's what I always keep saying about kindred versus human in original vampire is like you take so much damage from being outside during the day, so you die in minutes.
Yeah.
Minutes.
Very quickly.
Like, yeah, like when Stevie Ray gets stabbed through the heart.
Not last for very long.
Doesn't last for very long after that. Yeah. So, yeah, humans have a big advantage, because the sun's kind of always there.
Yeah.
For at least that
it's sort of
day.
a big deal.
It's kind of our whole planet circling around it.
Man, this show was seriously 1996 or whatever this was. This show was seriously on the television for less than 3 minutes before I was going, what the fuck is this? Why are they out in the sunlight during the day? Why is that a metal stake? Why is that happening? What is this? Why is there a cop here? What the fuck? Under 5 minutes, I lost it with this show.
I was like the comic store guy from The Simpsons.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
God.
Everyone I know was because it had no redeeming features like good acting or anything either to go with it. It was even good.
And worst crime of all, it made the really edged niche thing that no one had heard about that we thought was cool. It introduced it to popular culture as something stupid.
Yeah, this
So they're like, oh, you guys, I know about you vampire kids. You like that stupid thing. Like, no, what we like is cool and dark.
Yep. Yeah.
It says here that the Night Stalker episode never aired on TV.
Oh yeah.
Is that the Malkavian one?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the last episode that was written by the guy who wrote the pilot. He wrote the first 3 episodes. He co-wrote that one, and then they got other writers for everything else. It says here, and it says that the original air date is unaired on the Malkavian episode.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I definitely wouldn't know because I definitely did not watch this show.
Sure, I didn't make it past the first one.
Yeah, no. I didn't watch them. Like when I actually watched them, it was years and years later, drunkenly with friends late at night. And somebody had them on DVD. Somebody had gotten a DVD pack with. I think it was like 2 DVDs because there's only 8 episodes, or maybe it was 3 because it had like some special features or something.
I would, if there was a making of. Oh my god!
I don't know.
I would devour that.
There's some stuff we should ask. We should ask our. I have a friend. You know who it is. We should.
Yeah, but I mean, like to the scale of this. Like, oh god, what was it? I went over there to your New York Coteries place of game and stuff, and we watched. What is that movie with Elizabeth something? She's a stripper in the movie.
Oh yeah, Showgirls. We watched Showgirls.
The Showgirls commentary, not Showgirls.
Yeah,
Showgirls commentary.
Yeah,
and I don't remember it very clearly, but
is
I
that
remember
like
that
Lars
was
von
hilarious.
Trier or like?
Yeah.
Is that who it is?
No,
if it is, the Lars von Trier version of Showgirls is terrifying. That's Antichrist.
It's either him or Paul Verhoeven. It's one of the two.
It was Verhoeven.
Was it Verhoeven? Okay.
Yeah, no, and the thing is the commentary that he's talking about on the DVD is not even done by anyone who was actually involved in the movie, from what I understand.
Oh.
No, it's just somebody like
Mystery Science Theater 3000 again.
Yeah, basically MSKT.
Some guy that was involved in the production of the DVD packaging. They were just like, put some commentary on this. Who cares?
I have no idea who this guy is, where they found him or whatever, but he's just making fun of the movie and it's so good, and it's like, why is this on the DVD? I have no idea, but it's hilarious. It makes the movie like the Showgirls movie is bad. It is not watchable unless you're just trying to watch it to see Elizabeth Berkley's tits or something. Which, I mean, okay, just fast forward to that part, I guess. But no, this commentary makes it hilarious. Like 10
that's what I want for people to embrace.
Yeah.
I want where they come forward to the actors as they are now. like in their 60s or whatever, and they were like, yes, well, when I was playing Cash, my motivation was this, and here's some, we had these pranks on set where the guy who plays Julian Luna, he would pour real cow's blood in my soup because I was a gangrel.
They should have a reunion.
They don't have any of that. Speaking of, unfortunately, Mark Franco, the guy who played Julian Luna, died like about a year after this was made.
That's really too bad. Too bad.
So,
because Julian Luna's the best part. Now I love Julian Luna. Oh man, I'm in Julian's corner.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I'm in his corner. The one tier above that is whoever it is that's standing behind him. That old dude.
Oh yeah, Methuselah or whatever. His name is like Primogen or something.
Yes, Kane.
Yeah, I forget his name. I just think of him as the sire.
His name is something like that.
That'd be hilarious if his name was just Sire.
He doesn't go by anything else. I mean, but that, hey man, we were just looking at Chicago by Night last week, and there's a lot of people in that book that just go by a title.
Yep.
That just go by like
just
Sheriff. Sheriff.
Yeah.
Or
are you guys gonna do Montreal by Night?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm looking forward to those Black Dog podcasts.
I think I remember that. I think I remember actually being pretty problematic in like a lot of ways.
A lot. I feel like every single.
Yes.
His name is
Archon.
Archon.
The Black Dog.
His name is Archon Rain. His first name is Archon.
Archon.
Archon Rain.
Yeah.
Archon. Yeah, and I remember being mad about that because an Archon is something specific in Vampire.
Yeah.
And he was definitely not that.
Just like a guy named Sheriff, and and the original Ass Primogen in Chicago.
It'd be great if the prince's name was just Prince.
Yeah.
The vampire formerly known as.
Yeah, I kind of feel like probably let's not cover any Black Dog. I kind of feel like
shoot.
I'll take a look at Human Occupied Land
for the Black Dog podcasts.
Yeah,
we could do a Patreon only bonus and really talk about
Black
some
Dog.
filth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna do the Fomori book. We're gonna do the Spectres book.
We're talk about Hole.
Clan book Ball Eye. Ball Eyes, yeah.
Not even I don't even want that one.
No. They fill people with bugs. I mentioned that a lot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, that's a popular Bali move.
That's their deal, yeah.
If Edgelord had been a term back in the day. That's like sort of that's the Bali clan curse is that you have to be an Edgelord.
You have to be just unrepentant over the top Edgelord.
They threw a fireball. They had fucking fireballs.
They have magic missile?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
They could throw like aggravated damage.
They had do I need to say it?
Like Ammonian 3 or 4. It was terrible. It was like, oh my God.
What was the joke, Doug?
I don't remember. What was the joke?
It was a Bali blast.
Oh yeah, that's right. Holy shit. Oof. There was there were cloves named Bali Blast as well, which
Bali
made
High.
Even better.
The Bali
High, that's right.
Bali Blast was a Snapple.
Mountain Dew or something? Was it Snapple?
Snapple or Mountain
Bali
I
Blast.
have an important 90s question before we return to Kindred the Embrace.
Great.
Pepsi, Coke, right?
Yeah.
This was like a real war that was happening in the 90s.
Yeah, my family was involved.
Yes, I'm aware of it. Yeah,
This very year, my friend asked for a Coke, and me and my mom at the store bought it, and my mom said, I don't feel right buying a Coke for your friend.
I knew.
This year.
I knew what the answer was going to be for you.
But please continue. But I mean, we were raised in like a indoctrination.
Oh.
Yeah.
See, I prefer Coke. I will drink Pepsi if it is presented to me. I don't care. I'll drink RC Cola. I'll drink whatever.
I truly don't give a shit. Yeah.
As long as it's not diet, I don't give a shit.
No, I just wondered in the 90s what your the war had it's like the Sega versus Nintendo, right? Like I was Nintendo and I knew that Sega people were filthy degenerates.
They are. They still are. If they were, they are now. That's a benchmark.
That's a real thing
for culture.
Yeah, that's not a 90s thing.
Absolutely no. But how they behaved in the 90s, they're still that type of person.
I mean, are you serious? Mario versus Sonic?
Yeah, 100% I am. Yes. Yeah, Sonic
fuck
is
yeah.
lame. Yeah, Sonic is
Yep.
lame.
Sonic.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Sonic is dumb and bad. His only thing is that he goes fast. Lots of things go fast. He's also like he's like the Michelangelo Ninja Turtles, like rad, like that. It's
Oh,
it's
the-
that
the
90s
Tood.
like
Yeah,
the Bart
the Tood.
Simpson, the Tood.
Yeah,
Yep, the Tood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine Mario having Tood. Mario's like, no, I am a humble man of the people.
Mario stayed out of the Tood era, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
there was a little bit, maybe Strikers. And
Well,
stuff.
there's the live action movie that
Oh,
isn't exactly
I don't even know.
2D,
What,
but
I
it's
don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I haven't seen
it's
it.
it's
I
a
know it's
it's a
bad.
You've
We used
not-
to rent
wait,
it when I was a little
wait,
kid.
Wait,
Isn't John Leguizamo in it?
yes,
yes.
you haven't seen the Mario Brothers movie?
Nope.
Have you seen Spawn?
Yeah, actually, I remember seeing. I think I saw it on the TV.
Satan.
Okay, we're gonna do a double feature of my two favorite John Leguizamo movies.
I'm ready.
I definitely see
Let's
it.
pause this podcast right now.
Saw in
Man.
the theater. I saw in the theater with you guys. I remember when they were blasting.
Yeah.
That I still have Satan on like my regular playlist.
Awesome, that's a
I
good
remember
soundtrack.
watching that movie. I remember walking out of the theater with you and you being like, the only thing I'm mad about is that when Satan showed up, I didn't want it to be a huge monster. I wanted it to be a dude in a suit and that track from the album playing. It was just going, Satan, Satan, Satan. I was like, that would have been better. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because that was the thing about Spawn. Well, I mean, I'm not an original Spawn fan. I never read the comics or whatever. So like when I saw the movie, I was just like, yeah, Satan people, and everybody in Spawn is this gigantic fucking biomorph monster. So I wanted like the devil himself to just be like a dude, and I thought that would be a cool juxtaposition. But of course, not.
Honestly,
He's a bigger monster than everybody else. So like whatever. That's
Todd
cool.
McFarlane got myself and a friend of mine out of a traffic ticket because of his insane design of things. We got pulled over, and we were teenagers, and there was a police officer who was following us for a while, and he just put his lights on and not his siren. I think because he just wanted to fuck with us. I don't know why, but we didn't see him. We weren't paying attention. We were probably stoned, and then he hit the siren. And we heard him, looked in the mirror, like pulled over immediately. And he comes over and he's like, so you guys were trying to get away from me? And we're like, no. Have you seen what we're driving? Like, this is not possible. And he's like, all right, well, we're like, we're going home. Okay. You got nothing in the car you shouldn't have. And like an idiot, probably also, again, high and 15, I turn around and I start looking in the back seat. I want to be helpful. This guy, he's an authority figure. He can hurt me. I want to make sure I'm complying. So I start looking around to see if there's anything we should have in the car.
Jesus Christ, that's probably not.
As I'm looking in the back seat, I realize what I've done. Like, this is me. Like, I'm implying that
You're looking at where the evidence is.
I'm looking where the evidence should be, if there is any.
Well,
so then I sit back, I like immediately fling myself back into the front seat too quickly, and I look down at my feet, and there's a Spawn unleashed wickedness, whatever, like thing. His intestines are shooting out into tubes with mouths in this. I just bought this thing. And I sort of pick it up and I hold it out to the cop and I'm like, this? And he looks at it and he's like, ugh. Yeah, you totally shouldn't have that in a car. All right, kids, you kids get out of here. I think once he realized that we had action figures in the car, he might be barking up the wrong tree. But at the time, I thought that we had just, convinced him of its wickedness. He wanted to get out of there.
Oh man.
Kindred.
Yeah, what else with Kindred?
Well, the guy does alchemy, forbidden alchemy.
Oh yeah,
because
our bald guy.
Because Obfuscate 3 does not exist, and also all the vampires seem to have the same power set. They all have psychometry. Yeah. They all have protean, up to at least 4. Many of them turn into wolves.
They all have Fortitude 5 and can go out during the day.
Yep.
Fortitude 7 or whatever.
But none of them have Obfuscate 3.
Nope.
So our guy,
or even 1.
Well, he does kind of lurk in the shadows. We were talking about
behind a curtain.
He hides behind a curtain, and she seems to not be able to see him, even though the audience definitely can.
Yeah, the wig stands out.
Boy, that.
Okay, so he does alchemy.
The whole sequence, everything about what's his name? Not Damien. Daedalus. The Daedalus plot line in the Night Stalker episode, everything about it is deranged.
It's deranged. It's really kind of uncomfortable, man.
Yeah.
Where he's like, he stalks this woman, and then he comes into her house, and he's like, "I love you, but you must never see me." And she's all like,
she's into it.
Yeah, she's all into it. And I'm like, okay, this is like.
He must have presence.
I don't like this.
Yeah, I did not like it. No.
This was definitely written by a dude.
Yeah. Yeah. There's. Yeah. It's full no.
Yeah.
But when he does,
like, there's a lot of stuff.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of stuff in Vampire. I mean, like, Vampire as like a sexually predatory thing. Like, look at all of the vampire media. Look at True Blood. Look at it's there, right?
It's there.
And it's popular with people from every part of the sexual spectrum. You could find somebody who likes it and likes that part of it, but they're like they took that particular part of the vampire mythos
and did it real poorly.
And they did it as poorly as it is possible to do it. They made him a creep.
Oh,
he's not like a dark lord of the night who is alluring because of his darkness. He's like a basement-dwelling weirdo who's like, I've been watching you for a long time. I know you love me.
Yeah, but she
I grew some hair.
Digs it.
She does dig it.
Yeah, she feels that. He senses her loneliness, and she's like, "You sense my loneliness that no one else could sense somehow." Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's like, it's kind of like a 19th century romantic trope or some shit.
Whatever. What, like that song about it being cold outside or whatever, when people are like, "No, it was the early 1800s. It was a different thing." Or something.
Okay.
Yeah, no means yes.
It was whatever.
And it not to put anyone down. If people like to play kind of dominance games between consenting adults,
man.
As long as everyone
I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum.
Yeah, if anyone knows, as long as everyone knows what they're about, maybe you got a safe word or something. That's fine. But this is obviously it's creepy.
Honestly, that's also, if people want to role play this specific scenario where a popular musician has some weirdo stalking her and he's like, ho, 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 and she's like, ooh, like, cool. But I didn't want to watch it on a television show about my cool vampire.
Yeah. Daedalus is definitely a weirdo.
Yeah,
I didn't want them to do him that way either.
No, I didn't want to. No.
I'm thinking ahead to an episode 2 where, like, the greatest moment of this show is a Daedalus moment in a future episode. All
right, King spoiler.
All right, sorry.
Yeah,
okay. I feel like I know what you're talking. I feel like I know exactly the moment you're talking about.
Yeah. We'll move on though.
Yeah. Let's.
I can take my headset off, and you guys.
No. Let's. Because we're gonna. We intend to
go through it.
To continue to sometime this coming week. We'll watch another 2 episodes probably.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe even tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see how you guys. I'll see how you guys feel. But yeah. Soon.
I'm game. You know it.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. So what else about
we haven't talked about Caitlin Byrne, the reporter.
Oh, yeah. Weird move on Julian's part for someone so concerned about. Although I guess, but I guess if you,
owning a newspaper is a pretty
fucking masquerade. The newspaper lady, owning the newspaper or fucking the newspaper lady,
they're both pretty.
They're both possible story routes.
Yeah, well, no, owning the newspaper is good for keeping the masquerade because you can kill stories.
Right.
Downgrade them or whatever. You can direct the attention of the press to different areas, away from yourself and your kindredness. Control of the media is a classic.
Very Ventrue move, especially the
Ventrue thing. I've seen it be a big Toreador thing. In a lot of games. But yeah, Julian does it in like the most dangerous way by like he's like being like, I'm gonna seduce her, and like his Toreador girlfriend is like I don't really have a problem with you seducing her as like
But it is dumb.
seducing people because we're vampires and that's the shit we do. But seducing a journalist is a terrible idea, Julian. And yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm sure that
guess-
it will become a terrible idea, or I hope that it will become a terrible idea, because if not, that strains credulity.
Well, I think partly it's just, again, you know, when I was a teenager, I was like, how can you make such a foolish decision? But having lived
She's very pretty.
many more years, I realized that many people make very stupid decisions
Almost exclusively.
all the time. I am not omitting myself from that.
No, that's why I said almost exclusively. I'm thinking of me, like, like not literally, but also like, you know, going back to our Blindside podcast, like, there's a certain amount of decision making going on up here in this, you know, bone prison that my brain's trapped in. But how much of it I'm involved with?
Yeah, I'm after Blindsight on a day-to-day basis. I'm just becoming more and more aware of how much shit is going on under the hood. And like how much I really have no idea whether or not I'm the person who just said that or not.
Yes,
a lot more of that is going on. Thank you, Peter Watts, for giving me schizophrenia.
Yeah, I find it to be a really liberating experience to live in a world in which you realize you're part of some kind of vast sea of voices.
Yeah.
Rather than just the single captain at the helm.
Hey man, till all are one.
Till all are one. That's another one I would do a podcast on, is Transformers the movie 1986. I think I can still recite the whole thing.
The whole thing?
Wow. Don't start.
Don't start. Please don't. That's something
because we won't be able to stop you. But
right, it'll be like when Cartman sings that Styx song.
Yeah, we'll just have to mute you.
That was something you could do at one point in your life. You know that you could recite Transformers 1986.
You muted yourself now, Mark. I can't hear you.
He's doing it. He's protecting us because he's doing it.
Oh.
Can you hear me now? Yeah.
That's really something you could do?
Yes. Yeah, and I might still be able to. I might stumble, but yeah, there was a point I was on a trek through these mountains at one point, and it was like a really shitty rainy day. And I was 21, and I was carrying this extremely heavy pack. It was all uphill. The footing was really bad. It was a miserable day, and I was just like, I'm just gonna do Transformers and get through this day. And so for the next 2 hours, I just muttered the movie.
You know what I'm really sad that I've never gotten the chance to say in real life? I have nothing but contempt for this court.
Probably because you don't want to actually be thrown in jail.
Oh, I can't wait to be
in the court.
I can't wait to be in front of some kind of kangaroo court where it doesn't matter what I say, and I get to say
I have almost said that during meetings at work, but I have avoided it.
That's a really good line.
I do frequently say, like at least a couple times a month, you who are without mercy now plead for it.
Mm-hmm.
In work contexts, people don't know where it's from. I'm very happy.
Nice.
Anyway.
That's good. Oh wow. Oh man, I went back to kind of like click through this episode real quick of the second episode of Embrace, Prince of the City. And I forget about Julian's niece.
Oh, Sasha rules.
Sasha.
Of course, Sasha is my favorite character.
Sasha.
Oh,
Julian's
man.
Crazy, ridiculously impulsive niece.
Sasha's great.
Sasha's hilarious.
Not just Sasha Knitsko of KMFDM, but also this.
That guy's cool too.
Again, hated how dumb she was when I was a kid watching this, but now watching it and being like,
teenager.
Yeah, I'm like, no. It's just this is exactly how a teenager acts.
Yes.
This This is 100% believable.
That is probably what made us angry about it.
It is the most believable part of this entire show, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah. It's like how everybody was mad at Wesley for being, a dork on TNG.
Sure,
And it's like, if you
sure.
actually put yourself on the Enterprise, that's you.
Yeah.
Like, you're sitting next to, Picard and Riker and, Beverly Crusher and all these people, and you look like an idiot also.
Yeah,
And that's what made me mad.
Yeah, because you're 14. Because you're
No, I want to pretend
standing next to, you're a 14-year-old standing next to actual adults.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
And so
14-year-old.
Sasha's hanging out with,
love you all,
yeah. Well,
we're not
listen,
adults
you
yet.
you are awesome,
Close.
14-year-olds in
You're
your
close.
own way.
Yeah, you're gonna get there real soon. Like, you're close.
Also, you got shit going on that us oldsters don't have going on. You got all kinds of experiences you're getting to have in your brain that we don't.
Yeah,
And,
we've left them long behind, and
our
half
humanity score is much lower. Our banality is much higher, and
I don't know
our
why
brains
we're
are fully cooked.
What are the chances any 14-year-olds are listening to this, Kuya?
I guess it's not impossible. I mean, I honestly really do
Also-
not know because of the way podcasts are distributed. I have no idea what kind of audience this has.
I guess.
It's not like
There's
a
also
Twitch channel where
it
you
exists forever. So
yeah,
I assume it's
at some point,
it's out there.
kids of kids are going to listen to it. Oh yeah, that's my great grandfather Saint. Like, I'm going to listen to his podcast.
It's definitely not impossible that children related to me are listening to this. So
Yeah.
there's that for a start.
Hello, children related to people. Welcome to the theater of the mind.
Anyway, yeah.
Sasha, on the other hand,
Sasha,
is also a baby.
Sasha becomes more interested, like a much more interesting character in later episodes as well, I think.
That's good.
Oh, she sure does.
I do know where that goes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I that part I know because the commercials all had this scene of some etheric music with her crying blood, and you're like,
okay,
walking out of a party where someone was mean to her.
Damn.
You know she gets embraced. Just the question.
I know.
Well, he knows that much. Okay. Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler. It's probably not Daedalus.
It's probably not Daedalus.
It's probably not Daedalus.
That would have been real fun, though, man.
Yeah.
That would have been fun. Man.
Yeah. Well, she's all hot for cash.
There are a
So
lot of
cash.
Nosferatu in this show. Like there are like a lot of them. Yeah, there end up being
Yeah,
a
this
lot.
show
Are
later.
there any that look like Nosferatu?
Yeah, some of them, and there's one like beastly,
nice.
almost Sabat kind of
Yeah.
guy. But let's not again. We'll get there. We'll
Okay.
get there.
Yeah. We'll get there.
Not getting too far ahead of ourselves. But yeah, I think
it's hard not to because really, I these days,
Yeah.
I really like.
Well,
I really enjoy this whole thing so much.
yeah.
It's such it's a LARP. It really just it really
really
captures
think-
what it was.
Yeah, it's sad that Night Stalker wasn't on TV. I guess.
Yeah.
It's a little more bloody because like
It is
Julian chops the dude's heads off with
fucking
a
kukri. I love
kukri.
it. I love that he likes a
He also
kukri. I don't know why.
Paints words, not hit the non-Malkavian paints with blood.
Yeah, on the wall and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like how that character is like, this dude's basically your serial killer even before he got embraced, and then he got embraced, and now he can do whatever the fuck he wants. Okay, yeah, now he's definitely serial killing. Like, maybe he didn't have the courage or the strength or the ability to kill people before, but now he does. And boy, howdy, is he angry at everybody.
Yep.
He likes it.
Yeah,
And
he
he just wants
likes it exactly.
he just wants to go around ripping some spines out.
Is his blood brother tag like? Is he talking to the vampires, or is it just nonsense?
I think it's just
I think it's a
hilarious.
phrase that uses the word
Yes.
blood, and he thinks it's a
Yeah, I guess he just comes up with it himself, probably. I mean, because Cash comes up to him like and is like, "Yo, who sired you? Who are you? What's up?" And this dude has no fucking clue. He got sired and he has no clue.
Like some
what's
lady
going
in a bar.
Yeah,
some lady in the bar, and that's the old-fashioned Gangle embrace we talked about in the Gangle podcast,
Get dropped
where
off.
you don't tell them anything, you dump them.
You
But
give
this
him a copy
guy,
of the
That would be
clan
fun.
book. Yeah.
yeah, you give him a copy of the clan book if you're nice, maybe, and then it's like, I'll see you in a year or 10.
Didn't know until listening to your guys' podcasts on the clan books that they were considered to be an in-universe thing.
It's hinted and sort of not
It's okay.
not in all of them, but some of them very directly say things like if you're looking at these pages, we wrote them down so that you
Oh, yeah.
Some of them do say stuff like that. Yeah.
Some of them say stuff like
That's
that.
great.
Like more than once or twice. Yeah.
Yeah. And listen, it makes sense that Kindred would want to write some stuff down, but be careful about it as a memento mori, because time is long, and if you really do manage to start living past the length of like a normal human life, if you've been a Kindred and you've been around for 100 years plus 200, like, you gotta assume stuff starts to get hazy.
I hope so.
You gotta assume
Because
some
if it doesn't,
lead together.
the weight of all of that memory would just be.
Yeah, well, and that's a record. That's a vampire.
I feel that way as an adult human.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying.
I'm glad I've lost some of it.
Yeah. That's.
I feel like I put it onto a zip disk.
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's gone. I just feel like I put it into cold storage.
I buried mine under gravel, and you got to get down there with like a shovel, and you have no idea what direction anything's in, and a lot of this stuff is all wrapped up in barbed wire and poison.
Nice.
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 It's down there somewhere if you want to get it. A lot of it's corrupted. Yeah, zip disks stored next to magnets.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get the zip disk reader working? Clank it a couple times.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Percussive maintenance.
Blow it out with some air, like it's a Nintendo.
Yeah, a lot of my shit has to get plugged in and unplugged a couple times. Yeah.
Yeah, get the dust out.
If I could take the back of my head off and blow into the back of it like a Nintendo cartridge. I mean, I guess my face is on the front of my head, so this breaks down pretty quick. But
boy, it's too bad that Dreamcatcher is such a piece of shit.
I have neither seen nor read.
It touches on a cool idea about like I don't remember the exact term, but the guy spends a lot of time in the back of his own head in this mental library he's constructed, and he can like look out windows at different parts of his life and stuff. But also there are like shit intestine monsters being pooped out of butts overrunning the countryside, and
that sounds bad.
And it's honestly just nihilistic and terrible. It's the first book he wrote after getting run over.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's the movie and the book are just, they're not known to be enjoyable.
Wow.
Upset about things. Yeah, understandable.
But there's a one really cool that the mind library or whatever it is really described.
But it comes
really
with a free Frogurt.
Yeah. Yeah, right. There you go. Poop flavor.
Anyway, yeah. I think, is that all we have to say about Kindred for now?
Yeah, that's the first 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Also, Dragon's Breath shotguns.
Dragon's Breath shotgun. Gift. A lovely gift. Just here you go.
A lovely gift. Just
here you go, Frank. Just in case you need to kill any vampires.
I noticed too in the pilot episode there's a Dragon's Breath fucking grenade launcher in the drive-by or something like that, because they do a drive-by.
Yeah, with a grenade launcher.
With a grenade launcher, and they drop the grenade launcher in.
Incredibly subtle.
And then chuck it. And then, which you do with a weapon like that.
Right.
Chuck it out the window.
Yeah. And the
you don't want to get rid
barrel
of the evidence.
Yeah, the barrel is on fire.
Yeah,
And
right.
why-
Get rid of the evidence by leaving it in the street.
By leaving it to see
why-
the most obvious looking weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, and flames coming out of the barrel that was firing grenades.
Yeah, like incendiary grenades. But nobody got killed.
The building seemed quite just fine, really. Was it Haven that was shot at?
Yeah, actually, maybe Haven burned down, because Haven looks completely different in the second episode than it did
in the one after the pilot.
Yeah, they use a different building for the front anyway.
Maybe it was destroyed. Maybe it was destroyed by incendiary grenades.
Yeah, and then she had to open up a new Haven somewhere else.
She had points in Haven, so the storyteller had to just give her a new place.
Just give her a new one. Yeah. This is your backup. Your Mala has it.
Yeah.
Is it discussed why the Bruja and the Ventru are at loggerheads in the city at any point? I mean, obviously they killed a gangrel, but
I think
they did that for a reason. Go ahead.
They don't really say very much, at least in the first 3 episodes. There is like the hint of like an ancient enmity, or just like
The eternal struggle.
the
Jihad.
the fact that Eddie Fiore wants power and is a brutal, ruthless, violent motherfucker.
And he wants
So-
to be top dog, and he doesn't want to listen to these Ventrue bozos.
Yeah. So, and he's got a whole bunch of other Bruja who will follow him around. None of whom have names, which is it's fine. You can't have too many characters.
Especially in the 90s.
Yeah.
If you're not even going to flesh out your main characters, you can't have secondary ones.
Yeah, dude. People complain in shows like Game of Thrones. They're like, there's too many characters in the show, and in a certain way, it's kind of true. You only have so many hours. You only have so many minutes that your show is, and you can only show so many minutes or hours. You gotta pick and choose your characters.
I don't think that it should be illegal to make art for the lowest common denominator. I think you should be able to make whatever art you want. But
Yes.
but I don't but taking all art down to the lowest common, or taking the commercially supported art down to the lowest common denominator makes me sad.
Yeah.
I think, but hey.
I don't even know if you would say this is the lowest common denominator.
Oh, that's not Kindred. That's just like, I mean, stripping characters out of modern shows and stuff. Kindred, I don't think is in the same. It's not playing the same game.
Oh no. But yeah, no, it's. I think especially when you're converting something from a book, or in this case, tabletop role playing game into a visual medium, TV show, movie. Do you
think Aaron Spelling got invited to a LARP when they were trying to sell him the show?
I hope so.
And, like, he played it. I hope he played it.
I hope he did. That would be so great.
I hope so.
I hope they all did. I hope that's what this actually was. I hope this is all improvised.
If they all had character sheets, that would be fucking amazing.
And no scripts, yeah. Listen, I have a bunch of friends. I knew a bunch of people in college who got into role-playing through Vampire the Masquerade from the improv acting angle. They had never played any role-playing games before Vampire. Before they had never sat down and played a tabletop game. The first games they played were LARPs. I knew a bunch of people like this, and that's how they got into role-playing, because they understood improv acting. So when you told them this is an improv exercise, imagine that, except this is your one character, it doesn't change, and this is the setting. They got that.
Yeah.
And there were some
consequences.
Yeah, and there were some really amazing role players that I knew that came out of that, because they immediately understood intuitively the whole thing about playing a character, about motivation, and about setting, and about like collaborating with the people that are around you that are also playing this game. Not necessarily competing. So yeah, there were some really good role players I knew who came out of acting. Yeah. So I do like to think hilariously in the back of my mind there is some canon that Aaron Spelling went to some LARP to watch some shit go down, and was like, okay, yeah, I can make a TV show out of this.
I can do this. We're gonna take out the rock paper scissors, but still.
Yeah.
I hope they did some physical, mental, social challenges off camera.
At least in the writers' room, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, maybe that's how the Malkavian episode got demalkavianed.
Yeah. Some guy lost a challenge to be like, okay, all right, fine, you win. You're the writer.
Yeah.
Let's not do it. We'll keep it simple. We'll keep the 5 clans.
Before we begin this physical challenge, I must inform you that I have the bomb.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
I regret to inform you that I am in possession of the bomb. Boy, that was fun to say a different way every time.
Yeah, and I also remember... I remember doing negative traits, and I cannot help but remember one time you tried to bid a negative trait, Kuya, during a social challenge or something like that, or a mental challenge. Someone was trying to order you to do something.
Okay.
You tried to bid a negative trait, like, I'm far too lethargic for that. And I just remembered that for years and years later, I'm far too lethargic for that. Someone asks you to do something.
That's not how it works, right? What were the negative traits for?
No, the negative
Did
traits
people
were
call them against you?
People called them against you, so that you had to bid more positive traits on top of that.
Right, but I'm energetic, so I get to Okay.
Yeah. No, it's supposed to be more like.
Boy,
no,
that was a weird system. Boy, we played that a lot.
Yeah, you're lethargic, so it's easier to dominate you because you're lazy.
I'm gonna start saying that all the time. I'm far too lethargic for that.
Oh, I thought you meant you're lethargic, so it's easier to dominate you. Like, I don't know what context you get to use that in, but that's great.
It is something. It is something
Maybe with
like
your
that.
cats.
Yeah.
Bro, no, yeah. My poor babies.
My God, I forget. I almost forgot about the rock paper scissors and the Colin traits.
Oh my God, there was some funny shit coming out of that.
Yeah,
There definitely were. I remember some. Yeah.
definitely were. I definitely remember too that in this LARP where I met all these people, we definitely simplified those traits to just be like, you have physical traits. You bid a positive physical trait.
Oh, okay, sure. Yep.
You don't have to be like, oh, I bid alacritous, or I bid potent, or I bid, whatever fucking like.
Yeah, I'm determined. Every
source word you plucked out. It was like, I've got determined times 3.
Everyone did.
Times 3, yeah.
That was the best mental trait. Determined.
Yeah, because it's easy to figure out. So
I'm determined to do whatever I want to do at this moment.
Yeah.
That's a very teenage trait. I'm determined to do whatever I want to do.
Determined. Fuck yeah.
Exactly. I'm teenage trait. My fucking 8-year-old.
Determined.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Filled with determination.
Yeah. And so I remember simplifying that to just be like, yeah, you just have a positive trait, and then I forget if we use negative traits in that game or not, but we still had the rock paper scissors.
I feel like we shouldn't have, because it relies on you to act out your negative traits so that people can pick up on them and use them against you, which I don't feel like we would have been good at.
No.
I feel
Some
like
of us maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still have all of my character sheets, so I can go back and look when I get my stuff out of storage on Saturday.
Yeah. It was like when we talked about Malkavians way back in the day, like how I remember saying people would take arrangements and then not play them.
Yep.
Yeah.
People would take negative traits and not play them.
It was easy, yeah. It was easier to just, yeah.
I mean,
Great, I get more points that way.
Yeah. It's just kind of different objectives for your role playing when you're playing different kind of games.
Yeah.
If you're playing a game to be a power game, and to compete with people and to fight with people, and then yes, of course you don't reveal your weaknesses, and unless somebody fucking calls you on it, you pretend your weaknesses are not even there.
Yeah.
You just don't do it.
Well, that's how we do it in real life.
There you go.
So, yeah. But, when you play a role-playing game for drama, like you're specifically thinking, like, how can I make this situation more fucked up because drama will be interesting? And not having to worry about the ethical, considerations of causing drama in real life and fucking with other real people in your life because you like drama.
Right.
That's called being insane. That's called being a bad person.
Yeah.
But taking it out in a vampire game against fictional creations of the mind of other people that you're playing with who, you've all agreed that you're playing a bunch of bad vampires who are fucking with each other. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. The wonder of the exactly.
That's just entertainment. Unless anyone judged you for that, just think about how many people like to watch Succession, or whatever, which is basically Kindred. Basically Succession is Kindred the Embraced, but good with and not vampires
and with humans, right?
If you just set more stuff at night in succession and threw some fangs on people, that could be a vampire thing. Instead of the dude dying, instead of the dude dying and passing away, it could be like, I know I am passing into torpor soon. I must pass my princedom on to one of my childer. But who will it be? Same thing.
And then just the same show.
Yeah, and then just the exact same show, except at night, and eventually, occasionally throw in a scene of somebody biting somebody else's neck. That would be a great vampire show. And I think, I kind of think Kindred the Embraced actually tried to do a little bit more of that than The Crow, which is unfortunately what we wanted when we were teenagers. We were like, why is this The Crow? Because it was trying to be Succession way before Succession was a thing. Of course it sucks. It's not as good as Succession or any of those other, shows about terrible people being terrible to each other, but is interesting at least, because there's some stakes.
There's basically no way in the world that it was going to be something we liked in 1996. Yeah. There's basically no way what we wanted was what we were going to do. No way.
No. Yeah. And what I referenced, what I actually wanted and what I actually got and what I was happy about it at the time, at least, but then I realized what it was was Underworld.
Right.
Yep.
Underworld was a movie about Kate Beckinsale in a tight suit, looking sexy, being a sexy vampire, killing ugly werewolves with cool, sexy moves, and everybody moving in slow-mo and doing cool flips, and
occasionally being dramatic.
And occasionally being super dramatic,
yeah.
And I was like, oh, Underworld's a great movie. But even watching Underworld at the time, and when it came out, being like, oh yeah, this is just kind of a bad action movie. But recognizing that,
if you had provided it to me when I was 16, or whatever, I would have been out of my mind for it.
Boy,
yeah, most of our vampire games when we were 16 were bad action movies.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Johnny
I love
Mnemonic.
bad action anyway. I still love bad action movies. Watch a bad action movie every once in a while and be like, yeah,
man,
this is not good, but or whatever.
My favorite things are things that are not good. Yeah,
like Kindred the Embraced.
Like Kindred the Embraced, really one of my faves now. In my old age, I really have nothing but appreciation for everything.
And again,
that's a full stop. That is a life quote right there. In my old age, I have nothing but appreciation for everything.
Full stop.
That's how I feel, man. That's why it struck me.
Everything is so insane. How else could I feel about it?
All of the mundane glories and banal terrors of this world.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Right on.
Damn.
Your anarchy is loosed upon the world.
Yeah, and before we leave this episode, just one more shout out to my New York coterie for keeping the flame alive of Kindred the Embraced.
Hell yeah.
And remembering to throw it on late at night when we were drunk so that we could laugh at it. But also, keep the flame alive.
I
would not have watched
people as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I would have either. I think I would have forgotten about its existence completely.
Yeah.
Yep. And without you, I also.
Yeah.
So. I'm like a 14th generation Kindred the Embrace watcher. You got it from Saint. I got it from Kuya.
I'm gonna start making a fucking chart.
Yeah. Get that whiteboard out.
Yeah,
Locke knows Kuya. Happy birthday, by the way.
Hey, thanks. And happy birthday to Saint. Oh my god.
And to Saint.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit. I didn't even realize yesterday. But
happy birthdays all around.
Awesome. Happy August. Happy end of another one. This feels like the end of the year. Really, the end of August really feels like that's where the year should loop, I think.
Well, it's because the school year is about to start. And
I guess that's part of it. Yeah.
That's the end of life.
Yeah, and now we go. Let's start another horrible journey.
For me,
once more into the breach.
I have achieved the full life inversion because the beginning of the school year now is the beginning of my life.
Freedom. Right. Yeah.
I love my son deeply, but I'm on vacation this week with him, and he's off from school and is not in camp, and I am so much more exhausted every day. when I'm
full time
and he's in school.
Young people are They deserve
Exhausting.
and require a lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Emphasis on deserve and also require.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah. It's a lot.
you know,
Yeah. So
they're fantastic, but it's also nice to be able to spend time on your own.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am having a fun vacation week, and I had a fun birthday.
Right.
Nice.
We took him to Playland, and he was having an awesome time and lost his mind
Fucking rad.
playing carnival games and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say carnivore games, and I was so fascinated by what that could be. Well, we gave it, those little fangs that you put in your mouth when you're a kid. You want to play a vampire. We gave him a set of those. We just set them loose in the park.
Yeah.
Well, let me say thank you to both of you. And obviously we will continue watching this soon. with
Yeah,
episode
well, I look forward to
4.
it.
Yeah.
Me too,
Thank you.
Me too. Yeah, thank you. Thanks all around.
Thanks, guys. Kuya, I want to talk to you about our vampire game at some point soon. I think you're taking this week off, and I'm off for a couple of weeks too. So.
All right. Thank you so much again for listening to Maybe We'll Talk. Again, or for the first time, or whatever. I don't care. Thanks for being here. Yeah, coming up, we've got New Nightmare. We've got maybe Chicago by Night Volume 5. Definitely probably 2 more episodes where Saint and Locke and I talk about this. Me and Locke are going to talk about From a Buick 8 pretty soon. And coming up, the next episode probably is going to be about The Dragon Reborn by Robert Jordan. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Stay tuned. All of that stuff is coming next over the coming weeks. It is September now, and we are going to put another fat, foul, filthy fucking August behind us. Eat me, Gary. And yeah, then we're just going to keep rolling right along. It's going to be great. If you're interested in what you're doing, you can come and talk to me and this crew on Discord. That is my favorite way to talk to people on the internet. You can get a link to our Discord server, which is called EasyTown, by visiting koyadk.tv. CUYADK.tv. That's where you can get a link to the Discord server. You can get a link to my Etsy and buy some soap from me. You can support me on Patreon and Twitch, and you can see all my other social bullshit there. And maybe I'll be opening it up. Maybe I'll be making some more social media accounts on the sites that I have neglected. Maybe it's time to start taking over the internet a little more again. So we'll see. But yeah, check out koyadk.tv. Thank you so much for being here. That's the bottom line. More stuff is coming up, and let's see. Let's have Flyosity tell us about photosynthesis again. That'll be fun.
Plants make food through a process called photosynthesis. Using energy from the sun, cells in the leaves turn simple materials into energy-rich food. The epidermis is the skin. Beneath the upper epidermis lie the palisade cells, which are the chief food producers. Spongy cells are partly surrounded with pockets of air, which enable the cells to exchange gases with the atmosphere. The stomata are small openings in the lower epidermis under the leaf. Leaf veins carry water and nutrients from the roots. Carbon dioxide enters through the stomata. Chlorophyll, contained in cells of the palisade and spongy layers, helps absorb sunlight and transform light energy into chemical energy. Carbon dioxide combines with water and is photosynthesized into oxygen and sugar. Oxygen escapes through the stomata. The sugar, dissolved in water, is carried throughout the plant, providing energy for growth.
Sasha rules.
Sasha.
Of course, Sasha is my favorite character.
Sasha
Oh,
really
man.
is crazy, ridiculously impulsive
Touchstone.
niece. Yeah,
Who I
and
wanted to date when I was a teenager.
Yeah,
I've dated at least 5 of these.
Yeah,
yeah.
There were a lot of these around.
A lot of fun, but also, yeah. Anyway,
I'll probably cut that part out.
Yes, that's fine.
Hello, and welcome back to Maybe We'll Talk. This is Season 2, Episode 3, and we are going to talk about Kindred the Embraced. This is a sort of recap and commentary on the middle 3 episodes, episodes 4, 5, and 6. This was a series that ran for 8 episodes total, around 1996 or 7, directed by Aaron Spelling and based on best-selling tabletop role-playing game Vampire the Masquerade, which was very hot at the time, and not for much longer after this. So this is going to be me and Locke and Saint taking a look at those episodes. I feel like what I want to do this season for this podcast is the 3 topics are going to be this for slasher movies. It's going to be Friday the 13th. We're going to be talking about Wheel of Time, obviously, and I'm sort of considering I'm still considering vampire a topic. We'll see if it becomes my grab bag topic, because we're going to be looking at Chicago by Night and various other vampire and White Wolf things, and obviously more Kindred the Embrace. But we'll see. I don't know how much I want to talk about that particularly. The third topic might end up being TTRPGs by the time we're doing Season 3, so I do want to keep it 1 episode a week, like I said, and I think we'll rotate between those. So this is the 3rd one, and then next week we will do Friday the 13th, Part 1. There's going to be some sort of extra episodes, the Twin Peaks one for sure, and also, some of the reason I'm saying all of this, I do want to do an episode of, and I think I've mentioned this in one of the last 2 episodes, of kind of catching up with the team and what everyone's doing, and part of that is I'm kind of asking people what they're kind of interested in right now. A lot of people are talking about Ahsoka, which we will get to, and Starfield, which we will get to. But yeah, so in the beginning of this, I'm going to leave some of it in, and some of it may be for an episode that we eventually do about, what is good and what's going on with everyone. But some of the beginning of this is me just kind of asking people what they've been watching. So we'll see. Yeah. I guess another thing I kind of wanted to say as far as that schedule is that there may be extra episodes, such as the one I just mentioned, or the Twin Peaks one, which is really going to be a collection of like 4 or 5 different talks about Season 1 when that one comes out. So a little bit of a different format. Those episodes may not stick to the 1 a week schedule. I'm saying there may be 2 a week sometimes, because there may be one of those bonus non-3 main category episodes. Because I don't want to get backed up. I don't want to go crazy and edit 3 episodes a week like I did last season, but I don't want to get backed up. So extra content. And I don't know if the Fisherman and Buick 8 episode will probably be one of those extra ones. I didn't know if, like, the 3 sections of content were going to be, like, me, Locke, and Saint, and then, like, me, Michelle, Thrash, and other horror movie people, and then also the 3rd category being Wheel of Time with me and Alex. But I think we'll see. We'll see if we stick to TTRPGs, and we'll see if any of that sticks. So some of those are episodes that are upcoming. But I think for now, let's talk about Vampire the Masquerade and Kindred the Embrace. Thank you for joining us. Alright, I'm recording. There's a red dot on the Discord, but I'll try to mention it when people come in. How are you doing, Cuban Pete?
I'm good. Oh man, my hair is definitely not there anymore.
Where'd it go?
I did my 30s.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but like I don't notice it until I see myself at a weird angle.
Well,
like
that's
from here.
Yeah, that's the thing though. Mine is gone, so it's like you have enough that it's mostly there. So you might notice that some is not as there anymore. But like I'm just like, well, it's not there.
Kind of like is barely existing up until this point.
Yeah, you almost could do like a little mohawk kind of thing.
I kind of do.
Yeah.
Unintentionally. What did I do here? Why is this broken, Dave?
I do not know. What is broken What is happening? What's the problem?
I have this guitar amp
Okay.
that I think I exploded the other day.
It exploded.
Yeah, I think I exploded it.
Well, did it explode and we're not sure who the culprit is, or do we not know whether or not it exploded?
I think I was using it properly and it couldn't handle my awesomeness. Wait. No, it's definitely plugged in because there's a red light. It's also only that big.
So
what did I do?
It does not look exploded to me. And I'm no musical expert, but I've seen some things get exploded before.
Did I blow the speakers out?
I don't know. I hope you did
destroy
not.
Another amp?
Is that another? Have you been frying amps with your
Since at
powerful...
least the age of 28.
Since when?
Since at least the age of 28, I've been breaking amps. This speaker is weird.
What's happened? This the one that's exploded?
But like, it's not doing the normal exploded sounds.
Oh, like the bzzzt, is that what you mean?
Well, usually when you plug it in, it's exploded, like turning the knobs make crackles and stuff.
Almost like when you touch a bear, like Jack. Not exactly, not
genitals.
really. Yeah, bear Jack in the genitals. A bear Jack. Can I ask you a super broad question?
I love super broads.
What's going? I'm gonna ask. Maybe I'll ask you about a couple different things, but I'm gonna be asking. Wow. Why do I always have to explain everything? The question is, what's going on in pop culture? What's good? Like, what is something you're consuming in pop culture right now? Super broad. Like,
I am nearing the end of a 3-week journey of rewatching the Lord of the Rings extended editions.
Okay, cool. I feel like it's about time to talk about Lord of the Rings, especially because I know nothing about it.
Yeah, so just so you know, coming out of them, this is what always happens. I generally get these books and put them up next to me, and then I start answering all the questions that I collected while watching them.
He was holding up a copy of The Silmarillion and maybe one other book, maybe by Tolkien's son, with a textbook-looking Lord of the Rings research reference book. Oh, okay.
Like, I'll make a list of questions in my head of like, what does this mean? Or like, what was that song he was singing in that all about? And there's like a whole book about that one song Aragorn was singing in the deleted scene. So that's,
the deleted sing is appropriate to say.
Yeah. Sometimes you learn about the dancing bears of Numenor. Sometimes you learn about the children of Hurin.
Who were the children of Hurin?
So Hurin, whatever his name is, and I'm probably going to mess this up because I haven't read it in about 5 years. He was like an elf lord from Gondolin.
Okay.
And he was like their chief, like he was their champion.
What's up, Buck?
What's up, buddy?
We're talking about the
We're
Children of
Hurin over here.
Yeah, that book is like a textbook, right? I tried to read it one time and
this
it was difficult.
Great. It's got a little ribbon in it.
I was 20. It was impossible for me to read the Silmarillion.
I am 43, and Vyvanse makes it very possible.
What's Vyvanse like?
Vyvanse is the solution to everything. I've never seen this picture before. This is how good this is. Look at this naked dude jumping across this river with a guy with a sword chasing him.
Cool. Who is that man?
I don't know.
That's Brent. That's Brent.
Who's the man with the sword then?
Me.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. That makes sense then. Yeah.
Just so you know who that is, that's Hurin.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a sword today. I do have.
Yeah. What do you got? What are you armed with today? Yeah. Letter opener.
Fine mahogany stake.
Oh wow.
For staking vampires.
Yeah. Clearly made for that purpose.
I got it. Well, I made it myself out of a piece of mahogany.
Awesome.
It's got this nice knurling. So I was thinking about this earlier today, and I brought it here for the gag.
Right. Yeah. Now you have to bring a weapon every time.
Now I have to,
That's
every time.
Yeah. Right.
Dude,
I was thinking about how hard it would be to, like, if aiming it this way, that's hard to stab somebody's heart.
It's
targeting wise.
How would you? There's a rib cage. It would be so hard.
And then here,
vampires are decaying. That's why.
Oh right, like in
that's why they need live blood.
I could get it.
Yeah.
I could get it between the ribs here.
If you could like make them hold still and aim, like right. Yeah. All right, right about there.
Mark, that's why you need the rib tickler.
The rib tickler.
That just makes its way in.
But it needs to be made of wood. Sadly.
Well, I mean,
I guess you could. I still do have the ball peen hammer. I was putting up more art today. But you could like.
Yeah, the place looks like it's coming together. Looking nice.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
I put.
It looks like you got some
this.
stuff going on.
I don't think you can. I don't think I can get the camera to a place where you can actually see it.
I see cat activities.
Well, that is an old map of that right there is an old map of Newtown.
Fuck yes. Where did you get it?
It's like we found it in Danbury in the 90s.
Awesome.
My parents did, and they gave it to me when they moved to a smaller place.
Super cool. That's like I would love to have an old one. Yeah, I don't even have any kind of map of Newtown.
Well, I'll see what I can find.
Hey, Locke. I'm going to do a sort of round of catching up with everyone because I've decided I'm starting season 2 of the podcast. But one of the things I'm going to ask people... Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everyone whenever I talk to them about something they've been consuming media-wise. And then when I catch up with everyone, I'm going to ask them how they feel about all the things on my little list I have here. So...
Nice.
Yeah, is there something you've been consuming media-wise that is really good?
Yeah. I'm re-listening it for like the 5th time to Roger Zelazny's The Great Book of Amber.
Yes, you mentioned that to me.
Yeah, and so that's really good. It's 10 books. The first 5 follow one character, and the second 5 follow a different character. And he did himself the I don't spoiler it, but like he did himself the disservice of writing a really good teenager in the second half.
Okay.
And it is infuriating because he makes very teenager decisions.
Boy, that sounds terrible.
Constantly.
That sounds like I would hate to read that.
So you can read the first 5, self-contained, and the author read them. He did the audiobooks when he was like 95 or something. So he's this like cantankerous old. They're great, but it's also a super cool universe. So there's that. I'm also playing Little Nightmares 2, which is super good.
Oh, great! Yeah, I'm gonna start that because I'm gonna be done with Hellblade one way or another within a day.
You're gonna be done.
Driving me crazy.
Understandable.
Because it really is beautiful. It really should just be a walking simulator. It should.
Yeah.
I almost feel like someone in a suit came down. I know this is an independent production, but I feel like someone in a suit came downstairs and said, "It's called fucking Hellblade. Where's the Devil May Cry slashing?
Where's the hell and the blade?
Yeah, where's the blades?" At the time of this recording, I did not realize that Hellblade isn't exactly... I don't know if I would exactly call it independent because the company that made this game actually did make some Devil May Cry games. So, yeah.
That's tremendous.
I need when this gentleman comes back, I need him to watch this, and then I'm going to go away. And you guys can... What's that?
Brightened my evening, and I thank you for it.
If you ever feel bad, watch anything on his channel because he gets such pure joy from these videos.
Dick Mabut? Oh, is this the train guy?
Have you seen him?
Yeah. I love this guy.
I've shared him several times with you.
Yeah. I love this guy.
You can go rewatch the footage of Locke experiencing the joy this man is experiencing. I have never seen that many of his in my life.
I'll have the audio. Unfortunately, I'm not capturing video.
Oh, yeah.
I'll start being better at capturing everything in case something funny happens. I'll try to leave the red dot on, by the way. I assume, yeah.
I see the red dot now, and I know what it means now.
So now people know what it means.
Right.
And I'll try Yo, Pete, I'll talk to you real soon. I hope you enjoy the Ren
Thank you,
Fair,
Bob.
and yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry I didn't talk to you too. Bye.
So if everyone is settled, before we talk about Kindred, I want to ask Saint, and probably know the answer. What's good? What are you consuming media wise that's really, really good?
I've been watching a little bit of Ahsoka.
Oh yeah, how do you feel about that? I kind of want to call up my friend Ian, who is insane, and ask him about Ahsoka.
I'm like one episode behind. I haven't watched the episode that came out this week.
Okay.
I like it. It's a straight up live action continuation of Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not familiar with like the sort of general outline of the plot of Star Wars Rebels, you might be missing a little bit.
Okay.
But I think it's done in such a way so that it's like a lot of stuff is implied or a lot of stuff is explained, and you don't really need to know that much. Like I never have actually watched all of Rebels.
Okay.
I've watched like a couple clips here and there. I've watched a couple episodes. I've had the plot like explained to me by people because I was playing a Star Wars game where Rebels characters were in the game, and I remember asking in chat rooms and stuff. I'm like, why is this character important? I don't care if I get spoiled. Just tell me. So and then I watched like individual clips, of stuff happening. So that, and also Clone Wars, the old Star Wars cartoon Clone Wars.
Is that where she came from?
Yeah, originally, Ahsoka was one of those characters like that everybody hated.
Oh,
they were like, "Oh my god, this
was she annoying?
Character is super annoying."
Oh,
because she shows up and she's like, "Hello, Anakin Skywalker. My name is Ahsoka Tano, and I have been sent by the Jedi to be your Padawan trainer." And he's like, "An apprentice? I don't need an apprentice. I'm in the middle of a war. Jesus Christ. What the hell?" And she's like, "Well, I'm here." And he's like, "All right. Well, since you're here, I'm going to have you go do a bunch of war crimes at the age of like 13. That'll be hilarious."
That is hilarious, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're war crimes because they're like, like non-sentient droids or whatever.
Oh, okay. Not close.
Are they?
Technically.
Are droids not
sentient? Ooh, boy, that's a big one.
The
one of them
the word on high from like Lucas. Like the Lucas thing is like droids are not really like they kind of are, like they're mostly not, except when they are.
I think
they get they're 2/3.
I think Lando
fucks what we're saying here.
They're mostly not until they are.
Yeah, that's. I think that veers into the gross.
I think Lando touches with one.
I don't think Lucas said that exactly, but I think that's like the general attitude. It's like, well, if they're an important name droid, then yeah, they're.
C-3PO is sentient, of course, because we like him. Yeah.
Exactly, but Gonk droids are not sentient. And it's okay to kill battle droids because they're programmed to be, mean.
Sort of like, criminals who are programmed by their upbringings.
Or orcs. On the whole. Okay to kill them. They're orcs.
This is a setting with an absolute good and absolute evil.
Yeah, it sure is.
It is, yeah. Yeah, getting all nuanced about Star Wars is a fun game.
Oh boy, it should know. Yeah, but it's not.
It's not really. It's like Lord of the Rings. I've heard people be like, "Well, do you think that an orc could be good?" And it's like, no.
That's the whole.
They are generated by evilness.
Yeah, but history is written by the victors, and maybe Mordor was just this industrial nation, and a bunch of fucking hippie elves had to come and shut down their production and throw their legendary jewelry into the volcano.
I know the story about Melkor.
Historic.
All right.
You guys don't know.
I don't know about Melkor.
Melkor is Sauron's dad.
Orcs are just Chinese rooms, guys.
Oh yeah, probably
Chinese rooms. Yeah.
They're a very simple set of programs.
Yeah. They mostly just grunt and sling axes. Yeah.
You'll eat grunts. Yeah.
Although it's funny because although I would say that Lord of the Rings, like Tolkien's universe, is a universe in which there is absolute good and absolute evil. That's you also have, like, you know, for instance, Gollum or something. Like, you have it's not binary. There are
Sure.
characters who are somewhere on that nuanced scale.
Yeah, Boromir is quite a line-straddling, corrupted lad.
Right, and the whole point of the Hobbits was that they were too good.
Too neutral?
No, well, like, they're so good and,
Oh, is that what
I don't
it
want to
is?
say innocent, but like
Okay.
the ring corrupts hobbits really slowly because they don't want a whole lot.
Right,
There's
I think,
not a lot for
yeah.
it to get its hooks into.
Whatever you were going for with innocent, that's almost what I meant by as neutral.
Yeah.
Like, hobbits are just, they're
Yeah.
kind of out of the whole, you know,
Right, they're like,
they don't
we
have
want
a
to cook,
horse. Yeah,
give people presents, garden, you know.
like,
They get
fuck,
drunk.
They're basically
yeah, get drunk.
people.
Yeah,
Holidays,
smoke
you
weed.
know.
Fuck yeah, hobbits. They have the legendary long leaf.
I was yet again dealing
Pretty
with the
sure it's
U-Haul
supposed to
trailer.
be just tobacco in the original.
It is tobacco in the original book.
George R. R. Martin, or George R. Martin. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Wow, I was gonna bring him up also, but I really do want to eventually talk about him.
I've been thinking.
Yeah, no, there's a universe that is not absolute good or absolute evil. It's incredibly gray.
It's mostly. I think the primary alignment of the Game of Thrones universe is asshole.
It's
a harsh
I
world
really
where you
wanna
gotta
know-
look out for your own.
Lawful asshole.
Yeah, lawful asshole.
Lawful asshole.
Yeah,
chaotic
that's a great way
assholes.
to put it. Yeah.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
They're
I've
very
re-listened to all those books quite recently, over the past couple of months.
Is the last thing that happens Jon Snow getting stabbed? Is that the end? Is that where we end? John, that's it?
Pretty much.
Wow, that was 11
full of
years ago.
holes.
That was 12, 13, 14 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh my god. That was so long ago.
Listen, he's been really busy.
Bouncing around in a rubber ball from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Bouncing around
Yeah.
on mushrooms at some
I
art
feel
installation.
happy. Yeah, Jon Snow's not dead. He feels happy.
I subscribe to the Jon Snow is likely in going into Stannis point of view. I don't know that it's true, but I like that idea.
Going into because he's
Warg.
okay. Into
He's a warg, and
Stannis. That would be interesting.
Yeah, and that's why the Melisande has been seeing Stannis as the Lord of Light, because Jon is the Lord of Light. But
Oh, hey.
towards the end, when Stannis goes away, she's like, I keep trying to see the Lord of Light in the flames, and all I see is snow.
Ah, wow. Okay. Okay.
So I don't know, but I can't see why she would constantly have been seeing Stannis if...
I think that those guys basically see whoever is closest that is cool and is like, here's because there's Mokaro hanging out with Victarion, and Victarion Greyjoy is definitely not supposed to be the Lord of Light, but Mokaro is like, you are chosen by the Lord of Light.
Does he have
and
a...
like,
Well,
you, Victorian?
He's chosen by the Lord of Light, but he's not saying
For
that
what?
he's Azor Ahai.
I know, but that's what I'm saying, man. I'm saying that these guys are
I think
like,
R'hllor sends them to do different
closest.
shit.
R'hllor is like, you're chosen. Yeah, you're chosen too. All
Yeah,
of you.
that guy can be. I better...
He's like,
I do really
R'hllor-
wonder.
R'hllor is
I don't think
R'hllor's
R'hllor
like-
is a good guy.
R'hllor is like Oprah, you know. You get Azor Ahai, and you get Azor Ahai. Everybody gets Azor Ahai.
But like
I think
he's
that
got to
R'hllor
choose
is-
someone. Like someone nearby has to be chosen whenever they're looking into the flames, so that they keep believing. So he's just like, this is the next chosen one. That would be
Who's
a
the
fun
closest?
video game. You have to pick
Well, I
from
think we
various
only
idiots.
hear about the Red Priests that end up with someone important. I think there are probably lots and lots of Red Priests, and the ones that end up with someone important we hear about, and they have seen something in the flames.
Okay.
And that R'hllor sends them or guides them towards the place that they're supposed to be.
I
And
think
that's why they see different people.
I think it's only that, you know, the really good priests get to see people, and
Okay.
of course,
Yeah.
you know, that only happens if they're near someone cool enough, like Beric Dondarrion or Victorian Greyjoy.
I think it also started working a lot
Jon
better
Snow or
once
Stannis.
dragons came back into the world, because it's pretty well
Oh,
established
okay.
that magic
Yeah.
was leaving the world because the dragons were gone, and now that and people are like, the spells are working better, and the black glass candle burns now, and yada, yada, yada.
I was sad we never saw the black candle again.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Anyone ever say that the High Sparrow is Howland Reed to either of you?
No, dude. Some of these.
There's 1,000. There's a theory where any character is some other character.
Yeah, some of this,
There's- yeah.
some of them are too much. They're just too much.
I had to think for a minute and be like, wait a minute, okay, who's Howland Reed? Ah, right, Crannogman.
Crannogman, yeah. The
it's
spear
really
fisherman children.
Yeah. The Bogmen.
Yeah. Famous friend of Neddard. Neddard. Neddard.
Yeah, Edward. Yeah. Well, he's also the only person I think left at this point who knows John's parentage.
Oh no, Bran has psycho
Bran knows it,
internet
right.
ability, yeah. So
Right, yeah.
Bran has time worked.
Yeah.
So
time
learn about
worked.
Let's do the time warg again.
Yeah, let's do it.
Saint, I thought you were gonna say Starfield.
I am currently playing Starfield.
That's what I thought you. When I said I think I know your answer, that's what I thought you were gonna say. But I'm glad you said Ahsoka.
Well, that was the other thing I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Just lots and lots of Starfield.
I'm getting into it, but like Baldur's Gate has got me. Like,
Yeah,
it's
no, that's
got
fair.
me. Yeah.
Everyone I know who got into it was said they got it. But
It's really, it does the numbers. It does the serotonin loop just really well.
my problem is that I just don't want to learn.
Yeah.
D&D 5e.
Boy, let me tell you, if you already know it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure for people who already know it or who at least even vaguely know it, it's like, oh, this is perfect.
Oh boy.
I only know it in the absolute vaguest sense, and it doesn't bother to explain a lot of stuff. So I'm just kind of like,
no, it does not explain anything. It doesn't explain what actions are, what bonus actions are, what reactions are. It doesn't explain how to do anything in the system at all.
Yeah, no,
Wow,
I figured.
that's bold.
Yeah,
I figured
it
that stuff
really.
out. I figured that stuff out pretty quick.
But there's a lot of little things and how there's a lot of stuff to it.
Just no,
I
exactly.
find this very exciting.
I realized just looking at it, I was like, oh my god, looking at the way all of this stuff interacts,
Yeah.
is going to be, and then seeing discussions online of it and people being like, all right, I take 2 levels of this class and then I do that and I take a couple of, then I make sure to take these things and specialize like this, and then you can just totally blah 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 blah. I was like, oh shit, this is
There you go. Yep.
Hell out of
Yep.
Diablo 4.
Oh boy.
I was just talking to a
more
buddy of mine about
tactical than I
Diablo
want it
4
to be,
this morning at Diablo Bore. I was like,
Aw.
like, is this game? I was really hyped for this. It's boring, isn't it? And he was like, yeah, it's boring.
Is it just loot box chasing? I feel like that's what it is. I played the phone
spreadsheet
one.
that outputs in animated GIFs.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. That's exactly what
So if you
yeah.
really like reconfiguring spreadsheets and then watching the animated GIF that they produce,
Fuck, I did it for years.
then you're gonna like this one.
No, not just building spreadsheets cooperatively in real time with a whole bunch of other people. You did that for years.
Oh no, I did also play Diablo though. No, I did both.
Yeah.
I did also play Diablo, which is just copy the spreadsheet from the internet, maybe tweak a few things, and then just watch the money roll in. Not money,
Right.
gold.
Yeah,
Yeah. I did both though. I did do Warcraft as well.
there was something, but even like Diablo 3, like Saints and I played Diablo 3, and I had a good time.
It's
Like,
great.
I played the Witch
Diablo,
Doctor.
Diablo
I thought
3
he was
is it's
hilarious.
just beautiful. The gifts are really good that come out of Diablo 3.
Good gifts.
The abilities and doodads make games a lot of the time, and Diablo 3 has
Yeah.
incredible doodads.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Diablo 3 didn't have the same staying power as Diablo 2, though.
I never played any before.
Yeah, I didn't.
so
I have
can't
no
think.
experience with Diablo 2.
You know what it is. Diablo 2 intersected with me with going to college. For the first
Okay,
time.
yeah.
And
that's-
having
yeah.
high-speed internet.
I have a big
in
Quake
my
2.
bedroom.
I have a big Quake 2 shaped room in my heart for this reason.
Yeah, for me that was Diablo. I played so much Diablo.
Yeah, so what do you think? Do you think it's easier? Like, I don't think in the World of Darkness there's like soft, like in Dusk Till Dawn. But like,
Oh no.
their ribs are hard. Is it as hard? This is the question, Saint. Is it as hard to stake a vampire as it would be to stake a human being right through the heart with a wooden stake? Because that would be hard, I think.
Generally speaking, in my experience of like how people
Staking
actually
human
play
beings.
the game and try to like stake somebody,
Yeah,
it is hard.
it should be.
That's not something you can like do in a fight. That's something you do like when you like
Oh, I let these guys do it all the time.
like when they're
It's true.
asleep.
Every time you let me do it, I'm like, I'm getting away with murder here.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
My players do not think about that. They don't think about stakes.
Well, these are all.
I had to like remind them a couple
We're
times.
veterans and Sabat players.
I think if you had, like, I know people who are really good fencers, and I think they could stake well because their point target is really good. But like most of the people who I know who have any kind of like melee or hand-to-hand combat experience, holding the arm in that way and generating force, like you'd have to have the stake in that reverse grip, and at that point you really need to be pretty close.
Yes, and close is not something you necessarily want against a kindred.
Right. If you're close
Right.
to them, they're close to you.
That's not where you want to be.
As a mortal, yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Also, they have soak, and that sucks. Well, I don't
Yeah,
know
well,
if they have soak in 5e.
No,
Guess we don't anymore.
I guess we don't
Vampires
really.
are-
Yeah, I haven't been. I
vampires are a lot more
definitely
fragile.
haven't. Yeah, I definitely have not been having.
No,
Well, they took the power level down a lot, so
Yeah.
everything's more fragile and everything does less damage.
Yes, no, the having a bunch of like stamina and fortitude just gives you a bunch of health levels, basically.
Oh right, yeah. And the health is not automatically 7 anymore.
Nope.
Is it up to 10? Or is more possible? Probably not because it's
I
stamina
have to
plus.
I have to double check. No, because
Oh, if you have fortitude, it can go. Yeah.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
we don't have a blood pool anymore.
No, just Raz. Yeah.
So, the reason I mentioned that is because at one point it was like you're taking damage, now you're taking damage into your
Oh,
blood
into your
pool.
blood pool, right? Yeah, that's
You
not.
hit 0
Yeah.
blood, now you're in torpor or whatever it may be. But we don't have blood pool anymore, so I wonder how that works. I hope to not find out.
Pretty much the same way.
When you're damaged, you can rouse. Well, first of all, no. Well, you
No,
can
if
rouse
you're-
to
if
heal
if
at
you're-
any
if you're-
time. It hasn't really come
I
up.
mean, it's come up in my games, but
Yeah.
I'm just playing it the same way. That basically, it's like if you are incapacitated and you take additional damage, you lose. You just take hunger damage instead. You just lose hunger and or gain hunger, and then if your hunger maxes out and your damage is maxed out, you're in torpor or you're dead. if
Yeah.
it seems
Have you
appropriate.
had any players get into torpor?
No, but they beat the shit out of a bunch of thin bloods into torpor.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what they're for. This is my non-thin-blooded vampire self-talking. They're
Right,
also
yeah.
for pummeling. You turn them inside out and you wear them as a hat.
Basically works.
Or, a stole, in my case.
Robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kindred the Embraced, good God. Yeah, Romeo and Juliet. Has a rewrite in it. What was that?
The Sasha Gets Embraced episode.
Yeah, and also the hospital kid.
Oh, I forgot about the hospital kid subplot.
Yep. I feel like
embrace the kid, and Julian is like, we don't embrace kids. What the hell?
Honestly, that's the more interesting plot line in episode 4, Romeo and Juliet, is we don't embrace kids, that whole thing.
Yeah.
And I absolutely feel like there's, look at them, look at Cash and Sasha before she gets vindictively embraced by Bruja.
Place I crash sometimes. No one knows about it.
I feel like, yeah, I definitely feel like they're, sorry?
I gotta write some more vindictively embraced characters.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, actually, I think I kind of have one cooking. It's not here.
Maybe. Does he have a beak?
Was he a beak? Oh, yes. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that was a kind of vindictive embrace.
Yeah.
It wasn't... Okay, good.
Exceptionally. Not against him, though.
Okay.
Well, but neither was Sasha, though. Like, they didn't care about Sasha.
No, really, exactly. Yeah. I feel like the ending was rewritten because the ending of... What's his name? Daedalus. The ending of Daedalus' story is that he gives the kid an alchemy potion that just cures him. Kid's fine.
Look at the way all these dudes are standing. They're like, I have no idea what to do with my hands.
War is good.
I'm just gonna stand stock still with their arms at our sides. But this guy's like, I'm gonna touch my chin. It's a power move.
I've probably mentioned that I feel like a lot of these were just the first take because they either weren't directed or they were just like, all right, guys in suits, come in here, stand there. Let's do it. All right, let's move on. It seems fast, you know.
These actors in the back are like, I have no context for what is happening whatsoever.
Yeah, and I feel like they did. I feel like they had no idea.
They didn't even tell them they were vampires.
And they're like, stand here and look scary.
Yeah, right. Guys in suits, get in here. All right, so what's going on? This leads to Sasha's embrace because he wants to make a point to Julian. Look at all these guys. Look at these Bruja guys.
He's like, I'm gonna roll up strong into the haven with all of my people.
Something's wrong.
It's gonna seem like a calculated challenge to Julian.
Yep.
I came in here alone.
So I found out that Mark Frankel's son plays Sir Kristen Cole in House of the Dragon.
I don't recall exactly what character that is.
He's the asshole Kingsguard knight who loves the princess, but then gets rejected, and then he becomes all bitter and mean.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sure.
You can tell they got the look. He's got a similar look. He looks a little bit like his dad.
I was telling my friend Mark Greenwood that... Well, I was telling him that I was going to be watching this show tonight, and he said, I think I remember that show. Was there a hot girl that I was, like, in love with? I was like, yeah, that's the show.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sasha looks like she can take care of herself, says, is it Lily? Lily's Haven? Yeah, but she can't.
Yeah.
Lily, yeah. Sasha can, in fact, not take care of herself. Sasha.
Cash really wants to embrace her. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sasha is like 18.001 years old. And has no fucking clue what's going on.
She cannot. She patently, empirically cannot take care of herself in this environment, and Lily knows it.
Yeah.
Where do Lily's allegiances lie at this point?
There.
Yeah, because she kind of... Do we get some surprise maneuvers from Lily in episode 6 or so? Well, we'll find out. Let's take a look, yeah.
Right.
All right, so here's the children. Jesus Christ. This is grim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible.
That's not a child.
No, this guy's not. That's David Lynch.
What's an evil venture doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, I recognize this man. He's part of my clan.
This was definitely originally written that the kid was going to die.
I think...
Really?
I wonder if it was another Malkavian episode, too. Like, I wonder if he wasn't supposed to be the...
Yeah.
I would imagine...
The doctor.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, look at him.
Evil doctor's a Malkavian.
Real.
Malkavian.
It's sort of the trope, right?
Wearing a white lab coat is serious Malkavian behavior, period.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God, Daedalus is so scary and deformed.
Oh, are we gonna get another chance to see the yell? I'm so excited.
Maybe. I feel like that might be in episode 6, I think.
Yeah, that's the fall of Eddie
Yeah.
Fiore episode.
Okay, the fall of Eddie Fiore.
I don't mean right now. I just mean like, if we skip through a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, I feel like, let's take a skip through 4, 5, and 6 and see. And if you guys want to watch 7 and 8, or even just 7, however people are feeling. So yeah, we got the Doctor.
We've got going.
We got Daedalus rescues a child that he wants to embrace, even though right now he knows that he can just mix. It changes it really.
Oh my goodness!
The fact that he has the ability to cure this kid, but he's doing this instead, makes Daedalus 1,000 times creepier than we talked about last time.
Oh yeah, it's super screwed up. Wait a minute. Also, why does he?
Does Julian know he can cure the kid? Because that also makes it weird.
Yeah.
Julian must not.
No.
Daedalus is keeping that from Julian.
It's a really obvious, bad rewrite.
Incredibly obvious the kid was supposed to die.
Yeah. I mean, if not die on screen, just, go back to the hospital and be like, okay.
Yeah, they can't get embraced. I guess I'm dead.
Yeah, we know what happens then.
You can assume his cancer goes into remission and everything is fine. Right?
Well, we can now that we know that the magical alchemy potion was fed to him. Yeah, so happy ending. Thank you. Yeah, someone came down and was like, Aaron, you can't have the kid die. It wasn't Aaron. There's no way it was Aaron Spelling's decision.
Actually, a widow's peak that, like stake a vampire.
He is. It's so Dracula. That's my favorite part about the character. His Dracula's widow's peak.
Oh yeah, this hand touch thing. He's like, I'm slipping away from you.
Oh, did they not quite tell her they're vampires? But she knows something's up.
She's like, dude, you guys are really obviously some kind of weird.
He is. Oh, yeah. I thought he was just hungry. He was just thirsty for it. But no,
this is the vindictive. Very. This is an upsetting scene.
I'm really surprised that he didn't frenzy at this point.
He should have. He should be. I mean, yeah. They also they roughed him up, he's outnumbered, but he should be tearing this guy apart.
Right.
Could they get a more sinister asshole-looking actor? Look at him. Bruja prick. And also the set here, just a bunch of plastic wrap
tarps.
Yeah. There's a lot of that in this show. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mentioned that in in a podcast one time ago.
Yeah.
We were talking about it. The staging of this is a lot of it is it looks like a theater.
Really, it looks
really
like they're standing
in front of some curtains.
Well,
with a few things on the stage to sort of suggest a setting.
Now Julian's come to talk to Primogen.
Yes, they're
no,
Bozo cops are here for some reason.
Is this where we start doing the triple crossing? Oh, here's the
doctor. The doctor. Yeah, and then they were like, should we kill this cop who knows too much? Us 2 vampire cops and this 1 human cop. And then again, no, please don't kill.
Should we kill this doofus?
Yeah, right. No, prince says not to kill this doofus.
And he's like, definitely don't kill this doofus. First of all,
this doofus just found a human skull. Vampire feeding remains.
Also, isn't that the skull of the vampire? Shouldn't it be gone?
Oh, I thought that was the skull. Oh, that's the skull of the doctor vampire.
Stuff doesn't happen. Stuff happens in different ways, man.
It depends on how old he was.
This show doesn't have rules.
I was thinking about that because I remember having to look it up. I'm like, how long would it really take?
Right, yeah.
It's 20 years. About 20 years is my rough estimate.
How long do you have to be a vampire before it?
To be just bones or just ash?
Dust.
Dust in 20 years.
Either, but as long as you are not in a very non-acidic kind of environment, very dry environment, the soil will break down bones in about 20 years. That's not even counting animals coming by and scavenging them or anything. Just regular decomposition and a regular the pH that you would see of any kind of place where a lot of plants are growing.
Yeah, I assume desert be a bit different.
Yeah, desert bones can last longer and long enough to get fossilized. But otherwise, yeah, stuff gets broken down. And I was a little surprised that it was that quick too. I was like, oh wow, that is quick. But yeah.
Maybe Daedalus should just be like, all right, I think I can get this kid to
become a wraith.
Yeah.
That's a boy.
If I murder him in a really painful way, then he'll become
While
a wraith.
pointing at pictures of his family.
Yeah, but make him feel like there's something unfinished. No, you have to set them up for some kind of mystery. You got to get them involved in some unfinished business, and then you murder them. That would be a boy.
What are the Prime Engine doing here? He's like, oh yeah, he's trying to get their support to have Eddie Fiore.
Eddie Fiore fucked with me. He embraced my goddamn touchstone. That's fucking bad.
Yeah.
He's like, I would really like to murder Eddie Fiore. Can you please let me murder Eddie Fiore? And they're all like, no, you can't murder Eddie Fiore. And he's like, why not? Because first of all, he embraced someone without my permission. And second of all, it was my goddamn niece.
Yeah.
And then they're like, but it wasn't actually Eddie who done the deed. You
Yeah,
can't kill him.
right.
You can't kill him. You can find what's his face and murder his ass. Like,
yeah.
Are we positive the Nosferatu do not show up in this one to murder the guy? Because Daedalus is like, I want to murder the guy. Boy, this would be a packed episode. Daedalus does that, and then the weird shit with the kid also.
This is the
Did
episode.
Did they blood hunt him?
No, this is the episode.
No, they
where
just kill him.
dead
Just the
off.
Nosferatu pile onto him and Diablo him, I guess.
Yeah, they
It shows like a cartoon Nosferatu pile on the guy that
Yeah.
embraced shot.
Yeah. They all kind of like rush him, like you remember that part in Interview with the Vampire?
Yeah.
The
Where
naked
they all,
lady on the stage, and they all like jump the naked
all
lady on the
slithery.
stage.
Yeah. That's what
Same
it's
thing.
like.
Yeah, except less sexy.
The cop is like, I'm finally hanging out with my intellectual equal, an 8-year-old.
This 8-year-old is like, you are a fucking dumbass cop, man.
Seriously, there are two scenes where Frank the cop interviews this 8-year-old. The 8-year-old says nothing to him, and then the 8-year-old is miraculously cured, and we never hear about this plot line at all. And Frank never figures out anything. Frank never figures out anything because the show is about the masquerade. So he can never figure out anything out.
But no, that's not true. He can figure a few things out, but anything he has to figure out, he realizes he can't talk about.
Right? Yeah.
Because it wouldn't matter. Like somebody he catches somebody at some point, and he's like human justice can't touch this guy. You know?
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Was that the Night Stalker dude? No, not Night. No, that wasn't a Night Stalker. That was in something else. This part also, Daedalus is like, fuck the masquerade. I guess Daedalus is about to murder him, but, I guess Daedalus... Oh, Daedalus doesn't know that he's protected.
Oh, yeah, you think Frank is using a dying child to trap Daedalus. This is some real high vampire drama. Look at how this is shot.
All up in their faces.
Oh my god, and all so high contrast and shit. This is awesome.
Yeah.
This is awesome. I love this show.
Context in.
I was telling Greenwood, I can't believe how much I loved it when I finally watched it after the 90s.
I feel like it's like an acquired taste.
Sure.
Like after the first 2 episodes, now I'm like, oh man, yeah, I want to watch some more of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is kind of a cliche to say like you got to work through the bad part, but really,
there's still a lot of bad parts.
Yeah. By the way, this guy is like,
still in the show.
He's like a slut for getting memory clouded. Like they're always just knocking him sideways.
If he's got like a kink about it, and that's actually why he's investigating them.
Or I wonder if he has terrible nightmares about all these locked memories of people tormenting him and vampires.
Yeah.
Reporter Lady is a really funny character as long as we're talking about just basically intentionally breaking the masquerade.
Yeah. One or the other. He is getting as close as possible to this girl without breaking the masquerade as he can. He's taking it. He's just like, hey, I want to romance you, but I can't tell you anything about my life. Like, what?
And she is so
She's like-
she's got a million questions about all of his shit.
Yeah,
It'd be-
reasonable questions.
Yeah, very
like,
really.
like, yeah, very reasonable questions. How exactly are you so rich again? You know, stuff.
Yeah, I own
You know,
things. I own a
when
lot
you
of
s-
things.
when you
I
say
got
it like
good
that,
newspaper for
capital.
which I work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you say it like that, it makes me think crime. Is it crime? No, it's not crime. But
It's
trust me, I can't
vampires.
tell you. I can't tell you.
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
Stuff I
it's
do isn't
not
legal,
crime.
but it's not crime either.
But you know,
I was trying to figure out where I recognize. I think it's Caitlin. Trying to her from plays the reporter lady, and I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it's a show called Briscoe County Jr.
Oh, with that guy.
Yeah, with that guy, which is just it was a cowboy show with a science fiction glowing rotted thing. We never found out what it was because it got canceled. But
the thing that she's actually famous for among like non-nerd people like us is Gossip Girl.
Oh right, yep.
She was in. She was like one of like the Upper West Side rich moms. Oh, it's the Michael Jackson Face Off.
Yeah, this is the one. It's not the fall of Eddie Fiore.
more dancer.
Snap your fingers.
The fall of Eddie Fiore is the Assamite one.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's a different.
God,
big Mark
look at
Face-Off.
this fucking
Is it-
guy.
Yeah. Is there a big
Ryan
Mark
Murphy
Face-Off
is it?
now? I'm waiting for the storyteller to like walk up and be like, "All right, on the count of three, everyone point out who you're going to attack."
Yep. The guy that plays Eddie Fiore is just an actual monster. Just crazy looking. Oh, here comes the
What?
dragon breath shotguns.
Every time I look at him, I'm like, "What the fuck is up with his cheeks?"
Incredible. Just a bizarre looking man.
Well, he has a muzzle.
Yeah. Yeah, the rest of the dudes in the LARP
Hey.
show up.
You know what I just realized about this LARP showdown, though, is that in it, Eric King is standing behind fucking the prince. So that whole plot of him like
This
getting
blows
a
it.
good
Yeah.
What's
like
that
was
guy in
just
the
totally
Yeah,
dropped.
it would be blown. Maybe they
It's
drop
just-
it at this point.
Just totally dropped. Yeah.
Yeah, because it would have to be. Yeah. Yeah, see, here they come.
Mm-hmm.
They get him.
One hand sticking out.
Yeah. It's insane how much this is actually just like the game. Like, this has that vibe of not just LARPing, just this is what this game was like. I really.
I'm trying to look at what kind of gun Julian's got too, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with the top of that gun?
It's a Spas 12 with a vacuum cleaner on the front.
Like the crevice tool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely. I thought I was like, it looks like a shotgun, but what the hell is
What kind
going
of
on?
gun
on
is
the top?
Sasha holding?
Oh, Sasha, you'll
Oh,
be
Sasha.
okay.
Yeah. Even though your frontal cortex is not finished cooking, will.
It
You'll
never will
okay.
be. Oh, and they leave Eddie Fiore out in the sun just to tease him a
This
little.
part is great. They leave him out in the sun for a while,
And then he comes and pops his trunk.
just to fuck with him.
Yeah, just to fuck with him a little. Get in the trunk, Eddie.
Get in your home. Nice.
Yeah, live hard, die young, and leave a good-looking corpse. I love this show now. I can't believe it.
Episode.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah, he's not the guy from Entourage.
I also love how many of the characters are people that, like, tropes of people I feel like I went to high school with, or like amalgams.
Well, you know,
That's the way.
These are pretty, you know, archetypal characters. You probably point at a character out of the back of the Torah book and be like, yeah, this dude.
This guy makes a lot of really bad decisions. I'll tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
That's sort of his shtick.
I mean, his shtick is really trying to get himself killed.
Yeah.
It really is what it is. He's trying to get himself killed, and he's just not. He's not just going to do it to himself. He's waiting for somebody.
Suicide by vampire.
Yeah, suicide by Prince. He's trying to commit suicide by Prince.
Suicide by Prince. Yeah,
He's like, how many people am I going to embrace before you actually get around to killing me, man?
That's really what it is. He's really like, just go ahead and kill me. I'm gonna keep doing what you tell me not to.
Right. Until you do it.
Because he's really not happy about being a vampire. He's kind of happy about it, but he's really not.
His powerful music almost has an entrancing effect on anyone who hears it, and they are drawn like a siren song to be embraced by him.
Like moths
Mm-hmm.
to the flame.
Like moths to the Zane, you mean?
Oh!
Yeah, very.
He doesn't. It's like, although he does not look much like the moon, which, as we all know, that's what moths are drawn to.
They would like to return to the moon. That's why they
Yeah, the
come
moon,
to the porch.
from whence they came.
Right, because
Yeah.
they are from the moon.
Yeah.
I wish I had ice cream.
Yeah, me too, man. Ice cream sandwiches. But any kind of you know what, I went to the store and I bought a Little Friendly's single cup ice cream sundae with cookie dough.
Very nice. Indeed.
This-
Indeed, sir.
The intro to this fucking show with the old art.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, and it does get, the intro gets bigger. I don't know if it gets bigger, but there's definitely a lot of different edits of it, because a lot of the times you'll see something that happened last week and you'll know it hadn't been spoiled up until now. They really, that's an interesting thing to do. I could be wrong. I haven't really watched every single intro, but I feel like we definitely didn't see her with bloody tears until this week.
Right.
Yeah. Oh god, look at, dude. Deadless. It's cool that he saved everyone and killed the bad guy, but this guy is fucked up. Especially considering that rewrite from last episode.
He's not okay.
Deadless is a fucked up motherfucker. Alchemy ass.
He's got problems.
So we got
What's
some
wrong?
Kaitif
What's wrong?
neonate shit going
Maybe
on.
with Kindred, yeah, and he's like, it's cool. Being a vampire is super cool, and that is why I am doing this thing, making a bunch of vampires illegally, which is probably gonna get me killed.
But I live fast and die young, and I'm gonna leave a good-looking corpse if I don't wait 20 years to get killed.
I guess dead girl gets up.
Yeah. The dead girl gets up and causes a scene around here.
Masquerade Breach.
And it's during the day, I think.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. It really doesn't matter in this show. Really, there aren't rules. The storyteller is really not paying attention, and he lets them go out during the day.
So messy.
She just comes home and makes a mess. That Bruja niece of mine. Look, she gets blood everywhere.
Bloody tears on her own picture.
Oh shit! Here she is.
It's a picture of me during the day. I can't do anymore, except unless I want to.
Right.
But it's not the same. The sun.
I can't enjoy it.
I can't enjoy it. It makes me
itch.
Makes me sassy.
Makes me sassy.
Sassy-er.
I'm gonna fucking watch Army Wise. Alright, girl number one is still alive, and she's pointing a gun at Frank in the hospital.
And she's like,
this one does not have a vacuum on it.
And she's like, I think I need drugs or something, but I don't know what kind of drugs I need. Yeah, this is what being a vampire is about. Apparently, this is what your vampire game is about. Anyway.
I need drugs or something. Someone turned me into a fucking vampire. This is very horrifying. I have a beast or some shit. The sun makes me itch.
Oh, you are at the club.
He's always with
you're a vampire.
Oh, he's detecting stuff. Look at him go.
But he puts it together, and then he gets to a point where some vampire's like, you just discovered the masquerade, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And he's like, okay. Like, he can't ever actually expose anything that he finds for the purposes of the show.
Like, all right, you're checking out this girl. Make a wits plus investigation roll. Difficulty 1.
Her eyes are pure white.
She just jumped off a building, landed on a car hood on her head, and she's okay.
Oh,
she might be a junkie.
Julian catches her.
Might be PCP. Oh yeah, the gang will pick her up, and he's like, "It's okay. you're gonna be okay. I mean, you're still dead, but you're gonna be okay. Now you're gonna be undead.
Oh, right, and now he's wearing a turtleneck to protect him from the vampires.
Right, of course. Frank gets smart.
That's natural.
Puts on a turtleneck.
It's the natural thing. It's the natural. Like, I don't have anything better, but I'm gonna put on this turtleneck.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be like gross on their tongue.
Look at him.
Did the Wu-Tang Clan already have protect your neck out?
I do not know. Outside of my wheelhouse.
Can't answer that one for you.
I think it was. I think Wu-Tang Clan was earlier 90s.
Boy, Frank is talking to everyone and just really trying to get himself in trouble. We got some red curtains, some real Twin Peaks shit going on.
Back in the
here.
Black Lodge.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Yeah, I was talking about how they're 2 feet away from each other and they're in some space that's like 3 feet wide. Like, where are they even with the curtain behind her? And just a brick wall.
They're in the backstage area between curtains.
Yeah, like where there's just like 3 feet of space. Is that? I mean, I don't know, but it seems like they're in a tiny little area. I don't know what backstage is like.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a custom backstage area with lots of extra curtains for vampire feedings.
Oh right. Oh, they're in a tucked away vampire feeding alcove. That actually makes perfect sense.
There you go.
It's a good thing we're looking this hard at this show because it is actually incredibly genius.
It merits this kind of yeah.
It does. It rewards you for having an eye for.
Right.
It's like a Hidetaka Miyazaki game. It's like, everything's in there.
Yeah. That's what it's like.
Sure. It's definitely what we're looking at here.
Incredibly deep. George R. Martin was probably involved.
The Dark Souls of television. Brutally difficult.
but rewarding to those who persevere. I feel.
Right. Yeah. And now this cop is like chasing the.
He just went through the red curtain, and as you pointed out, it is quite a long way from the brick wall.
Okay. Right. It's a weird shot when those two are face to face.
I'm telling you, there are more red curtains back there on different rails.
Yeah, it was little alcoves. Yeah, for
curtains
feeding.
within curtains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, curtains all the way down.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to make a Toreador Bruja bloodline mix, baby? And she's like, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but whatever.
Yeah, what goes on with Sasha and this guy? They're into each other, and then he gets murdered by Lily?
More or less, yeah.
Here she comes with an ice pick. Oh man, is she going to do it? Or does she hesitate one time and let him get away?
Yeah, it's that.
Okay.
She lets him get away. He wants the pick. He wants the pick, but she doesn't give it to him.
She gets him, though.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, you know how I'll convince you not to kill me? I'll use the Toreador handshake.
Is that your mouth?
Yeah. Technically, it's like full intercourse. That's the
Toreador handshake. Yeah.
And that's just a Toreador say hello.
It's like Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's like shaking hands.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Cash is still looking out for Sasha, but she
he's like, you can't look out for me. I'm a Bruja.
They're forbidden lovers. It's just impossible. Bruja and Gangrel, just impossible.
Yeah, their blood. Yeah. The blood within their veins.
Plague on both your houses.
I don't think they sell it. I don't buy that part. That's just someone. The storyteller's just being a prick about that or something. Or maybe the two players are.
They're dating in real life.
Yeah, right.
Want them to get.
Yeah.
He's like, no, your characters can't date in the game. Gangrel and Bruja hate each other.
Either that, or they're dating in real life and they're doing some kind of breaking up role play that is very annoying to the storyteller.
Oh my goodness!
That might be happening.
Oh my god, that's I've seen.
Have we all been on both sides of that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think so. Everybody, I think, if you've role-played like more than a few games, everybody's been in one of those where it's just like, oh, it's happening. Oh, this game that has a couple in it now has half of that couple.
Yep.
Or you know, has both of those. It still has the couple, even though they're not a couple, and that's a problem.
I'll tell you, I was in 20 of those situations during World of Warcraft.
Oh no.
Those are incredibly common in World of Warcraft.
That's wild.
There's a whole server called Emerald Dream where those people go to retire and fuck each other and torment each other with screenshots of each other's genitals.
Oh my god. Cash gets rumbled by this Toreador.
Yeah.
And then he gets saved by the cop. I forgot about that. Cash gets his ass kicked a lot.
And Frank can never tell anyone anything he learns. Like, that's what the character is so frustrating.
I think Cash is the worst. Like,
yeah,
if you want to
that gun does look like a vacuum cleaner. Sorry.
Yeah, well, that's he's got his vacuum gun.
Yeah.
Because he's using whammers.
This is the scene where he's like, this guy's fucking just embracing people and
Yeah.
he's cursing people, and I can't do shit about it because that's not like technically a crime. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't call this a murder because that girl is still walking around, but you know what it is, so deal with this asshole.
I think Frank and Julian have kind of a cool thing, but
Yeah.
Frank and everyone else suck. That is a bad. I don't get it.
Yeah,
But it's like it's like Carl Sagan having a relationship with Pekingese. It's like I can't understand how they can even communicate.
They both have a thirst for justice.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
It's their common ground.
Yeah,
man. They have
Yeah.
a love
I
for
mean, that's
law,
yeah.
justice, and yeah, they. You know, I think
The law.
episodes like this is like when you start to see what's his face, Frank, start to appreciate Julian's.
Sure.
Position.
Yeah. And Eddie Fiore is like, whatever, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And he's
Smarmy
like,
bullshit.
just to annoy you, Julian, I'm gonna vote against killing this annoying embracer.
Yeah. He's
But-
like, I totally wish I could embrace people. Fuck that.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Eddie's whole thing is I'm gonna embrace everyone I want to, but he never gets to.
No. Love? Is this love, maybe? Like, damn. I thought we were just gonna have some quick hot Bruja and Toreador sex. Why's it gotta be about love? And he's like, but love and sex, I don't know. Stuff. And she's like, you're weird, man. Why do you
Yeah.
gotta be so dramatic?
He's like, don't fall in love with me. I'm on my way to get murdered right now. That's his big problem. He doesn't want her to get too close. Because,
He's close to the edge.
whoa. Julian grabs her from jumping in front of a train?
Yes.
Wow.
that's right.
I missed that.
He goes to stand. The Toreador goes to stand in front of the train.
Oh,
and she's,
right. Oh, there he is.
she's
Look.
like, you know what? It isn't about just quick hot Toreador Bruja sex. I do stand with you. And Julian's like, no, this is about a deeper love. I'm gonna stand here too. And then he just jumps off the train track anyway because he's a selfish asshole when it comes down to it. And then Lee cuts his head off.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, she's got her one fingernail, right?
Oh yeah.
Yep. I love and so does Daedalus, and they all do, I guess. I love the one fingernail though.
Poke nail.
Yeah.
The death nail.
The death nail. Yeah.
Death nail.
I sentence you to the death nail. Oh yeah, and she does the Samus Aran shadow step.
Oh yeah. It's her lightning finger.
Yeah.
She condemns him to hell with her lightning finger.
The Rise and Fall of a Rock and Roll Legend by Caitlin Byrne. And then the
Yep.
next episode is The Rise and Fall of Eddie Fiore.
That's
Everything's
right.
rising and falling. Maybe she just really needs to have some sex. Thinking about rising and falling with Julian.
she's got rising and falling on the mind, and as we open the rise and fall of Eddie Fiore,
it's like a literal spotlight shines on.
Oh, Lily's watching them get busy.
She's being a creep.
It's the Kill
These
Bill
are the
music.
creepiest. I mean, I guess we're slowly realizing that vampires were supposed to be creepy the whole time.
Creeps.
We didn't quite get it.
You know the Kill Bill music of like.
Oh, yeah,
That's
totally.
what I'm imagining this whole time.
That it really would fit right here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she go. What's the deal with
she
it?
gets
Oh,
this PI, and this PI is like, oh yes, I
Yeah.
can take pictures of your. Oh yes, you appeared out of nowhere. How'd you do that? And then she disappears out of nowhere too. She's got Hop-2 skates.
he's
They've all
like,
got the same powers.
you can't pay me enough to go after Julian Luna,
Yeah.
he's
unless
like,
you pay me
"What
enough.
do you
Right. There is a number, but let's just say there's no number.
There's no number high enough for Julian Luna.
And she's
$20,000. Is that the number that's high enough? Even though you said there's no number high enough. Okay, fine. Yeah, I guess that's high.
He's like, there's a number that's high enough where I will take the envelope and run away.
And then I'm going to decide for some reason to try and blackmail somebody and get killed.
Yeah, is that what happens to that
Yeah, that's what
private
happens.
investigator? Good.
Yeah, so that-
Great.
So that breach of the masquerade is never breached, you know. Ah, yes. You thought you were making out with a sexy vessel, but it turns out that's the Assamite. Dun dun dun. Assamite.
Oh yeah.
The prince of we're getting like some like intercity California prince politics, prince versus prince politics. The Bruja Prince of San Francisco, Eddie Fiore's sire, comes to visit.
Neat.
Brings an Assamite with him to try and overthrow Julian, except at one remove. Just he's getting Eddie to do it for him.
But this is cool. We got Bruja versus Ventru politics going on. 2 different cities.
Yeah, he's that's right. No, for some reason I thought that's right. Kindred the Embraces is not in LA. It's in San Francisco.
And he's the boss of LA, Cyrus?
He's the Prince of LA, yeah.
Sasha squeezes a glass and crushes it in her hand.
The rage.
Is she mad that Zayn is dead? Is she mad that her sire is dead? Is she mad that she doesn't like Cash anymore? Which she's mad about everything.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think also she's Ruja, so she's just mad.
Yeah.
Period. And she's a young person,
And she's talking to Lily.
which makes people mad.
What's Lily up to?
She's basically like supporting Julian.
Yeah, Lily's like, it's okay, even with your Bruja, even though with your Bruja rage, you'll be fine. She's like, but I feel empty inside.
Oh my god. Sorry.
That's what being a vampire is like. You'll be okay then.
I wrote down a line from this episode.
Yeah, Stacey Hydak. I was gonna say Stacey Hydak is in like a million soap operas. She's like a veteran soap opera actress.
Lily?
She's still in soap operas, I think.
I feel like she's probably like, good.
Oh no, that was my last landlord. My last one. One before that was in Days of Our Lives.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anyway, she may be about to say this, or she may have just said this, but the line I wrote down was, "Why can't I heal like this on the inside?" That's probably the beginning of that scene.
Nice.
Yeah. Why can't I heal like this on the inside?
Why can't I?
Somebody must have like written something like that down on some vampire character sheet or in the margins of something or said it in some vampire game, I feel like.
Dude, do you guys remember that Vampire Diary?
Yes! Right now for the first time, yes. Holy shit,
With that lock, the little lock on it, and then like you turn the page and it's like, what has happened to me? All in like big scary.
The pages
like,
have blood splattered all over them.
Yeah.
I tried to pull something like that in art class, and Miss Washburn got mad at me for a blood spattered scary story in her art class.
Lame.
Man, I got so much of that shit.
I've got upstairs in one of the rooms upstairs. I have a couple of coasters that I did in high school one is the Femorai logo and the other is the Black Spiral Glycer logo.
Awesome.
I'm very pleased to still have those around.
That's fucking great.
The Assamites.
Oh yeah, here's the Assamite. Oh no, it's Sasha.
No, this is the actual Sasha.
Is it?
Sasha and Cash are gonna. Yes, and this is why Cash is not around to protect Julian from the Assamite, because too busy making out with Sasha.
I mean,
Well, I'm glad.
Like, that is what you would have to do.
Yeah. I'm glad they make out. I'm rooting. These two are my OTP.
I ship these. They're OTP. I only learned what OTP means yesterday.
Really?
But now I know. Yeah.
I had to,
despite the fact that I live on the internet.
I had to explain it to someone like a week ago, and boy did it, like, how silly I am. Really, just hammered me.
Oh, head off!
I missed an Assamite beheading.
Yeah,
you can go back if you want.
Yeah.
Well, especially because it cuts from his head off to her head on.
Yeah. Why?
It's not clear to me what's happening in that scene. But
what would they?
Reporter's very happy.
She drops down from behind.
No, not that scene. People's heads coming off. I understand. That's very final.
Oh yeah. Okay. Here's the Assamite. Wow. Wow.
Kukri.
With the kukri, yeah, she likes kukris, and so does. It must have been a prop that they had around. Must have had a case of kukris. Julian's on a date. Everyone's
probably just that one kukri. They pass it around.
Right. Yeah, that's actually. But this is great. The Assamite comes to town, and everybody's getting busy. Julian's getting busy with the reporter who hates him.
What happened to her curtains?
He bought a telescope so she can look at.
No, there's like a hole in them. Oh, it's two different curtains.
He came busting in bat form. Flew right through the curtains.
That's what. Oh, it's a cross.
Oh my God! He can't look at that. What is this?
The gap in the curtains is it's cross shaped.
I guess it's not. Yeah.
It'll activate the crucifix glitch.
Exactly.
All right, let's
what scintillating conversation we're making.
Oh, so here's so the detective is scoping out Julian Luna, who he really should not be, who he knows better than to fuck with.
Yeah.
And Julian Luna's like, I'm gonna catch this guy, but first I'm gonna find out that my boys are getting murdered and beheaded. This is an action-packed one. Here comes Cash to trip over a corpse.
Yeah. This might be the best episode.
This is actually, I think episode 7 is really action packed. I really like this stuff going on. Maybe we'll see. We'll check in with how everyone's feeling after we've gotten caught up.
Yeah, he's all stressed out. He's like, the Assamite failed.
I think Eddie Fiore's sire is jealous of his cheeks.
Yeah. I mean, there's a sense of Cyrus may just be setting Eddie up. But there's definitely a sense of Cyrus doesn't really care the outcome of this.
Oh no, he doesn't care.
It benefits him either way.
Right, exactly.
He wants to win, but if he loses, all he's lost is Eddie, as far as he's concerned, and it's not a huge loss.
All he's lost is some fantastic metahuman cheekbones.
Yeah.
Sasha and Julian she can't get over it. I mean, I'd be mad still if I was Sasha. What a weird fucking set of circumstances to happen over 3 episodes.
Yeah.
I met my pseudo uncle, and now I'm kind of dead.
Yeah, and then they murdered my fucking boyfriend.
Yeah, and this is where the PI makes an absolutely inexplicable decision. He's like, yes. So I thought this was just going to be taking pictures of a man who I thought was extremely dangerous kissing a reporter. Instead, it turned out to be pictures of a man I'm extremely scared of, like
at a murder scene.
At a murder scene, having a hand-to-hand battle with the kukri knife. So I'm
photo of the kukri.
I'm gonna blackmail you. That sounds like the correct decision. Instead of just giving me these pictures and fucking the fuck off to the other side of the world for
with the money,
with $20,000 in 1996,
and hoping that you don't find me and tear my head off.
I'm going to blackmail the very dangerous people that I've already established I'm scared of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens to him? Does she kill him?
I'm pretty sure he's dead inside 5 minutes from here.
Does the Assamite kill him?
No, she does.
Oh, she does? Good. Oh yeah, she lures him into her place and fucking kills him.
Yeah, she's not scared of him.
Cool. There should be more dumbasses getting killed by vampires.
He's not scared of her.
Oh yeah, she brings her into a freight elevator.
Right, because he doesn't think like, oh, she's a vampire.
Right.
And he doesn't even think like necessarily like maybe like, oh, she'll pull a gun and kill me. But she does the bite.
Cool.
Ugh.
Lily's cool. Lily's one of the coolest.
Yeah, she actually behaves like a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a cool shot.
Yeah.
And then she goes and talks to Frank. Frank is in terrible danger all the time.
It's true.
She just drank a man to death. And now, wait, is she showing him the photos of Julian at a murder scene?
She surely is. She's like,
She's
I
up
just
to
killed the guy
something.
who had the.
Yeah. Lily is
I
up to
want to show
something.
you.
Yeah.
Maybe she's tired of his bullshit.
I honestly don't know if we
Frank's.
even like find out if Lily has a long game. I feel like they just set stuff up for her ongoing, and then we never
Yeah,
get to
kind
it.
of.
Yeah.
I think she just, without any evidence to the contrary, I think Lily just loves fucking drama. She just loves drama.
Yep.
So
and now,
even though-
does she give the reporter the photographs?
Oh yeah,
Frank does, but she suggested that Frank should.
Oh wow! So Lily is.
So her hands are on it.
Drama.
Because she wants drama for whatever reason. She's a torturer.
Or they get bored. They
she's
get
bored.
extremely bored.
Yeah.
Extremely bored. Yeah, it's so
It's like,
boring.
this is not stimulating.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, me and Julian have essentially an open relationship as it comes to like mortals, because shit, that's how we feed.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems to actually be falling in love with this mortal.
He's growing feelings for
I
this
don't
reporter.
like that.
That's not cool.
I'm a
He'll be
toreador.
alive.
Yeah. I'm a jealous toreador.
Also, like, let's assume that Julian is like 300 years old, and he's developing a relationship with somebody who's in their 30s.
Yeah.
Like, I assume Lily is like,
How old is
Also
Julian?
ew.
Do they ever establish?
I almost feel like they might say he's 600. I could be wrong. Could be real
I
wrong.
don't think he's that
You don't
old.
think he's that old? Okay.
You think he's like 150?
No,
Or like
I always got the
80?
impression that he was from he's from the 20th century.
I mean, it could be. He's got relatives and he's got his little vineyard and that plot. Well, we'll get
That's
to that.
true.
Sorry,
If they
yeah.
told us what relation he is to
He's 129 according to the White Wolf Wiki.
Okay. Okay.
as a vampire or a period.
He was born in 1830 and embraced in 1856. So actually, no, he was 166 in here in 1996. So yeah, so he's, typical American prince kind of range, like,
Man, we're
low
young over
hundreds,
here.
low hundreds.
So we got Eddie's talking to Lily because they are both they're low key in cahoots. They both have very different things they want to get done, but they both think they're gonna fuck with Julian.
Right. But for whatever reason, Lily doesn't think like that Eddie is gonna like not kill Julian or something.
Well, isn't he telling her that Julian's dead, or does he not? Does he still think that?
They don't know that he's dead
Or
yet.
that? Okay.
He's asking her to lure Julian.
Oh,
to
that's right.
someplace
Yeah, yeah.
so
This is the
that
prelude
the
to-
Assamite can kill him.
Yeah, so Lily's got no loyalties. She's just
and
fucking around.
This is what kind of confused me, because she agrees to this for no reason that I can discern.
Seems surprising. Yeah.
I'm gonna say headcanon is that she wants to be in it so that she can help it fail.
Maybe.
But I don't
yeah.
think there's any evidence to support that headcanon.
Yeah.
No, I think she's just very angry, and
Yeah,
thinks
I think it's played like she's just a jealous, partner.
Yeah.
Who's mad about the reporter.
And here are the two of them being mad about Julian.
Yeah, a lot of just tension. A lot of character to character tension in this episode, and we eventually get the big Assamite scene. Assamites running around and turning into different people. Is Cash gonna get lured away to make out? Yeah, here comes. Well, there's the Assamite, but Sasha's around. Very complicated because the Assamite has to pretend to be Julian to get killed, to trick Eddie Fiore, who then gets killed. Uh-oh. Which one's the Assamite? Eddie Fiore has a shotgun. Oh. The Assamite was looking like Julian Luna. and remains that way, dead, right? Or
until it's dramatically appropriate, until
Okay.
the actual unit comes in, and then Cash looks back down again, and then it's the Asimite.
oh, okay, yeah,
Because that's
how it
most
would be.
dramatic.
That's the best way to reveal it. Yeah.
So did he? I don't understand. Like, is he like just really not coordinating with the Asimite that he hired?
He must not be at all. He's like, I hired an Asimate to kill this guy. I'm gonna go in there with a shotgun and kill him also.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm sure the Asimite will appreciate that.
Yeah.
He doesn't trust that the Asimite's going to get it done because the Asimite's already tried and failed.
Man, poor Cash. Look, oh man, and that's the commercial. Cash thinks Julian is dead.
Yeah.
Cash with Julian's corpse.
And everybody, we all think Julian's dead for the next.
Well, I mean, if this was in the 2000s, we might think that.
Watching
They didn't kill
commercials for
characters in
yeah.
the 90s.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, he's steaming.
I want to see the reveal. Here comes Julian in the doorway.
Imagine if Cash did the yell for that Daedalus does.
Oh boy.
If everybody did that, that was the reaction.
There should be more like from the soul howling despair in
Yeah.
this show. Yeah. Oh, and there
I
she
really-
is. She's
I-
the Asimite again. Okay.
Yeah.
I googled yesterday, like, why does Daedalus yell?
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think that I'm gonna get an answer.
Why does Daedalus yell?
Is he going to give her the finger of death?
No lightning finger for you.
No.
Yeah, he uses it on the he uses the death finger on the painting because he's so enraged and he wants to.
Painting of her, the Torter painting, and they're all, look at them, they're all very sober and.
Eddie Fiore, you caused a whole bunch of shit and you fucking shot someone. You shot your own Asimite, you weirdo. You, Eddie Fiore, you were on trial for ordering an assassin to come to my house and then also coming to my house and murdering the assassin. Actually, you know what? You're fine. You can go. Good job, Eddie. Thank you.
You saved my life.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you did a good job.
Yeah. I was just thinking about, like, they have this crazy spotlight above them. It's like, we got to put this industrial spotlight in the middle of our.
Yeah. It's also for drama, of course, but yeah.
Yeah. And because stage lights get super fucking hot. And this way the actors don't have to sweat their balls off.
Yeah. But it also adds to the deep contrast of the kind of
True.
stage play feel of the show. Like, really.
Yeah.
It makes it.
And it makes everybody's cheekbones,
really pop. Really does.
It's also.
Here we go.
Yeah! So that's he screams because he didn't know that Julian was alive, and that's him realizing.
But it's like, I expect it to be like, my question, it's like his
Shook it.
face is not
No,
a happy face.
it doesn't look like it. Just is. He's just screaming. It's insane.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I just
we-
wanna.
can we do it again?
Can we just take a look at what he
We're going
like?
to turn the volume up a little bit.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. Julian
I wanna
walks
hear
in. Let's see what goes on in this scene. Are we? All right.
Oh, this is after it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Here we go.
It's like a roar.
It's a roar. I wonder how many takes that took.
One. I think this whole show one.
Eddie didn't kill
Go back a second, too.
He killed his own assassin.
And then they all stop and put their guns down and look at Daedalus.
Yeah.
They look at Daedalus
That's what it
instead of
is.
Julian.
That's what it is. He's trying to, like, deflect the attention. He's like,
All
look
right.
at me instead.
Look at me instead of Julian coming in.
It's 40 chess.
All right, here we go.
Julian?
They do all look at Daedalus. What are you screaming about, weirdo?
Seriously, you're a creep.
Yesterday or today.
Oh man,
Difference to me.
you fucked up, Eddie Fury.
Finish, Julian.
Seriously.
Nope.
I own this city.
Nope.
Without the primogens behind you, you
In
are
fact,
nothing.
you are finished.
Primogens with an S.
Yeah.
And so can I.
Archon stuffed 100 years of bloodshed between the clans. He took nothing and gave us peace.
Sometimes.
Oh, look at Lily, man.
bloodshed is what
Yeah,
we
she's like, I know how to
agree,
redeem
Eddie.
myself.
Yeah. Look at her. Yeah, I love this show. I love this show.
Get it.
Well, honestly, that was an awesome recap. Would you guys like to watch the 7th or 8th ones? Or are you guys, how do you feel about your tiredness? Yeah, children.
You're a prince, child. You know how it is.
You want to watch the 7th one, Saint?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll stop recording. Let's just watch this one like normal people.
Nice.
I like this one. This is the most Sabat feeling one. I hope that's not.
Rising. Oh,
Yeah.
that's exciting. Oh,
Bad Moon, here we go. Yeah, I'm done recording.
Is there anyone here who wants to oppose me?
I will.
Julian?
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much for listening to Maybe We'll Talk, a podcast on the internet where I talk to people on the internet. That was our recap and kind of rough commentary on Kindred the Embraced, episodes 4 through 6. As I said in the conversation, I do love this TV show. I didn't love it when I was young, and now I've grown and I've changed my mind. Experiences have affected my palate for vampire television. This thing ran for 8 episodes. You can find it on YouTube for the time being. I don't think anyone cares that it's there. And it's great. If you like Vampire the Masquerade or television from the 90s, you should go and watch it. So let me just mention, man, I feel like I've sort of buried it at the end of the episode. I'll mention it again in the intro to the next episode. But my friend Thrash, and I shouldn't even say my friend Thrash has a podcast. Me and Thrash do a show together most of the time. We haven't done it in a few weeks. But we do a show called Thought That Was Weird on Tuesdays most of the time at 5:30 p.m. And I'm going to start running it on koyadk.tv as well, like I used to, when it comes back for season 3. But he is putting, the news that I'm saying is that he's putting season 2 into podcast form. And it's available on Spotify, and it features me and also Thrash, who is also on this podcast. So when you're done listening to this one, wherever you are at, I'm not sure what platforms that one is on, but it is called Thought That Was Weird. It's definitely on Spotify. Yeah, so check that out. And coming up next on this podcast is going to be Friday the 13th with Thrash and Michelle. Weebs was not here for this one. Thrash and Michelle for sure, and maybe we'll talk to some other people about that. I don't know. As far as bonus episodes, like I said, I think next week there probably will be one. The Twin Peaks one is going to be coming up. And also an episode where Locke and I talk about the books The Fisherman by John Longan and From a Buick 8 by Stephen King. And also just this season and The Place We Live and horror and terrible things that are wrong in a certain kind of way. That episode is coming up. Friday the 13th is next. You can find all my stuff on koyadk.tv. Come and check me out. You can find this podcast. I mean, you're listening to it, so you must know someplace you can find it, but it can be found wherever, I don't know, on a lot of, I gotta make an account with a thing called Stitcher to get on the rest of the podcast things, but I'm on the big ones. And yeah, when you're at koyadk.tv, you can get a link to our Discord, which is where we talk about and record this and talk about all these topics all the time, play role-playing games, and you can come say hi and maybe get involved if you want to. Also on koyadk.tv, you can get a link to Etsy and buy some soap. I started a soap company. We make soap. Yeah, you can buy some and support me by buying soap. Also on Patreon, you can get soap or just support me. And actually, even the lowest tier, I send stickers to occasionally. So you'll still get some stuff, and you can support me on Twitch for minimal reward. There's a lot of ways that you can help this project and all my projects if you check out koyadk.tv. And also, yeah, link to Discord, all my stuff Instagram, watch videos of me making soap, and really just, stay tuned because we're doing stuff all the time. More stuff is coming up, and thank you so much for listening to Maybe We'll Talk on the internet.
Oh, was that Greta?
Yeah.
Greta, that poor girl.
Gretchen?
One of the best things about the 5th movie was Greta's death.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? I actually went back and found the deleted scene that Koya was talking about, the one where Freddy's feeding her stomach to her. That was actually a scene.
Yeah.
That I did not realize. Like I think there was a questionability of whether or not that really happened or not, but yeah, that was a real deleted scene, and that's petrifying.
Hello, and welcome back to Maybe We'll Talk, a podcast where I talk to people on the phone. So I guess it turns out that Greta was actually fed her own guts. I guess probably in the 90s I saw a version on, wherever that had the deleted scene. Who knows where we got movies and different versions of movies in the 90s. You never knew. I knew someone that rented Evangelion from the video store, and on the tape after the 2 Evangelion episodes were, some Evangelion hentai pornography. And that person was definitely, a young adult, a young teenager at the time. So, I don't know what hentai has to do with anything, but we're talking about Nightmare on Elm Street 6, and we've been hanging out and watching a lot of TV. I do have a talk about Vampire. Actually, well, we are going to talk about 5th edition Chicago by Night, but the next Vampire talk actually is about Kindred the Embraced. So, all TV all the time this August, and everyone, I think, is close to having a nervous breakdown, and we've all just been baking in the wet heat and sweating and feeling, the existential dread of August. But we've also been talking about TV and movies, and here's A Nightmare on Elm Street 6.
Oh no, the dog pissed fire.
Oh yeah, that's the.
And baby
what was
Freddy.
that? Kincaid was taking the dog for a walk and it pissed on Freddy's grave, and I needed was a dog. I need a dog urine to come back.
That one right there was one of my favorites. Philip from 3. Where he's got him like a marionette puppet. That's
With the big
one of my favorite kills in the entire series.
One of the best, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love her.
My favorite death is the very first one, Tina, in the first film.
Yeah.
Is that the Upside Down room?
The Upside Down slash, and yeah.
I think they used the same upside down room as in the Johnny Depp scene. The film that like she's rolling around on the screen.
That's correct, yeah.
And
They
that's a
used
good
it in
one,
like
too.
a couple other movies. Sorry, Michelle.
No, you're fine.
They do the goopy stairs again in the next one.
Oh, in
New Nightmare.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
They revisit
yeah.
a couple cool things in A New Nightmare.
I haven't seen that one in a long time.
So maybe in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But R.I.P. Freddy.
But then here's the thing: after that, are we going to go to Freddy versus Jason?
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's like
That's what I think.
that's the completion of the series.
That is a
And
whole
then
nother bucket
and
of
those are all of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies that have ever been made. Then we will be done after Freddy versus Jason.
Yes, because there was no remake of it. That was horrendous and terrible.
Nope.
This is quite a beat little
That's a
tune.
lie. I was gonna
People-
say, like,
people
who
were
hired
mad.
Muddy Muddy Bosstones to do the
Yeah.
soundtrack?
People were mad that he molested children.
oh my god, how dare you make us a very blatant suggestion like that, even though it was like that the entire fucking series.
Right.
How dare you make a villain out of?
I know, but like
You didn't mind the remake that much?
I didn't mind it. I'm not saying it was great, but I didn't mind it. Considering how bad some of the Freddy movies are, I really didn't mind it.
That's
It's
really
a 5
fair.
out of 10.
That's really. I
5
minded
out
it.
of 10 for sure.
I mean, I probably should rewatch it because I remember when it came out, I was like, because this is my favorite like horror series ever. So I was like, let me watch the new one. And I went into it with a bad attitude. I was like, I'm not going to like this.
Yep.
And then I was right. I was like, I hate that. I was like, Freddy doesn't look right. Who the hell is this guy? 'Cause to me, he can't be Freddy unless it's friggin' Robert Englund,
That's probably a lot of what the problem I had with it was. I was probably like, it was 2010, I was 30 or whatever, and I was like, ew, I don't want anything to change.
Yeah, exactly.
It's possible that I had a really bad attitude about it, but I definitely remember being like, this is not like it was. The kid from Jennifer's Body, isn't it?
I can't remember because I forget the guy that played Freddy in the remake.
It's
he was
Rorschach. Yeah,
It's Rorschach.
From Watchmen.
Watchmen.
He's in so many things. I just watched. He was in. Is he in Chappie? What did I just see him in?
Jackie Earl Haley.
Earl Haley. I just watched him. Oh, I think RoboCop. Yeah, he was in the new RoboCop.
Yeah.
I saw he's in a
does
lot
show
of
up in a lot of
things.
things.
Yeah, he's in a ton
He's
of
a good
stuff.
actor.
He's great.
I'm really thinking of somebody else because like I was thinking it was like somebody way younger.
Who the
hell
They should
is
let
that?
Kevin Bacon try.
They should let Kevin Bacon try. That would be great. So what I was saying in the beginning, this is the peak. This is where it hit. This is, or maybe it's the valley because this is the least scary. I don't know if it's the least funny. It was pretty funny, but it's definitely the middle point. Although it's not because it's the end. But we've hit a point where it's not scary at all, and it's just a comedy with this one. And I was saying that with 5 as well.
Yeah. I can't imagine somebody going to see this, like even like a kid that's like, oh no, if I see a scary movie, I'm going to have nightmares for weeks and I can't sleep. This wouldn't scare a kid. I think it's just they made it rated R for like friggin' language and like the little bit of gore that they threw in there.
Was it even rated R?
Oh, it had to be.
It had. Are you sure?
They said, fuck you. It was rated R.
Like I almost like. Does IMDb tell you? I almost feel like there's no way this was PG-13. Were any of these PG-13? There's no chance, right?
I think they're all rated R. Yeah.
They should be. They're about a man with finger knives that slices people apart.
PG-13 movies, like back in the day, it was like they like let the F-bomb slip like once.
You could do one.
You could do one, and that was it.
John Travolta talks about it in some movies.
Ooh, my timer's going off. Hold on.
Yeah, it's dinner time. What am I? I'm gonna cook hot dogs later. I got some corn. I got a bunch of stuff to cook.
Nice.
Yeah, so we open up with the first time we see Freddy. He's the Wicked Witch of the West, and it really I think that's the point. That's the final. That's the final. Well, Freddy's not going to be scary anymore. He's now a comedic figure, and he's going to be dancing around, telling jokes, and doing cartoon stuff. I don't know if him dressing up as the Wicked Witch is a harbinger of that. But what does he say? I'll get you, my pretty, and your little soul too.
They took the teeth out of their abominable snowman.
Yeah, fully. He's a clown.
Put him back in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Again, like when you're introduced to a big bad, like when you look at like later, like look at the Scream movies. When you first are introduced to Ghostface, what do you have? Oh, he's calling you and he's being scary, and you don't exactly see him. Like you only see what he's done up until the point that like Drew Barrymore's freaking out and running out the house, and then ta-da, there he is chasing after her. that really sets up, the suspense of like how absolutely terrifying this character or antagonist is supposed to be. And that's what you want to do with horror films. You want to prop up that character in a way, that antagonist character in a way that makes it petrifying.
With
Cloverfield and everything. Yeah.
With the remake, it almost seemed like people were mad that they were trying to make Freddy scary again. With the people getting upset that he's a child diddler. Like, that was so weird to me. That people were upset because at that point, people are like Freddy's like your creepy uncle who comes to Thanksgiving dinner and is really weird and like drives an old Camaro that like.
But it's still kind of funny.
And he's not that. He's a child killer. He always was. Like, he stabbed little girls' eyes out, and people were like. Then you find out that he like touches. Line Ross.
Yep. Not allowed. Too much for Freddy.
Again, like it's like I would compare it to making a prop. Like, again, we would talk about pizza earlier. It's like making a proper marinara. You can't have it be too sweet. You can't have it be too savory. You can't have it be too salty. You got to have like that nice middle ground of herbaceousness and everything else. Much with Freddy, you need to have a dash of the comedic, a dash of the suspenseful, and a dash of the actually petrifying, grotesque, and scary. And you got to have that like kind of all work and emulsify together and make a nice horror movie sauce, if you will. You can't just throw tomatoes in a pot and call it marinara sauce. You can't throw a glass of red wine into a pan and call it marinara sauce. You have to have all the ingredients together to make it happen. Exactly. It's just as it was a strange thing to give Freddy too much comedy. It was a strange thing to give Freddy too much scary.
It happened slowly. The comedy crept in over the past few, and it's like at this point, I feel like whoever they handed this movie to just didn't know what to do with him.
Well, much like, again, I always go back to that Key and Peele sketch about Gremlins 2.
Yeah.
And I full-heartedly agree. It's all a bunch of people coked out who decided, man, how can we get more cocaine?
Let's have him play video games. Let's have him poke a Q-tip through a kid's skull.
And that way we'll be promoting the new Freddy video game. We're gonna have the new Freddy play set.
I'm surprised they didn't do that. I'm surprised it wasn't the NES Nightmare on Elm Street game.
Want to know? It'd be really fun if
it must have been around the same time.
There, like, I would have bought an action figure of so the scene where the John Doe is falling and Freddy says, "Oh, you're not my kids," grounded. And I would have, as a kid, I remember that scene not being that scary to me, but all the other scenes were somehow scary to me. But I thought about that as an actual play set where you would have John, where it would be there'd be multiple holes in his body, and then there's a mechanism, and he's it's one mechanism where you have him on spikes, and then you got the Freddy doll, and hey, here's Freddy with his action John Doe spiking thing, and you press a button on the side and the spikes come out of his chest somewhere, or a little spring-loaded action, and he just pops
these
out.
These could also be really good Happy Meal toys.
Oh yeah, all of these deaths as little toys.
You could make one for each dead teenager, and they're on wheels, and they all link to the next one, like a train.
And when they move, the murder happens.
Freddy's the conductor in the train engine, and everyone wants Freddy, but he's really hard to get.
Oh yeah, Freddy's the chase figure.
And there's no Johnny Depp one because they couldn't afford that shit.
Yeah. You think Roseanne and Tom will be there?
It's all the kids that didn't.
My kids back.
But they have a Philip one, and he wind him up, and he walks, and he's got these veins that come out of his arms. They pop out.
I hate it. Oh, Philip.
Oh, that's the best. No.
You like the Philip death. Everyone likes it's one of the most extravagant, the Philip death.
It's definitely one of the gnarliest ones.
Oh God, the veins bug me. I can't even. It makes my veins hurt. I can't even describe what that's like. My veins hurt. What does that even mean? But I know it's happening. Like, I can feel him in there. I want him to stay inside my body. Like, don't come out. God.
One of the toys is a waterbed, and you like hit a button, and a light turns on, and you see the dude in the waterbed.
Oh,
that would be cool.
Not the girl's tits.
That would have been a cool.
You would have to.
Toy.
You flip over. Something flips over the mattress, and on one side it's the girl alive, and on the other side it's dead Joey.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And the poster's on the wall with no girl in it.
And then there would be a Greta one where you squeeze her tummy, her cheeks puff out.
Oh, and goo. It would be the slime toy.
Yes.
That's filled with slime goo would come out of her mouth. What do you remember?
Movie.
Do you remember Greta Boisvert?
Simple line of toys. I bet we could pitch this to them.
I think we should pitch it to our friend Pete and 3D print some of these things.
Yes.
We would have to design the little pieces. I don't know a lot about that, but
I don't know about that either.
But maybe we should. We've been talking about pitching something to someone involved with A Nightmare on Elm Street for years.
I think that'd be great.
Yeah, is anyone even... At one point, they were asking people... You said that someone was asking for Nightmare on Elm Street scripts, or someone was looking at them, and... Who even owns Nightmare on Elm Street? Do you know, Bluff?
I think New Line still owns it, doesn't he? Don't they?
Whoever owns New Line.
What was that a couple years ago? Did you say something about them asking about like fan submitted Nightmare on Elm Street scripts? Do you remember saying something about that to me?
Yes.
Oh, I think I mentioned trying to do something like that too.
Maybe you both. Yeah, you might have both known about this.
I read some story about them accepting scripts. Doesn't look like anything ever came of it, but they've because they had done that before. They famously did that.
5, right? 5 or 4?
For 5.
They said no to Peter Jackson.
Scripts, and Peter Jackson sent them a script for Nightmare on Elm Street 5 that they didn't use, but they liked so much that they remembered him. And years later, he directed Lord of the Rings for them.
Insane. Yep. That's an insane
madness.
Story. Crazy.
That's true.
Absolute madness.
We get an indication real early on what the movie's going to be like when we see the cartoon cutout as John Doe is thrown from the front of the bus.
Yes.
Really start as we mean to go on with that one.
When this movie came out, they actually put out an obituary for Freddy.
Yeah.
In like Variety or something like that, The Hollywood Reporter or something like that. They had I think they had some press event or something. It was dumb. Or no, the press event. I think I'm thinking of Freddy versus Jason, where they had a press event where it was like before a boxing match, where they have the two boxers sitting at some long table, and they say shit to each other and they stand next to each other.
Yeah,
I'm gonna eat his face. I'm gonna eat his whole family.
There's a Freddy versus Jason moment like that somewhere. That happened.
They're at a boxing ring?
Yeah,
there was a weigh-in moment, yeah.
Yeah. Stupid. The one where Jason's afraid of water.
Yep. He lives at the bottom of a lake most of the time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just to put that on the table for anyone listening. I love the fact that the kids, that Spencer says, man, is it Spencer that says, oh, we're in Twin Peaks here, when he sees the weird town?
Oh, what is it? Yeah, Freddy versus Jason weigh-in Las Vegas 2003.
Wow. They had it at Las Vegas.
They had it at Bally's in Las Vegas.
Was Robert Englund there being...
That was Robert Englund and the OG Jason. I forget his name.
The OG Jason?
Yeah, he came back just for that movie.
Wait, it was Kane Hodder?
No, not in Freddy. Kane Hodder was not in Freddy vs. Jason.
No, you're right. Yeah, he wasn't in the movie, but who was at the weigh-in?
That's the question.
I thought
if it was Kane Hodder, that would be really funny.
I thought they had some new guy play him.
In the movie, yes.
Okay. Oh no, Kane Hodder was he was apparently in the new set of the series. He started at 7. Yeah. I don't know who was the original Jason for.
And are you asking about the original Jason 2 or the third one? It's hard to... Yeah, who is the original one?
Yeah.
Is it number 3?
Jason
He's not even a big guy in the
Voorhees.
second movie, is he?
Well, hold on. It's saying that Kane Hodder played him the entire. Oh wait. Oh
Kane
no,
Hodder,
there's a couple.
7, 8,
Ari Lehman.
That was the kid. Ari Lehman
that was the kid.
dude
Yeah.
that- He jumped out of the lake at the end of the first film.
Yes.
Yep.
One of them was C.J. Graham. I want to say he was the 4th one.
Yeah, they had different Jasons like each time, pretty much, didn't they?
Did they?
Yeah. Kane Hodder did it 3 or 4 times.
2,
But that's
3,
about it.
4.
I have to think now because one of them is going to be like at one of the like something cons, one of the conventions coming up because Robert Englund is going to be there and somebody that Jason. Yeah, Robert Englund's going to be at the one in Massachusetts. I'm debating going.
Yeah, there's been 10 Jasons.
There's been 10 Jasons, so one of those 10 guys.
There have been a lot of Michaels too.
A lot of Michael Myers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They just need, tall guys with masks, and they're like, okay.
It's easy to cast a Michael Myers, and Jason kind of too. Freddy has a personality.
The right kind of build.
Neither of them really say anything, Jason
No.
or Michael.
Jason
Ken
never
Kurz-
said it as Michael, I don't think.
Once or twice, Michael says 1 or 2 things.
He doesn't talk like Freddy does, though.
No, he doesn't say jokes. He doesn't go, "Welcome to prime time, bitch." What did he say in this one? So much for kung fu, bitch.
Oh, Kung Fu this bitch.
Kung fu this bitch. Yeah, that's what it is.
Jeez.
You ever see Rick and Morty where they're making fun of Freddy Krueger, but it's Scary Terry?
Scary Terry, yeah.
Every time he says, he's like, "Oh, bitch!" Like,
Does everything he says end with bitch?
Yes,
Yeah, pretty
everything he
much.
says ends with bitch.
I forget. He doesn't have the knives for fingers. He has like. I
Does
forget
he have
what
like
they are.
swords on daggers on both hands or something?
Yeah, like little daggers. Yeah, little swords.
So to avoid copyright, we distinctly gave him tag.
Right. Yeah.
By the way, that was voiced by Jess Harnell, who also does the voice of Wacko.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Right.
fun side note. He's such a good voice actor. Like the dude's got mad range. He also does like Ironside from Transformers or something like that. Dude's got weird voices in his pocket.
What do you guys? What do you all think about Roseanne and Tom in this movie?
I want my children back.
Weird choice.
Weird. In 1991, maybe not.
You know who's relevant right now? Roseanne. Maybe we should get her to premiere in our movie. I think
5 minutes.
in our movie. Yeah.
2 minutes.
I was
taking some Ambien.
Roseanne's in it.
I wonder if this was before or after she did the national anthem. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Remember her? That was her first controversy.
That was her first
when
big one.
She
pissed
forgot the
off-
words.
No, she
did it bad.
She grabbed her crotch and
Yeah.
I think she spit and she was like, she made a mock. She was at a national baseball game and she sang the national anthem and she made a mockery of it, and it hurt her career immensely. And all the people who are who defend her now are the people who were upset with her 30 years ago.
Yeah, for making fun of national anthem. Yeah.
Ironic compared to how she is now.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't remember the national anthem incident because I was a small child, probably. But
yeah,
that's so funny.
There's probably a video of it.
I'm looking at it right now.
That was 1990. This was part of her bid for a comeback, this movie.
I wasn't even born yet, guys.
Wow.
I'm now sharing the Roseanne national anthem.
Okay,
Oh my God.
Do you guys want to take a look at it?
Oh my God.
It'll be quick. Ready, boy?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Yeah, so this was the year before this movie came out. Was that Tom Arnold coming to save her?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Oh boy, yeah. So the next year, as their part of the comeback plan was being Freddy's Dead.
People were absolutely furious.
They did not like that she did that.
Funny because, like, I mean, Roseanne was like, that was like a, not really, I guess, primetime show then.
Yes, and pretty all-American.
They have realized that she was just being in character, pretty much.
That she was not able to, she's never been able to say that. They've never let her get away with saying that, really.
Jesus.
How about Carlos?
See. That makes me cringe too with the Q-tip, and
I don't like it too much. I don't like the Q-tip going in the air, popping through eardrums. But once it's all the way through, then it's funny, and there's earwax on it, and not brain.
The thing that killed me was the fact that he didn't just finish off pulling it the rest of the way out. He had to go back the other way with the cotton end and risk that getting stuck in his ear. Like, that's the
There's
thing
a lot
that
of
really
real
got me.
crazy. It is, yeah.
That's probably like one of the few.
imagery.
Yeah, like, I mean, I remember being a kid and having my mother do that shit and being afraid that she was going to do the exact same thing.
Your
I
mom
think
put a
everybody-
Q-tip all the way through your skull?
No. Yes, she did.
Okay.
That's why I was really afraid that again. But when my mother did it, she at least pulled it out through the complete way instead of trying to bring back.
Oh, all the way through.
tip of
Okay,
it.
yeah.
Yes.
That's the correct way to do it, because otherwise you risk the cotton ending up in there.
Because that's my major concern right now, not my punctured eardrums. Indeed.
Total Looney Tunes, this movie.
Everything from
the chalkboard. Now, since we're talking about Carlos.
Oh my god!
Really, and like Boisvert was, I think we may have lost Boisvert, but he was saying that could have been so scary. There's always been the scary noises and the scraping against metal, and there's interesting sound design here, but there has always been interesting sound design, and it could have been a lot scarier than stretchy chalkboard. Is what
right?
Yeah, like the sound design again, like when they.
They're mad about something.
A car is driving by.
I don't know. Somebody came home. How dare they?
Right. Yeah. Someone's coming home from work.
Those. Hey, there's people.
Is it very loud to you guys, or is it like?
Oh, the dogs are they're
Okay.
we can hear them obviously, but.
Well, yeah, but
it's not like oh my god, the fucking dogs.
The dogs are coming through the computer. Oh, no.
Release the hounds.
It's not like I can't hear you while they are. You know, it's like
These
it's not
are
like they're
loud.
really interrupting and being super loud or anything.
That's good. 'cause
And also, of course, I love them, so they can do whatever they want.
they love you. That's why they have to talk every single
Yeah, they have to
time.
pop up and say hi to me.
Like, hello.
Hello, puppies. They are really good-looking puppies. Sorry.
They're very cute dogs. No, I will agree with that. They're very cute dogs. But the sound design where they made it like you were kind of in Carlos's head, dealing with not being able to hear too much. Whereas
there's a pulse pumping in a muffler.
Like kind of like that. It's like somebody has their hands over your ears, which it made it really interesting. And again, I also agree that like they could have done so much more with making this creepy. Instead of the pin drop, instead of the chalkboard, you have all these metal pipes around. You could have had him going like ting-a-ling-a-ling, and then he's like freaking out, hearing the tinging everywhere.
In the darkness, from different places, something that would make it actually scary, where you don't know where he is making noises.
And then something like where he like it's like it turns out that he'd split himself in 5, and they all like kind of like surround the area, and they're all right next to the pipes, and they have like little metal
Playing
pipes
drums.
of their own, and then they all of a sudden all ping at the same time and make his head explode. I think it would have been great. But instead they went
the way that he always just drags his knives across something. That's how you always know that he's coming, because you hear the scream, and everyone's like, oh. They could have done so much more with that, because that was like his signature thing, and then they
it was
just used
already
it
there.
comical way. Like, I don't know why they chose to go down that path.
Yeah,
and they've already made so many nods to the first
because it's
movie.
become just a comedy. That's
Yeah. True.
There is a lot of nods to the first movie. He does the cutting the fingers off with the green goo.
You got the Johnny Depp.
The green goo. No one sinks into the staircase in this one though, but it's coming up, like I said.
There's no mayonnaise staircase yet.
Mayonnaise.
It looks like marshmallow fluff to me.
It's like a mix of mayonnaise and marshmallow fluff.
Yeah.
It's probably just like rubber cement.
So after Carlos's head blows up, he says, "Nice hearing from you, Carlos." He's got good one-liners in this one.
He does.
They're better than the last one.
They're better than Turbo Speed or whatever.
Oh God, what was it? What did I say earlier? Lane change.
Oh, fast lane was literally one
Fast
of the things.
lane.
He just says
Yeah,
fast lane. That's one of his one-liners.
Yeah.
The steering wheel.
To be honest, honestly, faster than a Locomaniac is pretty okay.
That was pretty bad. Because it's kind of redundant, like Locomaniac. But I mean, I get the pun, but like, just man, these are like dad puns.
Yeah. Oh, like, and he is a dad at this point. At this point, it's Daddy Freddy.
In this movie, it's allowed that he does the dad puns, as he is dad. It's finally revealed.
Tormenting his daughter. What do you guys think about Breckenmeyer?
Baby
Spencer.
Baby David Duchovny. Really, I'll never not see that now. Like that's
right?
yeah.
Like it's just stuck in my head forever.
I wonder what Brecken looks like these days.
The Breckenmeyer definitely got me. That I could see Breckenmeyer, 100%. But so for one, going on with the general trope of whoever does drugs in the movie obviously dies first.
Can't wake up. Except Carlos is already gone.
Yeah. Right.
But he's dying soon. He's dying early, Brecken. Old Spencer. Old NES playing Spencer.
That devil's lettuce, and he's too wasted. We can't wake him up.
Wake him up.
We can't wake him up because he smoked too much devil's lettuce.
And he's tripping hard on that weed. It's like...
Oh my God, I think he might have overdosed on the weed.
I love look at what's on the TV.
Okay.
And there's nothing. It's a broken TV for anyone listening. Yeah. So that's very funny.
Like I would get if you were taking like mushrooms or something like that. Like, those fractals from that TV, bro. Wow.
You know what? I've done that exact thing though and said that to someone too. Because I think it's really funny to say, look at the TV.
Yeah. I mean, even when I was stoned, I've done those moments, or when I was like tripping out, I've had those moments of like, those stereotypical moments of like, staring at a stucco ceiling and just being absolutely enamored by it because it looks like the ocean.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But like, yeah, that was probably one of the goofiest representations of a stone person I've ever seen. Like, no actual effort to like look stoned. I'm sorry. Continue.
Exactly. Oh no, you're fine. I cut you off by accident. I didn't mean to, but
no, you're fine.
We're so polite.
Shut up! I got something to say. But just his death. The thing that got me is that it's so long and drawn out, and it's not like tormenting. It's not like he's suffering like in agony. It's the most comical thing. He's hopping around like a video game character, like vroom, 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 like just
with the sound effects.
Like, that's weird. And then it's not until he gets him on the ground and you see him stomping him in the video game, the stomach just starts caving in. And they're like, oh no. And that's when they say, he's too wasted.
We can't wake him up. He's getting his guts
stomach's
stomped out.
Caving. Oh, man.
And then he's bouncing and spinning through the house like a video game character.
Yeah. And then he falls down the stairs and then there just happens to be, the floor just fell through.
Pit to hell right here.
Yes, and then his spear goes flying up into Freddy. I'm like, what?
The fact that again, video games have been around for at least like well past 10 years at this point.
Yeah, they were there. I mean, there was an NES game of Nightmare. I don't know if it was.
Yes.
I mean, Super Mario Brothers existed when this came out. Yes. So like
again, it's just so funny to me that I can only think that in the direction of that scene for Robert Englund was somebody sat him in the chair, gave him the control stick, and was like, "Okay, now make video game noises." What the fuck's a video game?
Boing 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 boing
boing boing boing boing boing boing. Like
zap, splat, jump, boy. Jump, boy.
Because anytime I play a video game, that's what I say when the
right. That's what I say to Mario.
Boing, boing, boing.
Jump, boy. This movie's fucking hysterical.
It's really fucking goofy. Like I cannot understate how goofy this fucking movie is. And again, when I saw this as a kid, it was the most petrifying thing to me because people were, oh no, it's Freddy Krueger, and people are getting killed, and like not, as a 3 or 4 year old kid at the time, I didn't really understand like the like what plot was or story
for sure.
was,
or what the fuck was going on here.
No, and then but now that I'm a grown adult and it's just amusing. It's just utterly amusing to me how I can't even begin.
Okay.
Why was I so scared as a kid? Why was I?
I think part of it.
When you guy with knives for fingers, any 3 or 4 year old is going to be terrified of that.
But acting the way that he was,
like
yeah.
I mean, sure, like some parts, maybe as a small kid, you could have been like, oh, that's kind of funny, like with the video games or something. But other than that, you might be like, oh no, if I play my video games, some guy's going to be able to get me from inside the TV.
Yeah.
Mom, throw my Nintendo out.
Oh, plenty of scary stories.
I think they also tell you, I think it's just, he's scary. Like, it's just, your friends tell you these movies are very scary. I mean, I remember being a child, like in elementary school, and my friend would be like, I saw Halloween 2 my brother saw Halloween 2 over the weekend, and it's so scary, he's never going to sleep again. Like, like people would tell you, like, just these movies don't ever watch Nightmare on Elm Street. It's so scary. But I mean, I'm talking about when I was in elementary school there, when I started watching these, which was probably healthy. But there was just, and it may or may not have been like that in decades once the internet has come out, but like, there was just it was almost a sense of this mystery, like, oh my God, we got together over and had a sleepover and watched the Nightmare on Elm Street movie, and the other kids haven't seen it. Scary.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely had those movie nights where we would like we would go to the movie store, rent entire series of movies, and have an entire night of it.
I did that with this series in middle school, and in fact, I think this was all there was at the time. It ended with this movie, the sixth one. Yeah, that was because it would have been 1991 or so before New Nightmare.
I ended up getting a New Nightmare on VHS, and it was part of that playthrough, and it definitely gave a lot of perspective to me as a kid. Especially like when trying to understand the development of an entire series over that amount of time, and like seeing where they were trying to go with that, where Wes Craven was initially trying to go with that story, and then how it just completely fell off solely for marketing purposes.
Yeah, it kind of addresses what happened in the decline that we've seen in the past few.
Yeah, he became like, I would equate it to like Vincent Price being put on the Scooby-Doo show.
Is that something
that is definitely something. Well, that's like there was an entire series. It was like Scooby-Doo and the 13 Ghosts, and it had Vincent Price in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds like that kind of sounds familiar. Yeah.
Let me see if I can look it up. Scooby-Doo Vincent.
I like the Johnny Depp cameo. That's our third cameo after Tom and Roseanne. And we probably talked about it at the time, but it's worth mentioning that A Nightmare on Elm Street, the first Nightmare on Elm Street was Johnny Depp's first movie that he was in.
His first feature film.
His first feature film was A Nightmare on Elm Street, and he returned for Freddy's Dead to say, "This is your brain on drugs while frying an egg."
What are you on? Looks like frying pan and egg to me.
And then the stoner kid lost his shit.
Yeah, he was like,
dude, he told me what was in his hand.
It's like, it's not actually it really is not really a comedy, but this movie is fucking funny. Like, it really is. Whether I guess it means to be, but I don't think it means to be funny in the way that I find it funny, you know? Like, it's just so goofy, it's hysterical. It looks like egg and frying pan to me. Jesus Christ. I love it when she knocks the dude out with the 2x4 or whatever, and he falls through the table, and then the table kind of rematerializes and he lands in the dream. That's a lot of the sudden dream transitions in the whole series are really cool. I love it when someone gets knocked into the dream or out.
Again, like the only time when those like sudden jump cuts would be acceptable. The rest of the movie, it's like exposition jump cut, exposition jump cut, exposition jump cut.
This movie is 90 minutes long and it's edited poorly. Just like that, just fast. It's edited fast. Someone wanted to squeeze this out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Someone did not have enough to work with. Some editor did not have enough to work with to make a longer than 90-minute movie.
Cutscene. There is no flow.
Jump cut. Really, there is. It really is just like slam. There really is not even, it doesn't feel like 3 acts. It really is a bunch of things that just happen. Like they go to, well, I guess maybe it's the fact that about half of the movie is what you would probably call the first act, which is them in Springfield. Like, it's so weird. And then they come back and no one remembers. Well, we don't know. We don't even know if the Doc character remembers them or not.
It's completely random to me because, like, you know, the last 3 were like the trilogy of the Nightmare on Elm Street series, you know, and they were all connected and, like, you know, the story continued. Whereas this, it was just like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
There's no connection to the other ones. Like, obviously, it's not like part of the, you know, Dream Warriors, Dream Master, Dream Child.
There's no
thing.
Characters that cross over. It's
no
it's
characters
10 years
cross
from
over,
then.
and it's just, well, then I guess that's right, because it's like 10 years later, it said, right?
Yeah.
But still, like, it just seems weird.
And
like, there was no backstory on it except, like, you know, this lady's having dreams, and turns out it's her dad. Surprise. Like, they just, you know, you would think that they would show some sort of backstory so they can be like, why is this happening? It hasn't happened in 10 years. Unless, did a bunch of kids die in the last 10 years? And they just didn't say anything? It's just weird.
Have all the kids been dead for 10 years? It almost seems like
there are only those couple of kids that just happen to wander down the dirt road and end up in that rehab facility. Like, what?
And again, and the other thing that kind of pissed me off about the plot of this was when after Carlos dies and Spencer dies, God, what's her name again?
Tracy.
Again, that's okay. Can I make another complaint? Like, okay, like I can remember Carlos and Spencer's name because they were like the lovable goofballs in the film. Don't ask me to remember anybody else's name. Even that John, I was lucky that John Doe's name was John Doe.
That's his name is, yeah.
Right.
Like,
he never gets a name. Yeah.
Never gets a name.
Never find out who he is.
So that's one thing.
He's the last Elm Street child.
So Kruger's daughter, when she comes back and freaking out, what's her name? Catherine?
Well, I don't know. Maybe
her name is
Maggie, and then it was Catherine.
Right, she was Catherine
Kruger.
when she was his, and then Maggie. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
And the subtitles spell it with a C.
Mm-hmm.
So when Maggie goes to the director, so first of all, what mental facility just up and allows, you know, practitioners to up and take patients to random places to trigger their psychotic episodes?
I don't know if that was her intention.
Like what?
It was the 90s, like, you know.
This is very radical therapy. He's got
real
some
radical
trauma
therapy.
regarding this nearby town. Let's take him there and trigger him. See what
Yeah.
It's science. Let's see what happens. We're not going to know unless we try. So.
This is an experiment.
No one knew
Yeah.
what they were doing in the 90s.
The government's funding it. We're fine.
Yeah.
We're just winging it.
This is a government facility. Collecting
Your tax
children.
dollars paid for this. And then accidentally also takes out 2 escapees.
Yeah, they were sneaking.
There are 3 escapees, excuse me.
3 of them, yeah.
Because
it was Spencer, Carlos, and Tracy.
Tracy, that's her name.
They were what do you call that? They stowed away.
Stowaway, yes.
They escaped like stowaways, yeah.
So, Carlos and Spencer die, and as Tracy and Maggie go back to the facility, Maggie asks, is trying to come clean, like, these, 2 kids that stowed away in the van while I was trying to, trigger one of our patients, like, psychotic episodes. Like, let's be honest, that's pretty much what she was trying to do. And 2, kids stowed away, and they were killed by an alternate dimensional dream being that, and the guy's like, well, I don't remember those kids. So then how is it that anybody remembers anything about this whole Elm Street stuff? How do they remember anything?
If everyone who dies gets complete, it might have been that someone was like, we better make it a part of the plot that anyone who dies gets completely forgotten. Otherwise, how would they all forget what happened so that they can begin to not remember him? Although it doesn't really make sense, and it all kind of runs in a loop. But
Well, yeah,
he
they
never,
definitely pick up on that later in Freddy vs. Jason because that's the whole thing. They're like, he's like, I can't come back if nobody remembers me.
Did it start here?
It's the fear that gives him his power.
Yeah.
So they might be starting that now.
They're making the whole town forgot thing.
Back.
Yeah.
Each time, I guess each movie somehow, but it also doesn't make any sense because like nobody ever talks about it in each film, like even from the first one to the second one to the third. Well, I guess in the next 3 because the characters that survive and stuff, and they're like, this happened, but I gotta remember I can't talk about it or else he'll come back. I can't spread the fear.
Yeah.
But then this one, it's just so bizarre. Like, how did it? One kid that stumbles in from Springwood. So was all that still happening in Springwood that entire time, and then he, contaminated or spread it, so to say, at this new place with these new kids?
Did it take him 10 years to kill every child?
Yes.
Was it
He's
just?
like, I'm the last one.
That's
and
the
now
movie I want to see.
down.
The 10 years of him just at war with the children.
Apparently.
Springwood. Oh my God, that's awesome.
What was it? Red Letter Media made a joke about how there should be an entire series, almost like oh God, what's the Archie and the Riverdale, the the CW series. So they were suggesting a Springwood Riverdale-esque series.
We're just getting picked off forever.
I think that I think that'd be fucking hilarious. I think that's a genius concept, and I would totally bite for that. I would totally bite for that. Just have instead of like the Freddy's Nightmare, TV series, it would be like, a new kid every week dealing with like something frightening, and then at the season finale, all the kids start to realize, oh my God, like, we have this collective bond with this freaky guy with knives for fingers, and then they go and they fight him, and then it's another set of kids next season. So that way it's almost like American Horror Stories of the, the characters change out every season,
Yep.
But anyway, I think that'd be ridiculous, but Douglas.
Ooh, that reminds me. Because we're actually on video. I want to show you guys because we were just talking about Freddy's Nightmares.
Okay. Oh, yep.
Oh no, she's got the box set.
It sort of gets easier for him. The way the mechanics sort of make it easier for him as it goes along. And it's part of him becoming sillier and just doing whatever he wants. But like, at first, it's like the kids are obviously slashed up. The bodies are found. There's a police investigation. Whoa, that one was loud. But then they start dying in mysterious ways instead, and it's not as obvious. And then now people just forget about the kids that are killed. I'm talking about how he keeps getting away with it easier and easier until this point in the series. We may have. Oh, you're muted. Oh,
I'm here
okay.
because the dogs were screaming right.
Oh yeah,
next
that one.
to me.
That time it was loud, but they were right here.
I had to bring this.
What is that? A laser disc?
No.
It's a soundtrack.
It's vinyl, but it's the score for Freddy's Nightmares. And this company released it like, I don't know, last year or the year before. And this is the part that, so they have a whole thing, because vinyl's like huge now, okay?
Yeah.
So they have you like, oh, you can get this color variant and everything else. Tell me how much sense this makes.
I love it.
That's great.
Barbie pink.
Well, now I can see why the dogs are upset, because a whole family of deer just ran across my front yard. So now it makes sense.
A magical New England moment.
Yes. I feel like Snow White. Oh my God, there's more. There's like 6 of them. What the hell?
They're like a bunch of squirrels and skunks and rabbits hopping along.
Right.
A guy playing a panpipe.
Oh my God.
Was it a satyr?
I've seen like
playing a panpipe.
I've seen like 3 episodes of Freddy's Nightmares.
I saw one on YouTube a while ago, like at 3 a.m. stoned, because I'd never seen it before.
Maybe I should watch. Maybe we'll watch that.
Okay,
We're gonna be doing
so,
TV on Wednesday evenings.
But I've been watching it on. Do you guys have Tubi? It's like that.
Sure. Yeah.
Freddy's Nightmares. Last I checked, it was on that.
Shit.
And you can watch like the whole series is on there, and it's painful to get through because it's just so cheesy. And like Freddy's only like he'll introduce the story,
right.
And then
he's the crypt keeper.
Like he might be like like right before like what a commercial break would have been. He's like, oh look at that, and then
welcome to prime time, bitch.
Yeah, exactly. But it's Freddy's. It's everything made for TV, so it's like not even close to being as gnarly as the movies would be. But it's funny. But this is just this is the entire score. But what I was going on is you can get all the different colors. So of course I got the hot pink one because that makes 0 sense.
Did you have that choice, or did you get it randomly? You chose pink.
And
good.
The Barbie pink one. Yeah.
That's awesome.
What would have been a really cool one if they did it like a flesh tone with like red and pink like inside, so it looks like Freddy's face, like
marbled.
little pie face.
Wow.
Yeah.
Actually, what would have been really cool was if they did one that was flesh colored, and then there were just all the kid meatballs all over it.
That would have been cool.
Like a pizza. Yeah, I love the
pizza. The kid.
I love the kid meatballs. Which one's the little meatball? He refers to one of them by name.
Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, now I've forgotten all the kids from 3, 4, and 5. Not really.
I forget the majority. Honestly, there's so many characters. I forget their names.
Well, now I've started writing them down. Now that we've been doing this, so I'm cheating. That's why
we just watched the movie, and I can't remember the blonde girl's name.
Her name was Tracy because I wrote it down.
Tracy.
Because I wrote it down.
Could not remember.
How long did he stay dead?
How long did he stay dead?
Yeah.
Before the release of Freddy vs. Jason.
No, New Nightmare is next.
2003.
This was 91.
So almost.
New Nightmare came out in 98, 97.
New Nightmare is 94.
Came out in 2003.
94.
Yes. So after New Nightmare, he was gone for a long time, but he really only stayed dead for...
Yeah, so he stayed dead from 91 to 2003. Because, they're counting that. They don't count New Nightmare.
New Nightmare is not part of the main plot line as it could be said to exist.
Because he came back. But, yeah.
It's certainly not addressed. Freddy versus Jason does not take place in the same reality as New Nightmare.
So it's like 12 years.
Yeah. So he stayed dead for a long time.
He did.
For 12 years, he chilled out.
I don't know how long Jason was supposed to be gone, too, because that's for that being my favorite movie of all time, I've only watched the Freddy side. I've tried to go back and watch the Friday the 13th series to get the Jason background, to understand, like, where all this comes from.
Man.
And I haven't done it.
Lots of things happen.
The first one, and I was like, I can't do this. And I tried with the second one. I'm like, this is rough.
Was you did just because of the quality and the 1970s-ness of it?
That, and it's it's just so slow, and I'm like, oh my god, it just drags and drags, and I'm like,
Was it because of Kevin Bacon?
Oh, Kevin Bacon, arrow through the throat.
That was a good one.
Was he in the first one?
Yes,
he was in the first one.
I barely remember because I just, you know.
Of course.
Maybe we'll tackle that next.
I was about to say, what if a bunch of people were watching it with you and talking shit? And...
Well, that's the thing. Well, then do we pick that after New Nightmare? Then do we start Friday the 13th and then we finish with Freddy versus Jason because
that's an idea.
Combination.
That's the only person here who is qualified to answer that is the one whose favorite movie is Freddy versus Jason.
Well, does that make sense to everybody else? Because
it's gonna be a long time before we get to watch Freddy versus Jason. Then
I know. Well, that's okay. I just watched it. I watched it on the anniversary.
You can watch it whenever you want.
Yes, I can watch it whenever.
But if you really want to talk about it,
20 years ago today, and I was like, well, I gotta watch it tonight.
I can't believe it. I was like an absolute full ass adult watching the movie in a movie theater.
I was a real teenager.
I don't think I actually ever saw that. I saw the Jason in Space one.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
at the Dollar Theater, because like my friends and I, because there was a mall nearby, and our parents would drop us off there and would make the security guards babysit us, and we would just go wander the mall and go to the Dollar Theater, and that was one. It was like I think it was around the same time as Kung Pao. No, Kung Pao was later, but like we basically would wait for all the good movies to go to the Dollar Theater, and we would go to the mall.
Well, we had that too. We had that the town hall, which Dave, you might remember when it was $1, but all my childhood it was $2. And we would always joke because like whatever went to the town hall movie theater, it was like a week later it was on VHS. Like we would see it just before release.
I feel like it was $1. I feel like it was $2 for me.
Oh, okay, I don't know because some people say like way back when it was $1, but now it's $3, and it's like
oh my god, that's oh my god,
$3 for a movie.
$3 for the.
I remember
the Newtown Town Hall.
Yep.
I feel like it was $2 when I was like in middle school and high school when I would have been.
Okay, yeah, because it was $2 all through all my childhood, and then it wasn't until I was an adult that they, brought up to $3, and we were like, oh no.
But yeah, they would get some kind of last chance, like after the movies were in theaters, right before they would be coming to the video rental.
It would be in the like mainstream theaters, and then our town hall would get it
on Newtown's historic main street
on video. Because if you missed it at town hall, you could go down to. What was it? What did we I finally found it.
20, the one at 20 Queen Street, Churchill
Road.
It was just called like Video
Movie Corner.
Yeah, is that what it was?
Yeah.
There's something very generic.
That's what I found my Freddy versus Jason VHS tape that it was purchased there. That's what it said. It still had the sticker on it. Like, please return to Video Movie Corner. I was like, all right.
And
it was so funny because it was just always the video store. I didn't remember the name of it. It was just like, let's go to the video store.
That one had a very generic name.
Mm-hmm.
That just makes me think about like when like animes try to establish like American businesses or something like that.
Exactly.
That sounds like how they would put it together.
Video Movie Corner.
Video Movie Corner.
No, very, very Japanese anime name for a business. Down the street was the Magic Machine.
Fried Chicken Man or whatever it was you mentioned earlier with the KFC guy.
Yeah, he was like Chicken Biscuit Boy or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, I'm looking at now. Video Movie Corner with the address and phone number. Back in the day when you didn't have to dial the area code first, it was just 426.
Yeah. Oh my God, you used to be able to dial 7 digits.
Well, that was before, unless it was like a certain distance away, like in the same town, you could at least do it. But like if you called like 2 towns over, you had to do the area code.
Yeah, exactly. But now you have to do it no matter what.
No matter what.
There were 3 video stores when I was in high school. No, there were 4 because there was the one at Stop and Shop where I would hide my copy of Chrono Trigger, and there was one on the corner in Sandy Hook also. Maybe only for a little while. Yeah, there were people needed video cassettes in the 90s. Our town did not have a Dunkin' Donuts. It probably had a Subway. It had like one fast food restaurant, a Subway, and it had 4 video stores. It might have had a Dunkin' Donuts when we were like in the late 90s.
That's insane. Because all I remember is the video store on Churchill, and then the one in Stop and Shop. I remember very vaguely because I think that went out when I was like maybe like 5 or something.
Yeah.
But like that, and that was the best because like that's right by where I grew up. So like it was like a 2-minute drive to the video store. It's like, oh, we're going grocery shopping, go pick out a movie. I'm like, yes.
That was so great. We're going grocery shopping, go pick out a movie, and I would have my copy of Chrono Trigger would be hidden in the back corner so that no one would rent it and save over my file.
I miss that so much.
Clever. That's really clever.
And the little beaded curtain area in the video store where it was like you can't go back there because those are the adult movies, and they had a beaded curtain because not in Stop and Shop, in the back corner with the beaded curtain. So like if anybody went in there, like, oh, I gotta go check and see if these kids are looking at dirty movies.
We had
we're like, what if we just kind of slowly open the curtain? And they always caught us.
There was a place called Mammoth Video near me. And Mammoth Video. It had a big woolly mammoth as a design. It was really funny. They also had a fun little porn section in the back, to which that when my friend Josh turned 18, went to the back and came out with a movie. He rented it. We didn't see what he grabbed when he walked out. And we get to the car. It's a movie called Power Drill Chicks 7 or something like that. And it's just women with power drills and dildos at the end. It was amazing. I didn't want to watch it. They watched it on their own time, but like that I can only assume how fucking ridiculous that shit was.
Yeah.
One time my friend went to the dirty video store and he came back with Girls That Puke.
Wait, was that the dirty video store in Monroe that used to be by the pool hall?
Yes.
Yes.
That's funny.
It wasn't that funny. There was nothing funny about that movie.
It was like the 2 Girls, 1 Cup of the 90s. Like,
oh my god.
That's what it sounds like.
It was maybe not that rough, but it was what it said on the box. That's for sure.
Oh, that's wild.
I still think it's still considering the internet fairly tame, but I still remember first finding cake farts.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know if y'all remember that stuff.
I remember a lady sitting her naked ass on a cake and farting.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I remember. I saw that.
Those are good times.
That was around 2010 or so, I think. That's if I recall.
I think it was a little bit earlier for me.
Earlier
but
than
like,
that? Okay, yeah.
It was like 2007 or so, 8. But yeah, that.
I feel like there's always like a certain like theme of like something bizarre, and it just goes around, and there's so many videos of the same thing, and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, I believe there were many copycat cake fart videos.
Oh yeah,
it became a thing. Yeah, I think there are probably people who are now turned on by naked asses sitting on cakes. They probably always were.
Finally, I have easy access to my favorite.
Finally, the internet has delivered unto me naked asses sitting on cakes.
I can finally make that all-time best playlist that I've always wanted.
Well, that was The Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6. All right, yeah.
I really enjoyed that.
Funniest of the entire series.
Thank you both for talking to me about it, and also, of course, thank you to Boav and AKA Weebs. All right, thank you for listening to Maybe We'll Talk, as always. Thank you so much to Michelle and Thrash Keishu. I'll provide links to, Thrash Keishu's Twitch channel, and also thank you to Boisvert and AKA Weebs, AKA Flyosity, and I'll also provide a link to rareturkish.com. This episode includes music by Pete and Josh of Rare Turkish, which is a local band that I hang around with and sell merch for and produce branded soap for. Speaking of soap, you can buy some from me on Etsy. If you would like a link to the Etsy or to my Discord where you can talk to us about these movies and tabletop RPG games, check out cuyadk.tv. That's CUYADK.tv. And yeah, you can get a link to Discord, link to Etsy. Check out my Patreon. It's the first of the month, so Patreon is going through today, and I'm about to ship soaps to everyone that is part of the Soap Club tier on Patreon, which is $11, and you get 2 bars of soap a month, and it's really a steal. Like, literally, I'm not making money on it, but it's awesome. I'll cut this part out. Maybe I won't. Who cares? Boy, memory is weird, right? Really, it is really weird to have the memory, like all of the memories of half of a lifetime about who knows. And kind of try to resolve them. I don't know. Some people may... I don't feel like I'm forgetful day to day, but I do feel like there are entire decades that I just have not thought about. And just entire people that now maybe I'm starting to sound like a sociopath. Which I try not to. We've had a few. Maybe we'll do... maybe we'll do a talk about memory, sociopathy, consciousness, and identity. Maybe we won't. Although... some of our talks are starting to lean in that direction. Who the fuck knows? Anyway, really, what's coming up is a lot of talk about television. Nothing interesting or deep, like what I was just saying. Which honestly isn't really that interesting and deep. Most people talking about their memories and experiences and consciousness mostly is bullshit. So yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you to Rare Turkish, Josh and Pete, and thank you to Thrash and Michelle and Boav and Weebs. Coming up, we are gonna be talking about Kindred the Embrace. That might be sort of ongoing. I haven't really gotten into The Dragon Reborn yet, but there will be some discussion of that by Robert Jordan. We got Chicago by Night coming up, which I have not read yet. And actually, yeah, this August was terrible. Obviously, getting the podcast out has been slow, but I do have a bunch of stuff to edit and put out now, which is great. But August always blows. This one was wet and terrible and hot. Yeah, so also, as a result of that, I'm looking forward to getting back to my 5th edition vampire game this weekend. It's been about 3 weeks since we've played, so I got a bunch of notes to look through today and get everything together and write some scenes, and yeah, it's a little bit... It'll be good to get back to it. And a couple other people had scheduling things that happened, and we're kind of going to figure out where the group is and what we're doing, so I'm excited about that this weekend. And yeah, also next week we are going to be watching Seamless, which we will absolutely have an episode about. We're going to do A New Nightmare next week, and also we're going to watch these things next week. The podcasts will be out when they come out. We're also watching Twin Peaks on Wednesday nights on the Discord, and I don't know, yeah, I tend to be really high, but we're recording little 15-20 minute just responses at the end of the evenings, which eventually may be compiled into a podcast or something. But anyway, yeah, that's all the things that, yeah, really, mainly. So basically, when everything collapses, everyone just gets together and watches TV, which I think is great. So I love TV. I love watching TV. I love getting high and watching TV shows. So we're going to be talking about some TV and movies coming up, basically. But yeah, also, Vampire the Masquerade, obviously, Chicago by Night is coming up, and all the other movies and TV shows I mentioned. So, yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you for being here. KoyaDK.tv. Check out our Discord. Come and talk to us. Buy some soap from me on Etsy. And, yeah, check me out on Twitch, too. I think, yeah, really, my schedule suddenly got a big boulder thrown into it. A wrench, I guess they say. Not a boulder. Well, I don't know. An object was flung, figuratively into my figurative schedule. And now I kind of, am making some kind of plan for the fall and what I'm going to be doing, and I think the Twitch channel will be live a little more often, and yeah, maybe we'll be playing some of this content overnight on the Twitch channel when I get my shit together, and yeah, really, I mean, I feel like, yeah, all the things I'm saying is me not having been here for a couple weeks, and thanks for listening to the podcast. More stuff coming up. KoyaDK.tv. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, hey, where the fuck did Pete and Josh go? Why don't you fuckers play us out, god damn it? Hi, welcome back to Maybe We'll Talk. This one is about Starfield, a video game by Bethesda that came out this year, a couple months ago. This is sort of, I guess this is a bonus one for last week, or maybe this week. This is a 3-episode fortnight instead of a 2-episode week last week, because this is late, but late by my own reckoning. No one else cares. But yeah, so this is the Starfield one, and we have got Saint, and Alex ends up joining us on this one, so thank you very much to both of them. The next one is Bo, and after that, we got Friday the 13th Part 2, and a bunch of other stuff coming up, and Kindred the Embraced, which is... our Vampire the Masquerade talk, which really me and Saint began this whole podcast with, kind of turned into Kindred the Embraced, and I believe that we are going to be doing a rewatch of Death Note, and talking about that. So, I sort of feel like we still kind of have the main 3 topics, but I haven't really looked at the kind of release schedule and which episodes are bonus ones like this, but this sort of, why am I even, it really doesn't matter. I sat down and I was like, I'm going to sit down and I'm just going to be like, this is the Starfield one, this is extra, beyond the other 3 topics we do, so here it is. But I feel like I always have this compulsion to explain exactly why I've made any of the decisions, any of the creative decisions, or any of the decisions I've ever made in my entire life. Someday, someone's going to ask me to explain myself, and all this practice will have come in handy. The next episode is Bo. I guess what I was saying is that I felt like I wanted to do the 3 topics, like 1, 2, 3, bonus episode, 1, 2, 3, bonus episode, or just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, with the bonus ones in there. And now I've lost track of that. But if I sat down with a pen and a piece of paper for roughly 45 seconds, I would be able to figure out where I am in my own stupid schedule that only I care about. Thank you so much for listening to this podcast. I hope you like it. I hope you like listening to me talk to my friends on the phone. Here is Saint. Let's talk about Bethesda's 2023 masterpiece, Starfield. From touching your mouth, probably. And the whole way down, but immediately it starts absorbing that shit. It's hard to eat less edibles, that's for real.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to go crazy in general. Well, I don't, because I'm an old and distinguished adult now that doesn't get wasted every day. So I feel like, I'm so old and wise, I don't have to put an ounce of weed into my can of butter.
right?
How's Starfield?
Really good.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's Skyrim in space. It's Skyrim, Fallout, whatever. It's the same game. It's the essential systems are all the same shit. It's you know, it shoots and plays like a Fallout game. There's some space magic, like Skyrim shouts. You know, it's like this sort of system of magic space powers you have that have no connection to anything else that you're doing necessarily. So, like, it doesn't relate to your skills or your gear. So it's like its own system, just like shouts are in Skyrim.
Yeah.
And but it's cool. I'm still really into it because of the way they did New Game Plus.
Okay.
They did it in a really unique way. Because it's not really New Game Plus. It's like you're repeating the story, but you're not like starting a new game.
If you're trying not to spoil something, I don't mind, and this show is full spoilers as a policy.
All right. Well, I mean, essentially, starting New Game Plus means like moving to a parallel universe.
Oh.
And
okay.
Playing the game over again, but your character in the game has the foreknowledge of having seen everything.
Wow.
And there are dialogue options and stuff that reflect that, so you can tell people things. So like, you know,
that's some Malkavian shit.
Warn them and stuff, yeah. So yeah, I think it's really well done. It's really interesting. There's a whole sort of like philosophical thing about it, like, you know, it's basically this idea, like the idea of Starfield is you know, you're like an explorer, you're with this this exploration group called Constellation.
Yep.
And you're exploring these weird alien artifacts and flying around the galaxy and stuff. So it's sort of like it presents this as like this is the sort of ultimate exploration. This is, you know, you leave your universe and go to another universe. But once you leave, you can never go back.
Of course.
You know. And once you've begun that journey to other universes, you know, it's like you're forever changed. But I think it's a really cool metaphor for you know, that the whole like the hero's journey and the you know, the sort of idea of exploration in a spiritual sense, that, you know, when you set forth on your journey, you're not the same person who comes back.
For sure.
If you come back at all. But that's also the you know, that's like the that's the appeal and the you know, the risk of going out exploring. And I think it's really cool because they really captured in a really like essential way in this game.
There's also a sense, yeah. I like things that touch on the idea that, like, once everything is explored, like once you know your world and your story, like maybe the ultimate exploration would be exploring time or exploring other choices you might have made.
Exactly, because it's, you know, it is a Bethesda RPG, so you make choices, like, do I do this, do I do that, and then making certain choices locks you out of certain things. But now you have the freedom to go back and do it again. And it's cool. There's a character in it who's called like the Hunter, and he's one of these extra-dimensional travelers, and he's called the Hunter because he has lost all empathy with regular people now, because he's done this. He's done it so many times. Like, he's like, these are really literally NPCs to me. They're not real people anymore. I don't care. You know, it's the quickest way for me to get what I need in each universe is to just murder everybody in my way, grab what I want, and keep going.
Oh, that's like the guy from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, I've never really watched Rick and Morty, but I've heard people reference that on Starfield forums. So.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
You know, and there's a interesting thing too, because there's definitely a bunch of people I've seen on these forums also talk about how they don't want to do New Game Plus. They're like, I don't want to leave behind like, all the money I made and all the cool items and the the amazing ships I've built and the outposts I've networked together and everything. I don't have to start all over.
So you
so you don't have to. Obviously,
you can stay. You can. Yeah, the universe is big, right?
Yeah, but it's interesting because there is one character in Constellation. There are several characters in Constellation who, like, come with you basically.
Oh yeah.
Out, into the new universes. But there's a few people who decide to stay behind. One of the guys who stays behind is the guy who's like funding Constellation. He's like this corporate CEO, mega billionaire, but he's like, well, I made all my money, so now I'm going to spend all my money exploring. Now I'm going to spend it, funding the exploration of the universe and science, and pure exploration and science, because I think that's cool. So when it's time to go to the new universe, he's like, no, I'm going to stay behind. And he's like, it sounds crazy. That old saying, you can't take it with you. He's like, what if I go to this new universe and I'm not rich? And what if, that's what defines me? What if that's what's important about me is this, this wealth and this status and this power? What will I be without it? And you can have an interesting conversation with him to say like, maybe you're a lot more than that. Maybe if you went into universe and you found you were a pauper, you'd still make a lot of money and get big if you wanted to, because you're that kind of person. And so it's interesting. And I was like, the people who don't want to leave and go to a New Game Plus, they're the billionaire. They don't want to leave behind all their stuff because they know they won't be. They go to the new universe. You start in the new universe, you lose all your stuff. You lose all your ships, you lose all your gear, you lose all your money. You only take your level and your skills with you.
Do you
that's your knowledge, basically.
Do you respec?
Mm-mm.
No? You don't get to choose a new origin? Like, it's not like you go to a universe where you had a different origin?
No. I thought you might be able to, but no.
Okay.
Yeah.
It almost seems like the idea of him ending up in a universe where he is not rich and does not have the resources. It seems like maybe he would get a chance to also, well, I don't know, because I'm sort of, that gets into the, I mean, I already want to ask a million questions about the metaphysics of it, but I guess the one I'm kind of,
the metaphysics are super unclear. That's part of it.
I mean, they have to be.
It's a video game. They're not going to write like a rigorous metaphysical treatise about how dimension hopping works and everything. It's like, because when you start the New Game Plus, it's like you start from the beginning of the game again, pretty much.
Right.
And
you're a minor.
You start this game as a minor with no money.
Yep.
So when you return, you have no money again. Doesn't matter. But this guy is like, well, like when will he return exactly? I think it's like when you first start gathering these weird
artifacts which you encounter in the mine.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
So I guess, yeah. So my question really was, if your ego goes into the body of a guy that's about to discover the artifact in the mine, what ego was inhabiting him up until the time that you snatched your doppelganger invading demon from another dimension body? Yeah, I could have phrased that better, but you kind of know what I'm saying, right?
No, I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, yeah.
You ever see that movie, The One, with Jet Li?
Oh, yeah. Wow, it's been a long time, though, but yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think kind of that a little bit.
Kind of that's kind of a deep, yeah.
Traveling between dimensions and murdering your other selves to gather power.
And it also, in that movie, it happens to all of them. They all gather power equally.
Yeah, it like concentrates.
So like, so there's the main character, I think, is just a guy, and suddenly he realizes that he has superpowers because another guy has been killing all of his.
Right, because the alternate self, one of his alternate selves has been hopping dimensions and murdering other alternate selves.
I recall a swarm of Jet Lis towards the end of the movie, like 20 of them running across a rock or something. I don't know. Is there a anyway? Starfield. Yeah, that's a cool movie, actually.
Yeah, that was a fun movie. Yeah, so Starfield is good. It's got like, as far as like CRPG, like the game loop, it's pure Bethesda. Like, go to an area, explore a little bit, murder a bunch of dudes.
Yes.
Gather their shit until you're over encumbered. Drop one thing so you're not over encumbered. Fast travel back to a vendor. Sell all your shit. Maybe upgrade some shit. Level up.
Drop 4 brooms in a bowl.
Yeah, repeat. You know, there are good conversations. There's like there's good writing. There's like fun quests and stuff. The faces are kind of wooden. I'll be honest. The faces are a little like. And I mean, for a game that's really old-fashioned about its dialogue trees and its conversations, like, I remember we were talking about Bloodlines, right? And we're like,
oh my god,
we're like, it's kind of old-fashioned that it's like you're locked into like staring directly
at them, but their face is the whole screen.
Mm-hmm.
There's an unbelievable array of beautiful scenery and even your own character and other things to look at while you listen to the dialogue. If this was a choice, I don't know why anyone would make the Bloodlines choice in this day and age.
Look directly into their eyes. Their weird plasticky faces. And you know, and this is a thing too about this game.
6 inches away, nose to nose.
Yeah, you have an unvoiced protagonist too, right?
Yeah.
Which again to me is like, it feels really old fashioned. After playing a lot of CRPGs that do have a voiced protagonist, it can be hard, I think, dealing with non-voiced protagonist games. Like, I find myself in games with voiced protagonists, I find myself turning off the subtitles and watching and listening to all of the dialogue like it's a movie. In Starfield, I read what they're saying and I click. So they're it's because otherwise it's like, I think I've mentioned this before, unvoiced protagonist games now, it feels like I'm receiving a lot of monologues rather than having a dialogue with somebody most of the time.
And making choices as you go through it.
Yeah, because a lot of the time the choice is like, you have several choices that are like one short sentence each, and then the person you respond to says about 5 or 6 lines.
Yeah.
Long lines. So there's it doesn't feel like a conversation. It feels like you're being talked to a lot and told stuff, and then you make a choice about what happens next. That's how it feels. It doesn't feel like a conversation when you have an unvoiced protagonist a lot of times. And I think, like, if you go back years and years and years, it was harder to feel that way because you never had voice protagonists for the most part. But now, for me now, it's hard to go back. I think of games like Cyberpunk. I think of games like Assassin's Creed games, which are not exactly an RPG, but they're kind of RPG-ish. The last few ones.
I was gonna say last few ones.
Fallout 4. You know, I feel like a lot of people, you know, raise a lot of ruckus about the voice protagonists in Fallout 4, which honestly really surprised me too, because the voice actors for both of the main characters, the male and female ones in Fallout 4, were fucking amazing. They were really good voice actors, so I don't understand the problems.
Yeah,
But I think that was the first Bethesda game with a fully voiced protagonist. And I think a lot of people didn't like it for some reason. I guess that's part of what it is. A Bethesda game is like, you feel like like a Bethesda RPG, stereotypically, I think the idea is to be like, you can do whatever you want. You can be whoever you are. You can be whoever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can choose who you are. When there's a voice protagonist, there's a lot less of that feeling because the voice of the protagonist is like it. The voice actor and the director have made choices about how certain lines sound and about how the characters' emotions are coming out and how they're reacting.
Sure.
Even if you have choices in the game, you might say like, oh, I want to choose a choice that sounds sad, but it doesn't really come out sad the way you thought it was going to be. It comes out more like sad, like angry or whatever, instead of just like sad crying or something like that. I'm just kind of making something up, but yeah.
Oh no, yeah.
So it's like, it's like the pros and the cons of that. To segue to the next thing, I was gonna say too, Baldur's Gate 3. That is one of the reasons I feel like I bounced off Baldur's Gate 3 when I started playing it, because I played it a couple hours and I haven't gone back to it. I've been thinking about it, but part of it is the dialogue in that game. I bounced off it because I was like, wow, I really feel like I'm being monologued out. It doesn't help that there's a GM there too, narrating it to you.
That's so funny, but you're right. Yeah, there is.
Don't get me wrong, because I liked that GM narration. As soon as it started, I was like, this is awesome. This is cool. I like that. I like that this is like like I am playing a tabletop game practically with like a fucking DM describing shit to me, even though I can see it. Even though I can see it on the screen.
The DM has a voice.
The DM voice describing it to you, and also like sort of adding more context that's not necessarily purely visual, is great. It's so good.
She does often tell you like how your character is feeling or what they, what kind of thoughts, what's happening to them internally. So it's
And I kind of like that. And you know what's interesting? Sometimes I think about stuff like that in role-playing games because I do that when I run games too, especially.
Oh boy, I've been doing it like crazy. Yeah,
because especially Vampire, it's like a horror game. So
it's about your urges.
Right. So but I did say to my players, I was like, you guys, I want to really make it really clear. This is rule 0, is that I may make descriptions like this, and I may say your character feels this way, or your character kind of involuntarily reacts this way. You can tell me no at any time. You can be like, no, that's incorrect. I don't think my character would react like that. I don't think that's right. This is what I want to do, and this is how I want to feel. And I'll be like, oh, okay, cool.
That's a good rule 0.
Yeah. But I think about that because I remember running a vampire game like that was like play by post on a forum. So it was just kind of like people typing to each other. And I did that to somebody, and somebody's like, don't you ever do that to my character. That's really that's really uncool. You can't be my character's autonomy is extremely important. You can't just be telling me anything. I was like, whoa, okay. I mean, again, that was my rule 0 is that I'm like, and in a play-by post, maybe this is even easier because I can literally go back and edit that post and cross all that shit out.
Yeah.
No, that didn't happen. But I still think about that sometimes because I'm like, oh yeah, some people have different kind of
expectations
about how much autonomy and stuff they have over their characters. Again, like, having played a lot of horror games, I'm used to storytellers, game masters and stuff saying like, this is how you feel, this is what happens. So
maybe it's our vampire background and upbringing.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but it was a vampire game that I was running.
Yeah, it's interesting that you were the one running it and you got that reaction. It's hard to tell, like, play by post and even just typing on the internet, it's kind of hard to tell where people are sort of at.
Yeah, and I guess that was the thing too, but because it was a play-by-post, because I don't want to do. Sometimes in play-by-post games, I would make assumptions that I wouldn't make in tabletop games where everyone's talking around, because I want to keep things moving quickly. Because people might post like 2 or 3 sentences in a day.
Oh yeah.
And then, and if you're trying to corral like 5 people, like most of the play-by-post games I've ever run have died relatively quickly because people don't keep up posting quickly enough, and then everyone just kind of stops posting and loses interest.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things I would try to do to try and keep it going as long as possible was to make assumptions like, oh, I didn't hear from somebody in a couple of days. Okay, we're moving forward. This is what they did, and
sure, yep.
Blah blah blah. We're going.
Oh man, I do that to my guys these days all the time, also. But they all know that I do. They're all yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's like rule 0. If you're really not okay with that, please say something, please. And if it's like. And it's like, even to the point, it's like, if you feel like you're too, like, I know my players, none of my players are too introverted to be like, no, like, I'm too scared to jump in and stand up for myself. Like, these guys aren't like that. So that's not a problem. But I could see in other games where necessary sometimes, or, if you have a certain group of players where somebody might be, like a little timid or a little less like assertive, and they do think the thing is not correct. That they've said they're uncomfortable about something that's happening in the game, but they can't express it at that point. So, but now
I know about that.
Yeah. But again, that's, I guess, just a general role playing thing too. Is it's different when you role play with people that you've known for like 20 years, and you can just we know each other so well. We've role played together so many times. Like, you don't have to have like a session 0 where you talk about what are people's limits, what is like, does anybody have some triggers? We're going to be playing a vampire game with vampires, talking about like violence and possibly like sexual themes. Is that like, does somebody have like something that like is really, they like really just want to come right out and say like, let's not touch this.
Let's not do that. Yeah.
And
man, I've had to fill out a whole form before for a TTRPG.
Yeah, that's the social the contract of the RPG, basically. The social contract. And if you're playing with people that you've never played with before, that you don't know, then I think that's a good idea, especially when it comes to something like a horror game. If you're playing D&D and you're playing it like a war game, then like whatever.
Yeah. Although you never know. You never if you don't know your storyteller, you never know what's gonna
Yeah. Sometimes people do like weird shit.
Yep. Sometimes people do like weird shit.
Yeah, sometimes people are just inappropriate.
Yep.
In ways that you didn't think that they were going to be.
Yeah, yes. Shockingly inappropriate at times. Yeah. Humanity.
Yeah.
Something about the voiced protagonist. I mean, I guess I definitely feel like there are players. Well, obviously, because this was a decision. I mean, I feel like there are a lot of players that prefer to have an unvoiced protagonist so they can like more fully become whoever the character is in their head.
Yeah,
for their own headcanon.
No, and I absolutely understand that, and I'm absolutely down with that. Yeah, I think it just depends on the game, and it depends on like the sort of the goal of the game. And like Starfield is really about open world exploration and just like kind of running around and doing whatever. So I can totally understand why to sort of reinforce that, the developers decided, okay, yeah, we'll go for unvoiced because it'll let people like sort of have more variety. But whereas like a game, I don't know, yeah, certain other games where you have a voice protagonist, they do kind of, if not fully, at least loosely kind of define the background a little bit ahead of time for you. And so, I don't know, I guess I'm gonna look at my list of CRPGs, I guess, and think about what's voice and what's not.
Since we mentioned Cyberpunk.
Yeah, Cyberpunk's on my mind because the 2.0 patch came out recently, and I haven't played it yet, but I was planning to.
I feel like I prefer the voiced. I feel like thinking about Far Cry, which maybe you and I will eventually talk about, and really about Cyberpunk and just the cinematic nature of the whole experience and how much I liked it. Like I loved Cyberpunk. And tell you what, I'll throw in Death Stranding. I like having a character. You know what? I like it both, but I like a more for a video game. I like the character with a background that's made for me. I can kind of reflect a little bit and get to know him, and also be immersed through another guy. It's a little harder if I have to do a little bit less work and I'm high.
Yeah, but also the ability to shape that character a little bit, like still need to be able to make decisions.
Oh man, yeah.
What they do or where they're going. Because some games like
Cyberpunk, holy shit.
Yeah, because okay, so here's an example of a game that kind of swings back like way in the other direction, like that I played recently, Jedi Survivor.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah,
sure. That's not even really an RPG because
you get some kind of points and you earn perks or something.
Yeah, there's a skill tree. You level up and you put points in your skill trees, and you get some different kinds of weapons, and you dress your character different and stuff. But you don't get to make choices in that game other than like which direction do I go and which lightsaber do I use to kill this motherfucker.
Yep.
Very
good point. Yeah.
You don't make story plot beat choices. There's a part in that where there like something bad happens, the main character is betrayed by somebody he trusts.
Cal Kestis is betrayed?
A whole bunch of like a whole huge fucking squad of Imperial dudes all roll up on him and surround him, and then there's a button that says press R2 to embrace the dark side, and I was like, what if I don't want to? What if I don't want to embrace the dark side?
Oh my god.
What if I just don't want to do that?
Press R2. Really simplifying. That's very funny.
It's like press F to pay your respects.
Respects.
Press F to pay respect. You don't have a choice to decide like, no, Cal, reject the dark side, step away. Like, no, he's got to go through this whole portion where he almost falls to the dark side, and he taps into that darkness and messes up a whole bunch of fucking Imperial dudes.
Do you choke him? Do you get dark powers? Does your lightsaber turn red?
Oh, a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. You know what it is? The Cal Kestis' I think kind of like signature power that he has that nobody else seems to have is that he can sort of like time slow everybody around him.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That power turns into like a dark side power where he time slows everybody, but then he switches stances like this. Kind of reminds me actually of like Starkiller from Force Unleashed with like the sort of like backwards, like the the sort of held back one-handed stance.
Yep.
And all your attacks do something like 2 or 3 times as much damage, and you just attack really fast, and it's really great for just like murdering everybody in the room really fast, or like really fucking up a boss really bad.
Now I want to play it twice as much.
Yeah, but it's cool, but it's like it's not an RPG in that way. It's like you don't have a choice to be like, no, I'm not going to embrace the dark side. You're like, no, this game is like, no.
Cal's gonna have the storyline. Yeah,
Cal's gonna have a struggle with the dark side now, and you're gonna press the buttons to have him do it.
I guess they say it has RPG elements. I guess that's what you would call a game. Like that.
Yeah, of course. It's an action game with RPG elements. I guess Far Cry is a little bit like that too. Like Far Cry games, you don't make choices. You just you have a character and they're voiced, and
you encounter other characters that you do favors for. Yeah,
exactly. Or you exactly. And I guess every game's got to have a fucking like skill tree and progression at this point, right?
Yeah, do they have to? Is that the law? Did they pass that one into?
I mean.
But you're right. You're correct.
I'm trying to think of a game, any kind of game I played recently that that isn't an RPG, but that they just threw some kind of progression in there for whatever reason anyway. And I think it's pretty much everything. I mean, it's a gameplay loop that is like tried and tested.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's that treadmill of being like, oh, I'm gonna get something new. I'm gonna get a new shiny. I'm gonna get a new power. I'm gonna get a new level. I'm gonna get a new equipment. It's what keeps me going for just play for a little bit longer.
And now I get to go out and try out the new doodad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so,
boy, that feels nice when that happens.
Exactly.
Yo, let me tell you something. I spent 2 weeks of my life, probably 8 hours a day, trying to get I think it was a shoulder piece in Silithus. I swear to God, there was one area where if I walked in a slow circle, the guys that I had killed would respawn by the time I got back to them. And I ground one cave for at least 2 weeks, at least 6 hours a day. I did something similar to that in Draenor, but the big one was in Silithus. Like, really, like.
Dude, anybody who's played WoW has done that.
Oh my God.
The one that I remember wasn't even for a real piece of gear.
No, this was not. This was not for a real piece of gear. It was for cosmetics.
Nice. This was for. I was doing it with my human rogue, so keep in mind I was on the Alliance side.
Okay.
I was trying to get Baron Strath, the Baron's Mount in Stratholme, the undead horse. It was like a purple and black undead horse with like big old fucking demon horns and everything. As an Alliance side character, I knew if I got that, like I would people would like fucking be checking me out. And it was like they'd improved the drop rate for it very slightly, from like 0.001% to like 0.05% or something like that.
Okay.
But as like a level 80 rogue, because I think 80 was the level cap when I was trying to do this, I could solo it. I could stealth, walk past all the mobs right to the end, and solo the end sequence with the correct build and gear on.
Was it once a day you were allowed to try?
I forget. It was
might have been.
It's a 5-man instance, so it could have been. I feel like I could have tried it more than once a day. I don't remember how instances work at all anymore. Was it only you can only go through an instance once a day?
Well, I feel like you could only loot the bosses. Maybe not. Maybe that was only like raids. No, raids were like once a week. I feel like, and I might be talking about like heroic dungeons or the way that it eventually worked. Like, who knows how it worked at the time you were doing this?
Yeah,
right.
It was different.
So certain things you could only do once a day, and I feel like that might be the kind of boss you could only get one chance to loot the horse per day.
Possibly.
Even
if it didn't, it was like something. It took me like 15 minutes or something to do, so I could do it a few times.
Yeah,
I could do it a few times a day, but like, yeah. Eventually, I did get that fucking horse too, and it was like I was on top of the fucking world. I would just go fucking like sit on my horse and ride my ass into the middle of like Ironforge in front of the auction house, and then walk away from my computer for an hour.
You just sit there and let people come by and note. Yes. Oh boy, yeah, that's what you did.
And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's skeleton horse."
Oh, this guy's here. Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
What a fun game.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got it. Did you have some kind of counter installed, some add-on that told you how many times you had rolled for it, so that when you get that's what people like doing that shit now. So they're like, "This is the 1,000th time I've rolled for this fucking horse."
No, I mean I had a vague count of how many times I tried it, because I think it was like I started doing it like I knew the date I had started. I was like, oh no, I started this because it was like the day of the patch. I was like, oh, as soon as they patched it, I was like, okay, now this is worth
go for it. Yep.
Actually trying to do this. And it took me like 3 months or something like that.
I'd like to say that, and also eventually going back and running old bosses like that became just something people did like without even blinking an eye, because everyone ended up being, level 100 or whatever. But like around level 80 is like the first time I heard like Lunch Buddy going, yeah, I'm going to go solo a dungeon boss. And that was like, people were just figuring that out at the time.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think I forget what patches and what dungeons those were, but like right around that time, level 80 with like good raid gear or like the high level PvP gear that was around at that time or whatever, you could, and the right builds and classes. You
would have to have a specific set. Yeah,
you could go back to those old level 60, formerly endgame dungeons, and go and solo them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love playing a rogue because I could solo lots of shit that way. I could just
sneak back there.
I wasn't as good for rogue. It wasn't as good as soloing as other classes. I forget. There were some other classes that were really good at like actually soloing the bosses that were there.
I'm sure warriors had a real high survivability.
Yeah, good. I think a good tank build, but with like DPS weapon or something like that. Yep. You could just like work your way through guys.
Shamans were known to be like ridiculous at survival while still maybe the elemental shaman was just
maybe some
staying
druids.
Alive and tearing shit apart.
Maybe some druids could do it because they had the versatility. I don't remember.
Bears were extremely popular. In fact, druids were very popular when level 80 was the cap around. That was around Wrath.
Yeah, there was always
druids were crazy good. Everyone was playing druids.
Yeah. Classes came and go in waves because Blizzard fucking redesigned the whole game every couple months, practically. And
at least every couple years, without exaggeration.
Yeah, but like not even that. It's like a dungeon would come out with new gear, and then a certain class that wasn't all that good.
All of a sudden,
like if you could get them this gear,
but you have to get that piece.
Because those, once you get those pieces, though, it's like you have a certain bonuses that just make this class like absolutely out of control for whatever. Yeah.
Something to do with a Nibelung. It might have just been called Nibelung. There was there was a trinket that everybody had to get, or at least I think every tank or warrior had to get a Nibelung around Wrath.
Yeah.
Man. Dude, I could seriously do a whole not an episode, a whole podcast where I just talk about Wrath of the Lich King forever and never stop.
Oh my god.
I
was definitely in and out of WoW.
Oh.
I definitely like quit play. Like I think what would my gameplay cycle would be like I would usually like quit playing for like 6 months or a year right before like a really big expansion came out, and then I would come back after the expansion came out, play for a while, and then like get bored again and then drop off,
and
then come back. You could do that in that game because the level caps would only rise when the expansion came out, and you didn't care about the fact that you were behind on gear anymore because
exactly.
As soon as you walked into the new zone, the fucking green gear that drops at level 81 outclasses everything except the absolute top of the line level 80 raid gear. I remember the first. What was the first expansion?
The Burning Crusade.
Burning Crusade.
It burns when I crusade. Doctor. I think I saw a guild almost immediately upon logging in called It Burns When I Crusade, and I was like, wow, I'm always going to think about venereal disease whenever I talk about this game.
Yeah. But I remember everybody just being like picking up green gear
immediately
and being like, what the fuck? What the hell? Why? What? And then, like, for me, like, I think a lot of people, like, were, like, shocked who had been raiding for a long time and been, like, fucking banging their heads against Molten Core and Blackwing Dungeon. Never mind fucking Silithus. I never got to Silithus in the guild I was in. we were still halfway through Blackwing Dungeon when Burning Crusade came out, and we all dropped those raids like a fucking rock.
Oh yeah.
We had a few people who were still agitating, like, "Oh, we should still go back because it's fun to do that." Everybody else was like, "No, fuck that."
Nah. Yeah. No, I know.
No.
Yeah. Nope. Not anymore. There's gold in them. Whatever Outland Hills. Yeah.
Flying rocks in the sky.
Holy shit. How scary was Outland? Oh my god, I hated going there.
I loved it. I loved it so much.
You love the crumbling continent floating in the nether? I hated it.
I love it. I loved it so much. Oh. I love floating spars of land floating in the nether.
Yeah?
It's my favorite thing ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That whole aesthetic is...
That whole aesthetic is so good to me.
Okay.
I love it.
Oh, you could watch it crumble. Like, there are pieces of it floating away. I was like, this is why. This is why. Because... Why would we go to war to claim anything on this piece of land?
Why would we want to fight for this?
Yes.
Literal fragment of a planet that got Death Starred.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even a whole world. This is like a chunk that's like floating free from what got Death Starred.
Still got some cities on it, and people are still fighting giant demons there.
Yeah, still got one city and like a bunch of really big crystals, I guess.
Yeah. I guess there were important things happening that people wanted to do, I guess.
You know, that game really had me for a sense of wonder and exploration for a while, too.
Oh my God.
Because I remember the first time going into a lot of those Outland zones and just being like, look at this shit. Like that fucking giant diamond the size of a small mountain. Just like, what the fuck is that thing?
Can I answer that question for you? Because it's fucked up.
Oh, no, I remember what it was now. I remember doing the whole quest line and everything but like now I forget off the top of my head. But I did eventually learn, but I remember just like running over to it and being like, how do I get in here? What's going on?
Yeah. There's a big folklore because the orcs see the ghosts of their ancestors rising from the graveyards and going into Ashugan, that crystal.
Oh, right.
It turns out there's a corrupted godling spirit in there just consuming the souls of their ancestors. And the orcs are out there having holidays and being like, yes, we'll watch our ancestors go to the crystal, like they're celebrating it, and their souls are being eaten by a voidling.
Yeah. I remember that now. Terrible.
Awesome. But you're right, the sense of exploration, I mean, especially as long as I was into that game through 5 or 6 expansions, like into every single one of them, exploring every inch of them. Like, it's a great game. I hate myself for saying that.
Yeah, they made a beautiful world. They really did. It was great to just like poke around and explore. I used to love going into like little corners where nobody else would bother to go through because there's no quests or anything over there, and just kill mobs by myself.
Yep.
You know, where nobody else was.
I had all kinds of little corners that I would go and visit. I knew that I could get a couple hippos at this place or.
Yeah. Little nooks and crannies.
Oh man. I wonder what it's like now. I wonder if it's all loot boxes and pay to win artifacts or whatever, like Diablo.
Yeah, it's probably all pay to win. I'm pretty sure you can buy gold and everything. So.
Oh well.
Oh well.
I did it for 15 years or so. It was cool.
Yeah.
Not really. Not even up through 2020. I probably did it for 10 years. That's enough. That was a lot. That's still a lot.
I think I only did like the first 2 or 3 expansions. So.
Yeah. Legion is when I really fell off. I don't think I went back after Legion, really. But I bought Legion, and I played up till the end game, and then I was kind of like, I don't like... Some of this stuff is starting to feel different, and I feel like... Yeah, I think that was it. But, I mean, that's Legion is like 5 or 6 deep.
Yeah. Dude, that's a long time to play one game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long time.
It's a long time for one game to be on the fucking market and like making money and being advertised and being developed.
Yeah.
Insanely long. Like, what else came out in 2004 that people are still playing? Oh, Bloodlines. This is a contemporary of Bloodlines. This game we're talking about.
Yeah, and Half-Life 2.
So Probably. I bet there are people playing, Team Fortress, which is, a derivative.
That's true.
And I mean, honestly, anything on the Source engine is kind of counts as Half-Life 2.
Yeah, but come on, something on the Source engine that came out in 2008 is very different from something on the Source engine that came out in 2004.
That's real correct. Man, did Portal 2 come out in 2008? Is Portal 2 15 years old?
Might be, yeah.
It's around there. Man, a lot of things happened.
Mm-hmm.
They really, so many things happened.
Yeah.
There's so many that I haven't even talked about. I haven't even talked about Portal yet. Or World of Warcraft, for real.
Let's steer back towards
RPGs. Yeah.
I think we were going to try and make that our theme anyway, but we started that way.
I mean, I'm not going to mention World of Warcraft in the description or the title. It's somewhere, sometimes you get lost along the way.
You could RP with. I remember playing in an RP server for a little while in World of Warcraft just for fun.
Totally.
And having fun with it, and people, trying to RP, usually pretty badly, but hey, it was something.
Yeah. I thought the RP was fine. I mean, I hung out in that one tavern where everyone had their underwear on.
Yes, the sex tavern.
Yeah. Mainly because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it is funny.
It is. It really is.
It's hilarious. You just you run upstairs to that tavern and there's like a dwarf, like naked dwarf sitting on the bed with like a naked night elf dancing on the bed in front of him.
Yeah.
And these are two like actual characters sitting there like that, and you're like, okay.
And there's 2 or 3 sitting there watching. And sometimes they'll be typing in the public chat, so you'll get to see the dirty things they're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Everything about World of Warcraft owns. I recommend it. It's excellent. It probably isn't anymore. Probably, I don't know. I have no idea what Blizzard is doing or what their games are like.
It's probably quite dated.
I think you can play Wrath, though. Like, I think you can play just Wrath if you want to, if you pay for it.
I guess so. I heard Diablo 4 sucked.
Yeah, I just edited us talking about Diablo 4.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Hearing that it sucked, yeah. I don't know if it sucks. I mean, I played the free weekend or whatever, and I probably would. Well, I don't know. I honestly, I'm very
a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, I did. I'm very disillusioned with Blizzard, and I think that's fair to feel that way.
There's plenty of reasons to be disillusioned.
Games notwithstanding.
Yeah, no, they exactly like no, like not even talking about games, talking about like the company and the people. Yeah, yeah. I mean, but that's the thing about Blizzard. Their games, anyway, is like Blizzard has never had a fucking original idea.
Oh yeah, no way, no.
And not even pretending to. Like, like some people like I don't know. I feel like CD Projekt Red, when they came out with Cyberpunk or whatever, they were like, this is original and groundbreaking, whatever. But it's like, no, it's just Skyrim with the Cyberpunk skin, but like cool,
good,
whatever.
But we like
That's
it,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah, but they insisted on saying how like
it's gonna revolutionize video gaming.
Yeah, but Blizzard games are just copies of copies of copies, polished to a high sheen, and designed to, push that fucking button in your brain that makes you go, I want to keep doing this.
Yeah.
For just 5 more minutes, maybe 10 more minutes. No, maybe 15 more minutes. Just keep going.
I don't know if it's anecdotal or if this is just something people were saying 10 years ago, or I would not be surprised that this was completely true. But there was an anecdote. People would say that Blizzard had a team of like psychiatrists who specialize in addiction and addictive behavior, like a team of them helping them make their games as addictive as they can be. Or maybe it was a team of like casino people.
I think
there are sinister stories, obviously.
Yeah, there's stories. I don't think you would get actual psychologists to do that, probably because most of them would be like, this
Do they have a
this is extremely, yeah, exactly. This is extremely unethical, but like that doesn't mean that people don't use like the psychological principles involving like addiction and you know, just yeah, exactly, gambling, casino things, like the way that kind of affects your brain, and the way that yeah, the way that basically games play with your mind and play with your brain. I mean, you think about Blindsided.
I do think about that a lot. Yes.
You know, the idea of entertainment is the idea of we're tricking our brains. There's a bunch of stuff that our brains find pleasurable because, evolutionarily speaking, those are good things. Like, we feel pleasure at seeing
our enemies defeated and crushed
with
a big thump.
Yeah.
A nice cracking sound effect.
Yeah. Well, I was about to say, like, we get pleasure at seeing like a wide open, you know, green field.
Oh yes, also.
You know, because you know, our primate brains are thinking like, okay, good, fertile, I can get food here. It's open. I can see if a predator is going to come at me. You know, there's water. You know, all those positive things that, you know, signal to, you know, the real, you know, sort of reptile part of your brain, like, you know, this place is good to live in, to survive in. And you cheat your brain that way by, like, you know, sticking a picture of like the forest on your wall instead of actually going out into the forest.
Yeah. Okay.
You
yeah.
know? And video games are just another, you know, video games, like any other kind of entertainment, are just another form of that, of tricking your brain into being like, I've accomplished something, you know. When you play, like, you know, like when you do something with your day, you know, you check out, you're like, I feel good, I've accomplished something, I completed my chores, I got some stuff done, I got my work done, I checked off my to-do list.
I killed the Lich King for this week.
A video game is a to-do list. It's like a checklist of stuff. Like, I literally have checklists of stuff sometimes to do in Starfield or Skyrim or whatever. Baldur's Gate or whatever, and be like, I'm gonna go do this, and then once I've done this, then I'll have the stuff I need to go do that. And then I want to do this, this, and this, and that doesn't have anything to do with the other stuff that is on my checklist. But
I better make another notepad. Get out another one.
Yeah, I'm putting them on my checklist so I don't forget about them, because I want to see this part of the story. So I'm going to make sure to do that at some point before I do these other things. Yeah, you make like a checklist. Even if you don't make a checklist, even if it's a much more immediate thing of like playing like a Call of Duty game of like, you know, just like 5 minutes, shoot. You get that immediate feedback of like something, you worked on something, something's done, move on to the next thing.
Yep.
So it's like you're tricking your brain in that kind of way.
Doing good work.
Yeah.
And Warcraft is definitely a job.
Yeah.
Blizzard is a little bit the way that they sort of just took everything, all of their properties. And they remind me of Disney in a lot of ways, but the Disney thing is that, you know, Disney sort of, they gathered up all these properties in the early part of the century from things that were in the public domain, like, you know, the Brothers Grimm fairy tales and Aladdin and, you know, Arabian Nights and all these things that were in the public domain, and they made them Disney properties, and now they're going to hang on to them forever. And like Blizzard didn't exactly take public domain things, but they took ideas that were laying around. And they really flat out, you know, you can't say that they stole from Warhammer to make their world. You know, their world is separate, but it's, you know, it's orcs, humans, undead, you know, not so many Skaven, but they're there somewhere.
It's pretty fucking close.
It's pretty fucking close. And then when you turn around and make StarCraft right after it, that's, you know, come on, man. There's a fucking Carnifex in that game.
Exactly. StarCraft, they barely even filed off the serial numbers.
Barely, Like there's a fucking Carnifex.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't remember.
It might even be called something like that. They're called something Lisk.
Yeah,
they're Lisks.
Yeah, something Lisks, but I forget, because I remember hearing people say like, "Oh, this was definitely like supposed to be like a Games Workshop licensed game."
Oh my god, actually, yeah.
I'm not sure if that's true. Atheist Man says it was.
Yeah, both.
I'm not sure if that's true.
Specifically, StarCraft.
Yeah, StarCraft was supposed to be Warhammer 40K license game,
Okay.
and then they lost the license.
I have heard this, and then they made it anyway.
That's
good job, Blizz.
I would be just as willing to believe that they never bothered to get a license in the first place, and they just ripped it off.
Just started making it, and then attempted to get the license along the way, and did not acquire it. That actually sounds really likely.
Yeah, or didn't even bother, and then just somebody concocted a story later on to be like, yeah, we were trying to get the license. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess Atheist said yes, so maybe we should just trust him because I haven't looked into it.
I'm sure there's a whole story.
The Lisk thing is a Hydralisk.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's also an Ultralisk and a Mutalisk. There's like a bunch of Lisks.
Yes.
Is kind of what I was saying. Yeah.
Ultralisk is the Carnifex. That's what the
Lisk line.
Yeah, there's a Lisk Glide. Yeah. What's going on, Atheist man?
Just playing some Grim Dawn. Wanted to see what you guys were saying about stuff.
Yeah, we accidentally started talking about World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
I noticed. And video games. Interesting thing about that psychological effect, like tricking your brain into like rewarding yourself.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of psychological studies that have been done on like how games do it in a way that's positive and how games do it in a way that's negative.
Oh.
And negative ones are like where it just feeds the loop for the specific game, and like you start feeling drained and like
sounds like a
empty if
Blizzard
you're
game.
not doing it.
Oh yeah,
like
oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the feeling.
Yes, I
Versus
do.
a game where you feel accomplished afterwards, and like you feel like
And that you had a positive experience, that you feel rewarded by the experience you had.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. And it's most of it is the unfinished loop. If you have a finished loop, like if you finish a finite game, like Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time, something that's like a very short loop, like that is a much more positive experience because you have that ending to it and you feel accomplished with it. You don't feel like it's ongoing and never ending and just like constantly a drain on your time and resources.
Becomes the job.
Yeah. And that is why also that I generally only want to play games that have a story. Strategy games are the notable exception because I like certain kinds of strategy games. If a game doesn't have some kind of story for me to like hook the mechanics on and hook the gameplay on, I lose interest real fast. I gotta have a context and like imagine in my mind,
A big reason that I got into World of Warcraft is that I used to be a very extroverted social type of person, and so now that has changed dramatically, it also changes how I feel about approaching a multiplayer game. But that's a big thing for me about multiplayers. I don't need to talk to anyone. I have people to talk to.
Yeah. And I think
I can't even imagine being extroverted.
Oh, I was a monster. I was a party animal. It was just terrible.
I think of myself as an ambivert or somebody who grew up introverted and really didn't like being introverted. So I put a lot of effort into learning how to be a bit more extroverted.
Yeah, I gave up on the external portion of my relating to I just know, but it's the public at large. Obviously I'm still kind of when I'm among my element I'm fine, but
for me, like, it doesn't matter, like, who I'm with affects how bad it is, but it's always draining to, like, talk to people. Like, doesn't mean I don't like it, it just, like, it's...
Right, you have a limited...
an effort for me to do. Like,
right, and you've got a limited amount of that social energy, so you gotta...
Exactly.
You gotta respect that. Yeah, of course. I've known many introverts, and that's... really the best way to describe it, and it's like, yeah, you got to respect that. So
people have different levels of how much
Yeah.
what kind of charge their battery can take, and some people's batteries get charged, occasionally as they're out. And well, this,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, really extroverted people, they get charged.
yeah, that's how they charge, and then yeah,
from being around
Yeah.
other people. They
I
have to.
don't mean that they necessarily like talking to every single person that they come across, but
Yeah.
when they are talking with people, it's at least the ones that they like.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. Boy, we haven't moved far afield from CRPGs, which was supposed to be the original topic of this podcast recording, but that's cool.
I think it's cool.
We always ramble.
I wanted to ask you what the spaceship, what the outer space shooting was like, because there's.
Oh,
I only played a tiny bit of it.
It's fairly simplistic, which is good, honestly, because
a whole game can be piloting a spaceship. That can be an entire goddamn game.
Yeah, space combat can get real complicated if you want it to be.
EVE Online.
EVE Online. I'm thinking also of like homeworld games.
Okay.
Elite Dangerous.
Oh yeah, never actually played that one. It was very popular for a minute.
Yeah, I played a bunch of that. I played that for a while. I was really into it for a bit. That game was like kind of like Dark Soulsy in space.
Oh.
Maybe
as far as difficult spaceship combat?
Yeah, as far as difficult spaceship combat, they really tried to stick to this sort of hard sci-fi thing. It's like you don't have no reactionless drives. You don't have you don't fly around space like you're a jet flying around the atmosphere. You don't bank. You don't turn. Like there's thrust and there's inertia and there's velocity, and it's like it was hard to get used to. It is extremely unintuitive if you play like regular flying kind of games. Starfield is not like that.
Yeah,
Newtonian mechanics versus relative mechanics.
Yeah, Starfield is very casual as far as the space combat goes. Do you guys ever play some old games called Freelancer or Privateer or Wing Commander?
I played Free Space.
Not Free Space, no.
Oh, okay.
Totally different game. Yeah.
Free Cell?
No.
No.
No. These are the space combat in Starfield is like these old games, but if you haven't played them, then that's a worthless comparison. So, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's basically just point yourself at the bad guys and shoot. Hit your afterburner if you're getting shot at, so you can dodge. Try to keep your shields up.
Is there
the
just
most
kind
important
of
thing for any space combat simulator is their sound?
There's so much sound in space in this game. It's dumb. It's like it's fine. It's fine.
Everyone can hear you whisper.
No. It's like the stealth in this game, like in Skyrim. There's a noise meter. The noise meter does not go away if you are if you're on an airless moon. And there's still a noise meter. Why? I don't know.
They have very sensitive ears. Okay.
Yeah. I think it has something to, never mind even the space like the space combat, they had the noise.
Wouldn't sound travel further in a vacuum because there's less things to cause friction?
Sound requires a medium to pass through. It needs air or water.
Well, the thing is that the molecules have to vibrate against something. So if the molecule isn't close enough to something else for the quote unquote noise made from the source to create a chain reaction, then you get no sound out of it.
But you can smell stuff in space.
Yes.
Only if you take your helmet off.
But right, which you should not do.
Apparently the moon smells like gunpowder, according to Neil Armstrong. and
cheese, Gromit. The moon is made out of cheese.
What was was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So that's another thing. I've seen a couple mods where people try to fix that, like no sound in space, but it's I think it just has to do with the way they design the game. They don't like on the ground portions when you're walking around. They don't make much differentiation between
the atmosphere.
It's either you're either in a breathable atmosphere or you're not. And if you're not in a breathable atmosphere, they don't make a distinction between an atmosphere that is poisonous and an atmosphere that doesn't exist. So it's just like you're wearing your spacesuit, you're not wearing your spacesuit. But they could have had a thing where it's like if you're wearing a spacesuit, you don't really hear anything, and that would have been fine. But still, it's the science of Starfield is really uneven. It's video game science, you know.
Sure.
It's like whatever. Yeah. It's like
it's like Skyrim science.
Yeah, or it's like Mass Effect. You see Mass Effect. There's like you're out in space, and some of the people are wearing like quote unquote spacesuits that are really just like a mask that covers the lower half of their face, and it's like your head should be exploding. We're outside the fucking spaceship. How does this work? And they're like space magic, biotics, shields,
biotics.
Something. Yeah, or they got shields, something, right? Yeah, shields, guys.
Plasma shield.
Oh, okay, fine, shields. Yeah.
Midichlorians.
Yes.
Oh, those were in Mass Effect also?
Probably. I don't know. I didn't pay that much attention to the later storyline of Mass Effect. All I know from later Mass Effect is everything was a dream, LOL.
Yeah,
everything wasn't a dream, but you did have to shoot Space Cthulhu.
You think probably... You know what I do think about all the time? Well, a couple things because of Mass Effect. But one of them is that it really would make sense if the reason we don't see UFOs is because everyone is at our exact level of technology, because it takes this long for races to develop, spaceships. And if a guy comes by every 10,000 years and wipes us all out, we would all never talk to each other. So here we are.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. That part of it, I like that part of that. Yeah.
I think I've heard that generally called the Berserker theory.
Oh yeah.
In general, I've seen it expressed different ways in different science fiction, that there is already a civilization that's conquered their galaxy, and we just don't see them. And as soon as any other civilization tries to get to space, they just shoot them down.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess that could happen too, yeah.
Yeah.
And that seems like the most likely, is that the first ones who reached interstellar travel, cut down everyone else's interstellar travel programs.
Because you don't even have to be traveling at the speed of light. They have... There's some, fairly straightforward formulas about how, even with some really relatively slow kind of interstellar travel, if you start sending human beings out to other star systems, it only takes 1 million years to colonize the entire galaxy, which, considering the galaxy is 15 billion years old, is not very much time at all. So it kind of makes sense that if there was an alien race that already showed up, they should kind of already be everywhere. But they're not.
Yeah.
Or at least that we can see.
Yeah. We saw some of them. Our government caught a few of them.
Yeah, supposedly. Yeah. No, I saw an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was like, here's the thing. They're unidentified flying objects.
Yeah.
By definition, unidentified means you cannot call them aliens, because you are identifying them as non-human extraterrestrials. We don't know that they're aliens. We just don't know what they are.
Did they start using another term instead of UFO?
Yeah, he was kind of, it's funny. He was, for USE or something or unexplained atmospheric phenomena, or UAP.
Oh,
That part, Neil deGrasse Tyson thought was stupid. He was like, whatever, UFO. But yeah, but that was the point he was trying to say. It's like, okay, they're definitely weird, and we definitely don't know what they are. But you definitely can't just jump to aliens at this point because, you don't know anything else. I don't know, except maybe those aliens in Mexico.
Yeah, those we don't have any confirmation on what happened in New Mexico.
Yeah, no, they're probably fake because they won't show them to anybody else. I don't know. They also look like, I don't know, pretty fake.
You look pretty fake.
Ooh, your mom was pretty fake.
Hey, I mean, she is partly fake, so it's not unreasonable.
Aren't we all fake though?
It's true.
With the masks.
Aren't we all just actors?
With we wear, yeah.
Chinese rooms.
All of humanity is merely players. Something.
Yes, that is.
All the world's a stage. All the men and women merely players. There.
Yep.
Shakespeare.
Very good.
Something about Sound and Fury, I think.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it when the guy says, "If we shadows have offended, think but this, and all is mended. That you have but slumbered here." That's kind of like what David Lynch says in his TV show.
That's a cool couplet. I like it.
In Mass Effect has a voiced protagonist.
It does. Mass Effect does have a voice protagonist.
The only game I've ever noticed this, or maybe the only game that this bothered me so much. As a matter of fact, I think this might happen in Cyberpunk. But in Mass Effect, it'll show you the things, your choices for dialogue, and you'll pick one of them, and she will say something different. Something that is the same gist of what you picked. But she'll have a whole line that is not what you picked.
Expected. Nope.
And sometimes it's really different than what you thought.
Yes.
That's weird.
That is weird.
I always thought that was weird.
I remember playing Fallout 4. They had the same thing. And the first thing I did in Fallout 4 was get a mod.
Wow,
that changed that to show the full line of dialogue that your character says.
Good. That's very silly.
Somebody
I need
went
that
through,
so badly.
Somebody went
so
through
many times,
and made a mod that had like the full line of dialogue that you're gonna say instead of just be sarcastic, agree with them, disagree with them,
Even worse than that, when they're like, when it's not a be sarcastic and they just give you an option, like.
Yeah,
Mass Effect did okay with like the
you end up being
blue,
sarcastic.
white, red, and like so like when it's you're trying to be.
You kind of know if you're going to be an asshole.
Yeah, and sometimes it would just give you like 4 really fucking cryptic options.
Yeah.
It's like, so what do you think about this nuclear weapon that we're going to use to destroy the Commonwealth? And the options are like red. 17 breeze
boats.
Yeah. And it's like, the fuck?
That was an interesting example.
I'm like, I just but it, like that is as cryptic as possible. But sometimes I felt like I was facing choices like that. I was just like, I don't know what any of this means.
Isn't Red 17 the name of a guy?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Red 13.
Red 13.
Oh, okay.
Final Fantasy 7.
Close enough.
Yeah.
That was close.
Yeah.
No, I hate the ones where they have like 3 dialogue options that you look at them and they mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, I don't know which one of these
is
the sarcastic one, which one of these is the like agreeing one, and which one of these is the my character is insane and legitimately agrees with this insane position that is being held.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that none of us, that neither me nor Saint mentioned the quintessential example of this kind of thing, which is the taxi driver in Bloodlines. You talk to the taxi driver and you just have 4 options that are basically shut the fuck up and drive, my servant.
I circle back to Starfield for like 2 seconds.
Sure.
Again, talking about the dialogues.
Yeah.
That's what I feel like most of the dialogues in Starfield are like, to be perfectly honest. They're like yes, no, ask for further information.
Yeah.
Literally,
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's, again, not really having conversations. It's just, but whatever.
Yeah, there's a real, and especially I feel like in games where the main character is not voiced, and usually that's a game where you have more options for your main character, which is one of the reasons you don't get a voice. But like, oh fuck, what were you saying?
Oh, I don't know. I'm stoned.
Oh, that but yeah, and you've kind of already said it, but it really seems like because of that and because of that level of immersion they're giving you, you just have the option to interview the shit out of everyone you see. If you want the whole story, you can just exhaust. Here's 9 dialogue trees. You can just listen to everything this guy has to say. Go for it, bro. You're role playing now.
Right.
Now this is role playing.
Yeah.
Tell me everything you have to say for yourself.
Yeah. One thing I think that's interesting about voice protagonists too, and I remember hearing this tidbit that kind of stuck with me. That was really interesting when they were. I saw an interview with the voice actress for FemV.
Okay.
And she was talking about how she's like, so the most complicated. She's like, I didn't have the same. Me and the actor who was playing Melvi is not like we coordinated. We didn't say like, oh, you say the line like this and I say the line like this, or, this is how it's supposed to come out. All they had was timing. They had timing. So, and apparently they alternated timing. So, but what that means is like, she's like, okay, so I have this line and it takes me this many seconds to say this line.
Oh, weird.
When the male character has to say it in the exact same amount of time.
To make it work, right?
To make it work in the game. So it's like she set the timing for half the dialogue and he set the timing for the other half of the dialogue. But that was like their only interaction because they were also recording during COVID, so it wasn't like they were hanging out or anything.
Oh my god.
It was all remote. So.
That's so weird, yeah.
But I thought that was interesting because I was like, because she was talking about how that like sometimes informed like her.
Yeah, it must, yeah.
Yeah.
Weird.
I was like, wow, that's interesting too. And then again, that's just one more little thing that comes with having like a voice protagonist. Because like, if you want to do a role playing game too, not most of the time nowadays, if you want to do a voice protagonist, you got to give people at least a femme and mask, kind of options. Generally speaking,
yeah,
at least.
you don't have to, but it's but yeah,
it's kind of standard.
Yeah, it's extremely standard. Yeah,
you're gonna have like usually more than one voice.
Sam Porter Bridges did not have a female option, as I recall.
That's true, but again,
but I mean, okay, I'm just saying you don't have to.
Yeah, but that's always the interesting thing is like how much of an RPG is it still though if you have one character that is assigned to you by the developers.
Really good question.
That, even V is customizable. What's your background? What's your whatever. Sam Porter Bridges is Sam Porter Bridges.
Yeah, Death Stranding might not be an RPG at all. It might barely have RPG elements in it. I don't know if he even has perks. He crafts. Yeah. So that might have been a totally that might have been a bad example, but
But again,
you want character customization is big.
Yeah, but what's the interesting thing too is just I'm still thinking about playing Baldur's Gate 3, and when I'm thinking about when I go back to play Baldur's Gate 3 again, I don't think I want to make a custom character. I actually think I want to play one of the characters that are the pre-made characters.
I kind of want to do that too. I want to start a game and just
and Baldur's Gate 3 is unquestionably a role-playing game. Like like
it's a tabletop role-playing game.
It is a tabletop role-playing game made into and that's part of the genius of it. And I want to mention something about the dice rolling too in just a second, but that's an interesting option though, that you can be one of the already pre-made characters and make them as your character. But like at the same time, it still like makes perfect sense. And I was just gonna mention too. I remember like the dice, the fact that they show you the dice roll in Baldur's Gate 3 is so fucking good.
It's so much fun. Every time I get to roll the dice, I'm so happy.
Because every game has like a random number mechanic.
Yeah.
And in 99% of those games, you don't see it. You don't get to see it. You might see some stuff in the background. You might see some stuff like on your character sheet or in the menus or whatever that say like plus 10% to this.
10%, yep.
Or plus 5 on your roll or whatever like that. But you don't actually get to see the result of the roll. You don't get to see the number pop on what you roll. You just see success or failure.
Right.
But and sometimes you see some stuff when people try. You see people in some games like going nuts over the math of how often something happens or doesn't happen or drop rates or whatever, and people trying to figure out like patterns in
min-maxing
in the game. Yeah, exactly.
The RNG manipulation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They have that in Baldur's Gate as well. Like the original Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2 were full on the same thing. They didn't have like physical representation of the dice rolling, but it showed the dice roll down in the.
It showed the numbers.
Right. It wasn't the whole graphic, and I think I'm trying to remember if the KOTOR games did that too, the Knights of the Old Republic games, because I was joking before Baldur's Gate 3, the last. They didn't. I don't think they showed it, but
man, I almost can picture like 6-sided dice.
Neverwinter Nights
did. No, Neverwinter Nights did. Neverwinter Nights did. Nice. No, Knights of the Old Republic was D20, like D20, Star Wars D20, basically.
Oh shit! Yeah. Oh, okay.
It was using a system that was basically. I think that would have been like around 3rd edition or Pathfinder or whatever, and Wizards of the Coast was, I think they had just started to like
do the D20 everywhere thing.
Pass out the D20 everywhere thing and said like D20, this can be a system for so much more than just D&D. You can use it to make spy games. You can use it to make horror games. You can use it to make vampire games. You can make whatever the fuck. So.
Gert was like, "Am I a joke to you?"
Right.
Yes. Hello. We've been here for several dozen years. We have.
Yeah, but GURPS has a silly name, so.
That's true. It's very true.
But yeah, Knights of the Old Republic came out around that time too.
Yep.
And it was based on some Star Wars D20 stuff. And it was real explicit when you make that. If you play that game, the character sheets are D&D character sheets with force powers.
Okay. Yeah.
They have the same stats like wisdom, intelligence, charisma, strength, dexterity.
Oh, that's
same range goes up to 18. So. Yeah, I think it's really cool that in Baldur's Gate 3, it shows you. You're like, nope, this is what you rolled. Sometimes shitty dice rolls happen.
There's a game called XCOM that's famous for.
Oh yeah, XCOM.
I think people figured out that the numbers it shows you, like your percentages, are just bullshit in that game. Like it's just lying to you when it tells you your chances to do something.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I think I played like 5 minutes of XCOM 2 or something like that. And I was like, oh, I see what this game looks like. I'm not that interested. Sometimes I really like those like isometric tactical games.
I do.
And like sometimes I really don't. It's weird. It really's gotta like grab me in a certain kind of way.
It has to make the correct thumping sound when you bash your enemy into pieces. It really has so much to do with just the tactile. For a game that has no action, or very little action usually in one of the types of games we're talking about, the tactile reward that I get from my little guy successfully performing an action, especially in something like Disgaea or Final Fantasy Tactics. Like pulling off a move and it connecting and killing the guy gives me incredible serotonin.
You know what makes me, what I'm thinking of is the Shadowrun series.
Okay, yep.
And
yeah.
Thinking of my character like getting like a critical sniper hit from across the map.
Yeah, or doing a righteous hack.
Yeah, just being like, just watching somebody be like,
Fwap. Yeah. Yeah, strategy is fun. It's fun to win. It's and for someone, sometimes you don't want to be doing all kinds of actioning, shooting guys and zombies and stuff. You want to just take turns and see what happens when you have a guy run over here. Yeah. I am getting my ass kicked in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. I guess that's the thing too, is like my strategy games are like Crusader Kings and Stellaris.
Oh, that's a little more zoomed out.
And like Total War. Yeah, I really like the real like strategic level.
Yeah.
Like not so much like the small tactical level. I really realized that. Like I remember years and years and years ago playing Warhammer 40K, and then they came out with Epic 40K.
The epic scale.
The epic scale one. So you would be like moving around the Titans and
little tiny Titans and dreadnoughts.
Yeah, exactly. And instead of like individual characters, you'd have squads. You'd have like you paint like 5 little dudes who move together, so like it was all 5 people on like just one little square, and you move them as a squad, and they'd live and die as a squad. And I was so into that because I was like, oh, bigger scale, more strategic, and I was like, I remember fucking sitting down and writing a whole fucking campaign for Warhammer 40K to be like, okay, so if I win this battle, then we lose this points and you go this point, and then if you win that battle and I win, this happens, and I love the sort of like high level kind of shit. Well,
what if we all try to play Risk Legacy sometime?
Oh man, Risk. Risk is just a funny game because it's just.
Do you know about Risk Legacy? It's like a campaign, basically. It's every time there's 4 players or whatever, you play several games of Risk, and each time each player has goals, and if you beat your goal, you change something. The map changes or something else changes.
Oh
I'm
no!
pretty good at reaching my goals.
I used to do that with friends.
We did, yeah. That's why I bring it up, because we would let whoever won change something on the map. People would put tape over Madagascar. Yeah.
We say like Madagascar, take this off the map. Or like we're gonna make a new land bridge from Australia to South America.
Or we're gonna restore Madagascar this time. The Madagascar was coming and going quite a bit.
Yeah, some of the land bridges came and went a few times.
Madagascar.
Yeah, it was a joke about Madagascar not existing.
I mean, anytime anyone coughs, Madagascar stops existing. So that's a different joke. Just bridging the. I don't know if you ever played the Pandemic games.
Yeah.
Not Pandemic.
Oh, those yes.
I played Pandemic.
Plague Incorporated.
Yeah, Plague Inc. was the phone game of it.
Wait, we're not talking about the game called Pandemic.
Not the board game called Pandemic.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. There was a Flash game.
Yeah, Flash
game. Pretty sure it was called Pandemic. And then the phone game version of it was Plague Inc.
Plague Inc. Yeah.
That sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah.
You gotta spread the plague.
The first one, it was coded so that basically, anytime you started a virus, anytime there's any visibility, Madagascar would shut down within 3 days. Madagascar, the big countries that would actually want to protect their citizens. No, Madagascar with a total population of 500, they're like, no, we need to protect these people.
They don't have that many.
It was either Madagascar or it was Greenland, because the only way you could spread disease to those 2 zones were by boat, which took longer. They had no land borders with anybody else. So if they shut down the boat, if they shut down their ports, you'd never get there. Every place else either had a land border or a boat and a plane. So, like, Japan had boats and planes, you know. Iceland had a boat and a plane, you know. So, and everywhere else had land borders, and the disease would always cross over land borders eventually. Even if you close, even if you close the borders, because you could move your infectivity to like rats and birds and stuff, so that wildlife would just carry it over borders.
I liked the board game.
I never got a chance to play the actual
board game. Is also,
but I
fun.
understand it was such a classic. Yeah,
very different.
Yeah.
Well, in the board game, you're fighting against a pandemic. For what?
Yes.
Not figuring out how you could best spread it.
Yeah. Well, funnily, the Plague Inc. game, they made a fight the pandemic version instead when COVID started.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And they I think for a while they were donating a bunch of their money to various disease prevention and helping vaccinate underdeveloped poor areas, stuff like that.
Thank you, Plague Inc.
Yeah. They were like, we warned you, you motherfuckers.
Yeah. Big ups to Plague Inc.
We warned you about this shit. You didn't listen. All right. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
All right, yeah. Let me say thank you to both of you.
I need to field some more stars before I go.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna do. I'm gonna cook up some fucking sausages.
It's a little late for sausages, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know. I haven't been eating an evening meal until late, so that's where we're at, kind of. Yeah. And you know what? I eat my afternoon meal quite late, also. Yeah. I've been eating lunch around like 4 p.m. and then like doing something like this, like talking to you guys, and then like making an evening meal at 11. I also like, until this year, I would wake up at 5 a.m. no matter what. There was no discussion about it. So now I'm sleeping until like 7:30 or so, and like everything's different.
Yeah. That's a little better.
World is different waking up 2 hours later.
Really. Yeah.
There is like a world difference between like 5 a.m. and 7 a.m.
But and there's a world difference how I feel at noon, depending on which one of those I woke up at.
Oh yeah.
Really, yeah, you wake up into a different world at 5 a.m. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, Starfield, I will. I'm into it, and I will maybe when I digest some of the other things I'm playing. I'm also playing Sea of Stars, which is awesome.
Yeah, the Starfield loops have got its hooks in my brain.
Yeah.
I'll slow down on it eventually, I think, and then it's Assassin's Creed time.
Oh yeah.
Mirage. I only played
Assassin's Creed.
The new Assassin's Creed Mirage just came out. I played like the first half hour. It looks real nice. It looks cool. I'm into it. It's set in 8th century Baghdad.
Yep.
Which is awesome. I love Assassin's Creed when it's in cities. I don't like it when it's in the countryside as much.
I like it when it's being an assassin. I don't like it so much when it's being a regular warrior.
Yeah. In this game, 100%, you're assassin. It's I haven't really gotten that far in it. I haven't really gotten into too many fights, but what they've specifically been touting is that the combat is a throwback to the old style of Assassin's Creed. They really want you to be stealthy. They make it a point to be like, it's supposed to be really, if you get jumped by like 4 or 5 guys, it's supposed to be really hard to win.
Yeah.
You're supposed to throw a smoke bomb and get the fuck out of there, or not even get into that position in the first place if possible.
That definitely changed.
I'm excited to try that.
I really liked Altair because it was like, yes, like he wants to be stealthy because like story reasons, like you get kind of story bonus for being stealthy, but like he's still perfectly capable of like gutting 5 people and then running away.
Yeah.
You know, like it's real life assassin shit. Like obviously aside from the like historically he would also have like suicide capsules and shit like that and ways to just like kill himself if he did manage to get captured. But
right. Yeah. Or like, you know, I remember reading and telling Kuya about this when we were doing podcasts on vampire stuff. Like one of the most famous historical assassinations from the Hashashin was this guy Conrad. He was basically like the de facto king of Jerusalem, the Crusader state, and he'd just been elected king by the nobility, like the day before, and he was walking down the street, you know, with his retinue, and 2 guys just walked up to him on the street, and they just pulled out knives and they just stabbed him to death before anybody could move, and they just dropped their knives and let themselves get killed. They didn't even fight back after that. They were just like, whatever, we did our mission. Crazy.
Yeah, wacky shit to do. Assassinating people on the street.
Yeah. But no, this the new one looks like it has a lot of promise. It looks you're playing as Basim, the guy from Valhalla, who teaches you how to assassin.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. But it's cool. It's, you know, you start out as like just a thief on the streets of the city, you know, and you're going to learn to be an assassin. I just finished getting past the thief part, and then I was like, all right, I'm going to go back and play a bunch of Starfield now. The assassins can wait for me. Anyway, all right, guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I'll talk to you all later.
Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one.
Good night.
Peace. Right, there you have our thoughts on Starfield and various other topics and CRPGs and games that are not RPGs at all. And some other stuff probably. Thank you for listening to Maybe We'll Talk. Beau is Afraid is our next subject, followed by various other things. I'll figure out if I have my order of episodes correct or not, but Beau is Afraid is definitely next week's... Wait, is this the bonus one? Because I finished last week's slate, so I still am supposed to put out another episode this week. It's only Thursday. That's fine. Beau is Afraid is coming out probably at some point this weekend. So thank you for being here, and check out koyadk.tv, where you can get a link to my Discord, where you can talk to us about all of these things. And... yeah, Etsy and Patreon, where you can give me money, and other places that I haunt on the internet. Yeah, maybe I'll write down a little outro for all those things I like to say about coming to see me at koyadk.tv. But maybe I won't. So Pete and Josh, why don't you play us out? Hey, surprise! It's still 2023, and here is the actual final episode of 2023. I figured this is a bonus episode. I had a lovely talk with Saint and Pete, and maybe we'll even have Locke show up this episode, I think, on Friday. And we were talking about Far Cry, and I've been playing Far Cry all weekend as a result. And I figured since it's on my mind, and since, no reason not to, why don't we put this one out? I guess the reason not to would be that I have stuff on deck, like the Twin Peaks episode and stuff that's coming. And maybe we'll do a little bit of a teaser. That's what it'll be. That's when we'll talk to Locke. Maybe we'll do a little bit of a preview of what some of our Death Note talks have been like, because we also talked... Yeah. Spent a lot of time with Saint on Friday, which is great. But we did talk about Death Note, as we have been doing, and I've probably said before, I don't really know how I'm going to present our Death Note coverage. It's a lot of recordings. There's obviously a lot of episodes. We've been covering it for a while, and now I have it on deck, as I said, and I don't know how to present it, which is exactly... Wow, that was a very circular thought pattern right there. That sentence ran right in a loop. Anyway, yeah, Death Note is something that's... Our coverage of Death Note will begin in 2024, and we'll see what it's like when I sort through all the recordings that I have of it already. That's really my biggest... Of all the things that I'm kind of, because I record things and never do anything with it, but, right now, my biggest, huge collection of unsorted recordings is about Death Note, so we'll get into it. That's what's coming in the future of Season 2 of Maybe We'll Talk. And by the way, welcome to Maybe We'll Talk. Today we're going to talk about Far Cry. We're going to talk to Pete and Saint. And yeah, like I said, there is definitely going to be an upcoming Locke-centric episode. And I gotta talk to everyone. I hope that everyone that I talk to most of the time, I hope that I've been in touch with you over the past week or month, in fact, as I've been, a little bit out of it, maybe quarter, I should say, season. But whatever. This is it. This is the last day of 2023. The dawn of the final day has already occurred. It's 9 a.m. or something for me. Dawn is here. There's blue skies above and ahead for all of us, I hope. So let's greet 2024 together. And without further ado, here is Saint. Let's talk about video game. Okay, well,
This is the basic. It's working. Okay, hit go.
That's exactly where I'm at. So, but now I feel like I would like a little bit of control over that stuff. So I'm going to look at
get a little more advanced with it. Yeah.
But So I do feel like we talked about during Far Cry 5 when it was live that and maybe we talked about this afterwards, that I do not get perhaps as invested in a game like Far Cry as you perhaps did with Far Cry, and as immersed.
Maybe. So here's the thing about the Far Cry. I never played Far Cry 1, right? But then I played all the other Far Cry games from 2 on up until Far Cry 5. Okay. So that's Far Cry 2, Far Cry 3, Blood Dragon, Far Cry 4, Primal, and Far Cry 5.
Far Cry.
So that's a lot of...
Blood Dragon is excellent.
Yeah, Blood Dragon is excellent. So there's a lot of Far Cry, and it is essentially the same game.
Yeah.
In every version. And Far Cry 2 to Far Cry 3 was a big jump. Don't get me wrong, because that's when they added pirates.
Storyline.
Yeah,
actors.
They added like a real storyline. There was a little bit of a storyline in Far Cry 2, but not much. But they systematized it more. Like when I went back and I played Far Cry 2 after playing Far Cry 3, I was like, oh, they have outposts in this game. They just don't mark them as outposts, and they don't give you XP for killing them. There's no XP in Far Cry 2. There's no perk tree. There's no perks. The melee combat is not there either. It's all shooting. Far Cry 3 on, there's like a whole like melee combat, like close quarters, sneaky, murdery thing. That like I used to love calling like these are murder puzzles, because here's like 8 or 10 guys standing around an outpost and they're all heavily armed, and you want to kill all of them without anybody noticing.
Yeah, and there's an alarm. I mean, I don't know in 2 of them was, but you know that's the first thing. There's certain other things you gotta.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, there was no alarm in 2. It wasn't systematized. Like you would find outposts with a bunch of guys in them, and you could kill them and you know
get their stuff.
Get their stuff, but it was like, they were just kind of there. There was no point in taking them other than just like, you know, to have a gunfight. There was no point in anything in a lot of Far Cry 2, honestly, except if you were doing the quests and maybe like going and picking up the collectible blood diamonds.
It was still, I mean, that was still a time where the point was just that it was there. That we even made this game and you can do these things, so go do them.
Yeah, exactly.
You didn't need breadcrumbs yet for people.
Yeah, the whole open world thing was like real big open world, no loading screens. Kind of thing was still kind of a new concept and still kind of being developed. So, especially for like an FPS kind of game, like you know like your Call of Duty or your you know your Far Cry.
Oh yeah, very small maps.
Battlefield.
Yeah,
exactly. Deathmatch maps like Unreal Tournament.
Right.
You can get some big maps in some of those games. Well, at least I remember them being big. This is 20 years ago, so now I'm sure if I looked at them again, I'd be like, oh shit, this
nothing. Yeah,
this is
couple
nothing.
rooms.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
The thing about the Far Cry series really that kept me though is the gameplay.
Yeah.
Because the shooting felt good, and the sneaking and the sneaking up on guys and stealthily taking out outposts felt good. It was like well done. Like the whole, I think we talked about before, like the whole perk system of like get some XP, unlock a new perk, go and use the perk. It's like, you know, that's your little serotonin thing firing.
Yeah.
You know, it was really well done. But the single player experiences in Far Cry also, they had a real thing about like really first personizing like a bunch of like terrible stuff.
Okay, yeah, like
you know,
like burning yourself with cigars and pulling bullets out, or
and like people like you know in the second game having malaria and having to like scrounge for malaria drugs and like getting sick and stuff. And
I love that that's a huge part of that game. Like, it's just so not a lot of games where you have to manage malaria and medication. Not a lot of games where you have to manage medication.
No.
I mean, other than the idea of health potions, which is nice.
Yeah. For some reason, I thought of Max Payne, where you take painkillers to get your health back. He's just popping painkillers, just constantly popping painkillers.
Left 4 Dead, painkillers.
Is it painkillers in Left 4 Dead, or is it just
it's like pain pills. I think it might be pain pills is the small boost, and then there's a whole med kit.
Right, and there's a temporary boost that gives you like the temporary health.
Yeah.
And the pain pills give you those. Okay, yeah.
Games with pain pills.
Yeah, but again, pain pills are not really medication.
World of Horror, but exactly.
In the game, they're just
we're talking about managing medication for an ongoing disease that needs to be medicated.
It needs to be the symptoms need to be controlled and stuff. Yeah,
a wacky thing to put in the game, and then
a wacky thing to put in the game. But also, I'm thinking of things like in the later Far Cry games. There's a lot of like horror. There's a lot of like there's a lot of like terrible people doing terrible things in front of right in front of you.
The torture porn shit coming out of that era.
Yeah, exactly. Very like very edgy, naughty stuff. And because it's like and it's in first person. This is a game where you can't swap to third person.
Yeah.
It's all first person, so they
really. There's a lot of looking down on your body and watching it being harmed.
Yeah,
that. Yeah, that's a frequent. I mean, even what I mentioned with the cigars and stuff. That's just how you feel throughout the games. You're constantly setting
You're like pulling pieces
Broken
of like
bones and
shrapnel
stuff,
and
yeah.
stuff out of you, and
right out of your
resetting.
arms in front of yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. And then exactly, wrapping it up real quick in some gauze, then continuing to run.
Fired machine guns.
Yeah, but also just like stuff that happens to other people too. Like,
oh, yep, yeah, other people being tortured
like,
and killed. Yeah,
like in Far Cry 3, like you rescue one of your friends and like it's explicit, like the guy who's being like keeping him captive has been raping him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's
there's plenty of that going on.
It's real bad. Like
there are fucking drug zombies, a horde of drugged, zombied people getting thrown at you to be blown away by machine guns in one of the games.
Yeah.
Cult of drug zombies.
Cult of drug zombies. Yeah, the drug, and that's in Far Cry 5, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And the thing about it is that I always, even from Far Cry 3 on, that I really started to be like, ugh, but I could ignore it because the gameplay was good, was the fact that the way I always described it is the Far Cry games seem to want to engage in a real world serious issue, like places of real world darkness, like
yeah, they seem to want to, yeah,
you know, like terrorism and battle, you know, like freedom fighting in the mountains and you know, in Far Cry 4 and you know, in Far Cry 6, same thing. You're fighting against like an evil,
it's a regime,
dictator,
it's
regime,
a fascist regime, South America.
Yeah. But the game itself never bothers to actually say anything about this stuff,
which I'm in favor
takes
of.
But that's the thing that always annoyed me. They take you sort of like right up to it and show it to you, and then like refuse to comment on it seriously, and just be like, but no, it's just a game. Don't take it seriously. You just shoot the guy. It's okay. It's like, and
shoot the guy.
Like,
it's okay.
Yeah.
Why not shoot 500 guys?
Yeah, exactly. And it would do the kind of thing like that's the kind of thing that always annoys me in a game where some villain is like, you are no different from me because you use violence to get your ends. And it's like, okay, that's annoying in a game where there literally is nothing else to do but use violence to get your ends. This is a system that you guys have created where I use violence in a game. It's not like you're playing like Undertale or something where you can choose not to kill anybody and not to get in any fights through the entire game, and that's how you actually get the good ending.
There are plenty of very realistic games with guns that offer you non-lethal ammunition and weaponry, and this is not one of those.
No,
there's no not killing everybody.
No. Yeah, there's no not killing everybody, and the fact that, you know, when they turn around, and not just in Far Cry, but in any game like this, but Far Cry is particularly egregious, I think, and they say, but you're no different from me because you kill to get what you want. And it's like, because I'm playing a video game about killing people, dude. like, don't criticize me for playing your game the way that it's obviously meant to be played. That's always a little annoying because that's like, you know, that's like the developer almost like meta poking fun at the player for saying you're a bad person for enjoying this kind of game. Like, really, dude? You're gonna play it? I'm gonna pay you $60 for you to tell me this?
It's like slasher movies that try to make the audience feel implicit, like you like watching it, and that's why we do this, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, give me a fucking break. You made this product. This is a product you made for me. Don't give me that shit. So Far Cry does that to some degree, and it's annoying. And I feel like the best Far Cry games are the offshoots, Primal and Blood Dragon, because they don't bother. They don't bother to do that at all.
Love New Dawn. I want to do 2-player New Dawn. I'm gonna get through the intro, whatever crap, New Dawn.
Yeah, I need to finish getting through the intro.
No pressure. Oh, you're really you have the saw gun, and I don't know.
Yeah, I have this. You know, like I said, this might be the first game where I have skipped the cutscenes without ever watching them. I got to the part where they're like, okay, here's the bad guys, here's the twin girls who run the evil raider, like Mad Max cosplay people.
It's
and
Mad
I'm
Max.
like,
Yeah, that's
they're gonna do the Far Cry thing where they shove their face all up close to my face and talk about their weird
kill someone in front of you.
half-ass bullshit. They're gonna torture or kill someone in front of me. Yep. I don't care. Let's go.
Okay.
I don't care about you guys.
I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna start New Dawn, and no pressure, but I would love to do a little bit of.
Because they do that in every Far Cry game too.
That exact scene.
The villain is more. Yeah. The villain is a more important character.
The villain is the main character.
Than your character. Yeah. The villain is the main character, and you can see it in every game.
They're on the cover.
Yeah, they're on the cover. Far Cry 2.
What's his
I see it in
name?
Far Cry 2, the Jackal. Far Cry 3, Voss. And then they have some other guy after you kill Voss, like 3/4 of the way through the game, and there's some other guy who's an idiot, and fuck him. Because he's not interesting like Voss is. Far Cry 4 is Pagan Min. Blood Dragon. Yeah, 5 is.
Blood Dragon is a little vague.
5 is
Blood
like
Dragon
evil
doesn't really have those scenes.
No, Blood Dragon doesn't have those
yeah.
scenes. Blood Dragon is a little more like just what's his face? The guy from
Bean.
Aliens.
Yeah.
No, not Sean
Alien?
Bean. No,
not Sean Bean.
No,
the guy from
it's
Terminator.
Yes.
Alien.
He was also in Aliens.
It's something Bean. He isn't. Oh, he is in Aliens.
Yes.
It is something Bean.
He's Hicks Hudson. One of those two.
Yeah.
Anyway, Michael Bean. Yes.
Michael Bean.
Not spelled B-E-A.
Not spelled Sean Bean.
B-I-E-H-N or something like that.
That's
yes.
Right. Yep.
Michael Bean. Yes.
Kyle Reese. Kyle Reese's birthday was like this year, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's just him like chewing the scenery, which is awesome.
They made there's a Ubisoft cartoon show on Netflix. Do you know about this? It's called something like Tales of the Blood Dragon, but it's just about Ubisoft properties.
That's hilarious.
I guess I should look at it before I talk about it, but yeah, it's a thing. Raymond's in it.
I don't know. I think
Rayman.
I know probably I feel like I'm late to this party because a lot of people were saying they've reached peak Ubisoft like 10 years ago or something like that. But I finally reached it. Like,
okay. Did you reach it with Far Cry 5?
I think I reached it with Far Cry 5. I think I reached it with Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I can't get through Assassin's Creed Mirage. I keep starting it and playing 15 minutes and then putting it down.
Of
Assassin's Creed Mirage.
Mirage, the new one.
Yeah.
That's the one that they tried to bring it back to a small city and the alleyways and the assassinating.
Yeah, and I was all excited for it, and like, medieval, Middle Eastern, and I play 15 minutes and I put it down. I can't. I don't know why.
Ubisoft had some real magic, just like I feel the same way about Ubisoft as I feel about Zack Snyder and Michael Bay.
Oh yeah. They did the same thing once, and then they were like, "This is the thing we're doing," and they just did it to death.
And now it's not only am I bored of it, but everyone else is. It's practically out of the zeitgeist. But the whole Ubisoft thing is just
or like the way Marvel is getting right now.
Yep. Oh, Marvel is just really going the same way.
Like Marvel TV and shows or TV and movies are going right now.
And Marvel had incredible goodwill. That is just really now they're just throwing it at us manufactured now.
Yeah. Well, ultimately, I guess, like, how many hundreds of hours of something can you make, and it's the exact same thing? Just.
I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom right now, and in my mind, I'm aware that I'm still playing Far Cry. Just the same.
Yeah, it is the whole system. That's the.
It's a fun system. I mean, it really had us. It really engaged us. Like, I mean,
it had me for like a good 15 plus years, man. Yeah.
Destroy these bozos. You get a break. Here's your reward. Okay, here's your map. You can either destroy some more bozos. Map. You can go find some treasures right here.
There's a whole bunch of fucking markers all over this map.
All over 1,000 activities. Just pick one. Just go. Just keep. And in fact, if you want, just walk on through the woods. There's a million things to look at everywhere you can look.
You decide you don't like picking up these fucking things? Fuck it. You don't need those things. Go do something else. You know,
that type of gameplay made me bitter about the real world because I can't just wander around the real world.
Getting
looking in people's houses, finding treasure.
Hey man,
just checking all these places out. I guess there's urban exploration. I should be doing.
There is urban exploration. That's what I was about to say. You know what?
Let's
go
find a dead mall and play Far Cry.
Well, maybe not playing paintball.
Okay.
I'm just like walking around my neighborhood and
I do like it. Looking at little public walkways.
I live in a dense neighborhood. Yeah. I live in a dense neighborhood. That's part of what I like about living in the city is that there's a lot to see and there's.
Bits of
but you can do that in nature too, man. If you love nature, you see different things.
There's awesome shit out in the woods.
Yeah.
Walk along the stream.
That is what Far Cry. The Far Cry model is replicating in your brain, but you don't have to get your ass out of a chair.
Yeah, you don't actually have to move your goddamn legs. So
and you also get to shoot some things.
It's great. I mean, I loved Far Cry. I loved the Zelda games that were Far Cry. There's a couple other things that are Far Cry. I mean, fuck.
Yeah.
Elden Ring is probably going to be never say never. Elden Ring is the last video game that I really played, that really consumed me. And that might be the last game for me. It did everything. It did Far Cry perfectly. I got everything I needed out of a video game. That's why I don't play video games as much anymore.
I'm still there with Starfield right now.
Yeah, Starfield's doing it good.
Yeah.
You could make...
I'm waiting, and holy shit, the creation kit is not even out yet for this game.
What is that?
That is the content.